This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1726. Little canned food, are you going to catch baby monsters today? No, I'm going to check if the tree I planted has grown today. You guys go ahead. Really not going? I heard there are a lot of monsters in the nomadic tide today. I think I can reach level 80 today. No. The female player, Little Canned Food, waved to her companions in the distance. And her friends quickly rode away on the clouds. These clouds were not some other kind of thing, but rather the planktonic atmosphere cultivated by the entire planet. The entire atmosphere is composed of billions of planktonic species. These planktonic organisms can not only convert the gases needed by hundreds of intelligent species, but also conduct sublight-speed teleportation. Many biological spaceships cultivate fish ponds of these planktonic organisms to increase their teleportation capabilities. As these companions were teleported into outer space, a massive network flashed in the void, and the group vanished. Little Canned Food knew what this was. It was a fourth-order spacetime species called the high-dimensional twisted network, said to be capable of galaxy-level spatial coverage. Within this high-dimensional network, players could be digested and then secreted by it, achieving galaxy-level instantaneous teleportation. Little Canned Food watched for a while before letting out a long breath, its expression relaxed and pleased. As the fourth batch of players teleported to this cyber experimental field, Little Canned Food was initially quite shocked. What? You can actually advance to Tier 2 here? And seamlessly advance to Tier 3? What? High-grade bionutrient solution that adds points is given away for free? What? The NPCs here don't even require players to use them to generate electricity? What? The faction even gives away equipment for free? Free weapon upgrades? What kind of paradise is this? Even some players, who couldn't switch to a mechanical class, were quickly captivated by the benefits here. Compared to this, what a miserable experience they had in the newbie village. Is this game following an easy to difficult route? Are the good days really ahead? As a low-level biobattery, Little Canned Food initially felt utterly miserable. Log in and you're generating electricity. Die and you're instantly turned into bioliquid and dumped. If you don't have enough bioelectricity, you be injected and enter a so-called nightmare mode. In these terrifying dreams, their electricity is increased through emotional stimulation. Little Canned Food initially thought this was a horror game. Even if she escaped the dream and entered the so-called Battle Royale mode, she would still face various NPCs hunting her in the testing grounds, making escape virtually impossible. As for the forum posts about the magnificent interstellar society, the unimaginable wars between civilizations, and the various incredibly powerful methods, she even wondered if it was just empty promises from the game developers. Were those enthusiastic high-level players actually paid shills? However, when that unfamiliar high-level player descended from the sky and brought them into this new world, she dared to believe that it was all real. This game actually has an easy mode. So, the reason she was chosen for that canned food testing ground was purely because she hadn't chosen a good name, while enjoying the easy leveling up and monster slaying. Little Canned Food often couldn't help but question her existence. She should have changed her name. But if she changed her name, she wouldn't be able to become a nomad. Even a casual player like her was well aware of the power of this carbon-based class. For example, her friends catching pets involved capturing powerful carbon-based creatures from the nomadic tide, many of which were level 90, or even extreme bloodlines. Facing these boss-level characters, these level 70 or 80 players could use their class's innate nomadic mark to directly implant this genetic imprint into the opponent's body, forcibly forcing them into nomadism. It's said that someone recently captured a golden species even stronger than an extreme species. A golden species? Little Canned Food couldn't believe it. If it was golden, would it still be a carbon-based life form? However, she quickly regained her composure. As a life skills player, she preferred nurturing creatures to catching them. Let's go back to the lab. As she spoke, the surrounding vegetation rapidly grew, weaving into a grass horse. Don't underestimate these Pandora vines. Like atmospheric plankton, they possess near 4-tier vitality, and can move at 1/10 the speed of light. While most level 3 civilizations are still chasing the speed of light, the nomadic civilization's weeds, thanks to nomadic technology, already possess partial light speed attributes. Little Canned Food didn't quite understand the significance of this. But that didn't stop her from thinking it was an incredibly convenient ability. According to her friends, some players had already maxed out this carbon-based nomadic skill. And this maxed out skill granted the ability to roam a nomadic planet. A nomadic planet? Little Canned Food was greatly shocked upon hearing this, but looking at the skill's seemingly endless experience bar, she decided to just be amazed and had no desire to grind for the skill. After leaving nightmare mode and entering easy difficulty, she felt her lazy nature resurface. She, who usually loved gardening, became even more inclined to quiet. But she didn't think it was a bad thing. It was good enough not to be a canned food. However, she still felt that since she had come out for a while, she should go out and explore. So she rode her little BMW and began wandering around the planet. First, she arrived at the entrance to the evolution chamber. This isn't a building, but a vast underground cavity. Its entrance resembles the throat of a giant flower, and its interior is filled with a warm, pulsating bioluminescent liquid, within which countless optical fibers, spiraling like chromosomes, float. The cavity walls are translucent, revealing a complex, plexus-like network of flickering, constantly rearranging luminous genetic sequences. It's said to lead directly to the Earth's core. Some players who capture baby pets, if they determine they have great potential, will bring them here for species limit catalysis, commonly known as leveling up. It's said that some players have even managed to level up a pet directly from level 60 to 90. However, no one has yet ventured into the Earth's core, where genetic enhancement of extremist species is supposedly possible. Little Canned Food quickly grew bored. Leaving this area, it headed directly to the player-created Shedding Skin settlement. The name sounded somewhat ancient, even a little eerie. But in reality, it was a mobile biocity, supposedly a low-budget experiment of interstellar nomadic technology. Players bought it by accumulating faction points and developed it into a trading market. This time, Little Canned Food again only looked around from the outside, without going in. From a distance, it resembled a continuous, slowly flowing mountain range. Its outer shell wasn't cold metal, but covered in thick, tough bioarmor. These armor plates were a deep amber color, with wood-like textures and a pearly sheen, and through the gaps between the plates, the pulsating golden red light of the tissue beneath shone through. Countless thick, root-like or tentacle-like pseudo-legs extend rhythmically from beneath its abdomen, attaching to the earth, then retracting, propelling this colossal creature forward with a solemn and steady pace. With each step, the earth resonates with a deep, harmonious cadence. When the tribe decides to settle in a particular place, it enters a blooming state. The enormous pseudo-legs burrow deeply into the earth, not only anchoring it but also drawing upon geological energy and minerals, like roots. The armored plates atop the city slowly unfold like petals, revealing the intricate life structure within. Bloodline Avenue, Symbiotic Enhancement Nest, Ecological Street, Brain Corridor, Symbiotic Cocoon Zone. I visited many of these places more than once. For example, her favorite place was Vine Street, where she could often find seeds of third-tier plants. Whether it was due to her limited experience or something else, she noticed that carbon-based plants were scarce on this planet. According to her NPC mentor, this universe hadn't yet reached the stage of large-scale evolution of carbon-based life. Intelligent species were somewhat easier to cultivate. They could be brought in from elsewhere and modified to adapt. Plants, however, were much more difficult to nurture. She ultimately didn't go inside. Perhaps it was because she spent too much time in the can, but the players in her group were either extremely extroverted or, like her, somewhat withdrawn. Soon, she explored other places, and before she knew it, she'd seen half the planet. This would have been unimaginable in the past. However, she only looked at the cities and buildings from the outside. She didn't go inside. The light tree should be fully grown by now, the littlekin murmured. Her wanderings weren't out of genuine idleness, but rather to await the completion of her newly developed plant. Seeing that the time was almost up, she immediately returned to her small dwelling. While described as small, it was actually about the size of a building. Inside, it housed a variety of plants, with different floors and simulated different types of ecosystems, even extreme high and low temperatures. This all relied on the power of mechanical technology. Carbon-based civilizations don't prohibit mechanical technology, they simply don't prioritize its development. Especially the Legion's mechanical technology, which didn't need development here at all, it had already reached its peak. For example, what Little Canned Food really longed for was to buy a Star Core simulator. This was a major project her NPC mentor had given her, how to cultivate carbon-based plants suitable for this cosmic environment. With a Star Core simulator, the experiments would be much easier. She also wanted to buy a mechanical mainframe. Under experimental conditions, it was less susceptible to interference than a biological computer. But that was all for the future. Right now, she was staring intently at the light language tree she had cultivated, her eyes shining brightly. In its overall form, the light language tree wasn't straight upwards, but rather resembled an ancient weeping willow, possessing an elegant, cascading sense of flow. Its trunk wasn't covered in rough brown bark, but rather a smooth, translucent deep blue surface, like meticulously polished glass. Beneath the bark, countless delicate, nerve-like, silver blue veins were clearly visible. These veins weren't static, but slowly, rhythmically pulsating with a faint light, as if the entire tree was taking a deep breath. What's most striking are its branches and leaves. Its branches are soft and slender, drooping like willow branches, yet they are nearly transparent. At the end of each branch hangs not ordinary leaves, but tiny, exquisite, translucent bioprisms or light membranes. These leaves come in various shapes. Some resemble teardrops, others feathers, and still others intricate geometric snowflakes. They emit an extremely faint milky white fluorescence, like the gentlest stars in the night sky. The cultivation of this light vein tree was actually a task given to her by a high-level NPC. The NPC was a radiation angel with an incredibly beautiful face, and also a servant of the world's will. According to this angel's request, the initial purpose of cultivating this tree was actually to create a plant emitting a magnetic field of light to help her sleep. That's right, it was essentially a biological sleep aid. However, like all unscrupulous clients, as the development process accelerated, the client's demands increased. Fortunately, this angel not only made demands, but also provided a lot of help, allowing the cultivation to proceed smoothly. Little Canned Food took a deep breath and input a stream of biological information. When no information was transmitted, the light language tree stood quietly, its internal veins pulsating slowly, its drooping light leaves emitting a tranquil glow, like a living, breathing work of art. But when information flowed through, a miracle occurred. A distinct pulse of light instantly surged from the connection point at the base of the tree, like a fountain of life being injected, rapidly flowing upwards along the internal veins of the trunk. The light would stream down to every drooping branch, eventually reaching every single leaf at the tip. At this moment, these leaves were no longer simple light sources, but had become holographic projectors. Based on the encoded information flowing through them, they projected complex and ever-changing three-dimensional light patterns into the air. These patterns might be rotating symbols, flowing galactic maps, the contours of someone's face, or abstract vortexes of color representing certain emotions. Countless drooping branches projected simultaneously, enveloping the entire tree in a constantly shifting, tranquil yet magnificent field of light information. That's right, besides being a sleep aid, it was also a network device. Even angels need entertainment. Sure enough, once the field of light information took shape, she received a message that the mission was complete. She naturally couldn't wait to share it with that angel's sister. However, after sending the message, the other side only replied, "There's a big job coming up, come back later," and then immediately disconnected. A big job? Little Canned Food was completely bewildered. At this moment, in the center of the fourth-tier sacred tree, at the sanctuary of the Goddess of Radiance, where all the saints had gathered, a black mechanical coffin stood out conspicuously. And this coffin was the very one the senior engineer had used earlier. Chapter 1727. Actually, since the development of the nomadic civilization, the one who truly benefited the most wasn't the high-level engineers. It was a certain great tree spirit. At this moment, Huang Yuanli was displaying the aura of a heavenly Khan. She directly transformed into the true form of the nomadic technology tree. She floated in the vacuum, her roots like a vast, grayish-blue nebula, entwined with the remnants of extinct stars, gently and irresistibly absorbing the silence of billions of light-years. The trunk was no ordinary wood, it was a network of countless intertwined galactic spiral arms, solidified into veins, within which the torrent of time surged, transforming into near-eternal rings. As the view climbed upwards, the canopy completely engulfed the entire sky. Those weren't leaves, but billions of stars in their prime, blooming breathtaking clusters of light at the tips of the branches, fiery, cold, and silent. And between the leaves were waves of nomadic tides. This is the radiant flow of life and civilization. Deep within the gray-blue roots of the nebula, phosphorescent glimmers gather and migrate among the remnants, the nascent consciousness just awakened from the stardust. Like a primordial community chasing water plants, they slowly drift towards the trunk along the energy-rich rivers of the roots. Above the trunk, the vast network of galaxies forms their continents. The main body of the tides reveals an even more magnificent form. Some have forged themselves into fleets of light, like swarms of luminous plankton, clinging to the winding galactic grooves on the bark. Others resonate with the rhythm of the tree itself, like symbiotic vines, they entwine at the branching points, drawing energy from the burst of starlight. Their vast network of worlds illuminates the bark with complex patterns of light, pulsating with the direction of the tides. Meanwhile, Huang Yuanli was proudly demonstrating her undying leader status to him. "Look, I can now feel the joy of civilization's evolution." Through large-scale nomadism, we're undergoing species-level metabolism, even the metabolism of carbon-based civilizations. It's a pity the bloodline of all races was sealed by that great Khan, otherwise, if I developed another wave, I might even be able to independently launch the Ascension Whip. Don't even think about launching it. I still have 2 waves of ascending civilization issues to resolve. However, given her excitement, he naturally wouldn't dampen her spirits. He glanced at her Undying Leader level and discovered it was only LV4. 2 levels higher than his own. With the blessing of the Heavenly Khan's authority, her Undying Leader level had actually reached LV8. Just a little short of double digits. According to the senior engineer's understanding, once this state breaks double digits, it will definitely be a qualitative leap. For example, as long as this technology tree exists, Huang Yuanli's consciousness will exist, and she could even attempt to possess others at the civilization level. This is what's known as a technology tree parasite. Some civilization observers emphasize this as a very dangerous existence for ordinary civilizations. The reason for this emphasis is that once a civilization ascends, it will inevitably attempt to possess others, and the Civilization Council will find it difficult to intervene. This is because it's not an external factor, but an internal one. How did this tree demon evolve so quickly? The senior engineer was initially surprised by the speed of its evolution, but upon closer examination, it seemed normal. Unrestricted development in a near-infinite resource environment. The technology tree of the cataclysmic civilization. Nearly 2,000 years of biotechnology development. Its own innate talent. The implantation of various 4th-tier biological components, the Wet River civilization, and the stimulation and enhancement from fusion technology. Considering all this, its breakthrough to this level is understandable. It would be abnormal not to break through. However, he felt no envy or jealousy whatsoever. After all, he was pursuing the fusion route, essentially equivalent to developing a 3rd civilization. Whether it was a mechanical or carbon-based civilization, significant concessions had to be made regarding leadership authority. The mechanical civilization had Director Du, while the carbon-based civilization was led by Huang Yuanli. This saved him most of his energy, allowing him to focus on breakthroughs in the fusion route. Therefore, the senior engineer had directly handed over the bloodline blueprints he had previously obtained to her, letting her develop and evolve them on her own. However, Huang Yuanli still had some reservations about the senior engineer's lack of attention. I'm lacking a few top-tier research scholars, like Master Tunilo. If you have time, keep an eye out for them for me. Don't just think about your own affairs, we're part of the Legion too. Aren't those chicken kings, oh no, those who followed us from our hometown useful anymore? Them? They're far from it. What about the ones you trained yourself? Barely passable. A few are comparable to your mechanical masters, but still a bit short of national treasures. What about those from the Golden Khanate? After suppressing the Golden Khan and assimilating the Golden Khanate, the senior engineer naturally obtained a large amount of civilizational heritage, including the researchers from the Golden Khanate. However, Huang Yuanli was very wary of this, rolling her eyes. If you don't eliminate that interstellar Khan, would I dare use those people? Let alone him, I myself can manipulate people's hearts through the evolution of the technology tree. An 8th-level Undying Leader can indeed do that. It's a pity. This is the primordial universe. If this were the main universe, let alone launching an Ascension Whip, even just launching a civilization nomadism, I could definitely evolve enough biologists. Huang Yuanli said regretfully. The senior engineer wholeheartedly agreed. Because nomadic civilizations, or rather, any powerful carbon-based civilization, share a common characteristic: their biologists can spontaneously generate themselves. According to the nomadic civilization's operations, they only need to massively absorb, digest, and evolve the bloodlines of other carbon-based civilizations. Naturally, they can then generate biological masters with perfectly matching attributes. Logically speaking, a nomadic civilization that has evolved to her stage should have digested at least thousands of carbon-based civilizations. However, the nomads under Huang Yuanli's control have completed a shocking 0 civilization nomadism attempts. This is simply unbelievable among cataclysmic civilizations. The senior engineer was speechless. This situation was quite bizarre. He could only continue to offer empty promises. Once we dealt with the Great Khan, that'd be great. By the way, has there been any progress on the investigation by the Time and Space Administration? Huang Yuanli shrugged. Anyway, I haven't received any news. Is that timeline rupture you mentioned really that serious? Those who haven't experienced a time-space disaster can hardly imagine the impact such a disaster would have on a region of the universe. He was too lazy to explain. No news is a good thing. First, heal my physical body. My mechanical body will be disconnected soon. Is your mechanical body still active in the main universe? Huang Yuanli asked casually. Nonsense, my physical body was destroyed, but my mechanical body is fine. I'm busy with Xiaoyu destroying the Ascension Whip. The senior engineer briefly explained his activities in the main universe. As the biomagnetic field imbued with divinity grew increasingly dense, his electronic eyes snapped shut, finally disconnecting completely. Seeing this, Huang Yuanli shook her head, her expression serious, complex biological currents shimmering on her body. Above the tree roots, a great river had already enveloped the black coffin. It wasn't water, but a slow, heavy, almost suffocating living blanket. It emanated from the depths of the dark root system, covering the grayish-white roots entwined with stellar remnants, staining them a deep, pulsating dark red. This damp river itself was a translucent, gelatinous substance, like protoplasmic mucus on a cosmic scale. Countless shimmering lights floated within, trillions upon trillions of symbiotic microorganisms breathing collectively, causing the surface of the entire wet river to ripple with a greasy, magnificent phosphorescent sheen. Light could not penetrate its deep interior, only refracting a distorted, viscous sheen on the surface, as if tree roots were draped in a robe woven from living oils and starlight. While this could not compare to the primal soup evolved by the High Engineer, it was still one of the few phenomena of the origin of life capable of evolving into life itself. Indeed, with the aid of nomadic technology, Huang Yuanli had successfully recreated the wet river of the original wet river civilization. Although lacking the enhancement of ascension technology, this was just an ordinary wet river, but even so, it was still a fourth-order evolution. Moreover, compared to the primal soup of the origin of life, the wet river emphasized biological repair and development, making it perfectly suited for the High Engineer's physical restoration. As Huang Yuanli manipulated it, it writhed along the massive veins of the tree roots, its movement as slow as continental drift. Leaving behind damp, vascular trails, it seemed as if the giant tree was oozing some kind of life sap. This damp river had no fixed course, it was the river itself, sometimes converging into a vast, turbulent swamp, sometimes branching into countless viscous tributaries, like countless fingers exploring every corner of the void. Finally, a silent roar resounded, a profound stillness formed by the superposition of billions of life activities. And the space-time wound on the engineer's arm, with a crack, seemed to open a fissure. It wasn't a rupture of the wound, but rather the repair of a space-time incompleteness. How troublesome, Huang Yuanli murmured, sensing that repairing a space-time wound required at least the bioenergy of an entire biological world. If it weren't for the abundance of good resources here, allowing for on-the-spot replenishment, she would likely have suffered kidney deficiency from repairing this physical body. Meanwhile, the engineer's mechanical consciousness was fully active in the main universe, while his physical consciousness was completely disconnected from the outside world, entering a deep repair mode. However, he wasn't idle. While repairing, he was also using the system. He no longer cared about the reward for a single attribute exceeding 1,000, because any fourth-tier skill, in terms of sheer damage, couldn't compare to a single basic attack from his mech frenzy. However, with attributes exceeding 10,000, especially all 5 basic attributes exceeding 10,000 simultaneously, the system did grant a special reward. You have gained an opportunity to experience a cosmic phenomenon. Please select the cosmic phenomenon you wish to experience: galactic collision, space-time expansion, cosmic ray burst, unknown attribute. The engineer had wanted to experience this thoroughly. After all, a single vacuum decay had directly boosted his ordinary swordsmanship to nearly 200%. The potential for another such event was unimaginable. However, the 3 cosmic phenomena that appeared this time left the senior engineer somewhat disappointed. There were no cosmic disaster-level phenomena. If I unlocked the galaxy-level weapon development, biological side, experiencing a galaxy collision would be quite nice, and developing large-scale energy weapons, like cosmic ray bursts, would be acceptable. However, looking at the still gray knowledge chain and recalling the hundreds of civilizations' trump cards within the Legion, including many with devastating weapons, the senior engineer decisively chose the second option. Space-time expansion. Initially, it was a disruption of the internal rhythm. The senior engineer felt that the flow of his thoughts hadn't changed. One idea after another flashed through his mind rapidly. But as he tried to raise his hand, an extremely eerie rift appeared. The command from his consciousness had been given, but the engineer clearly saw the nerve signal traveling from his brain to his arm, as if traversing through highly viscous honey, its process infinitely stretched and amplified. He was no longer thinking and then doing, but rather suspended in the suddenly vast desert between thinking and doing. He heard his own heartbeat again. The sound was drawn out, a heavy, thump, echoing continuously. The engineer waited for the next beat, but the intervals were so long that it made you wonder if life had stopped. Each breath was the same. Inhaling, the air seemed tangible, a sticky substance, requiring immense patience to inhale slowly. The feeling of fullness in his lungs was stretched into an almost eternal state. Exhaling, however, was more like a slow, endless collapse. Then, the perspective seemed to leap from himself to the universe. The stars ahead were silently extinguishing. Not an explosion, not a retreat, but like ink drops in clear water, slowly and continuously losing color and outline in an irresistible dilution. Further beyond, there was endless, rapidly sinking darkness. That darkness was not empty, it seemed to possess a viscous texture, devouring the last stubborn streaks of starlight, stretching, crushing, and turning them into nothingness. What he could see was space itself losing its luster, like an infinitely large, faded velvet, diluting itself, becoming thin, transparent, until it merged into a more primordial emptiness. As a divine being, the engineer even felt a divine alienation. There were no intense emotions like anxiety, desire, or fear, even his sense of existence was being alienated. When the causal chain between action and result was infinitely delayed, the meaning of his existence was stripped away, leaving only perception itself. The senior engineer was completely absorbed in his work, and within it, he began to refine his ordinary swordsmanship. While he was oblivious to the world around him, on a primordial star not far from this star field, a stellar-sized eye suddenly opened. It was the eye of an insect. Chapter 1728. In this early universe, it was in the period of starlight's awakening. That is to say, a large amount of nebular matter had already formed the prototypes of various celestial bodies, including red giants, pulsars, white dwarfs, and red supergiants. But at this time, these nascent planets no longer merely possessed energy, they also carried the sensory instincts of insects, with temperature, vibrations, and pheromones. The red giant had become a decaying nest, hanging there like a dying, still slowly pulsating ovary, enormous, warm, yet exuding a cloyingly sweet smell of decay. The heat emanated from the void, a numbing, incubation-like temperature. The white dwarf was like the still sharp fangs left behind after a predator had been crushed. Its light was a high-frequency hiss, a warning that could scratch sensory nerves. Any life involuntarily trembled in the invisible winds of radiation, receiving pure, concentrated death pheromones. Blue supergiants are the domain of kings. Their light is highly toxic, a powerful declaration of ultraviolet radiation, like the domineering pheromones released by a queen bee, deterring lower-level beings from looking directly at them. Each pulse of its energy is like a powerful heartbeat, transmitted through space itself, causing the Zerg cycle to resonate. Even Huang Yuanli sensed something was wrong. Her brow furrowed, and the enormous branches began sweeping across the area on a light-year scale, but it felt sticky and gooey, as if the cosmic firmament had transformed into an infinitely extending, uneven perceptual membrane. Or perhaps, a Zerg web. Impossible. This is the physical embodiment of the technology tree, a conceptual existence. What could possibly contaminate me? The first batch of cosmic evil gods born here? Oh no! I'm still repairing this. If I encounter those monsters, it'd be dangerous. Thinking this, Huang Yuanli immediately tensed up. As a super life form, Huang Yuanli vaguely sensed that this universe wasn't devoid of life. On the contrary, she could sense that there were some extremely powerful life forms in this space, beings at the ascension stage or higher. Moreover, they weren't unaware of the nomadic civilization's existence, they were simply observing silently for some unknown reason. Fortunately, a familiar voice rang out. "All right, Your Majesty, put away your power. You frightened this little fellow." A cold snort sounded at the opportune moment. It was short and icy, yet like a ray of absolute zero, capable of instantly freezing boiling magma. After the voice faded, what remained wasn't silence, but an amplified, suffocating pressure, like the heavy footsteps of a tyrannical king trampling over the backs of his subjects. The 8-year-old woman stepped directly out of the void without causing any spatial fluctuations. A kind smile graced her mature face as she surveyed her surroundings with interest. "Little tree spirit, don't be excited. We just happened to be passing by. We didn't expect your development here to be so rapid." Her gaze fell upon the radiation goddesses submerged in the damp river. Nourished by the river, these goddesses had all advanced from the 3rd to the 4th tier. They were radiating a powerful life force, enveloping the black coffin at its core and erasing the spatial and temporal damage. I wouldn't dare, Huang Yuanli quickly said modestly. Although she was a 2,000-year-old tree spirit, compared to this ancient species, her age was probably not even a fraction of theirs. "Don't be modest. The method Mr. Cocoon taught you isn't something everyone can do. Ms. Barin withdrew her gaze and looked at the other woman. It seems you have indeed found a way to enter the primal soup. The approach of integrating civilizations first, then the individual, certainly has certain advantages. Wang Yuanli said modestly for a few moments, then couldn't help but ask, may I ask what brings Ms. Barin here this time? The timeline has changed. The Time's End sent a distress signal from the future. Blade and I are on our way to check it out, and we also want to remind you to be prepared to evacuate at any time. The timeline might be malfunctioning. Wang Yuanli's heart tightened. She hadn't realized it before. But while healing the senior engineer, she finally understood how troublesome the space-time injury was. Is it really that serious? I don't know. The Time and Space Administration has implemented an information blackout in this area. Only that little guy, Guanyin Chan, with his extraordinary talent, was able to transmit the information through a special method. So, the two of us are planning to go there this time to see if that 9th-tier species is really that powerful. Wang Yuanli clicked her tongue. This elegant and noble woman spoke of traveling to the future and fighting a 9th-tier species so casually. However, she also knew that the other party was willing to condescend to come and remind her to repay a small favor from someone before. But speaking of which, I've been here for so long, hasn't that little guy come out to see me yet? Is his time-space injury that serious? Did he forcibly enter the future timeline? In my memory, the little guy isn't such a reckless person. My boss was injured in the main universe, unrelated to this universe's timeline. The 8 pregnant woman then let out a soft hum, her figure vanishing instantly. When she reappeared, she stood before the black coffin, her eyes reflecting the endless blackness of crawling insectids. The radiation goddesses, who had just been immersed in their rank advancement, instantly felt their bodies turn ice cold. The warmth of the damp river vanished, replaced by the sensation of falling into an eternal ice cave. So that's why you weren't moving. You sensed the cosmic anomaly. Strange, I didn't sense anything special about this little guy's bloodline. How did he enter the state of cosmic unity so easily? The 8 pregnant woman was utterly blunt. As she spoke, she lightly swept the insected bristles on her hand, splitting the black coffin, evolved from the mechanical frenzy, in two, revealing the high engineer's true form. The naked body of an unparalleled handsome man. However, the appearance wasn't the point, the key was the cosmic anomaly. Only the most elite species, under extremely rare circumstances, could potentially enter this state of oneness with the universe. In this state, one's understanding of the universe would be elevated to a new level. Although she didn't know how the other party had achieved this, Ms. Barin didn't mind hitching a ride and experiencing this state. In an instant, countless insectids crawled into every cell, every nerve, and even the divine system of the High Engineer. The High Engineer was completely unaware of this. After all, he had already entered a deep state of cosmic comprehension. Wang Yuanli was initially startled, fearing that these two terrifying insectids might harm the High Engineer, but after hearing Ms. Barin's explanation, she breathed a sigh of relief. So there was no harm, only ulterior motives. Hey, you scared me, and a sense of dissatisfaction arose within me. You little brat, I went through all the trouble healing you, and you hid it so well, I didn't get a single benefit. Now look what happened, someone else got to take advantage of me. I can't let outsiders benefit. Wang Yuanli was eager to try it out herself, wanting to experience that damned cosmic phenomenon. However, she hesitated, worried that without someone to oversee the wet river, something might happen to Gao Gong's injuries. Whether it was sensing her thoughts, or perhaps to make someone sleep more soundly and experience it more deeply, the Blade Queen's gaze swept over her, and even just a fleeting glance sent a chill down Wang Yuanli's spine. Where the killing intent reached, space itself began to ulcerate, light no longer traveled in straight lines, but instead bent, and was swallowed up like it encountered a black hole, forming a zone of absolute visual obstruction. The fundamental physical constants seemed to break down here. Gravity became disordered. Wang Yuanli felt as if one part of her body was being torn downwards by an invisible giant hand, while another part felt as light as a feather, about to drift away. The air was no longer a gas, but had solidified into a malicious gel. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. It was as if space-time itself had been shattered by a single glance. As for all the space-time wounds on the engineer's body, they all exploded on the spot, blood gushing out, turning his body into a blood-soaked mess instantly. Wang Yuanli, however, was not alarmed but rather delighted. This one glance had at least saved her a century of arduous effort. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Wang Yuanli took this opportunity to secretly glance at the other party. She still couldn't make out the other person's face. Because where the Queen of Blades stood, space itself, like wrinkled silk, shrank and knelt before her. Light around her bent, as if bowing its head in awe, casting a dark, all-consuming silhouette upon her. The air solidified into heavy amber, and time itself became viscous and hesitant with her steps, as if afraid to disturb this ruler who could easily sever its lifeblood. This wasn't an aura deliberately projected by the other person. It was her very existence that caused space-time to shift in such a way. Wow, this Zerg queen has such a formidable aura. Why does she give me this feeling? Huang Yuanli subconsciously compared her to the gazes of those beings from several cosmic species, and found that this Queen of Blades seemed to have an edge. As the leader of a fourth-tier ascended civilization, a member of the cataclysmic insectoid race, and having integrated into the fusion path, the opponent's strength should be at least 5th tier, possibly even 6th tier, but surely not 7th tier? Huang Yuanli pondered this while her hands haphazardly touched Gao Gong's body, trying to find a way to connect. Later, as she connected to the primordial soup on Gao Gong's body surface, using the wet river, she was almost instantly pulled into the cosmic anomaly, her consciousness instantly severed. However, the two beside her possessed exceptionally strong consciousnesses, even able to communicate with each other while sensing the cosmic anomaly. At this moment, Lady 8 was communicating with the Queen of Blades deep within her consciousness. Is it space-time expansion? Yes. These space-time parameters can perfectly refine my devouring god insectoid race. Yes. The Queen of Blades and Lady 8, one after the other, simultaneously erupted with intense space-time light, incredibly bright. As for Huang Yuanli, the tree spirit, only the roots shimmered with faint glimmers of space-time light. The high-level engineer, immersed in the depths of his consciousness, was completely unaware of the outside world. As a reward for the consecutive breakthroughs in his 5 basic attributes, he had 3 chances to choose a cosmic phenomenon. He decided to use 2 first, saving 1 for emergencies. Speaking of which, comprehending this cosmic phenomenon has increased my swordsmanship incredibly quickly. It's already raised my ordinary swordsmanship to 197% so fast. Moreover, this space-time expansion is much safer than vacuum decay. At least I don't have to worry about suddenly killing myself while practicing. Huh? How come the second choice also yielded a space-time anomaly, and one related to the timeline at that? This is like finding a pillow when you're sleepy. If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. That's it. However, why does my body feel so heavy, like I'm being weighed down? How strange. Could Huang Yuanli be doing something while I'm healing? How perverted, but Gao Gong still had some faith in Huang Yuanli, and didn't think his injuries would heal so quickly, so he quickly entered the second phase of his experience. Meanwhile, the 2 Zerg leaders outside also sensed this spatial expansion and stripping. They prepared to withdraw their consciousness. However, the next moment, an even more complex spatial phenomenon evolved once more. It wasn't a complex spatial phenomenon, but pure time evolution. The extension of the timeline, the slow spreading of ink after a drop falls onto water. Initially, it was a condensed, sharply edged moment. Then, under irresistible tension, it began to spread outwards. The portion extending forward was light in color, transparent, and trembled uncertainly, like the hazy halo of dawn on the horizon, containing countless unformed possibilities. The portion trailing backward quickly settled and solidified, its color as deep as night, its edges completely merging with the surrounding water, its original shape indistinguishable. That was the past, becoming a silent, undisturbed backdrop at the bottom of the water. The ink itself was also constantly changing, the deep black at the center transforming into a hazy mist at the edges. Until the last trace of this drop of ink completely dissipated into the boundless water, time completed its forgetting. And this extension of the timeline seemed particularly suitable for the evolution of swordsmanship. Soon, the senior engineer's swordsmanship broke through to 199%. However, after reaching this point, he could not advance any further. The senior engineer also keenly sensed that he had encountered a bottleneck. In this bottleneck state, even observing other cosmic phenomena wouldn't lead to a transformation in swordsmanship. 200% cosmic techniques, he never even heard of them in his previous life, let alone seen them. Damn, what a waste. He should have chosen a different cosmic phenomenon. After all, he wasn't some kind of space-time being, so observing this wouldn't be very effective. The senior engineer could only record data in this area, just like number 3 had done. However, he doubted how much of this time record would be preserved when returned to the primordial universe. After all, time is the most difficult attribute to preserve among all cosmic properties. But as he recorded, amidst countless timelines, he seemed to see a beautiful woman dancing with a sword. Chapter 1729. Faced with this woman wielding a sword in space-time, the senior engineer's first reaction was, Holy crap, again! The space-time monster is still chasing him. However, he quickly realized this was a system benefit. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any monsters. Then what is this? The senior engineer curiously examined her. Her human form was entirely composed of lines of space-time, as if she were hidden outside the universe. Her swordsmanship was also incredibly beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also somewhat familiar. The sword in her hand swept across, becoming the only flowing light in this space-time. The trajectory of the sword wasn't a fleeting line, but rather left behind delayed, crystalline marks in space. These marks weren't static. They were like ribbons of light swaying underwater, slowly twisting and deforming, recording every subtle turn of the sword's momentum from beginning to end. Her movements themselves presented a strange state of decomposition. With each turn, the folds of her skirt didn't unfold smoothly, but rather bloomed like petals frame by frame, freezing at a certain moment, countless overlapping, gradually changing after images before slowly merging to complete the flight. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and ripples spread outwards from the point of contact at an extremely slow pace, as if the ground were viscous water. Within the ripples, one could even see the disturbed dust particles slowly rising, as if slowed down 1,000-fold. Pretty impressive. Could this be a perk from the system? This strange thought suddenly popped into the engineer's mind. He knew that the system was actually quite unconventional. So, it's not impossible for a system to mix in some personal perks while giving itself benefits. Well, I didn't realize you were this kind of system. I misjudged you, ahem, but then again, since you've given me these benefits, it would be impolite not to enjoy them. Here I come, fairy. In a daze, he seemed to hear the notification sound of his luck dropping again. But none of that mattered, because the senior engineer had already joined the sword dance. Time was like thick amber, and they were two spirits frozen in place at the center of the amber, yet slowly moving. Their swords were no longer weapons of slaughter, but two brushes writing in a viscous medium. The instant the swords clashed, there was no harsh impact, only a point of light that slowly, very slowly lit up, like two pearls meeting at the bottom of water. A soft light rippled outwards, forming a brief sphere of light that enveloped both of their wrists. The man's slash carried a heavy, sluggish quality. The sword cleaved through space and time, leaving a visible, transparent, and distorted channel, like ripples from a heatwave that lingered for a long time. His footsteps struck the ground. The dust wasn't shaken away, but rather, as if alive, it slowly rose, forming a hazy mist around his ankles. The woman's whirling motion was like a dumbra flower blooming in slow motion. Her figure trailed countless after images, each retaining the elegant posture of the previous movement, as if countless versions of her were dancing simultaneously, forming a flowing sculpture of bodies connected from beginning to end. The arc of light drawn by her sword tip froze in midair, like a shimmering rainbow slowly being built. Their gaze transcended a fleeting moment. At the point where their eyes met, time seemed to stretch further, forming a silent vortex. The reflections in each other's eyes slowly cleared, then slowly blurred again. 1,000 unspoken words were deposited in that infinitely lengthened glance. The trajectories of the two swords intertwined and separated in the air, weaving a complex and slowly moving net of light. This net was the time domain they created together at this moment, independent of the outside world. Every clash was not a collision, but a fusion. Every passing by was not a separation, but an imprint, made with the slowest of movements, in a frozen world, an eternal mark that only the other could understand. This was an ultimate, spiritual joy. In this delayed space-time, joy was no longer a ripple of emotion, but transformed into existence itself. It's a profound sense of peace, knowing that this moment of dancing together can be stretched infinitely, savored in every detail. It's a pure satisfaction, a confirmation and absolute understanding that each other's presence is the most harmonious rhythm in the world. This joy is a silent grandeur, a slowly flowing honey, permeating every inch of stretched time. Initially, the opponent's swordsmanship couldn't keep up with the high-level engineer's pace. After all, the high-level engineer's swordsmanship was an exaggerated 199%. However, the opponent's learning ability was extraordinary. Although their swordsmanship level initially only hovered around 150% or 160%, it rapidly increased as they danced together. It quickly reached 180% and continued to rise at an astonishing rate. When their opponent broke through the 180% threshold, they both thrust their swords out almost simultaneously. At this moment, time was no longer a flowing river, but rather frozen in time, like shimmering amber. In this infinite extension, their sword dance transcended mere coordination, achieving true unity. The timeline, which had begun to dissipate, began to extend once more with the sword dance. No eye contact was needed, for their intentions were as clear as water flowing within themselves. She could hear the powerful, deep pulse of his blood and chi. He could sense the subtle, ethereal flow of her breath, like a gentle breeze through the forest. This synchronization transcended tacit understanding. It was a resonance of life's rhythms. Their joy, therefore, transcended the realm of emotion, sublimating into an existential harmony. It was a profound, silent ecstasy, stemming from the complete dissolution of individual loneliness and the perfect unity achieved with another soul in absolute trust. After an unknown amount of time, when the senior engineer opened his eyes, he felt a strong sense of loss. Damn it, even an experienced person like me feels a strong sense of heartbreak. System, what kind of mess have you made? Your swordsmanship is broken through to 199.9%, but due to rank limitations, you cannot make a final breakthrough. Your union with has brought your swordsmanship to 200%, allowing you to use Moment of Eternity. Under this cosmic technique state, your swordsmanship is broken through rank limitations, reaching 200%, allowing you to enter the 9th universe plug-in mode. In this mode, Moment of Eternity can repair the main universe's timeline. Moment of Eternity, in a lightning-fast exchange, it creates an eternal moment, unique to the two of them, infinitely stretched in perception. Huh? A cosmic plug-in? A cosmic sword? And this too? Who is this? Isn't this the fantasy beauty created by the system? The senior engineer opened his eyes in utter bewilderment, only to find that he was completely naked, both his upper and lower body. Beside him, Wang Yuanli sat weakly on the ground, looking like she was suffering from kidney deficiency. Holy crap, what did you do? I trusted you so much, and you took advantage of my illness to steal my virginity. Wang Yuanli waved her hand. Who stole your virginity? Besides, I wasn't the only one who did it, I was third. You mean there were 2 others before you? And when the senior engineer learned that while he was evolving a cosmic anomaly, the Queen of Blades and the 8 pregnant lady had shared this cosmic level enlightenment, he was even more stunned. You mean, I got ripped off? That's right. When I saw this, I was furious and immediately moved up to 3rd place. We can't let outsiders take advantage. At her most smug, Wang Yuanli gave him a thumbs up. Whether it was a trick of his eye or not, the engineer thought he saw a piercing glint in her white teeth. How dazzling. The engineer pondered for a moment, gathering his thoughts. You mean, there's a problem with the timeline here, so those 2 came to warn me, and happened to find me healing? Yes. Then my injuries. The engineer had originally thought that injuries of this level would require at least 100 years of recovery, but according to his biological clock, it wouldn't even be 100 planetary days. It was the Blade Queen's help. That big shot's gaze, wow, it was terrifying beyond ordinary. One look and you'd be blown away. Your analogy is a bit ambiguous. However, the senior engineer somewhat understood what she meant. That female demon was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Slicing through space-time was routine for her. He pondered for a moment, sizing her up. You don't possess any cosmic-level techniques, do you? What techniques? I'm too busy experiencing space-time shifts to have time for any techniques. If it's not you, then it's either the 8 pregnant lady or the Queen of Blades. The former is somewhat better. After all, the mother of the Zerg is somewhat in line with the senior engineer's aesthetic. If it's the Queen of Blades, that fusion of mind, body, and spirit, what are you doing? I don't know why, but I feel a little nauseous. Wang Yuanli's eyes widened in shock. This can't be mine, can it? I'm only 3rd. The senior engineer fell silent again. Even an experienced driver like him didn't know what to say for a moment. What about the other 2? They're gone. Apparently, they went on a time travel journey. Oh, by the way, Ms. Baran also asked me to tell her that she's very grateful to you. Every time she meets you, something good happens. Having experienced 2 different space-time phenomena in succession, her chances of evolving the Devouring God insect race are even greater. Oh, by the way, do you know what the Devouring God insect race is? The Devouring God insect race? In Gao Gong's memory, there was no such insect race. However, he remembered that Ms. Baran had a powerful weapon specifically designed to deal with Pantheon civilizations, capable of instantly devouring a Pantheon of the same level. Especially if that Pantheon had a treasure like the World Tree, it would be even easier to devour it. The name of that move seemed to be Devouring God's Bite. But in Gao Gong's memory, this move was only developed by the other side during the 6th level civilization era. Was his little butterfly having too much of an impact? Gao Gong suddenly realized he might have overlooked something. A parallel universe, with almost unlimited resources, might not have too much of an impact on him. After all, Neither the mechanic civilization nor the nomadic civilization developed purely based on resources. But for those Zerg who could evolve even by eating shit, damn, that was practically heaven. Their evolution speed here would be 100% faster than his, much faster. I'm starting to regret it. Gao Gong muttered to himself. By the way, why did those two leave so quickly? Didn't they even say goodbye? Yeah, I don't know why they left in such a hurry. Is the future situation that critical? Huang Yuanli also looked worried. The senior engineer was also a little worried. But then he suddenly remembered something, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately opened the system. Sure enough, he saw what he was most worried about. And within the space-time portal forcibly opened by the two Zerg leaders, countless wildly proliferating biological keratin and pulsating blood vessels were violently stretching the timeline. And the 8 pregnant lady also unusually complained to the Queen of Blades. Why did you walk so fast? I wanted to talk to that little guy a bit more, maybe I could extract the secrets of those two cosmic phenomena from him. You already recorded his bloodline code, haven't you? But precisely because you haven't, that's why you can't understand it. The 8 pregnant lady suddenly looked at the Queen of Blades with a strange expression. The Queen of Blades' face was still veiled by a dark, all-consuming outline, her expression unreadable. Her eyes remained deeply serene. However, deep within this serenity, there seemed to be a barely perceptible, lingering sense of unease, as if a part of her soul remained lingering in that stretched rhythm of time and space, where only he and she existed, never fully returning. Main Universe, Celestial Cluster. Ascension Whip. Near the 8th Ascension route you have gained the Zerg Leader's Permanent Vision, High-Tier Zerg Gene +1, Zerg Conversion Rate +200%, and Permanent Zerg VIP Status Permanent Zerg VIP. A Zerg VIP is not a native Zerg unit, but rather an alien or special individual granted permanent, hereditary privileges by the Hive Will, or its supreme overlord. They are among the very few beings in the universe considered non-resources or non-enemies by the Zerg, forming a peculiar, unequal symbiotic relationship with the swarm. Their life signals are imprinted on the deepest level of the Hive's will, and all Zerg units recognize them as part of the Hive environment, never attacking them proactively. They move freely within Zerg hives, creep-covered areas, and even the fiercest battlefields, as if strolling in their own backyard. The Zerg instinctively makes way for them, even unintentionally becoming their protectors. The surging tide of mechs, advancing at faster than light speed, abruptly halted. The long trails of light, stretching across the field of vision just moments before, were now severed as if by an invisible giant blade. The tips of the light still shone in the distance, but the source of the light, the mechs themselves, were frozen in place. All sound. The roar of engines, the hiss of energy, the shriek of metal rubbing against space, was instantly stripped away. This airspace became a silent mourning hall, with countless thoughts of charging forcibly suppressed within the steel shells, emitting silent screams. The senior engineer's electronic eyes were fixed intently on the identity of the permanent VIP. This kind of permanent gaze was imprinted deep within the Zerg's genes, like a wild beast marking its territory with urine, almost impossible to wash away. When facing most ascended civilizations, it was a fairly reliable talisman. No one wanted to be targeted by the ascended Zerg, especially those following the fusion route. That was a catastrophe among catastrophes. Given the senior engineer's mentality, his morals were less than his chastity. He wasn't really a germaphobe. But then, he suddenly thought of something. The instant annihilation I suffered at the hands of the level 5 ascended civilization not long after, could it have been caused by your spying? Chapter 1730. The thought that this might be the truth made Gao Gong feel like his world was collapsing. Good heavens. Not only was he being taken advantage of by the female demon, but he was also being made the scapegoat. He felt like he was about to vomit blood. I knew it. With my caution, why would I provoke a level 5 ascended civilization? And given their status, why would they suddenly launch a dimensional reduction attack on a level 3 civilization without provoking them? And why didn't I fight back against such a powerful attack, but instead just gave up? All these unbelievable things suddenly made sense after he obtained the Zerg VIP status. So, the one who started the trouble wasn't me. In fact, that level 5 ascended civilization might not even be in the celestial constellation galaxy cluster. After all, a level 5 civilization is already close to the threshold of conceptual level suppression. And conceptual level suppression is different from rule-based attacks. No matter how much the latter twists the rules, its coverage is still limited. No one has ever been able to twist the power of the rules to cover the entire universe. However, conceptual level ceiling is different. Even if it's only for a moment, its action ignores distance, And its coverage is also unlimited. All existence related to the target is within the scope of the attack. In my past life, I was hunted down by you. In this life, I'm taking the blame for you. I had the worst luck imaginable. Why am I always being entangled by you? Thinking that he had probably already been taken advantage of, the senior engineer felt like he was about to vomit blood, feeling completely awful. Boss, what's wrong? I feel like every part of your mechanical body is trembling. Is there a problem with the algorithm, causing your brain to crash? Should I check you out? I told you the code on you smelled like a mountain of shit, but you didn't believe me. Xiao Yu's voice rang in the engineer's ears. How dare you talk to me like that when you can't even sculpt a proper virtual human model? Only someone who creates mountains of code crap would see everyone else as a crap. Thanks a lot. Mind your own business, the engineer said irritably. Then, another of Xiao Yu's silly laughter rang in his ears. Ha ha ha, the boss was fooled after all. He can't tell you're my mirror image. The engineer's eyes and lips twitched. You do your thing, don't bother me. No, boss, I'm not playing around. I'm researching whether I can replicate the mechanical revolution using the ghost mirror. A thought struck the engineer. Is it okay? Ha ha ha, he believed it. He really believed it. Xiao Yu's laughter transformed into the mirror spirit's loud laughter, interspersed with the deep web lady's soft chuckles. The three, who had completely lost their humanity, were laughing hysterically. The senior engineer felt his internal organs twisting and trembling together. All right, stop joking with your boss. We were just trying to see if we could replicate the mechanical revolution, but the two mirror images of Xiao Yu that were summoned were particularly interesting. Then have fun. Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong, and don't bother me if there is. The senior engineer hung up the call. His mentality had exploded. He needed to calm down for a while. So, for the next period of time, he focused solely on traveling. As for his physical body still in the origin universe, he began experimenting with the cosmic sword technique, which was already 199.9% developed. Although he and the Queen of Blades harbored a deep-seated hatred neither of them knew, this cosmic plugin was innocent. Furthermore, he considered organizing it later and uploading it to the Endless Star archives. This level of knowledge involved the legendary cosmic plugin that would cost at least 10 star coins. He wasn't worried that once the knowledge spread, his own ordinary swordsmanship would become rampant. First, you need a major stroke of luck encountering a cosmic phenomenon. Second, you need to ensure that you don't get aborted while comprehending swordsmanship within a cosmic phenomenon. And finally, the senior engineer strongly suspected that once this cosmic technique broke through 200% and reached the level of a cosmic plugin, the number of such plugins would be limited. Like the modified human bodies in the cyber experiment field, the number of plugins in different parts is often only one. Even though the observable universe is incredibly vast, at least in the realm of ordinary swordsmanship, timeline repair, its quota is limited, and it's already been occupied by himself and the Queen of Blades. Thinking about serious matters while frantically traveling, the senior engineer gradually recovered from his mental breakdown. On another note, when he was wielding his sword with that person, had he intentionally or unintentionally used any special techniques? After all, in his previous life, he had spent a considerable amount of time researching the Zerg's XP system in order to develop a 100% accurate replica of the Queen of Blades figure. Unexpectedly, he had the opportunity to put those techniques into practice in this life. No. The senior engineer felt he could still salvage the situation. After all, maybe the other party is actually Ms. A pregnant, and there's still a 50% chance of saving her. So, while lost in thought, the senior engineer arrived on another timeline and saw a vision of the future. A translucent colloidal nebula stretched between galaxies. Living organs torn in two. A pile of civilization remnants around them. Truly the work of an ascended civilization. The senior engineer flew to the center of the colloidal nebula. The further in he went, the more organized the nebula became. However, it wasn't a system of the human body. If one had to say, it was more like the ascension system of some ascended civilization. Countless filaments of light spread out from within the colloidal body, pulsating in the air like nerve endings. Each pulsation caused visible ripples in the surrounding air, as if space itself was breathing. Life forms at this moment transcended the boundaries of matter, cells reorganized and decomposed at a frequency exceeding the speed of light, maintaining both organic flexibility and exhibiting the precision of a crystalline structure. Could it be another collector? No, judging by this, he seems more like an old helmsman. The senior engineer vividly remembers his two companions from the beginner's village. Especially the latter, an abandoned relic of an ascended civilization. So, This thing might be a substitute ascension system created by a carbon-based civilization nearing ascension, or perhaps an experimental prototype of an ascension system. But this doesn't explain why the other party would insist on filtering civilizations. Could it be some kind of ascension method I'm unaware of? The universe is vast and full of wonders. It's perfectly normal for the senior engineer to be unfamiliar with ascension methods. However, this crystalline structure had been torn apart by an indescribable force, almost splitting the entire colloidal nebula in two. And all life within the Great Filter was annihilated. The senior engineer activated a probe. You have obtained? Project No. Ascension System Experiment 10021. This opening looks familiar. The senior engineer immediately remembered that his own corruption shrine seemed to have a similar opening. So, this isn't an ascension system from some third-level civilization, but rather an ascension system developed by some cosmic organization? Bypassing civilizations, directly developing an ascension system. Ascension Project File. Project No. Ascension System Experiment 10021. Project Type, Ascension Simulator. Project Level, Top Secret. Code Name, Great Filter. Description: the Great Filter is not a ladder to ascension, but a barrier standing in the way of ascension. It is not a constructed device, but a triggered phenomenon. Its principle is based on the brutal screening of the universe's underlying laws. When the complexity of a civilization's consciousness and its level of energy manipulation reach a certain critical threshold, the filter automatically activates. It tests the civilization's potential for ascension through simulated ascension. Effect 1. Ascension Simulation. Semi-destructive simulates ascension by rehearsing the evolution of the technology tree. If the simulated ascension succeeds, the success rate is increased by 1%. The maximum number of simulations varies depending on the civilization's potential. If the ascension fails, the civilization is deleted. Effect 2. Ascension Technology Experiment. Semi-destructive tests ascension technology by simulating ascension tribulations. Effect 3. Deleted. Effect 4. Deleted. Effect 5. Stripped. Effect 6. #####. Note: this is a series of functional products developed by a certain cosmic organization to gain early access to ascension civilizations. It uses early detection of civilization potential for screening, manipulation, and investment. However, it violates the red line of the Civilization Council, bypassing the civilization's form to explore the realm of ascension. The organization appears to have detected this danger, or perhaps it has been wiped out, and extracted the core modules of this series of experimental products, then exiled them into interstellar space. The Great Filter, stripped of its core function, continues to wander the universe, endlessly executing its filtering commands. This operation, it feels a bit like a behemoth civilization, the senior engineer muttered to himself. As far as he knew, compared to some ascendant civilizations that preferred building civilization alliances, behemoth civilizations were more interested in behind-the-scenes manipulation, investing heavily in lower-level civilizations through both legitimate and illegitimate business means. The hidden mechanisms within such civilizations were generally not activated, but rather used at crucial moments. For example, this lower-level civilization might, for some reason, catch the eye of an advanced civilization. Then the opportunity arises. This kind of operation, like the cyber experiment field, skirts the line of what advanced civilizations do, operating in the gray area of the Civilization Council. Generally, even if a behemoth civilization wanted to do this, it wouldn't do it under its own name, but rather register some strange cosmic organizations to carry it out. At least if something goes wrong, there'd be someone to blame. But this time it seems like they'd gone a bit too far. They didn't even destroy the main filter, just deleted the core function and threw this thing out. It feels like they're being investigated. So this core function is most likely bypassing the form of civilization to directly detect the ascension potential of intelligent species, or even perform some kind of ascension. As a seasoned veteran, the senior engineer naturally knew how taboo this move was. To put it simply, if this matter escalates, even a level 9 civilization would directly intervene and annihilate it. However, if the mastermind is a giant corporation civilization, it wouldn't be surprising at all. Because for a mastermind civilization like a giant corporation, their biggest fear is ascension. Once a civilization ascends, almost all the manipulation methods previously hidden within it will be exposed. They might even be used against it by the newly ascended civilization. Therefore, attempting to develop new ascension frameworks is perfectly normal. Failure is also normal. And this Great Filter, in order to continue filtering, actually developed its own technology tree, evolving into a cataclysmic civilization. This operation is actually quite amazing. This thing is quite useful, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Although the civilization was destroyed and the species wiped out, this great filter alone, if repaired, could be used as a machine to increase ascension rates. The senior engineer spread his arms wide, and countless black lines stretched out over light years, while a massive mechanical gate slowly opened. This was one of the trump cards of civilization bestowed upon him by 100 fellow mechanical beings, a super mechanical portal capable of large-scale teleportation. Soon, the massive filter was enveloped and teleported to the Legion headquarters. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, a large number of battle reports were also transmitted across light years. Since the star network was forcibly shut down, interstellar communication had been severely restricted. Although some of the 100 mechanical civilizations had developed mechanical networks, it was still not as convenient as purely information-based network communication. Director Du is still so fast. I haven't even reached the Ant Lord's lair yet, and she's already engaged in battle with the flesh and blood abyss civilization. And she's mobilized a coalition of 100 mechanical civilizations at once. Are they that fierce? The mechanical entity's electronic eyes were already displaying scenes from the battlefield in real time. The senior engineer was immediately stunned. What the naked eye saw, what the electronic eyes saw, was a near annihilation situation. First, they saw the mechanical codex civilization's trump card. Absolute order field generator. This wasn't a physical weapon, but a hyperdimensional network composed of pure mechanical code, like an invisible blanket covering the churning flesh and blood abyss. Wherever the network reached, the energy of flesh and blood was forcibly ordered. Immediately afterward, the Star Forger civilization's trump card, Gravity Singularity Anchor, was activated. Dozens of black hole-level gravitational sources were precisely deployed to the nodes of the order field. The powerful gravity didn't tear things apart, but instead transformed into invisible shackles, firmly nailing the ever-expanding, reality-distorting abyss of flesh and blood to this regulated spacetime, suppressing its infinite proliferation. As the abyss was initially restrained, the infinite factory civilization's trump card, the nanocage, began to erupt. Countless nanoscale units, like a silver tide, proliferated wildly along the logical lines of the order field, constructing a massive, ever-thickening, strengthening, and nested honeycomb-structured wall between the gravitational anchor points. This wall was not only a physical barrier, the energy patterns flowing within it formed an absolute filter layer against organic information, constantly stripping away and purifying any live signals the abyss attempted to infiltrate. Besides this, the engineer also saw the trump cards of other mechanical civilizations within the high wall, the mechanical causal severing blade, the rule cleansing ray, the reality solidification force field, the construct cluster, the Sapon cluster. But these are not the main points. After all, these senior engineers knew this. The key was that when these civilizational trump cards operated in unison, the senior engineers seemed to see a colossal mechanical structure in operation. Without hesitation, the senior engineers opened the system and switched to Director Du's attributes. Sure enough, they saw a new attribute. Du Xiaodi, leader of the mechanic civilization, has activated the hidden talent of civilization leader, Ultimate Mechanic. When the number of activated civilizational trump cards of the mechanic civilization exceeds 50, a battlefield colossus can be temporarily activated through civilizational weapon reconstruction. Du Xiaodi has obtained the cosmic level talent, Junior Colossus Builder. Junior Colossus Builder can build a colossus unique to a civilization based on its technological strength. Chapter 1731. In this life, the senior engineer thought he had switched tracks, and was basically halfway away from the marrying a rich woman route. After all, he was on the fusion route. Why would he need to rub steel wool? But it turns out, marrying a rich woman is good, but marrying a rich woman requires learning. Colossus Constructor? Isn't that something you can only do after ascension? Even the veteran was a little confused by this situation. How come after stacking so many buffs, some overpowered things always pop up? Has Director Du become a god at tightening screws? The senior engineer was certain that this thing had absolutely nothing to do with the fusion route. After all, whether it's the Ultimate Mechanic or the Junior Colossus Constructor, currently, they're both on the side of mechanical civilization. And the nomadic civilization hasn't developed to this stage yet. But this is too abnormal. Looking at the flesh and blood abyss civilization being almost completely crushed, the senior engineer even felt a little sympathy. Faced with a megastructure, no amount of natural disaster can help. And the so-called cosmic megastructure, aside from the unbelievably magnificent cosmic architecture to the untrained eye, its most important characteristic and most powerful function is actually a local cosmic rule modifier. This power doesn't directly destroy anything. Instead, it directly rewrites the source code of a local universe. It can instantly reduce the strong interaction force in a target area to zero, causing all matter to disintegrate into a soup of elementary particles due to the collapse of atomic nuclei. It can also adjust the speed of light limit to 1 meter per second, freezing all information transmission and energy activity into near-eternal stillness. A single rule rewriting technique is already incredibly powerful. For example, the fourth-tier weapon, the Sapon, directly seals off the microscopic realm, making it a devastating weapon against lower-level civilizations. However, once the megastructure takes shape, it doesn't control a single rule, but rather a myriad of bizarre and varied cosmic rules. This isn't the main point. The most terrifying aspect is that these local cosmic rules can superimpose upon each other. Theoretically, this is absolutely impossible in the conventional universe. For example, the scene the high-ranking engineer is currently witnessing. The megastructure's power treats spacetime as a malleable material. It can fold three-dimensional space like paper, forcibly attaching fleets separated by tens or even hundreds of light years together. And those biological fleets spewing forth from the abyss of flesh and blood, before they even had a chance to display their power, were stuck together. Among them are some elite fourth-tier fleets, likely one of this cataclysmic civilization's trump cards. This is undoubtedly an operation that alters the structure of spacetime, and the opposing side is naturally aware of this. Various abyssal illusions begin to appear in spacetime. Under the influence of these illusions, spacetime parameters begin to modify and recover. The senior engineer even discerned informational manipulation tactics. Undoubtedly, this was the work of that old hag from hell. However, no matter how the other side manipulated things, no matter how the cosmic parameters returned to normal, what was bound to be stuck together would still be stuck together. The other side was likely already in a state of utter confusion, completely unable to comprehend it. But the senior engineer, with his discerning eye, naturally saw it. Besides modifying the rules of spacetime, there was actually a hidden alteration of another local cosmic rule. That was the dominance of causality. The megastructure could reverse cause and effect, making the effect precede the cause. You can first see the destruction of a fleet, and then trace back to the reason for your decision to attack. It can directly erase the cause of an event on the timeline, causing the effect of that event to disappear into thin air like a tree without roots. In other words, no matter how you modify the spacetime parameters to normalize the spacetime of this civilization battlefield, you cannot prevent the surging biological fleet from being glued together. Theoretically speaking, the modification of spacetime parameters and the modification of causality, these two cosmic anomalies, cannot occur simultaneously in a normal universe. Because this is a bug? You cannot generate a bug while simultaneously generating another bug within a bug. With the powerful repair capabilities of the main universe, this is absolutely impossible. But within the megastructure, anything is possible. The so-called megastructure is not the colossal cosmic building in the eyes of ordinary people, otherwise, megaconstruction might be more appropriate. Its true meaning refers to the massive reconstruction of cosmic rules. So, the number of rule constructs in the battlefield megastructure is 2 or 3. Perhaps after the true completion of the cosmic megastructure, the number of these local cosmic rule constructs can increase. With the eyes of a seasoned senior engineer, it's clear that the number of constructs has an upper limit. Even so, it still left him scratching his head. In this game universe, any enhancement must be based on principles. Especially for the mechanical engineering department. Director Du, aren't you an engineer? Don't you understand the laws of physics? How did he suddenly transform like a super scion? Or perhaps... A sudden realization dawned on Gao Gong. He finally understood. So, this was the benefit of completely suppressing the mechanical revolution. The so-called Tao of slaying dragons to seek the Tao. Theoretically, this benefit should have fallen on him. But due to the domineering nature of the fusion route, or perhaps because he simply wasn't cut out for tightening screws, this benefit shifted to another mechanical leader. I knew it, the mechanical engineering department can't ignore science. Gao Gong wanted to take another look. However, it seemed the Director Du had drained all the power of the mechanical teleportation gate's rules, and the real-time battlefield scene before him was gradually disappearing. The last thing Gao Gong saw was the abyss of flesh being torn apart alive. Considering the great filter that had just been taken away, Gao Gong had a strong sense of déjà vu. The ways these cataclysmic civilizations died all seemed somewhat similar. So, in that case, this is also my doing, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Putting everything else aside, without his assistance using the ghost mirror to simultaneously manipulate 100 mechanical technology trees, even if Director Du had absorbed the legacy of the mechanical revolution, where would she have gotten so many cosmic rules to switch between? After all, extracting cosmic rules, that is, the laws of a local universe, requires at least the support of mechanical creations at the level of a civilization's trump card. The megastructure didn't exist out of thin air. Different mechanical civilization trump cards formed different mechanical modules of the megastructure. These modules transformed into each other, forming this temporary battlefield megastructure. The senior engineer suddenly realized something. At this rate, it seemed like he wouldn't be needed anymore. With Du Xiaoti's demonstrated mechanical power, she wouldn't need his assistance at all. She could easily break through the enemy lines and rescue Gao Yuanyuan. And his method of sacrificing the ancients and evolving information would be useless, wouldn't it? No need for any sophisticated maneuvers. Director Du would just brute force her way through. Those two from the flesh and blood abyss, even if they aren't the final bosses, are still formidable obstacles, right? How come they're so easily defeated? The senior engineer muttered to himself. Even a cataclysmic civilization possessing both information-based and carbon-based cataclysmic attributes is completely no match for the megastructure. Alright, since they're almost done over there, I don't need to rush to deal with the Ant Lord. Originally, the senior engineer's plan was to first suppress the Ant Lord, and then use the enemy's technology tree and the power of the evil god Tide to help player Sister G advance to the ancients. Then, leveraging the evolution brought about by the opponent's ascension to the ancients, he managed to rescue Go in one fell swoop. But as it turned out, so many sophisticated and complex operations were completely unnecessary. As long as the buffs were stacked high enough, brute force could overcome all obstacles. With this thought in mind, the engineer switched between his physical body and mechanical form. His physical body continued its journey. As for his mechanical form, it arrived in the primordial universe, in a highly secretive location. The place where those sealed artifacts were imprisoned. That was one of the few places in this parallel universe where he projected mechanical power. Its importance was second only to the black hole of the evolutionary mainframe revolution. And here, the engineer once again saw the shrine of corruption. 2,000 years have passed, and this thing seems unchanged. The engineer looked up and could see its base. The shrine's base was a constantly writhing, expanding dark red tumor-like tissue, like a gigantic organ still pulsating. Countless thick, growth-like dark golden veins pierced through the tumor, twisting and coiling, outlining the general shape of a flesh altar. This structure was morbid and unstable, sometimes partially collapsing, only to be quickly filled by newly formed flesh and bone. The rules surrounding the shrine had been rewritten. It didn't emit light, but rather acted like a gravitational abyss, not attracting matter, but rather all life force and order. Approaching it, you would feel your life force, clear thinking, and even emotions being quietly sucked away like flowing water. Plants would grow wildly towards it, and then instantly decay. Metal would crave corrosion. Even light would become dull and viscous upon approaching it. However, this thing had no effect on mechanical beings. It seems it can only interfere with carbon-based life forms. I wanted to research this for a long time, but I just haven't had the time. If Director Du's progress is going smoothly, then I don't need to rush to do anything. An experienced person should take it easy. The senior engineer's gaze fell on the system panel, specifically on the second effect of this thing. Effect 2. Divine parasitism. The putrefactive core contains a drop of blood from an unknown species. Research indicates it's not in this universe. Analysis shows it contains a special divine remnant similar to rotten divinity. Any species fermented through it, when entering a state of putrefactive enlightenment, i.e., recognizing the paradoxical truth that divinity is corruption, followed by spontaneous physical decay, will give birth to putrefactive divinity. The key is divinity, and also corruption. I had a feeling before that the evolution of the nameless fungus seemed familiar, the senior engineer murmured to himself. Now that I see it, fungi and corruption, isn't that a classic symbiotic relationship? Especially with the addition of divine evolution, it's even more familiar. As he spoke, the complex components in the mechanical body's chest cavity began to slide, rotate, and unfold layer by layer, as if they possessed life. Gears meshed and turned precisely, emitting a precise ticking sound like a clock, while hydraulic rods slowly contracted, revealing a deep, complex structure filled with pulsating light paths. The light wasn't external illumination, but rather born from its very core. Initially just a tiny point of silver radiance, then the light surged along preset energy channels, outlining the contours of a multifaceted nest. In the center of this intricate nest, a deeper pulsation began. The light converged, compressed, and solidified towards the core. Fine, hair-like metal fibers grew from the inner wall of the nest, like living vines, gracefully twining and weaving, emitting an almost inaudible hum. They enveloped the ever-brightening light, giving it form. As a carbon-based fruit, mechanical type, was created and placed within the shrine, a change occurred. The biological skeletons and chitons supporting the shrine, fermented to their extreme, began to slowly crack, revealing indescribable veins. Within these veins, a stream of dark golden light circulated slowly. The carbon-based fruit was drawn in and directly absorbed. The mechanical entity, expressionless, crafted yet another fruit, which was then absorbed. As the carbon-based fruit continued to be absorbed, a bizarre change occurred. The entire shrine trembled violently, as if undergoing a heartbeat. The lumps on the base expanded and contracted at an unprecedented speed, like a uterus about to give birth. The dark golden divine blood no longer slowly seeped out, but instead gushed forth, like a fountain, from every crevice of the shrine. This blood did not fall in the air, but instead intertwined and entwined. Then, countless blasphemous runes on the shrine's surface came to life, detaching from their original form, like living tattoos, floating and sinking in the gushing divine blood. They began to collide, combine, and fission, each change accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of flesh tearing, and the crackling of bones reshaping. The engineer looked down at the creaking mechanical entity, and the blasphemous fluctuations that constantly swept over it. Beneath these fluctuations, dark patterns resembling lividity continuously emerged from the soles of its feet. It seemed to lose its support and weaken. After staring for a while, a cunning smile suddenly appeared on the mechanical body's face. Stunned, aren't you? This is a mechanical body. Your carbon-based blasphemy has absolutely no negative effect on me. Once G confirmed that he had exploited the bug again, he became bolder. Isn't that enough? 3 towering divine figures suddenly appeared behind the mechanical body and walked directly into the altar. These were truly the 3 divine essences that the High Engineer had painstakingly evolved. As the divine figures merged with the altar, the ultimate change finally began. On the main body of the shrine, abscess-like bulges rapidly expanded and burst. From each ruptured abscess, instead of pus flowing out, crawled out countless smaller, differently shaped secondary shrines. Some of them resembled rotting insect carapaces, exuding a plague-like divinity. Some resembled a still-beating but partially necrotic heart, emanating an aura of decay. Others were simply ever-changing shadows, representing pure nothingness and annihilation. The system notification sounded. Choose to control the corruption pantheon? Warning, once this choice is made, it cannot be reversed. Please choose carefully. Warning, the corruption pantheon is a special pantheon. Please choose carefully. Serious warning, once you choose to control the corruption pantheon, you will establish an unknown connection with an unknown species in the 7th universe. Please choose carefully. Chapter 1732. It really is a pantheon. The senior engineer muttered to himself. If it weren't for the system's prompt, he would never have been able to connect this thing before him with a pantheon. After all, carbon-based pantheons have always corresponded to supreme evolution. More importantly, although there are no specific level regulations, generally speaking, civilizations capable of igniting divine fire, genetic ascension, and evolving divine offices are all level 4 ascended civilizations. And being able to house gods and organize pantheons is generally something only level 5 ascended civilizations can do. After all, the operation of forming pantheons already involves a part of conceptual evolution. And the minimum requirement for this kind of conceptual technology is level 5 civilization. And the system also thoughtfully provided an introduction to this corrupt pantheon. Existence is a process of decay. Only by embracing utter decay can one glimpse the illusory eternity. This pantheon denies all positive significance of creation, order, and life, regarding the entire universe as a vast, slowly decaying corpse. Its ultimate goal is not destruction, but to make corruption the only recognized state of reality for all existence, ultimately allowing the multiverse to achieve an eternal, deathly balance of all decay returning to oneness in silent decay. What a sinister pantheon, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Not all pantheons are positive and progressive. Some include great pantheons such as the Destruction Pantheon, the Slanish Pantheon, and the Great Extinction Pantheon. They are great pantheons because their evolution often involves the gray areas of the Civilization Council. For example, whether a civilization following the Destruction Pantheon path qualifies as a destructive civilization has been debated countless times in some civilization councils, because the destructive forces of both are too similar in nature. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Destruction Pantheon still represents the power of evolution. This is why civilizations following the Destruction Pantheon haven't been blacklisted. But this Corruption Pantheon seems to be even more sinister than the Destruction Pantheon. But the High Engineer couldn't give up this opportunity just because the power of this pantheon is sinister. This means mastering the power of a pantheon 2 stages ahead of schedule. Moreover, this carbon-based pantheon's power will 100% have severe side effects. But the problem is, these side effects don't affect mechanical bodies. The High Engineer himself hadn't expected that this seemingly pointless evolutionary path, developed through changes in the fusion system, would yield such a huge advantage here. Not to mention, this thing can also establish some kind of connection with the seventh universe. All things decay, all decay returns to one. The High Engineer directly chose to inherit. The next moment, the central shrine opened, its dark red light shining brightly. Within the core of that putrid matter, the blood of the unknown species completely merged with Gao Gong. Gao Gong once again experienced the feeling he had when riding the elevator beyond. Both were complex evolutions of deep information, yet subtly different. If the last time it was a downward feeling, then this time it was an upward feeling. Then, his eye twitched violently. He saw a cosmic-scale corpse. It wasn't a gigantic skeleton lying in a sea of stars, but a self-enclosed, cosmic-scale pathological spectacle. It resembled a colossal coffin encased in countless aging, necrotic, yet forcibly maintained existence layers of cosmic membrane. Its corpse itself was an independent, desolate universe, its internal rules completely replaced by the concept of corruption. Another ninth-tier being. The corpse before him gave the senior engineer the feeling of being extremely similar to the old world lords he had seen before, even stronger in terms of aura. Theoretically speaking, only a ninth-tier civilization could give birth to ninth-tier beings. Even the batch of old monsters born from the Big Bang didn't have any ninth-tier beings. At least the senior engineer hadn't heard of them. However, this was the so-called rule of the ninth universe. What the evolutionary laws of the eighth and seventh universes were, no one knew. Was this thing really dead? And the corpse was already rotten? As his gaze rapidly approached, the senior engineer could see that the outermost layer of the divine corpse was a solidified, tens of light years thick, dark yellow, translucent substance, like cosmic amber formed from the cooled oil seeping from the giant corpse. This layer of matter was not static. It slowly writhed at near absolute zero. Anything that touched it, including light and time, was bound and assimilated, becoming part of the adipocere. The engineer saw countless indescribable species, shattered celestial bodies, and even miniature galaxies within it. Penetrating the adipocere layer led to the interior of the corpse, which was not empty but filled with an endless, dark red mist. This mist was almost identical to the blood inside the decaying shrine, but its coverage was boundless. No wonder it could traverse the universe and project concepts. Even if it was just pure divine blood, the scale was extremely extraordinary. The senior engineer took a deep breath, utterly shocked. This scale was absolutely megastructure level, perhaps even larger. Within this rotting divine blood, the senior engineer also saw some entities that hadn't been digested into divine blood. For example, the putrid energy evaporated from countless necrotic stars with black hole level density. Extremely dense, cold ash singularities. Giant, hemangioma-like dark matter fibrous knots. These were the information neural networks within the divine corpse, completely petrified, only occasionally transmitting the ultimate signal proclaiming all will return to nothingness. Upon falling into the layer of rotting divine blood, unsurprisingly, the senior engineer was melted without any resistance. During the melting process, he seemed to sense some kind of summons, or rather, hear a mysterious chant. Look at those stars, they are not burning, but slowly decaying. The starlight we see is nothing but the phosphorescence of a cosmic behemoth. Life is the universe's most stubborn disease, and decay is the only merciful cure. Do not fear death, but yearn for it. All things will eventually reach the same shore. In the most thorough decay lies the most peaceful eternity. Beep beep. The system's notification startled the senior engineer awake. Even a mechanical body is wet. If it were a living organism, it would most likely have already melted. The senior engineer was dazed for a moment, then quickly took out everything on his body that was related to carbon-based materials. He found all the carbon-based imprints on his body, some original material impurities, and more than a dozen tubes of Pandora's genome. These carbon-based things had simply rotted away, all their attributes swept away. This is truly exaggerated. The senior engineer looked at the carbon-based imprints whose attributes had been completely wiped away, including one of his prized possessions, a 7-tier carbon-based imprint. Fortunately, he had already transferred most of the old world lord's blood to Huang Yuanli, otherwise, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it, right? Intuitively, the senior engineer felt that the cosmic god corpse was stronger than the old world lord. But one was inanimate, the other alive. The latter had even thrived in the later stages of the infinite power world. However, with a thought from the senior engineer, all the mechanical-type subshrines embedded themselves into his mechanical body. An indescribable feeling arose. The corrupted divinity began to deeply merge with the mechanical body. Beneath the cold, smooth alloy shell, a low, slow, muffled sound, like a heartbeat, emanated. It was the metal simulating the rhythm of flesh and blood. The lubricating fluid in the joints became viscous, emitting a strange fragrance, like corrupted divine blood. The weld seam began to writhe unnaturally, like a proliferating scar, even oozing a dark golden, metallic lustered, viscous liquid. For life, it turns growth into cancer, evolution into aberration, and inheritance into pollution. For order, it makes logic-derived paradoxes, structures into collapse, and algorithms serve chaos. For existence, existence itself is a slow process of decay. You gain the power of corruption. Conceptual corruption, all attacks, physical, energy, consciousness, mechanical, inflict the conceptual corruption effect. This is no longer simple damage, but directly reduces the target's integrity of existence, order, or vital activity, potentially causing permanent attribute decay or morphological collapse. You gain the power of corruption. Immunity to corruption. You are immune to all effects based on disease, toxins, aging, and soul devouring. These negative effects will become your tonic, healing you and temporarily boosting related attributes. You gain the corruption power, neither life nor death. Your state of being transcends the duality of life and death. Regular instant death effects are ineffective. Even if completely destroyed, as long as the concept of corruption still exists in the universe, your consciousness can be reborn from corruption wherever it flourishes. You have obtained the Corruption Pantheon Divine Grant, currently granting divine rank, martial arts, corruption, form, corruption, gravity, corruption. You have obtained the Pantheon Divine Conferment, currently conferring the 3 pillars of corruption, Tier 5, Eternal Corruption Mother, Mad Transformer, Festering Wounder. You have obtained the Pool of Divinity of the Gods, Divinity, 5000/5000. You have obtained the Blasphemous Creation Technology Corruption Servant, Tier 4. You have obtained the Blasphemous Creation Technology Living Armor, Tier 4. You have obtained Divine Whisper Spread of Despair. You have obtained Divine Whisper Gift of Corruption. This is a real upgrade? No, it should be that the Divine Cannon has directly evolved into a Divine Cannon Barrage. Looking at the series of notifications that appeared, the senior engineer muttered to himself. What attracted the senior engineer the most were naturally the 3 fifth-tier divine slots. This was the most powerful aspect of the Pantheon, perhaps even the most powerful. According to the conventional process, a carbon-based fruit, from its gestation to development, and then from development to genetic ascension, evolving into a divine office. The resources consumed were countless. Especially genetic ascension, because the required number of genes was so enormous that most carbon-based civilizations could only gather a large amount during civilization ascension. However, the Pantheon's power allowed it to directly utilize the Pantheon spectrum to condense divine offices and evolve into gods. Furthermore, as a Pantheon is at least a 5th-tier existence, the divine offices it bestows are naturally also 5th-tier. These 3 gods, Eternal Corruption Mother, Mad Transformer, and Wound Forger, were clearly not proper gods. However, even an unorthodox deity is still a deity, and a 5th-order one at that. The senior engineer casually glanced at the descriptions of the 3, and found them all quite powerful. Eternal Corruption Mother, 5th order, the cornerstone of the Corruption Pantheon. She is the personification of cosmic corruption, a cold, silent, and irresistible end. She harbors no malice, for death itself is a natural law. Her domain is the cooling of stars, the forgetting of civilizations, the inevitable process of all order turning into disorder. Mad Evolutionary, 5th order, the most dangerous trapper of the Pantheon. She represents corruption not merely as destruction, but as an evolutionary force that leads life in the wrong, distorted, and blasphemous direction. She reveals forbidden knowledge to seekers, promises aberrant power to those seeking strength, and entices life to willingly embrace corruption in the pursuit of a higher form. The Forger of Festering Wounds, Tier 5, the vanguard and battering ram of the Pantheon, specifically targeting concepts of anti-corruption such as order, logic, machinery, and light. Its power can corrupt purity, create paradoxes in logic, and allow even the most impenetrable order to fester from within. It is an active, aggressive force. Generally speaking, the closer a Pantheon's power is to its Pantheon's nature, the stronger it becomes. These 3 deities, currently, all seem quite close to corruption. However, the name Forger of Festering Wounds is somewhat speechless, even causing a slight unease. After some thought, the senior engineer realized that even in his 3-god form, entering fusion mode and wielding swordsmanship at nearly 200%, he could probably only manage to fight the latter 2. As for the Eternal Corruption Mother, he felt he might not be able to defeat her. Because the other party was a cornerstone of the pantheon, and the description of him, especially the phrase the inevitable process of everything moving from order to disorder, sent a chill down his spine. Isn't this heat death? If this is truly a decaying phenomenon close to heat death, then it's incredibly terrifying. Heat death is a cosmic phenomenon even higher than vacuum decay, representing the ultimate disorder of the universe. No wonder carbon-based pantheons are always fighting civil wars. If I were to appoint a mother of eternal decay, and she ignored me, I have to fight her too, and I might not even win. After all, while divine offices are independent, the pool of divinity is shared by all carbon-based gods. If you have more, I have less. Plus, there's the division of interests related to divine offices and divine status. The accumulated grudges over the years can easily lead to trouble. However, without official recognition, the pantheon would be incomplete, and even the divine power you possess wouldn't be fully utilized. The senior engineer is now finally experiencing this happy dilemma. But let's worry about that later. For now, he's enjoying this blissful period. Meanwhile, the main universe's physical body has arrived near the Antlor's ascension route, and it has detected a dense, chaotic aura. Chapter 1733. What's going on? Is this some kind of desperate gamble? They're leaders of a civilization, and they're still acting so recklessly? When the senior engineer arrived at the ascension route of the nameless fungus civilization, this was the scene before him. The galaxy was trembling. It wasn't an ordinary tremor, but the groan from the very foundation of existence, a sound produced when the laws of physics were distorted. The light of countless stars was no longer constant. It flickered like candles in the wind, as if the background radiation of the entire universe had become a chaotic, malicious breath. The nebulae, those once slowly rotating, magnificent clouds that nurtured stars, were now frozen, their colors turning like putrid bruises, their interiors revealing indescribable, writhing veins. This was the desperate gamble of the nameless fungus civilization. It wasn't a war, but a living tide of evil gods sweeping across the galaxy. The vanguard of the tide was silent madness. It didn't spread through light or sound, but acted directly on consciousness itself. Every civilization possessing sensory capabilities, regardless of whether it was carbon-based, silicon-based, or an energy entity, simultaneously perceived that indescribable presence. It was not an image, not a sound, not a smell, but a pure, overwhelming concept. A colossal entity composed of an infinitely proliferating network of mycelium, transcending the constraints of dimensions. Its whispers resounded directly in the minds of every intelligent life form, not as language, but as a direct imprint of the nothingness of the universe and the insignificance of life onto the soul. Countless civilizations descended into chaos. The brains of intelligent beings were unable to process this information, reason shattered like glass. Some civilizations self-destructed in collective hysteria, while others began to worship this descending fear, etching its distorted form into their bleeding eyes. As Gao entered this star system, even more astonishing changes followed. It was a physical collapse. Where the core of the tides passed, space itself began to grow. The surfaces of planets were no longer rock or ice, but covered with a constantly writhing, multiplying, phosphorescent fungal carpet. Mountains twisted into bizarre fungal stalks, and oceans boiled, turning into a viscous, spore-filled nutrient solution. Stars were enveloped by enormous, translucent networks of mycelium, like fireflies trapped in a spiderweb, their light absorbed and transformed, providing energy for this terrifying tide. Even light was not spared, it was stretched, distorted, and displayed colors only seen in nightmares, completely polluting the entire star system's color spectrum. Even for a cataclysmic civilization, this is too outrageous. Don't you want to ascend? As a Type 3 civilization. No matter how monstrous it was still a Type 3 civilization. On a cosmic scale, a Type 3 civilization is also known as a sector civilization, or a secondary galactic civilization. In other words, no matter how much it struggles, engages in civilization-level evolution, or even commits civilization-level suicide, its upper limit is only the sector level. In a galaxy, it would be equivalent to a spiral arm. The sole reason for this extraordinary operation, encompassing billions of planets, is that it has poured all its accumulated evolutionary experience in the realm of ascension into this war of civilizations. This is also one of the few ways a Type 3 civilization can achieve explosive growth. By abandoning its accumulated experience in the realm of ascension, it uses all of that experience in a single war of civilizations. This operation requires a civilization to be at the peak of level 3. Only by developing their technology tree to its limit can they enter the ascension realm and consume their ascension reserves. However, the senior engineer had only heard of this method before. He had never even witnessed it in his previous life. After all, to ask a civilization to abandon ascension, consume all its reserves, and focus solely on this one endeavor, unless it's incredibly stubborn, almost no one would do it. However, the kind of stubborn civilization he hadn't encountered in his previous life, he had unexpectedly encountered in this one. This wasn't simple destruction, but a form of assimilation. Consuming all of a civilization's life force, this tide would transform the entire star system into a gigantic, living life form belonging to the named fungus. Every swallowed planet, every infected star, would become a cell or energy node of this colossal life form. However, not necessarily, the senior engineer murmured to himself after a moment's contemplation. For ordinary civilizations, this would be a certain death, but for this civilization born from the primordial soup, it was a slim chance of survival, even a desperate counterattack. If they could defeat, or even devour, the high engineer, given the terrifying vitality he possessed that allowed him to survive and evolve within the primordial soup, might very well be able to rebuild and embark on the path of a divine civilization. But regardless, this was a do-or-die gamble. As the high engineer delved deeper, he increasingly sensed the opponent's resolve. The galaxy was no longer a collection of stars. It had become a churning, living, malicious festering sore, leaving an unhealed, raging wound on the curtain of the universe. Under this level of pressure, the high engineer's sword intent also began to surge wildly, 120%, 130%, 140%, even reaching 145%, just to counteract this transformation emanating from these galactic bacteria. This level of cosmic technique is almost equivalent to the Queen of Blades before she obtained it for free. Besides the Queen of Blades, any of the 7 Zerg generals entering this environment would be forcibly transformed. Of course, this is for generals who haven't activated their fusion power, activated the cataclysmic Zerg authority, or even activated their own talents. In other words, this environment is strong enough to forcibly transform ordinary Tier 4 beings. However, the engineer still didn't see the Ant Lord. But a black sun appeared. In the area of most intense tidal distortion, space was no longer a smooth continuum, but had become a rotten, festering giant carpet. Here, an ancient being emerged. It had no fixed form, more like an ever-expanding space-time ulcer. Where it was located, the past, present, and future were churned into a viscous porridge. You could see the birth and destruction of planets completed in the same second, and the ruins of civilizations overlapping with their primitive tribes. You evolved quite dramatically. It's only been a short time since our last encounter, and you already evolved an ancient. The senior engineer's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it's a pseudo-ancient, it's not bad. A true ancient comes with its own technology tree corruption effect. However, facing this black sun, the senior engineer hadn't sensed this level of corruption yet. And it wasn't the senior engineer who attacked this black sun. In the madness of the galactic scale, all physical constants were like candles flickering in the wind. However, at the edge of this space distorted by the tides of the fungi of name, and the existence of ancients, a glimmer of ultimate order pierced the chaos. That was the XK-0 Celestial Punishment Orbital Annihilation Mech. The fallen planet Arbiter. It hovered silently in the shadow of the asteroid belt debris. Its massive size befitted its status as an orbital annihilation unit, yet against the chaotic backdrop of the universe, it appeared almost insignificantly small. Its armor was covered in runes designed to resist the reality-distorting force field, and a pale blue shield shimmered around it, like a soap bubble struggling to stay afloat in a storm. Its target was not the writhing, multiplying bacteria, but a far more terrifying entity within the tide. The fallen planet Arbiter's compound eyes began to glow, and the colossal planet-destroying cannon, unusually long and spanning most of the mech's body, silently began to change direction. The muzzle was not aimed at the center of the sun, because there is no center there, but rather locked onto a flickering logical singularity in that absurd space, the last, most fragile connection between the power of the evil god and the real universe. Locking the logical singularity. Ignoring causal interference. Loading reality anchoring warhead. The cold, mechanical sound echoed within the mech, a stark contrast to the madness outside. Annihilation warhead charging. 100%. The muzzle of the planet-destroying cannon began to gather energy, but it wasn't ordinary light or heat, it was an extreme form of negation. Its light wasn't dazzling, but rather a darkness that devoured all light, a nothingness that forcibly reduced existence to zero. The space around the muzzle was violently stretched, even the laws twisted by the evil god groaned before this pure concept of annihilation. The mech's massive body trembled slightly from the unimaginable energy load, its shield flickering as if it would be torn apart by its own power at any moment. The ancient evil god seemed to have sensed this tiny yet deadly weapon. An invisible gaze, powerful enough to shatter any rational logic, descended. The Star Destroyer's external sensors instantly overloaded and failed. All its sensory modules were enduring impacts far exceeding their limits. But the fallen Star Arbiter's firing logic was already preset. It was a pure tool, a weapon born solely for arbitration. Arbitration protocol activated, fire. There was no deafening roar, only a sharp, inaudible clang, as if the curtain of the universe had been torn apart. An extremely thin, extremely dark line shot from the muzzle. It ignored the distorted spatial distance, ignored the inverted cause and effect, precisely and mercilessly piercing the core of that evil god storm, that flickering logical singularity. That black sun was filled with an even more absolute nothingness. The ever-changing storm of microorganisms suddenly solidified, and then, starting from the singularity that was struck, collapse spread like a chain reaction. The old form began to disintegrate, not in an explosion, but in a dissipation, like an erroneous idea being completely negated, erased bit by bit from reality. Finally, before the light of that black sun could fall upon the senior engineer, the old form had already completely vanished before it could take shape. In space-time, only a faint, but orderly, resolute edge remained. Chapter 1734. The battle reached its climax right from the start. And it far surpassed the current civilization's level. Admittedly, most level 3 civilizations, especially those in their later stages, would have at least some level 4 civilization weapons and 4th-tier civilization buildings. After all, being able to create equipment across levels is an implicit threshold for activating Ascension buildings. However, being able to create 4th-tier artifacts and being able to use 4th-tier attacks as a regular means of combat. The difference between these two is significant. Being able to use 4th-tier attacks like basic attacks already puts one at the level of a level 4 civilization. And now, this situation has arisen as the opposing civilization, the nameless fungus, recklessly depletes its own Ascension resources. The aftershocks of the fallen Star Arbiter's attack, imbued with the power of denial, had not yet completely dissipated. The void left by the forcibly erased black sun, far from repelling the tide of the fungi of name, seemed to have stimulated the deepest malevolence of this cosmic festering sore. After one ancient sun was erased, 10 ancient suns immediately evolved within this alien tide. The 10 ancient sun-level beings descended in succession, like 10 faces of a complete nightmare. And these 10 ancient suns were no longer merely black suns. Some were chaotic primordial cores, gushing forth from the protoplasmic soup. Some were enormous, pulsating aggregates of collective nightmares, their appearance accompanied by the despair of billions of beings, their mad prayers, and the screams of shattered reason. And one ancient sun, without a specific form, awakened from forgotten physical constants, and its appearance caused the surrounding physical parameters to begin to be forgotten and disappear. There was even an old one, which was essentially a corrupted technology tree. Its roots weren't planted in the physical soil, but rather deeply embedded in the underlying technological logic of all infected civilizations, greedily absorbing every distorted formula, every algorithm driven to madness. The trunk was a jumble of countless broken space elevators, tangled quantum pipelines, and overloaded, burning circuit boards. The branches and leaves were composed of flickering fault codes, shattered holographic blueprints, and meaningless technical runes. These leaves moved without wind, rustling and chanting the utterly out-of-control darkness that followed the technological singularity. The most fundamental difference between the cosmic evil god and the old one lies in their impact on the technology tree. After all, the former merely distorted rules. The latter, having completed the sacrifice of the technology tree, had touched upon some forbidden concepts. And these things were destructive to the very essence of civilization. The engineer instantly retreated instead of advancing, and the fallen planet Arbiter's bullets appeared again, but this time not at the 4th level, but at the 5th. Faced with this civilization-level attack, the Star Destroyer also activated its 5th-level fusion mode at the same time. Irreversible reality collapse threshold detected. Desperate judgment protocol forcibly activated. Application link. Ultimate authority of the Interstellar Arbitration Council. Civilization Tombstone Protocol. And this time, the Star Destroyer didn't even directly attack the old Japanese entity. Because at the level of the old Japanese, there is no longer a so-called entity. The so-called old Japanese, or rather, the old Japanese ruler, rules over rule itself. Just as you cannot kill a lifeless being, when the old ones exercise pure domination, all you can do is interrupt their process. Even more powerful than before, the tombstone of civilization bullets shattered space-time, each strike disrupting the old one's dominion. The bullets didn't tear space apart, instead, they forcibly erased the chaos and anomalies in their path, temporarily creating a brief, straight corridor of normal space-time conforming to classical physics. The instant this corridor appeared, the infinitely random mutation process of the boiling chaotic primordial core was forcibly interrupted. Immediately afterward, a second bullet, transcending causality, appeared directly at the center of the cyclical serpent of fate's coiled body. The bullet itself didn't attack the serpent's body. Instead, it transformed into an absolute now singularity, forcefully wedging itself into the infinitely looping flow of time. In an instant, the eternal cycle of the snake biting its own tail was jammed. The countless visions of destructive futures flowing within the loop abruptly halted, shattering like a stuck film reel. The inevitability of fate was anchored by a powerful moment, its dominance. Its absolute control over the timeline experienced a brief crack. The third bullet was fired at the corrupted technology tree. Upon contact with the trunk, the bullet did not explode, but instead spread out a pure, illogical primitive information field, like a spring of clear water flowing into polluted soil. The fault codes flowing on the giant tree's trunk instantly became chaotic, the dark technological prophecies chanted among the branches and leaves turned into meaningless gibberish, and its dominance of the knowledge system, its pollution and distortion, was tottered by a more fundamental, more correct concept of information. These bullets were not for attack, but for defense. Defense against these attempts to dominate the technology tree. And from somewhere, behind the senior engineer, the phantom of the technology tree appeared, a radiant, colossal tree woven from pure information and historical threads. The thick trunk was intricately interwoven with countless solid scientific laws, mechanical theories, engineering principles, and ethical codes. The lush leaves stretched towards the endless future, each leaf a concrete technological achievement, from simple wheels and levers to massive starships and planet-destroying cannons, to the various trump cards of mechanical civilizations. Everything was there. Each attack from the ancients caused the mechanical technology tree behind the senior engineer to tremble slightly. However, the bullets from the Tier 5-star destroyer always fired at the opportune moment, each counterattack interrupting the opponent's domination process. As for the high-level engineer, he had already entered faster-than-light mode, traversing among bizarre, gigantic fungal stalks, through frenzied civilized worlds, and through the fungal webs that blanketed the star field, seemingly searching for something. The wooden sword at his waist trembled and vibrated incessantly. He almost ignored the more than 10, perhaps even more numerous and more evolved, ancient ones. Finally, he seemed to have discovered something. With a flick of his finger, a drop of primal soup was released. It didn't tear through the void, nor did it cause any energy fluctuations. It simply seemed to be drawn by some force beyond causality, quietly slipping into a subtle fold on the timeline that no one could detect. In an instant, it traversed billions of years, and the surrounding scenery reversed from a stellar, apocalyptic landscape to a scorching, hazy expanse filled with thunder, lightning, and the restless movement of simple organic molecules. The ancient primal soup. This drop of primordial liquid seemed to have traveled through time and space, arriving in the ancient primordial soup. Within this ancient primordial soup, countless unimaginable life forms existed, even some embryos of civilization-level existence. These colossal beings occupied the vast majority of the ancient primordial soup, monopolizing most of its nutrients. But in other areas, some formless entities still stubbornly survived. The reproduction of the nameless fungus did not appear at this moment in the form of hyphae or spores, because the concept of form itself had not yet been born. Its reproduction was like its template of existence, the possibility of ultimate mutation, being directly written into the most basic grammar before the birth of life, like virus code. Extremely tiny, flickering phosphorescence began to emerge in the turbid soup. Those weren't cells, nor viruses, but strange geometric patterns composed of molecules, constantly self-organizing and disintegrating. They existed briefly, simulating a future network of infinitely proliferating, infinitely linked hyphal structures, then vanished, but the pattern was imprinted. A faint, almost non-existent consciousness. Not individual consciousness, but a kind of collective unconsciousness inclined to connect, inclined to become a vast whole, began to permeate this cradle of life. It imbued the bonds between molecules with a certain purposefulness, a kind of attraction towards the indescribable. Is this your true nature? Not collective consciousness, but collective unconsciousness, the senior engineer murmured to himself. Then, the sword was drawn across time and space. Without warning, a mark appeared out of thin air. It did not originate from a specific past, but from a distant future. It was as if a rift had been slashed directly through the membrane of possibility. This mark itself was a slash, a pure intervention that transcended energy, matter, and even the concepts of causality. This sword strike traveled upstream along the timeline. Where the sword's edge passed, there was not destruction, but isolation. It sliced through the starry sky of a civilization's golden age, separating prosperity from madness. It sliced through the ruins of a dark world, severing despair from resilience. It sliced through the moments when every individual life faced a choice, separating decadence from awakening. It cleaved the fork in the tree of evolution, separating the path of nature from the path of mutation. Finally, this strike, converging all moments of resistance across endless timelines, its sharpest edge precisely reaching that most primordial point. The instant before the template of the nameless fungus within the ancient primordial soup was fully formed. The drop of venom, attempting to contaminate evolution, was not evaporated, but the information and guidance it contained, pointing to the inevitable end of madness, were severed by this sword. The anomaly of the ancient primordial soup vanished instantly. In its place appeared the Ant Lord, who had been concealing himself. This exceptionally handsome young man, clutching his severed right arm, stared at the other with an incredulous gaze. The senior engineer smiled and said, "What, did you think that by entering a state of collective unconsciousness, I wouldn't be able to find you? Or did you think that by hiding within the ancient primordial soup, my sword wouldn't be able to reach you?" The Ant Lord finally spoke. His voice was unexpectedly grating. It wasn't a single tone, but a jumble of countless nauseating sounds forcibly blended together. It sounded like the wet, muffled thuds of countless viscous pustules bursting one after another. How did you find my..." This time, the senior engineer didn't mock him, but became more serious. "Using the life force, reversing time and space, hiding that fragment of your consciousness within the ancient primordial soup. This method is nothing more than what most ascended civilizations used to conceal their coordinates. Too bad, my sword can extend the timeline. No matter how deep you hide, it's useless." "I don't believe it." "Then try again? Try it if you want." Without another word, the Ant Lord vanished once more. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he knew that his opponent possessed an even more powerful god mode. Once the opponent entered that state, the outcome of the war of civilizations wouldn't be certain. He would first be brutally beaten to death. But who would have thought that his painstakingly concealed methods would be discovered so easily? He refused to believe it. Meanwhile, the ancient aura surrounding the senior engineer rapidly intensified. The senior engineer focused intently on his surroundings. His ordinary swordsmanship surged to 190%, a level infinitely close to that of the cosmic plugin. It can only be said that plugins have their reasons. The afterglow of the first sword strike still trembled through the fibers of space-time. The sharpness that severed the source of pollution had not yet completely dissipated. The second sword strike arrived. Unlike the grandeur and isolation of the first strike, it was more concentrated, more precise, as if woven from billions of strands of will as fine as hair, carrying an undeniable purifying intent. Following the time corridor opened by the first sword, it once again flowed upstream, but its target was no longer the vast primordial soup, but rather the most primitive life forms that had just condensed the first sparks of life within it. The light of the second sword, like a purifying stream imbued with life, seeped into the bodies of those ancient species yet to take shape. Then came the stripping. This process was silent, yet more breathtaking than any battle. The sword light, like the most delicate scalpel, probed into the core of the existence of those primitive life forms, finding the mark that had almost become part of them. There was no brutal cutting, but a separation on a higher level. The sword light forcibly redefined the boundary between life and contamination, ruthlessly and uncompromisingly removing the distorted blueprint of the nameless fungus from the very beginning of life's epic. And in this process, whether fifth order, sixth order, or even higher level ancient life forms, they remained in a sweet slumber. There was no sign of awakening. These ancient life forms undoubtedly possessed the potential to develop into ascended civilizations, or even more advanced ones. The Ant Lord's sinister intentions lay precisely in this. Any disturbance to any of these ascended civilizations could result in their complete annihilation. How could the High Engineer, who knew the future, allow such a thing to happen? Within the primordial glimmer of life, extremely subtle, writhing shadows, struggling to resist, were forced forth by the sword light. The shadows struggled, emitting silent shrieks. They were intertwined with life itself, the separation akin to tearing apart. But the sword light was unwavering, carrying an absolute will to protect pure life, ultimately severing and extracting those corrupted shadows completely. The Ant Lord reappeared, this time covered in blood, coughing up mouthfuls of it. Under this level of swordsmanship, he couldn't even achieve a mutually destructive, suicidal victory. He could only allow his opponent to completely break through his immortality. Chapter 1735. You reduce the Ant Lord's undying leader to LV0. You reduced the Ant Lord's immortal leader to LV0. Now you know the splendor of my Heavenly Emperor, severing eternity with a single sword strike. The engineer looked at the wooden sword in his hand. The tip trembled, but it didn't break. Cosmic plug-in, truly the skill of patching the universe. If it were a normal timeline attack, it would almost certainly affect others. Once it affected some important figures from the past, not to mention whether you yourself would be easily crushed by them. Just dealing with the ticket from the Time and Space Administration would be a nightmare. But this sword strike had no effect whatsoever. It seemed that even the entire timeline itself was cooperating with the engineer's actions. The plan is good, but I not only have Gundam, but I'm also a fantasy-style powerhouse. The Ant Lord might not understand the engineer's rambling words, but he understood the general meaning. However, as a leader of a cataclysmic force, having destroyed countless species and civilizations, he naturally wouldn't kneel and surrender, showing not even a trace of anger or shame. His handsome face gave the senior engineer a deep look. Since you're so powerful, then try facing the collective unconsciousness after killing me. The Ant Lord suddenly opened its mouth, emitting a piercing shriek with an extremely high frequency that penetrated all dimensions. This shriek wasn't a sound, but rather the self-destruct command from the core of its existence. The next moment, the Ant Lord's body didn't explode to generate an energy shock. Instead, like a punctured bubble carrying infinite information, it suddenly collapsed inward, transforming into an indescribable torrent of pure information and will. This torrent was no longer any orderly data, but rather all the Ant Master's accumulated desire for control, all the obsession with collective will, all the fanatical understanding of the evolutionary path. All these aspects, fundamentally similar to the unification tendency of the nameless fungus, were stripped away, purified, and injected, in the most intense way, thoroughly into the already vast ocean of collective unconsciousness within the nameless fungus. It was like throwing a red-hot iron into a pot of water about to boil. Its extreme and powerful will became the spark that ignited the final piece of the puzzle. The nameless fungus's originally vast but perhaps somewhat loose collective unconsciousness, spreading instinctively, underwent a qualitative transformation after absorbing the Ant Master's nourishment containing extreme control. A clearer, colder, and more purposeful consciousness began to awaken deep within that frenzied fungal tide. It was no longer a vague impulse to devour and assimilate, but began to exhibit an almost intelligent, ruthless will. It was as if the scattered swarm of insects had suddenly acquired the absolutely ruthless mind of a queen bee. Something's definitely wrong. The senior engineer took a deep breath. As an expert on the insected race, he instantly experienced the risks of this collective unconsciousness. The wooden sword at his waist spun wildly, like a shuttle winding thread on a loom, and the thread it was winding was a timeline. In the senior engineer's eyes, the timeline began to rewind frantically, drilling forward along the space-time rift it had previously cleaved. And soon, he saw what he wanted to see. At the critical moment, when the ancient primordial soup was about to boil over, an enormous black hand suddenly burst forth, and on its hand were countless nameless fungi. He seemed to want to throw this thing out of the primordial soup, but these bacteria, though seemingly powerless, were tightly connected to the primordial soup. The more that were thrown out, the more they secreted and grew, making complete eradication impossible. As the primordial soup entered its boiling phase, more and more nutrients overflowed from the void. These nutrients were the object of contention for every ancient life form. A single extra or missing portion could determine the life or death of an intelligent species. This being, at least of the 5th rank, naturally did not want these bacteria to join this struggle. So he conceived a good idea. Soon, a wisp of primordial consciousness was born from the collective unconsciousness of the bacteria, and influenced by it, all the named bacteria began to attach themselves to it. And this powerful being, naturally, threw this self-organized colony out. And this artificially created group consciousness was the Ant Lord. I didn't expect you to have such a tragic past, the senior engineer said speechlessly, apparently an abandoned child. The wooden sword at her waist automatically leaped into the air and began to swing. Wherever the sword tip passed, timelines were drawn from the void, outlined, and woven together. In a daze, the high engineer returned to the timeline once more, merging his will with the Queen of Blades, dancing with her sword, expanding the timeline's visual landscape together. After the timeline completed the carving of the Ant Lord's human form, a consciousness began to reemerge. You resurrected me? The Ant Lord's voice rang out in surprise. And its consciousness reassembled within the framework of the timeline. I picked up the fragments of your consciousness from the timeline and pieced them together. The senior engineer subconsciously wiped his mouth, saying irritably, Damn it, wasn't there another 50% chance? Why do you always think the worst? Now, it was the Ant Lord's turn to speak with a playful tone. So what do you plan to do? If you don't kill me, you'd be exhausted from constantly dealing with the endless stream of the old ones, and you die from exhaustion. But if you kill me, you won't be able to digest the soup of names. Don't blame me for reminding you, your divine abilities might not be effective against the soup of names. There wasn't just one high-level being who wanted to erase me. Several of them were carbon-based creators at the level of creator gods. The pantheons they evolved possess power you can't even imagine, and even they couldn't completely erase me from the primal soup. Or are you planning to just keep me in prison like this? If so, then I have an idea. However, the senior engineer ruthlessly interrupted him. Sorry, I refuse to negotiate. You've been too talkative, brother. Now, the Ant Lord was a little annoyed. Then let's see how you break this deadlock. Deadlock? What a load of rubbish. Whether it's divine power or wartime megastructures, suppressing this kind of fungal-infested star system is no problem. The reason the senior engineer hesitated was completely different from what the other party was thinking. Divine power, mechanical megastructures, the power of the mechanical system is indeed too strong. The senior engineer finally made up his mind. Originally, divine power was a good way to balance the mechanical megastructures, but unfortunately, the senior engineer's shady operation, while avoiding the negative effects of the corrupted pantheon, also turned this corrupted pantheon into an evolution of the mechanical system. And for civilizations to achieve integration and balance is extremely important. Thus, in the eyes of the Ant Lord, this person before him, step by step, without any protection, stepped into the soup of names. This shocked him even more than being resurrected by an enemy. Sure enough, the engineer's body instantly lost its original form. His fingers dripped like melting wax, then reconnected with other parts, growing unnatural, constantly probing tentacles. His bones became soft, like a sponge, absorbing the wriggling, glowing microorganisms in the soup. Complex patterns, constantly changing, appeared on his skin, attempting to form some kind of symbol or text. The name's bacteria were directly rewriting his life code. Trying to absorb the name's bacteria? You're courting death. The Ant Lord finally roared in anger. As a fabricated collective consciousness, this situation was like the neighbor openly showing up at your door, without any pretense. This wasn't a classic widow's story, it was a specially enhanced version where the dead were resurrected first. And indeed, that was the case. As soon as Gao Dongfang entered, a massive, malicious buzzing began to emanate from within his skull, not through his eardrums. Immediately afterwards, his vision was stripped away, only to be instantly replaced by a new perspective. He no longer saw light, but information itself. The physical constants of the universe resembled rotting lines of latitude and longitude, the birth and death of stars, like bursting abscesses, and the passage of time presented a distorted spiral. He smelled the scent of gravity, tasted the electromagnetic spectrum. This perceptual disorientation was not chaos, but the forced injection of a form far too immense for normal life to bear. This woman is incredibly fierce, but he, isn't someone to be trifled with. The power of corruption began to activate, and divine whispers emanated from his mouth. It was as if a heart formed from decaying stars was beating, slow and heavy, each beat sending tremors and tremors through the listener's soul. Between the regular beats, viscous bubbles rose slowly from the depths of the swamp, then burst with a slippery, wet sound, foreshadowing some brewing depravity. This slippery sound was strangely similar to the voice of the Ant Lord from before. And this divine whisper, originating from the power of corruption, was like casting a tempting, decaying star into the silent depths of the universe. Its vibrations, traveling faster than the speed of light, spread instantly throughout every corner of the galaxy along the invisible collective consciousness network of the nameless fungus. The swallowed planets were the first to respond. Those planets, completely covered by the fungal carpet and transformed into writhing lumps of flesh, undulated violently on the surface. Enormous, mountain-like aggregates of hyphae broke free of the crust, like billions of awakened tentacles piercing the atmosphere, pointing towards the direction from which the whispers came. The entire planet, like a living sporangium, began to slowly adjust its orbit, leaving a viscous, organic trail stretching millions of kilometers behind it, moving towards the source of gravity and the call. The infected stars moved with it. Those stars enveloped in the translucent network of hyphae flickered intensely, like pulsating hearts. The hyphae network further tightened and thickened, like a giant, living sail, beginning to utilize the delicate balance between stellar radiation pressure and the galactic gravitational field to propel this stellar-sized ship on its migration journey. Light pierced through the mycelium, revealing a sickly, pulsating color. The ocean of nebulae and dust also boiled. The once slowly rotating nebula, its vibrant colors replaced by a single, decaying hue, revealed massive, swirling structures within, like viscous tides surging in a single direction. Within the interstellar dust cloud, countless tiny colonies coalesced, forming faintly phosphorescent waves spanning astronomical units. And in those areas utterly transformed by the microbial colony, where the laws of physics had ceased to apply, space itself began to flow. The structure of reality, like a canvas soaked in water, sunk towards the whispering center, carrying with it all the indescribable, bizarre beings within, sliding together towards their final destination. The Ant Lord was shocked to discover that the soup of names, which he had desperately created, consuming all his ascension resources, was actually surging towards the enemy from all directions. And this person, who should have been completely melted, had indeed melted completely. However, what made the Ant Lord's eyes widen was that in the area where the person's body, now melted beyond human form, lay, a massive influx of nameless fungi surged in, as if drawn by some indescribable attraction. To be honest, even in his prime, he had never accomplished this. What was happening? The collective unconsciousness of the nameless fungi was releasing some kind of instinctive desire. This was impossible. The Ant Lord himself knew very well how difficult it was to manipulate this unconsciousness. He had never seen a sea of nameless fungi in this state. Even in the ancient primordial soup, it had never surged like this. A pantheon? Impossible. Even a pantheon couldn't. You see, within the ancient primal soup, there were several carbon-based beings at the level of creator gods. And even those beings couldn't refine the nameless bacteria. Or rather, not refine, the Ant Lord was very close to the truth. In fact, the High Engineer had no intention of digesting the other party. After all, even the genuine ancient primal soup couldn't do this, let alone his low-end, second-hand version. He didn't have such an idea. His idea was to use the evolution of the corruption pantheon to attract the nameless bacteria. After all, decay and bacteria always seemed to be a perfect match. However, this was risky. If the attraction failed, the High Engineer's physical body would be 100% doomed. And even if the attraction succeeded, his own carbon-based body might not survive. Because the corruption pantheon had almost no effect on mechanical bodies. But on carbon-based bodies, the effect was extremely fierce. However, the Ant Lord made a crucial misjudgment. G's physical body wasn't digested by the nameless fungus, but rather completely rotted away by the decaying divinity before it could be digested. If evolution didn't proceed, as the High Engineer intended, his body would be 100% ruined. Compared to this, the Ant Lord was utterly insignificant. Fortunately, the plan went smoothly. The body, rotten by the decaying divinity, and the out-of-control nameless fungus were irresistibly drawn to each other. Soon, the High Engineer's body was completely covered inside and out by the nameless fungus. To use an imperfect analogy, it was like rotten flesh and fungus, excrement and maggots. The two were inseparable, glued together. Next, it remains to be seen whether the myriad races of the nomadic civilization truly lived up to their reputation. Chapter 1736. A master wielding the Tang family overlord spear once said, "It's not that you can't kill someone without a spearhead." The senior engineer similarly stated that his myriad race's bloodline wasn't useless just because he couldn't activate the cataclysmic characteristics. In fact, after draining the Golden Khan and annexing the Golden Khanate, his myriad race's bloodline already made him the strongest, being second only to the interstellar Khan. A unique feature of carbon-based civilizations is that bloodline blueprints can directly evolve into equipment, and the professional knowledge chain also represents an evolutionary direction. When the senior engineer activated his myriad race's bloodline, his body instantly appeared to be plated with gold, and simultaneously, all related bloodline blueprints began to evolve wildly. Ancient dragon scale patterns and the runic skeletal structure of the Titans began to overlap and merge, giving rise to a new framework that possessed both powerful physical defense and the ability to guide cosmic dark energy. Some regrettably fragmented branches of racial evolution, interrupted by drastic environmental changes, are now forcibly continued and refined to perfection, revealing possibilities that should never have existed. Even more strikingly, blueprints for ultimate forms, forms existing only in theoretical deductions and never before achieved by any race, are emerging with unprecedented clarity. Such as the Star Lord capable of traversing cosmic storms with their physical bodies, or the nascent form of a law-based lifeform capable of rewriting local physical rules with willpower. As various bloodlines collide, merge, and sublimate within the High Engineer's body, among them, naturally, is a hypothetical bloodline capable of containing the nameless bacteria. Carbon Gold Bloodline. You are the Great Khan's spy. No, you are the Great Khan. The Ant Lord finally found an option among the various possibilities that defied common sense but made perfect sense. That Mr. G was actually the incarnation of the interstellar Great Khan, and through him, the interstellar Great Khan could replicate the operations of the previous Ascension Whip in this Ascension Whip, to absorb all natural disasters. In this way, everything made sense. The senior engineer, of course, was unaware of the other party's wildly imaginative ideas. He was immersed in this evolution. All the bloodline blueprints accumulated by the Golden Great Khan were attempting to evolve a body that conformed to the nameless fungus. And such a body must exist. The Ant Lord before him was the best evidence. Although the natural disaster characteristic hadn't been activated, the blessing of the myriad race's bloodline was indeed powerful. It could evolve hundreds of perfect third-tier top-level bloodlines in a second, and many of these third-tier bloodlines even possess some characteristics of fourth-tier species. However, the nameless fungus was indeed troublesome. Even though the corrupt pantheon had bewitched it like a madman, it still struggled to evolve a corresponding bloodline body. However, the high-level engineer wasn't incompetent. Within the evolutionary spectrum, he quickly identified 3 evolutionary options. The first was to attempt to clone a new Ant Lord using the Ant Lord's body as a template. The advantage of this was that it was a mature physical solution. The difficulty lay in the fact that the high-level engineer might not be able to achieve the evolutionary feats that ancient species could. The second option was to rely on the system to continue farming bloodline blueprints, focusing on a quantitative change leading to a qualitative leap. If the bloodline of all races could suppress the nameless fungus, then a fresh body could be generated. The advantage of this approach is that the new physical body will be completely under the high engineer's control. The disadvantage is that his understanding of the nameless fungus's evolutionary level is likely inferior to that of the Ant Lord. Even the Ant Lord, the leader of the collective consciousness, might not be particularly proficient in developing the nameless fungus. After all, the owner of the giant black hand created it not primarily to develop the fungus, but to attract it, and then discard it into the primal soup. The third option is to use a new biological material to fuse with the nameless fungus, creating a new physical body. And he happens to have this material, capable of attracting the nameless fungus, readily available. With a thought, the high engineer summoned the enormous corruption shrine. Without the core ninth order divine contaminant, the shrine visibly decayed. The advantage of fusing this corrupt shrine with the nameless fungus to create a new body is that, in the future, even just using the physical body, one can likely wield the power of the corruption pantheon. Furthermore, the characteristics of this source of contamination will be largely preserved. The disadvantage is that the connection with that cosmic god corpse will be even closer. What this thing can evolve into, even the senior engineer himself doesn't know. This is 100% beyond the evolutionary range of the myriad race's bloodline. If it were given the senior engineer's cautious nature, the mere fact of forming a special connection with a 9th-tier creature would be enough to make him abandon this option. But the problem is, isn't this 9th-tier creature dead? Not only can he inherit the rich woman's estate, he could inherit the legacy of a 9th-tier being. After all, it was a 9th-tier being. With a thought, the corruption shrine and the nameless fungus were absorbed into his body. These two extremely incompatible, even toxic variables, were forcibly introduced into this boiling evolutionary furnace. One was the profound summons from the corruption shrine. It was a fallen divinity that elevated decay itself to the sacred realm. It was like the finest aged poison, intoxicatingly sweet, seeping into the torrent of blood. It whispered the eerie, beautiful fate of decay that all things would inevitably face, mixing the impulse of evolution with the allure of returning to eternal rest. On the other side was the cold, vast collective unconsciousness of the nameless fungus. It was like a super-adhesive devoid of emotion, or a chaotic database recording all the possible aberrations of life. It carries no moral bias, simply providing the ultimate template for connection and alienation, attempting to incorporate this miracle of evolution into other collective unconscious. The process was extremely perilous. The high engineer's original consciousness, torn apart by 3 immense forces, was like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of complete annihilation, becoming nourishment for the emerging monster's body. Even the high engineer was somewhat surprised that after adding these 2 consumables, the rate at which the bloodline blueprint was consumed not only didn't slow down, but actually increased. It seemed that the bloodline of all races itself had generated some kind of immense excitement. On the Golden Khan's side, there was no such challenging evolutionary subject. However, perhaps it was the tenacious vitality inherent in the bloodline of all races, transcending individual races, or perhaps it was the high engineer's own indomitable will that served as the most crucial stabilizer. Of course, a more likely explanation is the boost from the tens of thousands of bloodline blueprints produced by the senior engineer. This fusion, which should have led to utter collapse, miraculously achieved a dangerous and fragile balance. The boiling energy gradually subsided, and the distorted light began to recede. A completely new body slowly coalesced. It was neither a god forged of gold, nor a rotting monster, nor an aggregate of mycelium. It fused the characteristics of all three, yet transcended them. This newly born body floated silently in the void, as if a beautiful error had occurred in the laws of the universe. Handsome, almost divine, yet it distorted the definition of divine. His face could not be described with mortal words. It transcended gender and racial boundaries, a manifestation of a pure concept of perfection. The contours of his features seemed sculpted by the greatest sculptor, referencing the trajectories of the stars, sharp yet harmoniously flowing. His skin wasn't pale, but a warm, luminous white, as if it contained an inner glow. Upon closer inspection, one could see extremely fine, dark golden veins flowing beneath the skin, like swirling galaxies. His eyes were closed, but the curve of his eyeliner itself possessed a captivating elegance. Long eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, and at the edges of those shadows, tiny, phosphorescent particles, like shattered crystal, shimmered silently, adding to his inhuman mystery. Powerful, yet exuding a dangerous aura. You have gained? Cataclysmic trait. You have gained? Cataclysmic trait. You have gained? Cataclysmic trait. This isn't a system bug. 3 system notifications suddenly appeared. The senior engineer finally opened his eyes. Before him, a mirror image appeared. The senior engineer looked himself up and down at his new features and new body, vaguely recognizing some of his previous appearance. I'm so handsome, it's almost unbearable for gods and ghosts. He seemed to hear the sounds of deep web lady, Xiao Yu, and the mirror spirit drooling in his ears. If the previous Ant Lord was already exceptionally handsome, compared to him, it was like comparing a chicken to a phoenix. His figure in the mirror was tall and slender, every muscle line seemingly tempered by the most rigorous cosmic laws, brimming with a restrained explosive power capable of crushing stars. This wasn't clumsy strength, but a cheetah-like, fluid physique containing ultimate speed and destruction. His long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, but the strands weren't purely black. When moved in the still air, a muted, almost decaying gold leaf-like light would flow through them. He simply stood there, and the surrounding space subtly distorted, light around him unconsciously bent, as if in awe, or perhaps fleeing in fear. Forbidden nature was his deepest underlying characteristic. This breathtaking handsomeness and dashing appearance were not without flaws. Below his left collarbone was a mark like a living tattoo. A miniature nebula constantly cycling between growth and decay. Its colors magnificent yet carrying an ominous, decadent beauty, the indelible mark left on him by the shrine of corruption. And in the fleeting moments when he breathes, countless tiny, almost invisible mycelium-like patterns of light briefly appear around him, like life-giving veins flashing by, proof of the deep fusion between him and the fungus of name. This ultimate beauty thus carries a deadly toxicity. It's as if approaching him is approaching an incredibly alluring yet inevitably destructive abyss. His very existence is a paradox, a provocation against all existing rules. He is a forbidden fruit, encapsulating the most dangerous core in the most perfect form, causing those who are captivated to feel, in the instant, the most primal fear deep within their souls. As a former doujinshi master, Gao Gong can responsibly declare that, regardless of the virtual personality, the face is extremely important. And when it comes to character creation, he's always considered himself truly invincible, unparalleled in the universe. But now, he feels he's faced a formidable challenge. The transformation of a life form's temperament by the fallen evolution is so exaggerated. The contrast between the sacred and the fallen, creation and destruction, is truly exhilarating. You finished digesting it? The Ant Lord's voice rang out again in shock. His last connection with the nameless fungus vanished completely. The High Engineer turned his head and grunted. So you're still here, buddy? Then you can go. With a snap of his fingers, the space-time outline formed by sword light merged directly into the void. Without its support, the Ant Lord's consciousness instantly fell into darkness. Unless some ancient being attempted to reassemble his consciousness, he would likely be trapped in eternal damnation. And as time passed, this process of collecting fragments of consciousness from space-time for resurrection became increasingly difficult. Until the Time-Space Administration Bureau can no longer summon witnesses, that's true death. This kind of death is called time-space death. It's the kind certified by advanced civilizations, a true death. The senior engineer didn't care about the life or death of a mere Ant Lord. He was researching his 3 question mark calamity traits. Undoubtedly, one of these 3 question marks is the calamity trait of the nameless fungus, another is the calamity trait of the myriad race's bloodline, and the third is related to the corruption pantheon. Let's clear up the first question mark first. The Ant Lord's actions, though fierce, have directly benefited me. At this moment, this forbidden handsome man calmly opened his arms, making a gesture similar to an embrace. But this gesture triggered a catastrophic change on a cosmic scale, and the beginning of the devouring. A mysterious, powerful gravity was generated around him. This gravity directly acted on the concepts of corruption and named themselves. That divine core, evolved from the corrupt shrine and exuding an alluring, putrid fragrance, became the most deadly vortex eye. The entire living, decaying galaxy formed from the nameless fungus began its final pilgrimage. Like seawater being devoured by an invisible giant whale, it surged madly towards that body. The planets covered by the fungus, upon approaching him, melted and collapsed rapidly like snowballs thrown into a furnace, transforming into the purest, dark golden stream of corrupt energy, absorbed by every pore of his skin. The stars entangled by the fungal hyphae extinguished their light completely, like dried orange seeds. Their massive stellar structures disintegrated silently. Their accumulated energy and matter over billions of years, along with the collective consciousness of the nameless fungus, were stripped away and devoured. Nebulae, dust, and all the corrupted fragments of law, like weary birds returning to their nests, merged into this ultimate torrent. You have been promoted to Undead Leader, Biocide, Civilization Leader Reputation +1. Your Undead Leader, Biocide, rank has been upgraded to level 2. Your Undead Leader, Biocide, rank has been upgraded to level 3. Your Undead Leader, Biocide, rank has been upgraded to level 4. Your Undead Leader, Biocide, rank has been upgraded to level 5. Your Undead Leader, Biocide, rank has been upgraded to level 6. Chapter 1737. It can only be said that the soup of names was indeed created by the Ant Lord after exhausting its ascension resources. After this wave, when Gao Gong digested the last wave of names bacteria, his undying leader level actually soared to LV10. Once a leader breaks through level 10, it brings a substantial improvement. After Gao Gong's undying leader, biological side, broke through, something very strange happened. His health bar disappeared. That's right. Compared to the mechanical body's long, lifelike health bar, Gao Gong's biological health not only didn't increase, but it simply disappeared. Where the health bar was, a series of question marks appeared. Not only did the number of question marks not decrease, but one more appeared. However, as an experienced user, Gao Gong knew very well what this state meant. It represented a fundamental change in the nature of life. For example, some rule-based life forms, high-level space-time species, including some high-level deities, don't even have a health bar attribute. In other words, aside from rule-based attacks and even conceptual strikes, they disregard all harm, whether it's a cosmic storm or some terrifying cosmic anomaly. As long as their rule-based nature isn't compromised, such harm doesn't exist. Of course, they also possess something roughly equivalent to health points, such as the divinity unique to pantheons, which, in another sense, is the health points of these rule-based life forms. However, generally speaking, deities evolved through carbon-based civilizations do not relinquish the attribute of health points. Because complete rule-based nature is equivalent to abandoning the most powerful evolutionary capability of the carbon-based system. This isn't even a matter of cutting off one's own arm. Among all pantheons, the carbon-based pantheon is the most powerful. And the reason the carbon-based pantheon is so powerful is the existence of carbon itself. The senior engineer didn't intend to give up, but the evolution of this question mark health point was astonishing even to a seasoned veteran like him. Fortunately, with the absorption of the last bit of nameless fungus, its cataclysmic attribute was successfully activated, which indirectly explained his state. Nameless fungus. Cataclysmic nameless fungus is not a fungus or biological cluster in the conventional sense. It is a cosmic-level conceptual parasite born before the origin of life. Its true form is a predisposition lurking in the ancient primal soup. That is, the primordial organic ocean at the beginning of all life in the universe. It doesn't invade life, but rather regards life itself as a stage in its own cycle. Its ultimate goal is not destruction, but to assimilate all life in the universe, and even all ordered structures, back to an eternal, chaotic state of the primal soup, where all consciousness is unified. Characteristic 1. The shadow of the universe. It is not an external entity, but rather the background noise that inevitably accompanies the birth of life, the indelible roughness beneath the smooth surface of cosmic laws. It can conceptually fungize all morphological species. The more chaotic the form, the faster the fungization, and the higher the degree of evolution. Characteristic 2. The debt of life. All life originating from the ancient primal soup carries with it a primordial contract with the nameless fungus. The independence and complexity that life gains through evolution are, in the eyes of the nameless fungus, merely temporary deviations from the norm, mutations. That latent yearning for unity, like an indelible genetic imprint, is deeply rooted in the deepest consciousness of every carbon-based life form. This is not a moral original sin, but an ontological innate debt. The concept of the nameless bacteria can parasitize different species, and it has no blood volume itself. Therefore, it is impossible to eliminate the bacterial contamination by killing the nameless bacteria. When encountering civilization-level attack/rule-based attack/dimensional reduction attacks, the attack can be transformed by extracting innate debts to transfer the debt, activated. Characteristic 3. Silent catastrophe, activated. The threat of the nameless bacteria lies in its inherent non-confrontational nature. Its spread is more like the slow manifestation of a physical law, like the second law of thermodynamics, silently and irreversibly pushing everything from order to the end of disorder. As long as the species genes are obtained, the collective unconscious evolution of any species, including ascended species, can be carried out. Once this evolution is completed, it will return to the species endpoint, namely the primal soup state, only effective for lifelines evolved under the primal soup, and if the ascended species removes the primal soup genes, the evolutionary stamp will be automatically cancelled. The senior engineer's gaze fell directly on the last one, silent catastrophe. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that this so-called silent catastrophe was infinitely close to an ascension strike from an ascended civilization. Well, if its activation speed were a little faster, and the prerequisites a little fewer, then this would indeed be a standard ascension strike. Sure enough, that carbon-based creator wasn't seriously creating anything back then. The Ant-Lord definitely didn't activate the silent catastrophe, otherwise, once he completed his evolution, erasing his physical body wouldn't be a problem. Species that didn't evolve from the primal soup are probably as rare in this observable universe as giant pandas on some planet. As for species that have deviated from the primal soup gene lineage, those below the ascended level are out of luck. Ascended species, the so-called ascended lifeforms, unless their genetic technology reaches a certain level, likely cannot do this, and may even lack the motivation to do so. After all, the primal soup gene is different from other genomes. It is not only difficult to detect but also intimately connected to the origin of life. Forcibly extracting it would severely damage even an ascended species, potentially affecting their subsequent ascension. Therefore, if used well, this thing could be a devastating blow to an ascended level. It's just unknown how effective this is against gene locks. Its activation is already slow. If it's delayed further, the chances of the ascended monsters detecting it increase significantly, and the ascended species lack counter-surveillance capabilities. Ascended species lack the motivation to manipulate genes at this level, but gene locks created using ascended technology are practically ubiquitous. As for whether the silent calamity would be effective against this kind of fourth-order gene lock, he hadn't tried it and couldn't say. That depends on the technological level of creating this gene lock. However, since it involves the origin, the possibility of completely locking it down is probably not very high. Furthermore, ascended civilizations are different from ordinary civilizations. Ordinary civilizations can wage wars on many levels. Resource wars, machine swarm wars, clashes at the level of civilizations trump cards, stealing each other's civilization coordinates, and so on. In short, the tactics are quite complex, with no fixed formula. But ascended civilizations only wage one type of war: defense and counterattack. First, they ensure that their side is impeccable in terms of technology, rules, and concepts. As long as you ensure you have no weaknesses, even during the long process of civilizational evolution, you will eventually wait for the opponent to reveal a weakness. Once that weakness is revealed, it will be the opponent's death. Of course, if facing an ascended civilization with almost no weaknesses, a direct assault is very difficult. In my previous life, the Queen of Blades attacked me so many times, yet she didn't kill me. Moreover, once an Ascension-level attack is launched, the inevitable consequence is the Ascension civilization's retaliation. And without information shielding against Ascension-level attacks, being discovered is a certainty. Therefore, with this silent catastrophe, theoretically, it does possess the means to attack Ascension civilizations. But if you don't want to die, don't rush into arguments. However, while attacking an Ascension civilization is a 50-50 chance against a level 3 civilization, it's equivalent to a dimensional reduction attack. No wonder in the future, no matter what methods the Interstellar Khan used, they were easily neutralized, and he even showed extraordinary panic. At that time, he probably already used the methods of collective unconsciousness. Just as the senior engineer was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice was incredibly strange. It transcended the categories of pleasant and unpleasant. It was like billions of precisely tuned crystal tuning forks vibrating simultaneously, cold, pure, devoid of any biological noise, each note containing a vast flow of information. Now that your civilization's war has ended, the Cosmic Council's principle of non-interference is effectively nullified. Of course, if you have any legal advice, you can consult the civilization observer of your civilization's origin, but a disaster-stricken civilization like yours generally doesn't have civilization observers, right? While this facilitates your invasion, haven't you considered that if beings like us wanted to do something to you, you wouldn't even have a witness? The inevitable was finally here. The senior engineer sighed and peered out. Ascended species don't necessarily possess a fixed form. For example, this one right now. When you gaze at it, your visual system receives conflicting information. The senior engineer saw a gigantic geometric shape sculpted from solidified starlight, conforming to the golden ratio. In the next instant, it transformed into a slowly rotating, miniature nebula, nurturing galaxies. Moments later, it evolved into countless shimmering, living networks of light, connecting everything and constantly reconstructing complex topological structures. These scenes weren't illusions, but rather real projections existing simultaneously in multiple dimensions, and on different levels. The brain could only barely piece together this incomprehensible spectacle. For third-tier species, simply looking directly at an ascended being was like looking directly at an evil god. However, as the number of the nameless fungi in the senior engineer's eyes increased, even to the point of stripping away the form of the entity before him, a scene that seemed destined for the future finally appeared. It was a solemn silhouette resembling an ancient deity, and above its body was an ascension light, so intense it seemed to ignite the void. The Ant Lord had gone to great lengths to fungusify an entire galaxy. And the moment this being appeared, its aura alone achieved absolute dominance over the lower dimensional reality. Indeed, a rather flamboyant entrance. The senior engineer squinted, scrutinizing the being. Not an ordinary ascended species, but a high-ranking member of an ascended civilization? You seem to have no intention of answering my question, the other side spoke again. And its dominion over the lower dimensional reality was instantly suppressed. The other side made no move, merely its very existence's inclination rewrote the local rules of reality. The celestial calamity upon which this forbidden body relied suddenly became ordinary. Corruption, from an ultimate power imbued with fallen divinity, was reduced to a simple natural phenomenon conforming to the second law of thermodynamics, like leaves rotting, iron rusting. Its mystery and oppressive aura vanished instantly, becoming a calculable, predictable ordinary process. The unity will of the nameless fungus, that collective unconsciousness attempting to devour everything, crashed into an invisible wall. This wall is called the fourth wall. Within the reality of the ascended species, every fundamental particle is clearly defined and isolated. And the ever-evolving life force originating from the bloodlines of all races suffered an even more fundamental blow. Evolution, inherently unfolding with infinite possibilities across the dimension of time, becomes, in the realm of ascended species, a book whose pages can be turned at will. All the future evolutionary paths of the forbidden body are simultaneously observed, calculated, and locked. So did you say please? Just as the aura of the entire ascended realm swept over like a whirlwind, the senior engineer suddenly produced a wooden sword composed of nameless fungi. Using Huang Yuanli's basic weapon against ascended species would be a recipe for disaster. The sword tip gently sliced through space-time, and artificial primordial soup rose around him. The soup surface was no longer calm. Countless tiny bubbles began to form, rise, and burst. With each burst, the microscopic space-time around the point of rupture would fall into a moment of definition blurring. In that instant, the nameless fungus split almost infinitely. Whether reality or unreality, everything was forcibly overwhelmed by this frenzied growth. The ascendant opposite, in the real realm that defines all things, would be rapidly blurred within 3 feet of the high-level engineer. Cosmic techniques? And very high-level cosmic techniques. The voice opposite was still filled with magnificent colors and boundless creative power. However, this time, a trace of emotion called surprise was finally added. In his eyes, the opposite was not a forbidden carbon-based life form tempting to fall, but a humanoid outline barely formed by countless writhing, intertwined mycelia and spores emitting a faint phosphorescence. And with a distant grab, the voice suddenly disappeared. The vacuum that should have been empty began to form fungi. This kind of fungal growth is not a material aggregation, but rather the concept of name itself acquiring density and form. 1, 10, 100. A full 100 black suns, silently and causaliless, emerged, surrounding the ascending species at their center. They are not black holes formed after burning stars reach their end. They are much older, much more absolute. They do not emit light, do not generate heat, do not produce gravity. They are absorbing light, absorbing heat, absorbing gravity, absorbing all energy and information, even absorbing the meaning of existence itself. They are 100 absolute voids in the structure of reality, 100 cold no's engraved on the back of the laws of the universe. These 100 ancient suns are the embodiment of that primordial void before the birth of existence. They are also the scene seen by the fungi of name as they occasionally gazed at the starry sky while competing for nutrients in the ancient primordial soup. Chapter 1738. Compared to the Ant-Lord's desperate attempt to unleash the ancient tide, the same operation was performed with effortless ease by the High Engineer. This wasn't just a matter of strength, but more importantly, a difference in levels. Using the artificial primal soup to evolve the nameless fungus, the High Engineer experienced almost no resistance or delay, as if he were born to do so. Unfortunately, the primal soup was something I created myself. My faction doesn't yet possess mature primal soup technology. If they did, combined with the infinitely proliferating nameless fungus, they could unleash an infinite number of ancients. If they could achieve that, it would likely be a strike at the ascension level. The multidimensional cage of existence, composed of 100 black suns, had reached its final, ultimate contraction. Just as the boundary between existence and nothingness was about to be permanently erased, the ascended species opposite finally made a slight movement. This movement couldn't be described by any direction, displacement, or force. It wasn't a wave or a step, but rather something closer to a subtle adjustment of its state of being. Like a scholar lost in deep thought, subtly adjusting his posture, the entire world was reconstructed. Then, an incredible sight occurred. The 100 black suns, representing ultimate negation, capable of devouring even nothingness, began to fade in their absolute darkness. Not illuminated, but their attributes of darkness and nothingness were redefined by a more fundamental force. It was as if an unseen giant hand was gently smoothing away these scars of reality. The darkness of the first old sun, like stains washed away by water, silently dissolved, revealing the normal, starlit universe behind it. The 10th ancient, its law of negation of existence seemingly overridden by a higher theorem, was rewritten from absolute nothingness to observable background radiation, before dissipating. The 100th ancient, in its final moment before complete annihilation, seemed to emit a wave of thought, not a sound, but one filled with astonishment and bewilderment, before returning to utter silence. Direct manipulation of the reality field makes it impossible to discern which civilization is behind this. They're quite well hidden. The senior engineer showed no surprise at how easily the opponent suppressed 100 ancients. If they were truly ancient rulers, who ascended through devouring technology trees, the suppression would be much more difficult, as ancient rulers of this level would undoubtedly infiltrate the opponent's technology tree. However, the evolution of the nameless fungus, even with the blessing of the primal soup, hadn't broken through to this stage. This is likely because the civilization's technology tree cannot be nurtured within the primal soup. The senior engineer wasn't surprised at all by the failure of his methods. With a swift movement, he pulled out the form godhead and slammed it into his chest. Then, with another swift movement, he pulled out the gravity godhead and held it in his palm. As the two godheads slammed into his body, the senior engineer's aura instantly surged, jumping from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, and to the peak of the 4th tier at that. A soft came from the opposite side again. The senior engineer had no intention of holding back against these ascended high-level beings. If 2 godheads weren't enough, he used 3. If 3 godheads weren't enough, he entered the God Fusion mode. If God Fusion failed, he fully unleashed the Corruption Pantheon. If the Corruption Pantheon couldn't withstand the onslaught, he summoned the Colossus. Even the Colossus couldn't suppress its opponent. It was probably time to flee. The characteristics of the Heavenly Khan also fell upon the High Engineer. Undying Leader +4, Immortal Leader +4. This made the newly grown nameless fungus appear exceptionally lush. And it resonated with the 2 divine cores. The attraction emanating from the gravity divine core, acting between concepts and laws, was pulled towards each other by the chaotic background noise representing the nameless fungus permeating the bottom layer of the universe, as the High Engineer grabbed again. This forced the clear boundaries of the ascended species to begin intersecting with the blurred shadows. Almost simultaneously, the power of the form divine core descended. It didn't create anything new, but instead performed the most dangerous act of defining. It directly defined the omnipresent, formless, and intangible cosmic shadow characteristic of the nameless fungus onto the shadow of the ascended species. Instead of directly attacking the ascension light that seemed to ignite the void, it caused the mycelium to change form, transforming into shadows of the Ascension species in different dimensions. These mycelium, formed from the Ascension species' own shadows, seem to have found a path back to their original form, gently yet irresistibly touching the Ascension species' body, composed purely of rational energy. The senior engineer narrowed his eyes. The sword light in his palm flickered slightly, and the last martial arts divine spark embedded in the blade flashed, resonating with the senior engineer's nearly 200% normal swordsmanship. However, he ultimately did not unleash this killing move all at once. Fighting an Ascension high-level being was dangerous. Killing an Ascension high-level being was even more dangerous. He hadn't fully made up his mind yet. At this moment, perhaps for the first time, a barely perceptible fluctuation of astonishment appeared on the eternally serene face of the ascended species. Because what it sensed wasn't an external attack, but rather a subtle yet clear tearing sound emanating from within the very foundation of its being. The skin on the ascended species' chest, which had previously flowed with pure energy, reflecting the rational laws of the universe, was like a drop of viscous ink falling onto the purest water. But this ink wasn't external, it was the deepest shadow cast by its own light. The shadow, upon contact, spread from a line into a surface. An extremely fine, yet incredibly dazzling dark spot appeared on the ascended species' chest. This dark spot was incongruous with the surrounding brilliant light of reason. It seemed like a void in existence, constantly devouring the surrounding light and definitions. Then, the center of the dark spot began to writhe. Strands of denser, dark golden mycelium, bearing the unique properties of the nameless fungus, grew from the void. They didn't pierce in from the outside, but rather seeped inward from within the ascended species, along the veins of its rationality, taking form. The stable flow of light emanating from the ascended species' body immediately became chaotic and turbid as it passed through this area. Those originally clear and cold mathematical symbols began to twist and deform, interspersed with incomprehensible, bizarre geometric shapes and tiny, wailing faces. For the first time, its unchanging rational body showed signs of disease. But this is impossible, the ascended species murmured to itself. Compared to expelling the nameless fungus imbued with divine power, this being seemed more interested in the method of its invasion. For it, having evolved a body of reason, or rather, for its entire ascended species, theoretically, there should be no flaws at the genetic level. But now, these tiny fungi had transformed into an extremely complex digital model, embedded within its perfectly rational shell. And when it looked at the other, it met the high engineer's eyes. What eyes they were! They seemed to have completely lost their pupils, becoming two black holes. Under the influence of these two black holes, the physical constants of the entire star field trembled. Space itself was permeated by this killing intent, becoming like glass about to shatter, every invisible crack pointing towards the core of the ascended species' existence. The flow of time, shrouded in killing intent, became viscous and chaotic, as if gathering momentum for the final end. This wasn't a convergence of energy, but rather a highly condensed and purified concept of death itself. The opponent possessed the power to truly destroy his rational body. Realizing this, the ascended being finally became serious. And as soon as he became serious, the shell hidden beneath the ascension light vanished instantly. In its place was the scene the high engineer had initially witnessed, a colossal geometric structure of the golden ratio, a miniature nebula nurturing galaxies, a complex topological structure connecting all things and constantly reconstructing itself. It reappeared, this time 100 times faster, and with 100 times more varied forms, constantly reflected in the multidimensional void. The nameless fungus, having lost its means of communication, was once again reclaimed by the high engineer. Faced with this genuine evolutionary transformation of an ascended species, even the divine sense could only vaguely sense it, so the high engineer simply closed his eyes. But the killing intent intensified. It wasn't aimed at matter, energy, or even directly at the soul. It targeted the existence of the ascended species itself. Under this killing intent, every particle, every law, every future possibility constituting the ascended species was marked with an invisible sign. Neither side made the first move. After a moment, the ascended species spoke first. I came here tracking that filter. It has a digital model that interests me, but unfortunately, the most crucial part was deliberately deleted. It seemed the culprit behind the great filter had been found. The high engineer spoke calmly, as if the tense atmosphere between the two sides didn't exist at all. You're quite lucky. If you had actually gotten your hands on it, you'd probably be facing the Punisher force of the Civilization Council. So, that digital model is very dangerous? It's not just dangerous, it's among the most dangerous even within the Ascension algorithms. Ascending outside of a civilization is like forming a coalition against the Civilization Council. The effects are devastating. The other side seemed thoughtful. The senior engineer also pondered for a moment, then asked another question. What do you think of the Ascension Whip? Those low-level civilizations banding together. I haven't been active in the real universe for a long time. I'm not interested. If they're not active in the real universe, then they're active in the digital universe. So they're still from the same family. Different levels of species have different activity spaces in the universe. Especially information civilizations. Their active methods at different information levels are incredibly diverse. That guy G, wasn't he also living in someone else's XP system back then? I understand. Are you one of the 4 ascended civilizations marked by the Interstellar Con? The senior engineer asked again. The ascended high-level being clearly had no interest in answering this question. So, this is a misunderstanding? Yes, a misunderstanding. The senior engineer nodded in deep agreement. The ascended species nodded slightly. In that case, goodbye. Yes, see you again sometime. In that instant, the ascended species' presence began to rapidly dilute. It wasn't movement, nor invisibility, but rather the very foundation of its existence. That highly ordered, rational structure that governs all things, receded like a receding tide from this space-time coordinate point, already highly polluted by killing intent and chaos. However, in the instant the opponent completely withdrew. How about we try again? Sure. The senior engineer drew his sword on the spot. The moment the sword was drawn, space itself emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain, not shattering, but like an infinitely stretched membrane, every inch containing the tension of imminent collapse. Time lost its direction at that moment, spinning wildly around that origin, like a vortex, the causal lines of past and future breaking and entangled upon it. The sword was drawn. The ascended species had finally departed. Lady Deepweb, Xiao Yu, and the mirror spirit emerged from the mirror one after another, and then saw the scene before them. The forbidden body that had once clashed with ascended species now sat silently atop a patch of twisted, charred mechanical wreckage. This ruin was proof of its immense power, and a silent testament to the price it had paid. Its body was riddled with cracks. These were not ordinary cracks, they were more like a poignant beauty, barely maintaining its shape after being crushed by unbearable internal and external pressures. Deep within the cracks, there was no flesh or energy, only a profound darkness that seemed capable of swallowing even light. Occasionally, a faint glimmer of light would flash briefly through some of the deeper cracks. This light was not of life, but rather like the last rays of a star before its complete demise, or an ancient echo long since vanished from a distant galaxy. One arm rested casually on his protruding knee, the other hand gripped half a sword, and a cigar, seemingly composed of nameless fungi, dangled from his lips. The cigar tip was lit with primal soup. With each puff, the nameless fungi multiplied wildly, partially healing a crack on his body. Seeing the 3 women, or rather, cosmic relics cloaked in carbon-based female bioskins, plus the mechanical revolution. The senior engineer raised an eyebrow and grinned. As expected, all ascended species are bastards. Even when they're about to leave, they still insist on using my fusion mode. Still not giving up. Boss! Why didn't you let me make a move just now? Xiao Yu said angrily. I already figured out how to deal with him. Letting you handle it is a huge problem. If you really manage to keep him here, are we really going to have to fight an ascended civilization? Especially since this is a civilization that uses digital models. They're very troublesome. The Deepweb lady's gaze fell on the 3 divine cores in front of the engineer. Compared to the engineer's cracked body, the surfaces of the 3 divine cores were smooth and clean, without a single scratch. Since the divine cores were unharmed, the rest were just minor injuries. Stop looking. That **** won't leave until I figured out my fusion route. These 3 things are no less valuable than the stuff inside the Great Filter. Chapter 1739. Ms. Deepweb glanced once more at the mechanical wreckage beneath the engineer's feet, and at the arrogant figure dangling a cigar, brimming with self-importance. Suddenly, she felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, it was this person who had brought her into interstellar space. Weren't the cataclysmic civilizations strong? Very strong. A single named bacteria could evolve into an old one, and an old one could easily corrupt any tier 3 planet, or even a civilization coordinate. And the Great Filter civilization was even more terrifying, obliterating anything that didn't pass its evolutionary algorithm. These 2 tier 3 civilizations, wiped out by the cataclysmic civilization, numbered in the tens of thousands. However, when these 2 faced a true ascended high overlord, they were utterly powerless. While the guy opposite looked somewhat wretched, these injuries were insignificant. After all, it wasn't him who was forced to retreat, but rather that ascended high overlord. However, she still had many questions she wanted to ask. Did he hold back? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but most likely no. Seeing the other's grave expression, the senior engineer smiled slightly. Don't imagine ascended species to be so exaggerated. He's at most a high-level being. If it really comes to an ascension-level civilization attack, it doesn't have the final say. So what's he still doing here? Making a fool of himself? If I defeat and capture him, he'd be incredibly humiliated. So, to eliminate Mr. G, or rather, this civilization pursuing the path of fusion, even if it's an ascended civilization, a civilization-level attack is necessary. At this moment, Ms. Deep Web deeply understood the meaning of fusion civilization. Add to that some hidden trump cards the opponent has up their sleeve, such as the Ghost Mirror's Tech Tree Resurrection, and 5th-tier deities, 5th-tier star armor. Perhaps there really is a chance. The senior engineer immediately understood what the other party was thinking and shook his head, saying, "Have you heard of the Dark Forest era?" Ms. Deep Web was taken aback. That crazy era of civilizations of the same level sniping at each other, and advanced civilizations wantonly attacking lower-level ones? Yes, most advanced civilizations experience that era, and its influence, especially on ascended civilizations, hasn't completely disappeared. For example, do you know about the Dark War? The principle is simple. If there really were a war between ascended civilizations, who would directly engage in contact with you, you probably wouldn't even know who your opponent is, let alone find their territory, main species, or even their coordinates. Do you think ascended civilizations would take the initiative to attack unless they hid these things well enough? Having experienced that Hunter era, nobody's stupid. If a war really breaks out, we can only defend. We won't even know who to counterattack. The senior engineer bluntly stated the truth. Perhaps at the level of 4th-tier units, or even 5th-tier powerhouses, the senior engineer is no weaker than some ascended civilizations. The gap is still all-encompassing. Boss, is there really no way? Xiao Yu asked expectantly. It's not that there's absolutely no room for imagination. Not all ascended civilizations are all-rounders. There's a rumor. The senior engineer said casually, then suddenly startled, looked up, and found that the three women were all staring at him expectantly. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? You haven't even ascended yet, and you're already thinking of challenging an ascended civilization? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The senior engineer tapped each of them on the head, realizing that arrogance really does breed incompetent teammates. Not even entering the ascension realm, yet thinking of challenging an ascended civilization, that's suicidal. Just as the senior engineer was expressing his pity and anger at his subordinate's audacity, the system notification sounded again. The Legion civilization has destroyed the Flesh Abyss civilization. The Nomad Alliance's favorability has decreased by 9,999,999. The Interstellar Great Khan has issued the Carbon Gold Recruitment Order. All allied civilizations that have accepted the order will fight the Legion civilization to the death. Fight to the death? Is it that extreme? The senior engineer muttered to himself. This will seriously affect Ascension. Internal strife again. Is the old man trying to drain us dry like last time? At this moment, a strange species was sitting on a desolate planet reading a newspaper. Behind it, a tide of shadow, like living ink, surged forth from cracks in the void. It was not a physical entity, yet more corrosive than any matter. A blue supergiant erupted with a final, powerful flare, enough to vaporize a planet, but the light, like water splashing against an invisible barrier, merely rippled the surface of the shadow before vanishing completely. Stars fell silent one after another, like blown-out candles. They did not explode, but rather, more terrifyingly, became shadowed, dragged into darkness. Planets, asteroid belts, comets. These appendages orbiting the stars had no right to struggle. Like ice crystals falling into boiling snow, they melted silently at the forefront of the advancing shadow, unable even to slow the tide in the slightest. I'm a businessman. Why would I risk my life fighting you? The reason I joined this cataclysmic alliance is because this is the best place to do business. You want my life? No problem. You want to annex my civilization? No problem. But if you prevent me from doing business, then that's your fault, Great Khan. But fighting a civil war seems profitable. I need to go ask that boss G if he wants my supplies. Meanwhile, on another ascension route, a massive nebula was burning. An invisible domain pressed down, and the gas and dust at the nebula's edge were the first to lose their color, fading from brilliant crimson and eerie blue to a blinding, uniform, and utterly cold white. Where the extreme flames reached, the nebula's structure, color, and even its very existence were stripped away and incinerated. Again, against this all-consuming white backdrop, the final flashes of those advanced life forms were even more striking. They were once the consciousness of the nebula, the ghostly living entities of energy. Now, like diamonds thrown into a furnace, they coalesced into extremely dazzling points of light, attempting to resist. This light was their essence burning, purer and sharper than the surrounding white, the final radiance of a soul being evaporated. However, it was all in vain. In a nebula-sized inferno, the entire Type 3 energy civilization became fueling the fire. And within the flames, the silhouette of a colossal beast strode forward. Old man, are you done for? You need a conscription order to deal with a newcomer? If you're not up to it, what use is your conscription order? Since you're not up to it, then I might as well become the leader of the Alliance. You can play the role of the game initiator, or perhaps a Star Khan. I remember many of your brothers covet this position. They're much more obedient than you. And within a vast expanse of Gestalt consciousness, amidst the flow of data, commands were constantly being sent and transmitted. A massive number of minute adjustment commands were generated and distributed. The energy weapon launch vectors of the 3,000 attack units, located on the left flank of the galaxy, were uniformly fine-tuned by 0.0003 arseconds. The operational priority of the 10 billion resource collectors in the rear was forcibly downgraded, their energy instantly siphoned and injected into the frontline weapon arrays. 700,000 small jammers were activated. Their mission was not direct attack, but to weave an invisible probability field that restricted the enemy's movement path. A new command suddenly arrived. New target confirmed. Target priority increased. Partner, Interstellar Khan. Civilization attack target 002 cancelled. Civilization attack target 003 cancelled. Civilization attack target 004 disengaged from the battlefield. Civilization attack target 005 annihilated. This list of civilizations' Gestalt targets spanned over 100 pages. Each page represents a specific civilization. No way, the Ant Lord is dead? That arrogant old wasn't even killed by me, and someone else took him down? No way, it's that easy to kill. I should have done it sooner. In the void of space, the distorted coordinates of distant civilizations resemble a solidified, cold-glowing spiderweb. The remnants of a shattered planet, like a gnawed, pale skeleton, silently float in the void. Further away, the light of a star is obscured, leaving only a strange, jagged halo. In the center of this graveyard, a living plane surges. It is neither liquid nor solid, but a gray tide that constantly self-replicates, flows, and reassembles. It covered everything in its path. Fragments of planets, wrecked hulls of warships, silently disintegrating, devouring, and merging into its endless ash. Finally, the gray tide formed the humanoid shape of a little devil. Serves you right for pretending to be young. Now look what you've done, beaten to death. Fine, for the sake of our old rival, I avenge you while I'm at it. Meanwhile, within the royal tent, a pulse signal, like a savage war cry, pierced through hyperspace from the throne, reaching the various Khanates scattered across the starry sea. In the Wolf Den Kaganate's audience hall, the suspended star map suddenly lit up with a blood-red mark. The Khan, clad in rugged alloy bone armor and bearing energy-burned scars on his face, was tearing apart a large piece of roasted meat from a fourth-tier species with his power claws. Upon seeing the marker, a fierce glint flashed in his murky electronic eyes. He slammed the beast's bones and flesh into the star map, roaring, "You bastards! The great Khan's hounds have smelled the meat. Take off." Below, countless warriors clad in wolf pelts, howling like wolves, surged madly towards the raiding ships anchored in the shadow of the lava planet. The summon ceremony of the iglooing Khanate remained silent. Their leader, a slender figure whose face was hidden beneath a smooth, golden-winged helmet, stood on the edge of a towering observatory. As the signal arrived, a coordinate silently lit up on the cascading star map behind her, like a hawk locking onto its prey. She didn't turn around, but simply raised her arm adorned with metallic feathers and gently waved it. In an instant, countless streamlined warships, suspended in the halo of a gas giant, simultaneously ignited their engines with eerie blue flames, and like arrows released from a bow, silently merged into the sea of stars. Deep within the stellar fortress of the Rock Khanate, a signal rippled across the heavy adamantine gates. The Khan here was a giant sculpted from a massive planet, who had just lifted a thunderous hammer from the forge. He glanced silently at the shimmering runes on his arm, hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder, and turned toward the massive passage leading to the shipyard. With each step, Heavily armored planetary warriors, like mobile fortresses, silently emerged from the niches on either side, merging into the steel torrent behind him. There were no shouts, only the rumble of armor clashing against armor, announcing the departure of a destructive legion. But a flicker of worry crossed his eyes the instant he stepped outside. Brother, and Bloodzer's disappearance. This isn't a good sign. Scorched earth, that guy, is incoherent again. What happened? The swarm connate summons were the most bizarre. The signal wasn't transmitted into the hall, but directly into a massive, pulsating biomolecular hive. The Lord of the Nest. A twisted form fused with a massive ganglion, emitted a silent mental shriek the instant it received the information. The fleshy tubes in the nest's walls writhed violently, and countless bizarre, gleaming biological ships, like expelled eggs, surged densely into the void. They intertwined, piled up, forming a nauseating wave of living matter that hurtled towards the target star system. Within this wave of living matter, the figure of a Zerg queen appeared and disappeared. And at the civilization coordinates, or rather, the pre-civilization coordinates, of the abyss of flesh and blood, Du Xiaodi slowly descended. With each step, countless mechanical devices formed light-speed staircases beneath her feet. Before her, an endless abyss tore through space. It was not composed of rock, but a living boundary beyond comprehension. To her left, a constantly pulsating, contracting dark red organic tissue formed the abyss's cliff walls. These tissues were covered with a thick network of blood vessels, within which flowed a viscous liquid, not blood, emitting an eerie green phosphorescence. Occasionally, enormous clumps of flesh, resembling organs or unformed embryos, bulged and trembled on the walls, as if performing some unknown life function. The air was thick with the pungent stench of ozone, rust, and the sweet, rotten smell, not the silence of death, but an overabundance of life force, bordering on madness and bloating, a primal and chaotic abyss based on carbon and genes. In stark contrast to the organic world on her left, to the right of the abyss lay a purgatory composed purely of cold logic and a raging stream of data. Here, there were no physical entities, only endless streams of light and code manifested in physical form. They surged like boiling lightning, like a runaway torrent of neon lights, darting, colliding, and annihilating wildly in the void. Shattered geometric demons, unrecognizable symbolic devils, distorted faces and object outlines flashed and disintegrated in the stream of light like digital ghosts. The deeper one looked, the more terrifying the scene of the information hell became. Yet at this moment, both the abyss of flesh on the left and the information hell on the right were already in a state of semi-destruction. Chapter 1740. At this moment, whether on the left or right, the deeper one went, the more drastic the changes became. On the left, the once vibrant carbon-based abyss was now largely shrouded in darkness and death. The originally dark red, moist flesh and tissue had become shriveled, blackened, and necrotic, like the viscera of a giant beast exposed in a vacuum, riddled with wrinkles and cracks. The networks of blood vessels that once surged with phosphorescent liquid were mostly broken and withered, clinging like withered vines to the necrotic flesh walls. Only a few areas still retained faint, irregular twitches, like the reflexes of a dying person. The enormous clumps of organs collapsed like rotting fruit, their surfaces covered with a layer of grayish, fungal-like film. The intense life force in the air had been replaced by a deathly stench mixed with putrid odor and dust. This was not slumber, but the necrosis and silence following the complete collapse of the life system. The information hell on the right, too, had lost its dazzling, raging inferno of information. The once continuous torrent of data, like a neon waterfall, was now intermittent and fragmented. Large areas were shrouded in an ominous black screen state, a pure darkness like the backdrop of the universe, with only sporadic arcs of electricity occasionally flashing like dying fireflies. The still-flowing data light bands became extremely unstable, their colors dim, filled with chaotic snowflakes and error codes, colliding and dissipating aimlessly like directionless ghosts. The flickering symbols and graphics were broken and fragmented, repeating meaningless, repetitive cycles. The once high-frequency hum had transformed into intermittent, low-pitched groans of electrical surges, like the final gasps of the server cluster before a complete power outage. This was not the silence of order, but the chaos and nothingness following the complete collapse of the system's logic. As for Du Xiaodi, she walked along the massive scar formed by frozen necrotic flesh and data remnants, heading deeper into the abyss. Her steps were steady, carrying an almost cold tranquility. It wasn't a deliberate display of power, but rather that she herself had become the embodiment of a higher, more absolute order. As she descended, her aura began to evolve. It wasn't an energy burst, but a direct unfolding of rules. Each step carried a different sound. With the first step, Nebula's glimmers quietly emerged in the space behind her, not as a phantom projection, but as physical constants being rewritten, microscopic particles performing an elegant dance of creation and annihilation on a macroscopic scale. With the second step, the geometric outlines of a colossal structure began to appear and disappear within her aura. It wasn't any known building, but more like the skeleton of a galactic spiral arm, or a manifestation of cosmic string theory, a fundamental fibrous structure supporting spacetime. The third step, a deep, persistent hum, not transmitted through the air, began to envelop everything. It wasn't sound, but rather the background radiation produced when dimensions were smoothed out and the laws of physics were solidified, the sound of the very foundation of the universe's stable operation. When she reached the very bottom of the abyss of flesh and blood, its undulating contractions completely solidified. Every inch of tissue lost its organic elasticity, as if instantly vitrified, reflecting a cold, mineral sheen under the faint light of the nebula. Meanwhile, the boiling data stream of the information hell seemed exposed to absolute zero. All the flickering symbolic demons and shattered hells solidified into static, pale marks, then evaporated like mist, merging into the eternal hum of the cosmic background radiation. The boundary between the two was completely blurred under the overlay of a higher law, collapsing together into a deathly silence, absolutely defined and devoid of any further movement. On this cosmic foundation, two dried-up insects were slammed onto the base, their features barely discernible. Hell, flesh, and blood? Although Dujouti uttered a question, she was already quite certain that the two before her were indeed from the flesh and blood abyss civilization. Spare me, spare me! I surrender to you! The old man, crushed into a dried-up corpse, cried out in agony, utterly lacking the demeanor of a civilization leader. Of course, you can't judge them by human morality, because most natural disaster civilizations lack a mature moral and ethical system. They have no morality at all, yet you insist on judging them morally. This is an act of fabrication. In fact, most natural disaster species don't even have the will to survive. They still have the will to survive. From the perspective of universal morality, this is already a very moral act. Idiot, stop embarrassing yourself. Aren't you useless enough already? Another tiny insect retorted angrily. It was like a data ghost forcibly pieced together. Its withered, hunched body was barely constructed from countless fragmented, flickering pieces of code, its outline constantly distorting and flashing, as if due to a poor signal. Her skin was a flowing waterfall of garbled code, vaguely revealing countless digitized faces screaming in agony, only to vanish again in an instant. She had no feet. Her lower body was a coarse stream of data constantly disappearing and reforming, like a twisted snake's tail, blending into the background noise of the entire information hell. Her fingers, as thin as withered branches, were abnormally long and thin, composed of constantly pulsating binary light filaments. Wherever they touched, space rippled with errors. Her face was the only part that was clear enough to be terrifying. An old woman's face covered with wrinkles like electrical circuits, her eyes two constantly spinning black holes that devoured all data, her lipless mouth grinning with a fixed, pixelated, grotesque smile. But now, she was no longer a living terrifying being, but had become a specimen of error, a logical error permanently archived by the fundamental laws of the universe, like an insect in amber, retaining its form, but utterly devoid of all inner energy and meaning. Even the ascension light that constantly emanated from her body was like the sands of the Ganges, coming and going in equal measure. There was only one possibility. Under the suppression of the cosmic behemoth, the underlying rules of the entire region had been completely altered to the point of rejecting ascension. Any energy, galaxies, or machinery related to ascension was forcibly sealed. If it weren't for this, a dual attribute catastrophe civilization couldn't have been so easily destroyed. Because if all else fails, they can force an ascension. Once they enter ascension mode, would you dare to actually disrupt this cosmic calamity? Are you courting death? In fact, even internal wars among catastrophe civilizations, unless under special circumstances and weaknesses are found through years of friction, would normally last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. And there are ways to speed things up. The simplest way is to be an ascension civilization. Then you can simply crush them. Another method involves utilizing power beyond one's level. This level of power is something even ordinary ascended civilizations might not be able to master. Mechanical colossi, carbon-based pantheons, and the mechanical revolution at its peak all fall into this category. Dujouti, too lazy to waste words with the loser, succinctly asked, "Where is she?" He can't find her, huh? Guess where she was exiled to. Maybe this old woman sold her to the cosmic black market. Hey, old woman, you don't care if you die or not. But this old man is still hoping for a chance to be resurrected. She's a colossus, after all. For the upper echelons of an ordinary civilization, the loss of a physical body is far from death. Only when all potential resurrections are eliminated can it be considered death. But this doesn't constitute true death. True death, in its truest sense, erases all traces of history, rendering the deceased impossible to summon from the river of time by any means. Even if the Time and Space Administration, for some crucial reason, attempts to summon a tainted witness from the river of time and fails to find them, that's true death, the kind that's beyond dead. But frankly, even achieving this level of death is no easy feat. Only ascended civilizations can access time-space technology and attempt this kind of multi-timeline execution. However, there are exceptions. For example, the cosmic megastructure. As a local cosmic rule modifier, it can repeatedly modify cosmic rules within the megastructure's coverage area, effectively achieving the operation of repeatedly refreshing timelines. This kind of operation can also result in permanent annihilation. Du Xiaodi said softly, I only provide one spot. That little girl has joined the 19th level of hell. I can't catch her at all. The 19th level of hell is my own ascension zone, built with 10 types of 4th-tier ascension structures. In that deep information space where there is no separation between self and others, the timeline is sealed, and only ascension information can circulate. Ascending there increases the chance of ascension by a full 20%. To the complete surprise of the half-body old ghost, before he could betray her, the old woman, who had previously been so stubborn, had revealed all her trump cards. Ascension space? You mean, she's trying to ascend? Du Xiaodi asked, stunned. Theoretically speaking, that little girl is still lacking in experience, but in my Avicii hell, the one thing I have no shortage of is time. Moreover, this little girl's path is similar to mine, the path of civilized demons. With the help of the feedback from the demonic civilization, her accumulation will quickly fill the gap. That little girl is so difficult to deal with. There must be quite a few demonic civilizations involved. Then why don't you go yourself? This ascension space can only be entered by truly entering the ascension state. I'm not ready yet, and you already come here. Du Xiaodi asked many more secretive questions, such as the coordinates of the Avicii hell, the target of the demonic cultivation, the civilization's legacy. During this process, Blood Old Ghost could only watch helplessly, unable to even interject. Inside the giant structure, Du Xiaodi could naturally isolate herself from false information. After all the questions were asked, she nodded. You can die now. The next moment, a black hole lens appeared in her palm. Wherever the lens's light shone, the deep information body of the Hell Granny began to disintegrate. This was the evolution of a civilization's trump card. With the support of the megastructure, its effect was even more powerful than a regular black hole. This leader of the information system's natural disaster disintegrated on the spot, vanishing completely. However, the good news was that a sliver of possibility of resurrection from the river of time remained. Du Xiaodi turned her head, and saw the Blood Old Ghost staring at her expectantly. She shook her head. I said, there's only one spot. With that, the mechanical leader turned and left, and the megastructure began to close. Beneath her feet, time, like a metal tape being pulled in reverse, emitted a faint scraping sound. All the imprints left by the will of the flesh and blood abyss, the whispers clinging to the folds of history, the seeds of resurrection planted through causal paradoxes, were all smoothed out one by the scraping of the tape rewinding, like shaving information off a magnetic medium. Then, space itself emitted a low, calibrating tone. The physical parameters that constituted the foundation of the flesh and blood abyss's existence were tightened by an invisible hand, as if fine-tuning an extremely precise screw. Those fragments of will that could only coalesce through specific quantum effects instantly lost the possibility of coupling. Like a sandcastle with its base removed, the logical chain that sustained its existence quietly collapsing. Countless blood demons appeared simultaneously, and then were simultaneously erased. Finally, there was the collapse of possibility. Every quantum state that could potentially give birth to its rebirth was forcibly collapsed towards a single outcome, nothingness. Like a safe's dial being turned to the final password, all incorrect combinations were permanently locked. The entire process was devoid of dazzling explosions, only absolutely precise corrections. What remained was not ruins, but a completely silent vacuum defined as a logical error. After eliminating two opposing civilizations, who were also old adversaries from many years ago, Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi almost immediately headed towards the largest and thickest ascension route in the Whip of Ascension. This ascension route spanned almost half of the celestial cluster, traversing thousands of star systems and conquering tens of thousands of Type 3 civilizations. In addition, the Khanate Alliance, servant civilizations, and servant species armies of the Interstellar Khan also brought significant gains during the operation. Furthermore, the combined bloodline of the myriad races and the two calamity-related characteristics of the Heavenly Khan naturally gave the Khan the greatest advantage in this civilization invasion. Especially the carbon-based civilizations they encountered, which surrendered without a second thought. The Great Khan's army of 10,000 civilized forces quickly surpassed 20,000. It could be said that the current interstellar Great Khan was at his peak in tens of thousands of years. He even felt that if he were to ascend in his current state, the chances of a successful ascension would be extremely high. However, for some reason, there was a vague, uneasy feeling. Even if the opponent could evolve into a carbon-based god, comparable to a fourth-tier ascended life form, it shouldn't cause such an ominous feeling. Could it be that the opponent possesses some special trump card? Chapter 1741. Just as a great battle was about to erupt, and the Cataclysmic Alliance was about to determine who the true Cataclysm was, the senior engineer encountered a peculiar guest. "You said you want to leave the Cataclysmic Alliance?" He looked at the other man with surprise. "Of course, Mr. G, when two tigers fight, one must be injured. I am both intimidated by the Great Khan's power and shocked by your strength. I simply don't have the courage to take sides. And since I'm not taking sides, the only option is to run away. But before I run away, I still want to make one more fortune. Of course, fair trade, honesty, and integrity, my reputation is still guaranteed." The other man claimed to be afraid of the Great Khan, but Senior Engineer couldn't see any fear on his face. As for fair trade, in Senior Engineer's eyes, he knew that this guy had taken advantage of the cataclysmic civilization's influence over the years to amass a lot of good goods, and the prices he offered were only around the passing grade. There was definitely a lot of room for improvement in terms of fairness. He'd been stopped at a checkpoint on his journey, initially mistaking it for some blind natural disaster testing his strength. But it turned out to be an acquaintance. Or rather, a merchant. The other's form was a fluid mass, a pure shadow rejecting light, its edges constantly blurring and reforming, like ink spreading silently on wet paper. Its outline was difficult to define. Sometimes it elongated, revealing shadows resembling slender limbs or sharp claws, but these were fleeting, as if merely visual illusions. When you gazed at it, you felt a non-human gaze, cold, empty, without concrete eyes, yet you knew unmistakably that it was looking at you. The Shadow Merchant, a rare interstellar merchant within the Nomadic Alliance. It possesses incredibly efficient distribution channels. No matter what the natural disaster sees, it can always offer the most suitable price and sell it smoothly. Moreover, its strength is not lacking. It can at least maintain a foothold among these natural disasters, and commercial ability alone is not enough. However, what Gao Gong finds most concerning is the rumored relationship between this entity and the ascended civilization. The Nomadic Alliance, due to its unique alliance requirements, always attracts all sorts of strange and wonderful civilizations. For example, the Great Filter Civilization, used to determine whether other civilizations are suitable for survival in the universe. The Nameless Fungus Civilization, nominally a semi-ancient civilization. Even some civilizations that, from the perspective of carbon-based species, possess very righteous attributes. Natural disaster is a neutral term, meaning it can bring massive harm to other civilizations. But it doesn't mean they are purely destructive civilizations. For example, the purebred Dawn, which has had some conflicts with Gao Gong, will even provide selfless assistance to some carbon-based species struggling to survive in the universe, even assisting in the evolution of their technology trees. Among these bizarre individuals, the shadowy merchant before them seemed relatively normal. According to him, his primary reason for joining the alliance was to dispose of stolen goods for his colleagues during Operation Ascension Whip. Gao Gong had collaborated with him somewhat over the years. However, this collaboration ceased after the Onic crisis completely dominated the invasions of other civilizations, transforming the invasions into liberation operations. After all, how could he possibly harm his own ironclad comrades? So the senior engineer was a little surprised by the visit. "You actually think I can win? Or are you betting on both sides?" The Shadow Merchant chuckled. "In all these years, you're the only opponent who could force the Great Khan to issue a conscription order. If I don't have confidence in you, who else can I have confidence in? Besides, given the Great Khan's domineering and powerful nature, how could he allow me to bet on both sides? If I went directly to him, given his style, he would most likely just annex my shadow bloodline." "That's true." The Shadow Merchant keenly sensed the senior engineer's nonchalance, his eyes darting around, as he quickly changed the subject. Do you know when the last time that Great Khan used the carbon gold summoning order? When? During the last Ascension Whip. Oh, that rumor. Actually, it's not a rumor. Based on my intelligence gathering over the years, that rumor is basically true, albeit a distorted one. The Shadow Merchant said mysteriously, what you heard is that during the last Ascension Whip, the nomadic civilization provoked an ascended civilization, resulting in their pursuit. In the end, the Great Khan sacrificed other calamity civilizations from the Ascension Whip to fight that ascended civilization, sacrificing his own ascension resources to finally defeat them. The senior engineer nodded. Indeed, there was such a story. Aside from those few old established kingdoms, the current wave of calamity civilizations were all recruited after that Ascension Whip. But actually, this was deliberately spread by the Great Khan, and it's only half true. The Shadow Merchant chuckled. And what about the other half? The senior engineer asked casually. Since traveling alone was boring anyway, he might as well listen to the other party's ramblings. The ascension of civilizations is a fact, the battles with ascension civilizations are also a fact, and the sacrifice of all natural disasters is an even greater fact. But the Interstellar Khan didn't tell anyone that the ascension civilization that hunted him was actually one that highly regarded him. The so-called battles were simply the ascension civilization fulfilling a promise made to him. And being hunted by the ascension civilization and sacrificing other civilizations was a preordained excuse for a failed ascension. That way, when later natural disaster civilizations joined, at least they wouldn't have to worry about the Interstellar Khan pulling the same trick again. After all, most natural disaster civilizations consider themselves invincible among their peers, and don't find the Interstellar Khan particularly terrifying. But if you add ascension civilizations, that's a different story. Hearing this, the senior engineer finally showed some interest. That ascended civilization deliberately intervened, that's quite bold. And a civilization contract of this level requires the endorsement of the council. Do they really have that much faith in that Interstellar Khan? The Shadow Merchant was also taken aback, not expecting the senior engineer's perspective to be so unique. In most cases, ascended civilizations have strict limitations on their actions against lower-level civilizations. However, there are a few exceptions. One is like the Ascension Whip, where a large-scale invasion by a lower-level civilization directly reaches the ascended civilization's coordinates. In this case, the ascended civilization has unlimited self-defense rights. Another exception is when both parties, under the notarization of the Civilization Council, sign a civilization-level contract proving that the ascended civilization's intervention is entirely in the interests of the lower-level civilization, and that the lower-level civilization agreed to it without any coercion. The latter is very complicated to handle. According to a leader of an ascended civilization whom the senior engineer knew, you might as well just kill it outright and bury it somewhere. Unless it's extremely outrageous, the kind that's blatant, with civilization observers present, the Civilization Council will most likely turn a blind eye. After all, the Cosmic Civilization Council is, in essence, the Council of Ascended Civilizations. And something like the latter is a classic case of overkill, putting aside everything else. Just the kind of law contract that can bind ascended civilizations is extremely difficult to create. In the senior engineer's understanding, this is more of a political statement, indicating that the universe has completely moved beyond the Dark Forest era and entered a new era of civilization, where all civilizations operate according to rules. At least on the surface. Aren't you curious why that ascended civilization agreed to the Great Khan's request? The Shadow Merchant shouted. The senior engineer glanced at him sideways. What else could it be? Investment, of course. The power of a civilization plagued by natural disasters is nothing special to a truly ascended civilization. But if a civilization with natural disaster characteristics successfully ascends, that's a different story. Especially a civilization with more natural disaster attributes. Once it ascends, it has more avenues for strengthening, brimming with potential. I wouldn't mind investing a bit. The Shadow Merchant. Your tone is inexplicably arrogant. So, both sides calculated everything perfectly. The only thing they didn't anticipate was that, even with all conditions fully prepared, the Great Khan actually failed to ascend. The senior engineer seemed thoughtful. Yes, there are billions of low-level civilizations in the universe, but even a powerful civilization like the Cataclysmic Civilization faces immense difficulties in taking that final step. The Shadow Merchant sighed. The senior engineer sized him up, his tone playful. So, you're actually a black glove for some ascended civilization, and you come here to replicate our last collaboration? No, I'm not some black glove. I just do some small business, the Shadow Merchant quickly explained, rubbing his hands together. Since we're going to wage a civilization war, and a massive one at that, you definitely need all sorts of weapons, logistics, mechanical technology, and high-level equipment. Whatever you want, however much, just name your number, and I guarantee I get it for you. Really, you can get anything? Hee, I do have some connections. Then give me a few cosmic relics. Functions and such are relevant, I take any relic. The senior engineer glanced sideways and said, you handled so many civilization relics, you can't possibly have none, can you? The shadow merchant hurriedly replied, it's not that I have none, it's just that ascended civilizations have priority in reserving these treasures, and once they get their hands on them, they almost immediately sell them. So, you really do have connections with ascended civilizations. Hee. This time, the shadow merchant didn't deny it. The senior engineer thought for a moment. Do you have any galaxy-level weapons? Yes, I do, but some are damaged. However, I guarantee the core functions are intact. They need to be comparable to the Galactic Living Altar, the Star Eater, and the Khan Plague. The shadow merchant's lips twitched again. These are the trump cards of the interstellar Great Khan, the renowned galaxy-level biological weapons. How does this kid know so much about them? Well, what, you can't even do that? Then what are you here for? The shadow merchant was almost in tears. Fine, one last request. If you can't do it, then forget it. Tell me. The shadow merchant quickly said. Get me a few national treasure-level biologists, the more the better. That's no problem, the shadow merchant finally breathed a sigh of relief. But after a moment's hesitation, he felt he still needed to confirm. You want a Tier 3 one, right? The senior engineer once again gave the other party a strange look. Why would I need to contact you if I wanted a Tier 3 item? Chapter 1742. Ascended species are not necessarily untradeable. Of course, this is on the premise that the ascended civilization to which this species belongs is gone, otherwise, it will 100% incur the wrath of that civilization. However, ascended civilizations are not eternal. Failure to ascend to a higher level, wars between ascended civilizations, cosmic disasters. There will always be various reasons that cause some unfortunate beings to lose their civilizations. And these ascended species are precisely in that awkward, unsuitable position. If they were to remain in the ascended community, they would essentially be considered impoverished, lacking the prestige. But if they were to re-evolve a civilization and successfully ascend, they would lack both the perseverance and the ability. In such cases, these ascended species might even actively contact cosmic black market organizations, seeking self-sale, or in other words, job hunting. Ascended civilizations of the same level would mostly look down on them. After all, they have their own ascended genes, and have no need to engage in hybridization. Civilizations at the peak of Tier 3 and demonstrating immense potential for ascension are considered promising candidates. By enduring hardship alongside these civilizations for a period, once the latter successfully ascends, they can upgrade their capabilities and become ascended species again. Tier 3 civilizations are generally quite willing to accept ascended species and acquire valuable ascension experience and technology. Therefore, theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem for a Legion civilization to accept several ascended species. Given the right channels, there will definitely be those that catch their eye. However, the requirements for advanced engineers are even higher. A national treasure level 4th-tier biologist like him has no shortage of clients. Even ascended civilizations of the same level would vie to invite him. With such lucrative offers from potential clients, he naturally wouldn't be interested in a promising talent like senior engineer. But then again, if things were that easy, why would senior engineer have sought out this shadowy merchant? He's well aware of the channels in the cosmic black market. Furthermore, Director Du has a cosmic noble gathering, whose predecessor, Heluopa, was one of its founders. However, when it comes to finding scholars of this caliber, connections are paramount, not channels. After all, while he claims to be selling himself, he's more about finding clients. Since this shadowy merchant is so well connected, let him give it a try. Anyway, after eliminating the interstellar Khan, he does have a massive amount of civilizational legacy to deal with. The primordial universe. 100 light-years away from the coordinates of the nomadic civilization. Countless branches sprouted from the void, some bearing a piece of space-time equipment. The branches, like elderly people clumsily manipulating smartphones, were struggling with their movements. No way, something's really wrong? Inside a golden hourglass, the once clear cavity was now a chaotic mess of golden sand. The upper grains of sand were frozen like iron-gray ice crystals, while the lower grains churned like boiling water, with black impurities seeping out like streaks of blood, only to be quickly swallowed up. The hourglass remained still, yet the sand flowed backward on its own, some struggling upward, others cascading downward, colliding in the middle with a silent hiss. Timeline positioning, marking a specific timeline with spacetime coordinates, is one of the key functions of the spacetime hourglass. As instructed, if the timeline malfunctions, a collision will occur within the hourglass. This indicates a conflict between the past and future timelines, rendering the spacetime logic inconsistent. In more severe cases, this could lead to serious spacetime accidents such as the grandfather paradox or timeline fractures. Ever since the two Zerg Supremes traveled to the future, Huang Yuanli, following her instructions, has been monitoring spacetime almost constantly. And what was bound to happen, happened. Maybe it was a mistake on my part, Huang Yuanli thought, somewhat self-deceptively. Then she activated another spacetime device, the time-traveling anchor. However, at that moment, chaotic light began to erupt from within the transparent anchor. That wasn't the light of beautiful stars, but a blinding and ominous flash, like a ruptured blood vessel or a burnout circuit. The previously smoothly flowing spacetime matter, like ice thrown into molten rock, shattered into countless sharp edges and boiling bubbles, its form wildly shifting between solid sharpness and liquid chaos. This cosmic treasure, originally meant to stabilize spacetime, was now extremely unstable. Startled, Huang Yuanli quickly shut it off, lest it explode before spacetime stabilized. Remembering the senior engineer's instructions, Huang Yuanli, the tree spirit, let out a long sigh. Notify those two to activate the third backup plan simultaneously. Nearly 100 planetary days passed. Two beams of light were summoned almost simultaneously from the spacetime gate, revealing the figures of the senior engineer and Du Xiaodi. Considering the time-flow ratio between the main universe and the primordial universe, plus the time it takes for information to travel across universes, it means that almost immediately upon receiving the news, these two put down their current tasks and came over. Take another look at this. I can never seem to get it right. Holy crap, who are you? Why are you so incredibly handsome? Huang Yuanli had been calling out to the engineer without turning around, but when she did, she was completely stunned by the incredibly handsome man before her. As a large collective consciousness being, and a female Khan of a nomadic civilization, the engineer's current state instinctively evoked a desire for conquest in her. This wasn't even pheromones, but a genetically ingrained yearning. She had never even felt this yearning before, not even during evolution. Du Xiaodi, who had been looking solemnly to the side, also glanced back, her eyes immediately lighting up with excitement, nodding repeatedly in satisfaction. However, the matter was serious. Although both women were curious about why the engineer's handsomeness had reached such a new level, business was more important. No need to look anymore. There must be a problem. Activate backup plan number 3 immediately. Although Huang Yuanli had given prior notice, she still looked reluctant when the engineer actually gave the order. The so-called Plan 3 involves abandoning all valuable resources and directly relocating the civilization. The cosmic resources the nomadic civilization has collected over the years. To put it simply, if the problem could be solved by simply throwing money at it, would be enough to wipe out more than one ascended civilization. Well, if the timeline breaks, this universe will instantly restart, and all resources will be refreshed and disappeared. Keeping them is useless, and will only delay the migration. Isn't there a way to preserve them? Yes, but our faction's spacetime technology isn't advanced enough for that. Alright. The senior engineer then looked at Du Xiaodi, his expression serious. A large-scale spacetime storm will most likely occur next. I have the mirror spirit assist you, using the megastructure to protect the civilization's coordinates until the migration is complete. As the engineer spoke, the mirror spirit was summoned. It looked at the engineer, then transformed into the engineer himself. It looked at Director Du, then transformed back into Director Du's shape. Du Xiaodi sized him up. She naturally knew the relic's abilities, the ability to completely replicate the power of a civilization for a period of time. For her, a believer in materialism and mechanics, this was indeed somewhat unbelievable. However, since it was her man saying this, it couldn't be false. Especially since he had become so charming, what he said made even more sense. After the two women disappeared, the engineer remained alone, gazing ahead. In the distance, the galaxy, which should have been eternally unchanging, now exhibited a viscous, nightmarish flow. It no longer followed the elegant trajectory of gravitational dance, but rather, like thick oil paint splashed onto an invisible canvas, slowly twisted and merged. The galaxy's ends forked and diffused, like ink drops in water, spreading a deeper darkness. Against this backdrop of disorder, space itself began to show wrinkles and scars. These were visible gravitational ripples, like ripples on disturbed water, but wherever they passed, starlight was distorted to an extreme, forming areas of optical distortion like funhouse mirrors. Occasionally, there would be brief, ghostly flashes. Not supernova explosions, but space-time lighting produced when a fragment of time was forcibly torn apart and then mended, silent, yet more chilling than any thunderclap. The more crucial the moment, the more trouble you create for me. Is this some kind of disguised difficulty? He finally spoke up when only the senior engineer remained. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Even the appearance of an ascended monster was forcefully blasted back. Now, everything was ready, except for the final push to kill the interstellar con. Then he could push the two Type 3 civilizations to their limits and figure out how to merge and ascend. But from the origin universe, this cosmic-level disaster struck at the very juncture of a major war. It was as if some unseen force, wanting him to have it too easy, deliberately created a new challenge for him. Is this Murphy's Law, like the observer's shadow, suffering a causal backlash for manipulating space-time? However, the senior engineer, being an experienced player, quickly calmed down. After some deliberation, he still felt the advantage was in his favor. He originally had 3 trump cards to deal with the interstellar con: the carbon-based Pantheon, the mainframe revolution, and the battlefield megastructure. But Director Du wanted to evolve the megastructure here to block the space-time storm. But the carbon-based Pantheon and the mainframe revolution alone are enough. After all, they might not even be needed. Once you enter the fusion civilization mode, a basic attack becomes equivalent to a normal civilization's ultimate move. Using trump cards is beneath you. The engineer quickly convinced himself, experienced players have such good mindsets, always able to easily manage their wise time. So he took one last look at the space-time chaos several light years away. Then he directly entered faster-than-light mode, heading towards the black hole. After so many years, the 4th-tier life alloy skeletons cultivated inside the Tower of Silence should be able to support a civilization-level war. And the civilization war he envisioned was naturally a 4th-tier civilization war. Retreat? Where to? To the main universe? Finally! I wanted to go for so long. I haven't even seen the Legion's headquarters yet. But why are we going? What's the mission? Civilization war. Finally, it's our turn to fight in the interstellar dungeon. When player Little Canned Food emerged from her biological building, she heard the shocking news. They could finally unlock the main universe storyline. Are we leaving already? Little Canned Food murmured to herself. She'd been working day and night for days, and had huge dark circles under her eyes, but hearing the news of leaving still made her heart clench. She was reluctant to leave. Then, soon, an NPC's voice rang out from within her cells. No need to prepare anything. We're about to begin a planetary-level nomadic movement. Everything you own will be temporarily integrated with the planet. If you really have nothing better to do, why don't you take this opportunity to research genetic weapons? Opportunities to borrow server computing power for free are rare. Soon, whether they were casual players, research players, or nomads of varying levels, everyone stopped moving. They weren't afraid. Instead, they displayed a serene return to their home. The players' forms began to blur, their colors becoming transparent, like ink spreading gracefully in water, ultimately transforming into pure streams of light, rising or seeping into the earth. Countless such streams of light, like billions of streams returning to their nests, gently but firmly converged from every corner of the planet towards its core. As the last trace of civilization and the final glimmer of life were completely absorbed, the entire planet seemed to transform into a gigantic, full egg, brimming with infinite light and life. The planet's outline began to blur in the vacuum, as if obscured by a shimmering curtain of water. The next second, it didn't fly away, but rather, like a dewdrop merging into water, it was gently and thoroughly erased from its original spatial coordinates. Only an exceptionally empty starfield remained, and a ring of faint, rippling light, the result of space's extreme curvature, slowly calming down. Interesting. Du Xiaodi, who had evolved into a megastructure, and was observing this biological civilization from a macroscopic perspective, offered her conclusion. These biological planets didn't truly disappear, rather, they embedded themselves into a large void coordinate system, and were then transported to a Stargate, pseudo. At this moment, complex biological data streams flickered on the surface of the Stargate. Once they docked with the coordinates of the main universe, these biological data streams could re-evolve into planets. This teleportation, measured in galaxies, almost reaches the upper limit of what a Type 3 civilization can achieve. It's safe to say that this nomadic civilization is truly exceptional in interstellar travel. And this teleportation capability, once transformed into an invasion, could even directly teleport to the coordinates of a regular civilization. According to the senior engineer, the interstellar con possesses this ability to confirm coordinates. However, Du Xiaodi quickly raised her head and looked into the distance. Speak of the devil, and he appears. A space-time storm is coming. Chapter 1743. Du Xiaodi's expression quickly turned serious. The space-time storm arrived much faster than she had anticipated. 1 second it was countless light years away, the next it was right around her. It seemed to move in units of time, not distance. Around the entire civilization's coordinates, space itself was torn into flakes, like a giant piece of silk ripped apart by a mischievous child, its folds revealing distorted star debris and remnants of time. Light was imprisoned here, unable to escape, only able to refract wildly between the shattered dimensions, like dying fireflies, forming a morbid, bizarre aurora. And the nomadic civilization's transformation was at a critical moment. The entire star field was gilded with a layer of gold. Within the golden light, numerous planets were being transformed into void nodes, embedded into stargates. If this process were disrupted, the transfer time would be greatly increased. Before this space-time storm, where even light and time are torn to shreds, a completely different existence stands tall. It is not a monolithic fortress, but a living, colossal machine pieced together from 100 civilizations' ultimate trump cards. It has no fixed form, resembling more of a constantly evolving, hypersonic array. Each trump card is an ultimate miracle forged by a civilization in a moment of life or death crisis. At this moment, they act like symbiotic organs, united by a single will, using mechanical precision to combat the madness of the universe. The Singularity Boiler, Civilization 18's trump card, like a heart of steel, throws captured spacetime fragments into miniature artificial black holes, extracting pure energy capable of shaking the very rules of spacetime. The Reality Anchor, Civilization number 31's trump card, is not a wall, but tens of thousands of enormous rhomboid devices, driven deep into the relatively stable spacetime structure at the edge of the storm like nails, spewing forth order fibers that solidify spacetime, providing the most fundamental stress points for the entire megastructure. The mechanical closed-loop fortress, Civilization number 24's trump card, unfolds. It is not a defense, but rather a paradoxical loop that transforms any malicious effect pointing to the civilization's coordinates into energy that drives itself. The more violent the storm's impact, the brighter the light of this part of the structure shines. Soon, a phantom of a giant technology tree flashes by. Huang Yuanli, covering her head, hurriedly hides inside, seemingly to avoid the rain. Her body is indeed covered in a large amount of water vapor, but it quickly evaporates, releasing numerous spacetime anomalies. One of these anomalies even contains the phantom of a spacetime agent. Pack up everything related to the tech tree. Seriously, those guys at the Time and Space Administration are a bunch of useless idiots. We gave them so much intelligence, and they still couldn't handle it. I really want to beat them up. Huang Yuanli was furious. This evacuation resulted in the greatest losses for her. Perhaps it wasn't a failure. Du Xiaodi pondered for a moment. The space-time fluctuations are so intense. Perhaps the battle has reached its most critical moment. I wonder how those two Zerg leaders are doing. Oh right, I notified the string controller civilization, but I don't know if they were able to evacuate in time. Du Xiaodi didn't speak further. She hadn't spent much time here, so she didn't have much of an impression of this new string controller civilization. However, she wasn't very optimistic. Only evolutionary megastructures could withstand the space-time storm. She didn't know what the other side could use to block it. Where's that guy? Isn't he inside? He went to the black hole, Du Xiaodi said succinctly. Oh, that guy's going to fight, right? What are we going to do? Huang Yuanli said, her head aching. Although the transfer was relatively timely, suffering losses was highly probable. Optimistically, losing 30% would be considered good. But what they were about to face was a powerful interstellar Khan at his peak. You should worry more about yourself. According to our rehearsal, the moment you appear in the main universe, the interstellar Khan will definitely attack you conceptually. A tech tree attack? I knew that already. I haven't been around for nothing these past 2,000 years. Anyone who wants to take my throne as Khan will have to see how good they are. Du Xiaodi didn't respond, but she didn't refute either. After mastering the megastructure, her vision had become extraordinary, and she could naturally see Huang Yuanli's current level. More importantly, she glanced at the other's brain, sensing a subtle change in deep-level information. He used the power of the divine system to force out the information mother, and then implanted it into her body. Although she didn't know when the senior engineer had done it, she wasn't surprised at all. The divine system itself was a fifth-tier power, enough to transfer the information mother. Most importantly, with the power of the divine system, the information mother's position became somewhat awkward. After all, The senior engineer doesn't work in the information technology field, so he can't fully absorb the other party's knowledge. However, as a wealthy woman receiving special attention from someone, Du Xiaodi still had some understanding of the senior engineer. This person always pursued maximizing value. If it was merely to transfer the information matrix, her sister-in-law's second personality would clearly be more suitable. And to put it arrogantly, dealing with the interstellar Khan wouldn't necessitate revealing all their trump cards. Therefore, this arrangement was more of a foreshadowing, or rather, an experiment. If Huang Yuanli could absorb the information matrix effectively and evolve the information frenzy, then this person would undoubtedly have further plans. And this plan was crucial. For example, what she recently learned about the 3 divine positions in the carbon-based pantheon, especially the one related to the foundation of the pantheon. Eternal Corruption Mother. Even Eternal Corruption Mother might not be the end, because although so far it has only revealed a part of the carbon-based pantheon, it could advance even further after merging with the mechanical pantheon. Perform well, this is very important, Du Xiaodi said to Huang Yuanli, unusually serious. Huang Yuanli was filled with questions. Does someone like me, one of the founders, need to be given empty promises? Meanwhile, amidst the space-time storm that enveloped the surrounding cosmic vacuum, the black hole was naturally affected. The event horizon, which should have been the absolute boundary, now resembled water torn apart by a storm, violently undulating and wrinkling. The shattered flow of time within the storm, like countless invisible chisels, sculpted breathtaking ripples on the event horizon surface. The black hole's surface sometimes caved in, as if being pierced by time. Sometimes bulged, like a boil about to burst. It was no longer the gate to an eternal prison, but a boiling spacetime swamp on the verge of collapse. Inside the black hole, the senior engineer glanced at the outside and muttered to himself. Looks like I have to go. Before him lay an endless exoskeleton of golden exoskeletons, radiating an aura unique to the 4th tier. Chapter 1744. Main Universe, Celestial Cluster, near the route of the first ascension whip. Suddenly numerous ripples appeared in spacetime, occasionally punctuated by flashes of aurora. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a pale bolt of lightning piercing the chaos, the senior engineer emerged from within, looking disheveled. Pa! 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 The space-time turmoil was too fierce. I almost couldn't escape. The senior engineer turned his head and found that the Stargate, pseudo, had been split in 2. Above this pile of floating mechanical debris, the space-time lightning hadn't dissipated. Instead, it was embedded in midair like solidified amber. The senior engineer stared at it for a moment, then shook his head. A creation condensed from space-time energy, standard cosmic disaster energy. Erasing it is extremely difficult. Director Du's megastructure might be able to do it, but my pantheon is unlikely to. After all, the megastructure is a rule modifier. While the pantheon focuses on evolution, they are not the same system. Naturally, their specializations differ. This kind of space-time lightning, in the main universe, will most likely not dissipate for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. During this time, if an ascended civilization finds the coordinates of this lightning and deciphers it, they can obtain the coordinates of this primordial universe's parallel universe. Most parallel universes interact with the main universe in this way. A cosmic catastrophe caused the residual energy of a parallel universe to fall into the main universe, where it was unintentionally discovered by a civilization capable of developing space-time technology. This was unavoidable. Fortunately, the advanced engineers have already gained a first-mover advantage. Once they ascend, even if other ascended civilizations find this parallel universe, they can only coexist normally. The resources of a single parallel universe are enough for dozens, even hundreds, of ascended civilizations to coexist peacefully. I wonder if the Archon controllers can escape. 2,000 years have passed. Those old Archon controllers should be on the verge of ascension again by now, right? If escape is impossible, forced ascension is a choice between life and death. Once an ascension mode is entered, external interference will be forcibly smoothed out with the arrival of the cosmic catastrophe. Of course, disasters like space-time storms will definitely reduce the chances of ascension. That's just how it is. Instead of worrying about him, I should think about myself. Forcibly increasing the difficulty for me as Force Director due to stay in the Origin universe. The main force of the Legion is still on its way. Even if the nomadic army teleports over, they'd likely be half-crippled. Even if I'm a capable fighter, surely I don't have to take on an entire cataclysmic civilization alliance single-handedly. But not going would be even more embarrassing, making me seem like a coward. The senior engineer muttered to himself, but his tone was quite relaxed, showing no concern about the possibility of failure. Across from him, The intense light from the galaxy-level creature was surging higher and higher. It even vaguely, not vaguely, but completely revealed a fourth-tier aura. The Heavenly Khan, a bloodline of 10,000 races, and a galaxy-level weapon. The cataclysmic characteristics associated with this galaxy-level weapon seemed to extend beyond just creating galaxy weapons. The senior engineer muttered to himself. And indeed, that was the case. At this moment, at the end of this path of ascension, the interstellar Great Khan, with his feet treading on a star map covering the constellation Athena, his hair flowing wildly, was performing some kind of ancient sacrificial dance. A vortex of countless points of light flickered beneath his feet, his wild, dragon-like hair whipping and dancing in the vacuum, each strand entwined with nebulae and arcs of electricity, scattering fragments of starlight with each movement. He stretched out his massive arms, his body twisting and turning with ancient, powerful steps, each stomp causing ripples across the star map. The other leaders of the cataclysmic civilizations watched this scene silently. They wanted to witness firsthand whether the Great Khan's power had indeed declined. This would determine whether they would obey the Carbon Gold conscription order. As it turned out, the Great Khan's power had not weakened, but rather grown stronger. It was an unprecedented peak state. He spun his body, his arms tracing mysterious paths, as if sketching the outline of a giant on the invisible canvas of the universe. Following his gestures, billions of stars, as if hearing a silent command, surged towards their predetermined location, converging their energy. The blazing blue giant melted, the outlined torso becoming the surging blood of energy. The ancient neutron star, precisely embedded in the joints, forged an indestructible core of power. His flowing hair, with each flick, scattered brilliant starlight. This starlight, in the star map, became new gravitational anchors, corresponding to the ionization of nebula matter in the real universe, weaving it into a giant's complex energy neural network. His dance grew faster and faster, his movements filled with primal wildness and unquestionable authority, like an ancient master craftsman hammering and forging stars on an anvil. Finally, when his dance settled into a sacrificial posture with hands raised and head tilted back to the heavens, the evolution was completed simultaneously. The entire star map beneath his feet in the star map had been completely recast in reality. A galactic giant spanning tens of thousands of light years stood majestically in the universe, its posture similarly awe-inspiring. The giant's eyes. Those two rotating black holes reflected the pupils of the interstellar Khan, burning with will and majesty. Meanwhile, the corresponding high-level engineer had already entered God mode, his three divine cores blazing brightly, colliding with the aura of the giant's evolving galaxy. When their auras collided in the void, the boundary became a mass grave of laws. The galactic giant brought with it a cosmic-scale reality, relentless gravitational tides, radiation storms capable of tearing stars apart, and a slow but irresistible space-time distortion originating from the galaxy itself. It attempted to use the grand power of nature to reintegrate this small, rebellious abnormal existence into the cosmic background radiation. The carbon-based god responded with a reality of distorted will. In its domain, the rules were forcibly upheld and even rewritten. The sweeping gravitational ripples, upon touching the highly condensed aura, were analyzed, deflected, and even absorbed layer by layer, transforming into a ripple within its internal energy circuits. The particle torrent, powerful enough to annihilate stars, was decomposed by a combined barrier of biofields and mechanical force fields, transforming into gentle energy, like a stream washing over an unbreakable reef. The senior engineer, sensing the powerful force brought by the resonance between carbon-based and mechanical elements, looked into the distance and finally became serious. The state displayed opposite him required him to appear sufficiently serious. It seems that old Ding's failed ascension back then wasn't entirely without reward. At least this galaxy-level aura is definitely a tool of a level 4 civilization. On the Colossus forged from stars opposite them, the senior engineer saw the pinnacle of the nomadic civilization's technology tree. The 6 knowledge chains, starship engineering, biological side, galaxy-level weapon development, biological side, myriad races bloodlines, core, stellar modification, biological side, advanced space theory, biological side, and cosmic biomechanics, their infinite evolutionary knowledge seamlessly integrated with this galactic giant. Almost constantly, it was evolving various biological weapons. The senior engineer silently observed this scene, pondered for a moment, and then, with a thought, summoned a mirror fusion god. 3 breaths later, another mirror fusion god appeared. The combined aura of the 3 gods immediately overwhelmed the galactic giant. But almost instantly, the galactic giant's evolution began. Within the giant's body, countless stars, like illuminated neurons, rapidly linked through faster-than-light gravitational waves and quantum entanglement networks. This was not a simple energy channel, but a stress reflex system mimicking biological nerves. The simultaneous supernova explosions of thousands of stars, generating massive energy pulses, are not used for direct collisions, but rather to form a directional, colossal energy reflective membrane. Simultaneously, the nebula and interstellar matter permeating the giant's body are activated. These vast flows of matter circulate with unprecedented efficiency, much like the giant's lymphatic and circulatory systems. They form high-density vortices of matter around the infiltration points, containing rejection fields generated by the giant adjusting its local physical constants. Any extraterrestrial entity attempting dimensional jumps or psionic projection will be like a virus invading thick, antibody-rich lymph. Its information carriers will be disrupted, its energy form diluted, and ultimately it will be trapped in this viscous spacetime, guided by the matter flow to the giant's prepared devouring black hole. In the blink of an eye, a star system domain, no less powerful than the auras of the three fused gods, was born. A fused god stared at it for a long time, then suddenly turned to the senior engineer and said, "Boss, the other side has actually evolved 100 types of fourth-tier biological structures, and nearly 10 million corresponding biological technologies." Amazing. What? You can talk? The senior engineer looked at the other in shock. "Boss, it's me, I'm the mirror spirit." The senior engineer on the other side spoke. "After you replicated your original body beforehand, my consciousness has been hidden in the mirror image, coming to the main universe with you. Can't you be in the origin universe? It's fine. That Miss Du is even better at manipulating my original body than you are. She doesn't need my assistance at all." The senior engineer was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. "Isn't it natural for a cataclysmic civilization that's infinitely close to a fourth-tier civilization to exhibit this level of evolutionary ability?" The mirror spirit thought about it and agreed. "That's right, boss. A war between carbon-based civilizations is a war of evolution. As long as it's not a qualitative difference, all differences in weapons, tactics, and equipment can be resolved through evolution. In my limited memories, the coming-of-age test for the mirror spirit race was to find a battlefield of a civilization war, secretly replicate the technology trees of both sides, and everything that had evolved on those trees. And generally, if they were facing a carbon-based civilization, this test would be the most difficult." They made their move. Just as the auras of the three fused gods were suppressed, the other side moved. A galactic giant unleashed a punch. It wasn't just a punch, it was the weight and history of an entire galaxy, compressed into pure destructive will, slowly pushing towards you. The first thing you sensed wasn't light, but the groaning of space itself. The cosmic structure where the giant's arm passed, like glass crushed by an invisible giant, displayed visible, spiderweb-like twisted cracks. Countless stars flowed and converged along its arm, outlining the shape of its fist. The light wasn't still. Under the extreme gravitational constraint, it boiled and churned like molten iron. And boiling and churning was an endless army of nomads, including many extremist creatures, even fourth-tier beings. Mirror God number 1 casually grabbed, summoning a compressed star form from a mirror sun halberd, while casually complaining to the senior engineer. "Boss, when are you going to get us a sword-shaped cosmic artifact? This thing's not very useful. I get one from the black market when I get the chance. For now I make do." The next moment, Mirror God number 1 vanished, simultaneously reappearing before the fist-shaped shadow. The ignition of the star's core, the convergence of matter, the explosion of light and heat, all these processes that would normally take countless years were compressed into a single, instantaneous emergence. A complete, prime-age star, like a miracle, directly evolved, standing directly in front of the fist-shaped shadow capable of shattering galaxies. The cannon fodder-like swarm of genetic weapons launched the first attack. They were amorphous clumps of flesh, programmed with extreme adaptive and predatory instincts. Upon touching the sphere of light, they didn't immediately vaporize, but rather, like countless greedy leeches, frantically clung to the star's surface, using their rapidly annihilating flesh to form a temporary, biological extinction layer. Before their death, they released specialized energy-absorbing spores and dark matter fibers, which, in a short time, transformed the star's raging heat and light into a continuously spreading, writhing organic dark patch. Then, a massive fleet of organisms, like a suicidal pod of whales, crashed into this ocean of light, which had already been partially cooled and contaminated. Their outer shells melted in the high temperatures, releasing the frozen life vesicles they carried inside. These vesicles detonated inside the star, not producing shockwaves, but spreading out strange fields that reversed nuclear fusion. Like countless cold seeds, They forcibly fostered localized low-entropy oases in the star's heart, forcing the hydrogen fusion reaction to abruptly stop, forming eerie, dark stellar corpse patches. Finally, what truly delivered the fatal blow to the star were those twisted, extreme species. They were manifestations of individual power, some resembling mountain-like interstellar behemoths, others ancient life forms of varying shapes. They directly tore apart the star's chromosphere, like worms burrowing into an apple, diving deep into the boiling ocean of plasma. They self-destructed within, injecting their unique, physically defying biological rules into the star's nuclear fusion core like a virus. The core of the constellation was no longer a homogeneous furnace, but a battlefield filled with contradictory laws. On one side, the celestial forces striving to maintain fusion, on the other, the biological laws forcibly dragging matter towards a cold, disordered, organic form. The two sides were locked in a struggle. Meanwhile, the galactic giant's other fist slammed in. This time, however, it wasn't a nomadic army that appeared, but the trump card of the opposing cataclysmic civilization. Chapter 1745. Holy crap, 9 dragons pulling the coffin, where have they taken me? As the giant's other fist drew closer, the shape of the fist gradually became clear to the engineer. It was a massive, wedge-shaped device made of twisted bones. Commonly known as a giant coffin. It was being dragged along by the Wolf Den Khanate most powerful dragon-like creature ship, slowly but irresistibly pulled forward. Wherever it passed, even the most violent energy turbulence subsided. 9 dragons pulling the coffin didn't directly collide with the god, but quietly activated at a critical distance. There was no loud noise, only a soul-freezing silence that suddenly descended and quickly devoured everything. The inside of the coffin wasn't a physical entity, but an absolute nothingness. An ultimate low-entropy state devoid of energy, information, and the flow of time. Like a greedy wound, it began frantically drawing from the highly ordered field around the god, a field brimming with immense life and mechanical power. The attack's effect wasn't an explosion or tearing, but a far more terrifying, silent dilution and cooling. Seeing this, another mirrored god immediately stepped in front of the engineer. The next moment, the god's movements visibly slowed, as if every cell, every gear, was resisting a fatigue originating from the very source of existence. Entropy increase? Or rather, calamity energy with entropy increasing properties? The engineer muttered to himself, while the divine core on the mirrored god's chest began to glow brightly. A highly condensed, clearly defined divine core domain collided violently with the erosive force field of 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The energy dissipation trend brought about by the coffin's force field was forcibly reversed. Wherever the light reached, the scattered energy not only ceased to dissipate, but instead, like rivers flowing back to their source, converged again, reactivated, and even became more intense and orderly than before. The ashen color of the god's body was instantly dispelled, and every inch of its flesh and mechanical structure radiated an inner divine glow. The vitality of the carbon-based tissue and the absolute precision of the mechanical structure perfectly merged, achieving an unprecedented harmony and unity within the light. Just as the entire divine light of the fused god was engaged in a rule-based struggle against the coffin, a sudden change occurred. The enormous biological ship, originally dragging the world coffin and resembling a withered skeletal dragon, suddenly underwent a drastic change in form. Its body contracted and restructured in an instant. Its jagged bony armor became more streamlined. Its head evolved into a wolf-like snout and sharp teeth, and sharp bone blades sprang from its limb joints. From a sinister, coffin-dragging dragon, it transformed into a colossal dragon wolf beast possessing both the majesty of a dragon and the cunning and ferocity of a wolf. This transformation was as swift as lightning, clearly a pre-programmed ultimate assassination plan. Abandoning all ranged attacks, it compressed all its biological energy to its limit, its body wreathed in shadows that tore through space, like a silent arrow of curse. Taking advantage of the moment, when the god was fully engaged in fighting the coffin, and sensed a possible slight fluctuation in the field, it launched a surprise attack from the most cunning blind spot. Its claws aimed straight for the god's back, and its wolfish mouth devoured the god's head. This attack embodied the Wolf Den Khanate's pinnacle understanding of biological killing techniques, aiming for a fatal blow. However, just a fraction of a second before the dragon wolf's claws touched the god's body, the immense divine light that had been gathering to fight against the weapon of the natural disaster civilization suddenly converged on its fist, abruptly retreating with an illogical speed and trajectory, and then, without deviating, met the direction from which the dragon wolf pounced. Without charging, without warning, this punch was a manifestation of willpower faster than the speed of light, the ultimate fusion of martial arts and divinity. The fist and the dragon wolf made contact instantly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled short poof. The Dragon Wolf Behemoth's bioarmor, capable of withstanding the impact of a star's core, crumbled and disintegrated at the molecular level the instant it made contact with the fist, as if thrown into an incomprehensible high-dimensional furnace. Its attack came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body, like a gas bag detonated from within, first expanded dramatically, then shattered inch by inch amidst endless divine light. It wasn't being knocked away, not being pierced, but a complete explosion. Bones, muscles, energy channels. Everything that constituted its existence was reduced to its most basic particles by the power of this punch, a power that transcended physical destruction, then transformed into a brilliant, but fleeting speck of energy dust, scattering and annihilating. Of the three divine natures, only the god of martial arts lacks a specific form, but it manifests as an almost instinctive combat intuition honed through endless battles. Once entering this state, everything in the universe can become martial. The movement of stars is the fist technique, gravitational tides are the footwork, and quantum entanglement is the mental cultivation method. This divine nature possesses a terrifying ability of martial arts analysis and assimilation. Any force acting upon it, whether an energy impact, dimensional distortion, or conceptual curse, will be instantly analyzed by its divine nature into an attack move, and immediately, at a higher level, a counterattack move will be derived to counter this move, or even to transform it into its own. To oppose him is like fighting against the very combat intelligence of the entire universe. This kind of divinity, even among all divinities, belongs to the higher tier, because it is strongly linked to evolution. It can even be said to be an external manifestation of evolution. However, its opponents are clearly not singular, and soon, one coffin after another was pulled out. The original area where the coffins were opened has become a miniature black hole. With the aid of god-level hearing, Mirror 2 seemed to hear the sound of flapping wings. Then, it detected the traces of a flock of birds. This flock of birds seems to be a miniature biological fleet, a living, super-fast assault unit shaped like a giant eagle. Its wingspan is composed of folded spatial membranes, not for flapping, but for capturing and utilizing dark matter flow in the vacuum for unimaginable instantaneous acceleration and right-angle turns. The senior engineer casually used a probe and discovered that it was actually a fourth-tier creature called the Rift Falcon. It is indeed rare to cultivate a fourth-tier species into a weapon of civilization. After all, the development difficulty of a single fourth-tier unit and a weapon of civilization representing a specific evolutionary path are on completely different levels. As the flapping of wings transformed into a deadly shriek, the first wave of attacks arrived as expected. They were not like a tide, but more like a death storm composed of pure speed sweeping across the universe. Thousands upon thousands of golden streaks of light, with illogical right-angle trajectories, simultaneously shot towards the god from inconceivable angles. Their star-piercing beaks carved scorching spatial rifts in the vacuum, their target not the god's torso, but the crucial nodes of its energy circulation. The joints, the veins of flowing light, even the pupils burning with will. This was a high-speed, precise surgical operation, designed to cripple the mobility of this colossal being by targeting a single point. Dense ripples spread across the divine domain surrounding the deity. Each impact of the rifting falcons was like a nail of law attempting to pierce the divine domain. Although most annihilated themselves the instant they touched the light, the endless impact and terrifying speed temporarily suppressed the expansion of the deity's light. Just as the deity shattered wave after wave of rifting falcons with his punches, the space around him suddenly became viscous. An invisible web of gravity emerged from the void, like billions of unseen shackles, binding his limbs. For the first time, the deity's actions of shattering the void showed a visible slowdown. The divine light surging around him, like a wild horse with reins, suddenly slowed its propagation speed. This airspace became a high-speed trap meticulously prepared for him by the eagle-wing connate. He was fast, but the rifting falcons were even faster. His power was slowed, while the enemy's blade maintained its absolute speed. But the true killing move, in that instant when the god's movements were restrained, silently descended. Time Feather Storm. Several iridescent, breathtakingly beautiful feathers, like living ghosts, pierced through the slow divine light domain, lightly approaching the god's body. The next moment, time itself groaned in agony. The light on the god's left arm suddenly flickered erratically, one moment as brilliant as a new star, the next as dim as a candle in the wind. The flow of time in that area was wildly disrupted. The existence of the arm became unstable, as if it might collapse at any moment due to the time paradox. Part of the armor on the right shoulder rusted and weathered at a visible speed, while another part strangely regressed to a state of molten metal droplets. This was the most vicious attack, ignoring the absolute defense of the divine body, and directly targeting the very foundation of the god's existence. The continuity of time. It intended to cause this immortal god to crumble due to the distortion of its own time. A space-time storm? The high-ranking engineer muttered to himself, observing coldly. Having just experienced the blessings of a space-time storm, he naturally thought of this cosmic calamity. However, this was clearly not, or rather, hadn't reached that level. At most, it was equivalent to one of the external evolutions of a space-time storm. And facing the relative defensive stance of the two mirror gods, it could even be said that they were at a relative disadvantage. The high-ranking engineer had no intention of surrendering. Four-tier gods were strong, but the two fists of the galactic giant displayed the full force of the cataclysmic civilization, a combined effort of billions. The aura fluctuations of the undying leader, and the immortal leader, were in no way inferior to the high-ranking engineer before his ascension to godhood. Moreover, while the two punches appeared powerful, Gao Gong perceived them merely as feints. As for his physical body, with a thought, the mechanical parts of his torso, the ones gleaming with a cold, hard luster, whether it was the reinforced steel bones of his spine, the energy bearings at his joints, or the armor plates flowing with data, began to detach, decompose, and reassemble as if they were alive. This process wasn't an explosive shattering, but a highly ordered, precise evolution akin to the differentiation of living cells. Following this, the mechanical divinity representing ultimate rationality and logic within his body underwent a strange transformation. It wasn't a physical detachment, but a conceptual abstraction and manifestation. Countless brilliant streams of light, composed of formulas, theorems, blueprints, and logical chains, surged forth from his mechanical divine essence, like a genetic sequence carrying the wisdom of an entire civilization. These were knowledge itself, the ultimate manifestation of mechanical power, formed by the convergence of countless disciplines such as material science, spatial dynamics, space-time topology, and high-energy physics. These streams of light rapidly intertwined and wove in the air, not forming warships or turrets, but constructing a colossal, ever-growing phantom of a conceptual technology tree. This tree was rooted in mathematical axioms, its trunk in physical laws, and its branches and leaves represented endless concrete technological applications. It stood majestically before the deity, radiating an aura of absolute rationality. Everything can be analyzed, all methods can be reconstructed. Moreover, this was not a single technology tree, but rather the simultaneous appearance of 100 distinct, towering phantoms of technology trees, instantly achieving symbiotic fusion. Each tree represented the culmination of a civilization's wisdom in advancing a particular technological path to its later stages. At this very moment, however, the soil beneath this tree, the very foundation of laws formed from mathematical axioms and physical principles, began to dim rapidly, its light fading from the vibrant, life-giving glow of reason to a deathly, scorched, and crumbling hue. It was as if some invisible law of withering was eroding the very roots of logic. Moreover, this scorched earth was spreading, wherever it passed, formulas representing certainty began to blur, and the tightly woven chains of logic began to crack. Simultaneously, countless twisted, writhing veins coalesced into gigantic worms, emanating a terrifying aura of decomposing all things and returning to their origins, were lunging towards the roots of the technology tree. Their mouthparts didn't bite, instead, they transformed into countless tiny reverse evolution vortexes. When these vortexes attached to roots evolved from material science, a miraculous scene unfolded. The roots' light rapidly dimmed, and their conceptual structure began to rapidly regress. From a stable state representing eternity, degenerating to solid, then to fragile, and even partially regressing back to a quantum cloud state. Just as I expected. Since it was so close to ascension, how could they not launch an attack at the technology tree level? However, what the senior engineer hadn't anticipated was that there were actually Zerg within the bloodline kingdom of the interstellar Great Khan. Truly amazing. Deep within the core of the fused god, a light unlike any other energy or law suddenly shone. This light didn't originate from the life fire of carbon-based divinity, nor from the cold logic of mechanical godhood, but from a higher level. The authority of the undying leader had been activated. The internal structure of those roots, devoured by the Zerg swarm and about to break due to paradox, suddenly reorganized. They no longer attempted to resolve or refute the paradoxes, but instead, in an almost domineering manner, established their existence as an absolute axiom transcending all logical discussion. The paradox insects continued to roar, but their words could no longer shake their roots in the slightest. Even more miraculously, after these insectids repeatedly inhaled the aura of the undying leader, they exchanged glances and actually abandoned their attack. Chapter 1726. But that's not all. To the engineer's astonishment, these insects not only stopped attacking the tech tree, but actually turned their guns on another force that was destroying it. These bloodline corruption insects, like the most frenzied hunting dogs, pounced on the ever-spreading scorched soil. The corrupted, distorted laws themselves. They acted like scavengers, treating the viscous, mutated code-filled dark matter as nourishment, frantically devouring and decomposing it, transforming it back into the most primitive, harmless biological information flow. The engineer suddenly realized something, and sure enough, a mark was flashing in the system panel. Permanent Zerg VIP. Zerg VIPs are not native Zerg units, but rather foreign or special individuals granted permanent, hereditary privileges by the Hive Will, or its supreme overlord. They can move freely in Zerg hives, creep-covered areas, and even the most intense battlefields, as if strolling in their own backyard. The swarm of insects instinctively made way for it, even unintentionally becoming its protectors. Sure enough, these insects that had burrowed into the tech tree settled on its roots, quickly covering the base with a thick layer of insect armor. The senior engineer was speechless. His level 6 Undying leader hadn't even shown its capabilities yet. Moreover, although as a seasoned veteran of countless wealthy women's services, he was theoretically indiscriminate in his desires, facing the Insect Queen, a female demon with whom he had a grudge, was proving difficult for him to conquer in the short term. There were significant obstacles both psychologically and physiologically. However, since the tech tree level was safe, he didn't bother with anything else. The two mirror image gods withstood the opponent's powerful attack. This current situation coincidentally confirmed something, or rather, a very interesting topic in the universe. Can an ascended species at its peak, if it goes all out, defeat a level 3 civilization also at its peak? This is a classic civilizational paradox. That is, which is more important, civilizational ascension or civilization itself? If you believe that civilizational ascension is a qualitative change, then a qualitative change cannot be defeated by a quantitative change. Ascended species should be invincible. But conversely, if you believe that the power of civilization itself should be invincible, then individuals, even those at the ascension level, should be easily suppressed. This strange topic even reached the Civilization Council. Those who frequent the Civilization Council are either big shots or seasoned veterans, and they immediately saw the logical flaw in this question. If the two sides were to truly fight, wouldn't it be a battle of ascension technology? Whoever possesses more valuable ascension technology will win. Of course, ascended species possess ascended bloodlines and innate talents, while level 3 civilizations represent ascension evolution at the civilization level. Unless the ascended species itself is the leader of the civilization, given the complete evolution of ascension technology, the weaknesses of individuals will inevitably be discovered sooner or later. Incidentally, this extension of the topic inadvertently triggered another issue of interest to all leaders of ascended civilizations: the battles between civilizations of different levels. And as it turned out, the senior engineer did indeed sense an increasingly dangerous aura. The instincts of gods reside in their divine nature, and at this moment, especially in their martial arts divine nature, a certain vigilance is evident. Has some kind of weapon evolved specifically to counter gods, or perhaps a biological weapon targeting the fusion path? The same question arises on the other side. However, the leaders of the cataclysmic forces on the other side are more focused on the gods' performance. With their keen eyes, they immediately perceive the terrifying power of the High Engineer. Merely individual strength, each move evolving into a civilization-level attack, has actually withstood the full-force evolution of the interstellar Khan. Such an attack, if it were to fall upon them, would essentially kill them instantly. That's a 100% certainty. No wonder Bloodcraft and Big Brother died so miserably. If it were them, they might not fare much better. This is practically the combat power of an ascended species. Seeing this scene, the Rock Khan finally understands why Scorched Earth and Death were speaking incoherently. This level of power is indeed indescribable. The other Cataclysm leaders, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Interstellar Great Khan had taken the initiative, there was no longer any possibility of their summoned cataclysms being used as cannon fodder to be wiped out. But why did he come alone? Where is his legion? Or is he waiting for something? The leader of the Grey Goo civilization, a gray-skinned youth, muttered to himself. His eyes seemed to flicker with various insect shadows. By the way, Great Khan, your Zerg Khanate seems to have betrayed you. The Interstellar Great Khan didn't reply. After completing the summoning ritual, he sat cross-legged in the void, his rugged face filled with silence. Behind him, 3 unique beams of light shimmered. These 3 beams of light were far more magnificent than any cosmic treasure, yet their level paled in comparison to the tangible existence of a cosmic relic. Each beam reflected a galaxy. They're here. The Great Khan muttered to himself, his gaze suddenly fixed in one direction. In that direction, the same remnants of a space-time storm, the same. Spit, 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 spit. And this time, the pale lightning was far larger than the one Gao Gong had sent before. Because this time, it was Huang Yuanli, the great tree spirit, and the 3,000 nomadic planets she controlled that were being teleported here. Such a strong sense of motion sickness. Returning to the main universe again, why do I feel so awful? But before Huang Yuanli could fully recover, the interstellar Great Khan, traversing countless light years, finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand towards the boundless void. The cosmic void before Huang Yuanli suddenly vanished, replaced by a gigantic, ethereal fist imprint that appeared out of thin air. This fist imprint wasn't physical destruction, but a conceptual erasure. Where the fist imprint covered, the intricate logical chain of the technology tree began to tremble from its roots. Simultaneously, a colossal will descended directly upon the nomadic technology tree. The will of the heavenly Khan awakened within another almost identical technology tree. It even attempted to directly seize leadership of this technology tree. How dare you steal my tree? Huang Yuanli roared, revealing her true form. Growth. Uncontrollable growth. This wasn't an eruption of energy, but the ultimate expansion of the concept of life itself. A seedling burst forth from the void, sprouting branches and buds at a speed exceeding light years per second. Its roots don't burrow into soil or space, but directly into the pulse of time, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the rhythm of all things growing. Its trunk is a spiral pillar of light woven from countless live gene sequences and stellar trajectories. Its bark is composed of the condensed technologies of countless civilizations. This is also a galaxy-scale behemoth. Although its outermost edge is only a vague outline, its core alone could cover thousands of star systems. This tree, built from countless universes in the early universe, has already reached an unbelievable level of development. Even the senior engineer, who had been observing from the sidelines, glanced at it. They arrived. Not slow at all. And as expected, sending a bunch of henchmen to ambush me. The real target is actually Huang Yuanli. Suppressing Huang Yuanli would not only strengthen his nomadic civilization, but more importantly, it could break the senior engineer's fusion state. After all, half of the key to the senior engineer's ability to enter fusion mode lies in this nomadic technology tree. Is this also something seen in the future? The other party seems to possess the skill to manipulate timelines. The function of that nomad staff, huh? Meanwhile, almost the instant the interstellar Khan stormed in, Huang Yuanli, who had been feeling carsick, transformed. It was a colossal tree of life spanning tens of thousands of light years, its scale in no way inferior to the star map beneath the interstellar Khan's feet. This tree was completely different from the rational, cold, mechanical technology tree. It overflowed with a boundless life force. Each leaf was a miniature world, some on the eve of a life explosion, others already evolving into brilliant civilizations. Its branches swayed in the void, scattering not light and shadow, but seeds of life and sparks of civilization. The fruits that formed upon them were like embryos of intelligent species waiting to bloom, containing boundless potential. Her very appearance was the most powerful counterattack against the interstellar Khan. The conceptual wasteland caused by the interstellar Khan's punch, upon touching this boundless radiance of life, was like snow meeting the rising sun, neutralized, covered, and even nourished by the endless, spontaneously emerging possibilities. Steal my tree, and I kill your horse. The next moment, the galactic giant tree frantically shook its branches. And accompanied by Huang Yuanli's piercing scream, its enormous, sky-covering canopy began a profound evolution. Countless leaves shimmering with the light of wisdom, and fruits of civilization intertwined and resonated, energy and information flowing and converging within at unimaginable speeds. Finally, at the very top of the tree canopy, an incredibly complex, constantly self-reconstructing web of light wove together into a gigantic cocoon. As the cocoon took shape, the entire giant tree, brimming with vitality and the radiance of civilization, underwent a complete 180-degree transformation, becoming a chilling, sinister force, and transforming into the quintessential tree demon Granny. Its canopy also transformed into a perpetually boiling, chaotic nebula woven from countless shattered stars and inverted rainbows. Its surface was constantly churning with billions of distorted symbols, distorted images, and contradictory whispers. This colossal entity had no fixed form. At times it resembled a giant jellyfish composed of billions of shimmering compound eyes, and at other times it transformed into a paradoxical tower constantly collapsing and reforming. Countless incomprehensible streams of information collided, tore, and merged wildly within it, like a living abyss simultaneously containing all cosmic noise and the delirious chatter of civilization. This is the true form of the information matrix. At this moment, manipulated by Huang Yuanli, the information matrix directly traversed space and time, crashing headlong into the interstellar Great Khan. Chapter 1747. The interstellar Great Khan's eye twitched violently. There was no way around it. This thing was truly terrifying. A fifth-tier information matrix hurtled towards him like an information bomb. In an instant, he lost all his senses. He couldn't see, hear, or feel his body. His self, like a speck of dust, was thrown into the interior of a supernova composed entirely of information, left to explode along with it. However, as the black hole eyes of the galactic giant slowly began to rotate, the interstellar Great Khan's chaotic consciousness immediately reassembled. This level of information monster, fifth tier. The interstellar Great Khan immediately realized that his idea of easily subduing the technology tree was doomed. This level of information monster, even if it were just pure information, was enough to create a sufficiently thick barrier around the technology tree. He slammed his Great Khan scepter downwards, and the next moment, a visible timeline evolved. In this timeline, there are hundreds of millions of bloodline priests, who, according to the general terminology of carbon-based civilizations, would be considered top-tier biologists. I need the bloodline technology to break through this information barrier. If that's impossible, then give me a method to suppress this nomadic civilization in the shortest possible time. All the biologists nodded. Then, in this timeline, hundreds of millions of biological experiments and simulations were conducted. Few know that beneath the exterior of Conqueror and Destroyer, the Great Khan himself is actually a national treasure-level bloodline scholar, and from his perspective, nothing is more reassuring than more biological experiments and biological evolution. As various experiments unfolded, this simulated timeline, spanning millennia, began to rapidly contract. While the Great Khan could create timelines and conduct large-scale simulated biological experiments within this simulated timeline through simulated evolution, these experiments would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time within that timeline. Moreover, the rate at which this timeline was being consumed was much faster than the Great Khan had anticipated. However, the simulated timeline technique had a cooldown period. At the same time, Huang Yuanli's attack not only covered the Great Khan, but also reached the abdomen of the galactic giant. As a heavenly Khan herself, Huang Yuanli's primary target was not actually the Great Khan, but rather the countless tributary heavenly paths that constituted the galactic giant. Tribute heavenly paths. Any alien civilization or species that comes into contact with the Great Khan civilization, regardless of its initial attitude, friendly, hostile, or indifferent, will, after a sufficiently long historical period, be irreversibly drawn into the civilization system centered on the Great Khan. They might become part of the Great Khan civilization through voluntary joining, economic and cultural dependence, strategic necessity, or even complete transformation and assimilation in the process of resisting the Great Khan. Resistance itself could become the fastest path to assimilation. And this galaxy-level giant, besides being composed of the bloodlines of countless races, has many more body parts made up of the tens of thousands of level 3 civilizations he has assimilated and conquered throughout the Ascension Whip operation. These civilizations, whether they surrendered, followed, or were destroyed, have forged a link with the Heavenly Khan in a unique way. The tribute from tens of thousands of civilizations evolved into this galactic giant, completely surpassing the third tier. As a fellow Heavenly Khan, Huang Yuanli might not possess the craft of creating this thing, but she definitely knew how to destroy it. I've been holding back for over 2,000 years, spending my days either planting trees or sprouting new ones. It's time I showed off my power. While having a reincarnated powerhouse in the family was indeed awesome, capable of handling everything, wouldn't that make her seem useless? Especially when Du Xiaodi was already capable of constructing colossal structures, and Xiao Xianhong, with her pretty face, had managed to get close to the Queen of Blades. This feeling became even more pronounced. Huang Yuanli needed to prove her worth. However, she soon sensed several auras of natural disasters approaching her. Natural disasters? Huang Yuanli frowned. The interstellar Great Khan was the leader of the Cataclysmic Alliance, but ultimately, he was just one of the natural disasters. He was undoubtedly the strongest, but the reason for his strength lay in his accumulated civilization and his rare 3 calamity characteristics. And in terms of the sheer power of a single calamity characteristic, many civilizations with only one calamity were even superior to the Great Khan. Before Huang Yuanli, the void suddenly collapsed, and a stellar furnace blocked her path. Huang Yuanli pointed, and before the furnace monster could even give its acceptance speech, countless planetary trees were planted in the void. These planetary trees were all high-quality seeds she had cultivated using cosmic resources in the origin universe, already infused with a large amount of growth energy. Although the size of a planetary tree cultivated from a single seed was far smaller than that of a star, 1,000,000, 10,000,000. As the roots of these seeds rapidly intertwined, enveloping the surface of the stellar furnace, they began to absorb its energy at an alarming rate. The opposite flesh and blood furnace didn't even have a chance to ignite. Wow, you're quite the absorber, lady. Huang Yuanli turned her head. The gray goo tide was crashing into her body from another direction. Within the tide, the phantom of a little devil flickered, grinning wickedly at her. Zerg, no. Although Zerg civilization was a broad category containing various types of insects, as someone who had dealt with Zerg extensively, this type of gray goo was clearly not one of them. Where it passed, Huang Yuanli's tree trunk visibly withered. An energy species? No, or perhaps a cataclysmic characteristic. Huang Yuanli felt a massive loss of life energy within her. Thousands upon thousands of tree roots slid into the void, summoning countless biological inner worlds. A massive surge of nomadic troops erupted, colliding with the gray goo tide. Big sister, I can eat spatial energy too, the little brat on the other side said lazily. Heh. Huang Yuanli didn't bother with the words of this little brat, whether male or female, and snapped her fingers. The vacuum itself began to tremble. Not with sound, but with the hum of some deeper structure rupturing. Those biological inner worlds suspended in interstellar space. Once strange creations of civilization, ecology, or pure life will, one after another, actively march towards their end. The first to collapse was the Emerald Dome, a transparent spherical space woven from photosynthetic consciousness, spreading like the veins of a leaf. It was like glass shattered by invisible fingers. From the cracks, not fragments burst forth, but a silvery gray surge. That surge was composed of trillions of autonomous nano-units, each more minute than a virus, yet possessing a hungry precision. They had once been the engineers who built this world, docile molecular building blocks, but now they had broken free from all biological constraints, returning to their most primal purpose, to devour, transform, and replicate. Following closely behind, subspaces, having vomited out nomadic units one after another, instantly disintegrated into nanotides, surging towards the gray worm tide. In the vacuum of space, the two began a frenzied mutual devouring. The gray tide, like the most precise scalpel, attempted to cut into the interior of the biological frenzy. In the areas it touched, the active, chaotic nano-units were instantly formatted, their color extinguished, their movement halted, assimilated into a new, expanding gray expanse. This was an absolute purification, carrying the ruthless intention of grinding all complexity into primordial dust. But the bionanocratic frenzy is not a passive process of decomposition, it originates from the disintegration of the living world, its core imprinted with the instincts of evolution, adaptation, and mutation. In the edge regions eroded by the gray tide, nano-units begin to frantically reorganize themselves. They no longer adhere to fixed structures, but like viruses, they attempt to analyze, simulate, and even infect the seemingly perfect structure of the gray worm unit at the cost of trillions of individuals. In an instant, countless fleeting and bizarre forms burst forth on the contact surface. Like gray corals attempting to mimic the gray worm, or tentacle-like structures spraying targeted decomposing enzymes. What the hell? It looks a bit like that old man's targeted evolution ability. Is this some kind of old man's old partner? The gray-skinned imp disgustedly broke off the evolutionary coral on its body, watching it revert to nanomolecules, finally realizing the trouble it posed. After withstanding the attacks of these two calamity civilizations, Huang Yuanli encountered several more calamity auras, some strange, some powerful. Huang Yuanli also realized that these calamities were extremely troublesome. Even fifth-tier attacks and transformations couldn't kill them instantly. And the information matrix's ability to trap the interstellar con was also limited. Huang Yuanli took a deep breath, and the next moment, the information matrix's true form appeared beneath her feet. With a thought, nails sprang out, limiters created long ago by someone using a civilization's trump card mixed with a technological tree. And as these limiters were ejected, Huang Yuanli inhaled sharply again. The information matrix. That purely logical entity constructed from cold data streams and cosmic laws, had now completed a soul-level intertwining with the being named Huang Yuanli. In Huang Yuanli's eyes, the data stream spun like a galaxy, yet radiated a warm, life-giving glow. Then, this newly born matrix began its first breath. There was no air vibration, but the very structure of the universe trembled. The space ahead began to distort, forming an invisible vent. Initially, it was just a wisp of mist, like the white breath exhaled in winter, so faint as to be almost imperceptible. But the next second, the fog of war erupted forth. This is not worldly smoke, but a concealment closer to the essence of things. It resembles spilled dark matter from the universe, yet shimmers with countless tiny points of light from miniature nebulae. It possesses a lifelike fluidity, like conscious, living blood spreading in a vacuum. And the natural disasters attacking from several other directions encountered this fog of war almost simultaneously. The fog's color is an indescribable chaotic hue, seemingly swallowing all wavelengths, yet refracting eerie hues not found in the spectrum at its depths. It doesn't simply block light, it erases reality. Where the fog reaches, the light of stars isn't obscured, but rather erased directly from the canvas of the universe, leaving behind patches of pure nothingness. Radar waves, gravitational fields, quantum signals, all means of perception and measurement, the moment they touch the fog, lose their information to utter chaos and randomness, becoming meaningless. Kill them! Huang Yuanli's simple words tore space apart, transforming it into a torrent of flesh and blood. This flesh and blood then evolved into a dense army of nomads, and the players, transformed into nomads, charged forward with excited expressions. Finally, it's their turn to participate in this kind of war instance. It's incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, the various Calamity forces were somewhat bewildered. What's going on? Why is it the Great Khan's army? Is this some kind of internal strife? Or is this all part of a conspiracy? There's no way around it. The two sides are too similar, especially Huang Yuanli's nomadic army. They hardly ever been nomadic before. Even if the interstellar Great Khan himself came here, he probably wouldn't be able to tell them apart. The battles between armies of natural disasters far surpassed the level of ordinary civilizations. Especially since both sides were carbon-based civilizations, their evolutionary speed was terrifying. If one evolved a new advanced technology, the other would have to create a cross-civilizational entity. What? The other side unlocked a civilization building. Quick, quick, quick! Immediately merge and evolve. They can transform. So can we. These players, emerging from the cyber test site, were witnessing this level of combat for the first time, inevitably becoming flustered and overwhelmed. Throughout the different channels, shouts of disbelief echoed incessantly. Our team's biocomputers, get online now. Whoever evolved a gene to resist dark energy, upload it immediately. If you don't upload it soon, I'm about to collapse. The fourth order spiral gene tree is still missing some gene modules. Who's going to fill them in? After that, at least wipe out this star system. Who brought back the enemy's biological virus? My dozens of resurrected clones have all been infected you. Who? Who has the enemy virus? Send it to me, send it to me. I'm making an anti-gene weapon. Watch me counter their virus. Holy crap, this cataclysmic civilization can actually create a space zombie horde. I have to notify my boss, have him come over right now, he's a professional. Soon, the boss's excited voice came over. What space zombie horde? This is my fellow countrymen. Wait, I'm changing battlefields right away. The nomadic camp wasn't entirely made up of newcomers. There were also some veteran players. For example, those who came from the corpse-cheap planet back then. Basically all of them stayed. Chapter 1748. The war between carbon-based civilizations is essentially a war of evolution. Whoever evolves a biological weapon first that can perfectly eliminate the opponent will win in a civilization-level war. Therefore, often, a highly developed carbon-based civilization, such as a late-stage Level 3 civilization, might not be immune to defeat against an early-stage Level 3 civilization. Even defeat is somewhat better than something more awkward. Two carbon-based civilizations, due to their rapid evolution and the fact that their evolved weapons, genes, and ecosystems are all targeted at each other, can inadvertently become one. They are now one family, sharing the same genetic lineage and species ecology. Their relationship is even closer than some species of the same kin, sharing a common bloodline. Therefore, the Civilization Council has even created a new type of civilization. The Assimilation Civilization, referring to a civilization that, in a war of civilizations, does not eliminate the other, but instead attempts to merge with it. The Zerg civilization is a prime example of an assimilation civilization, except that it didn't merge into one. Instead, it evolved all carbon-based species into Zerg. Therefore, from a cosmic, moral perspective, these Zerg are actually benevolent, as they allowed all defeated species to achieve a sublimation of their bloodlines. Of course, whether or not one is willing to undergo this sublimation is another matter entirely. On the Nomadic Civilization System panel, it's clear that both the number of blueprints and the quantity of biotechnology are increasing rapidly. And they quickly caught up with the accumulation of the previous 2,000 years. Several knowledge chains were even maxed out, And the intercivilization technology was even unlocked. You have surpassed 250,000 blueprints in the Tier 3 professional knowledge chain Starship Engineering, biological side, reaching the knowledge chain limit. You have obtained the intercivilization technology Interstellar Symbiotic Behemoth. You have surpassed 300,000 blueprints in the Tier 3 professional knowledge chain Star Body Modification, biological side, reaching the knowledge chain limit. You have obtained the intercivilization technology Living Planetary Engine. You have surpassed 300,000 blueprints in the Tier 3 professional knowledge chain Advanced Space Theory, biological side, reaching the knowledge chain limit. You have obtained the intercivilization technology Breath of the Stars. Interstellar Symbiotic Behemoth, Tier 3 intercivilization. The starship is no longer a lifeless genetic creation, but a massive, living multicellular biological colony. The hull is composed of a biomineralized skeleton that has undergone gene editing and directed evolution, muscle fiber membranes with self-repairing capabilities, and photosynthetic/radiative skin capable of energy conversion. Crew and starship are true symbiotic entities. Currently evolving behemoth level. Satellite level/planetary level/small star level. Living Planetary Engine, Tier 3, intercivilization transforms an entire planet into a giant, living organism. By implanting a planetary neural network globally, the planet itself gains basic consciousness and can actively adjust its geological activity, magnetic field, and climate according to commands. Currently evolving engine levels. Satellite level/planetary level/small star level. Breath of the Stars, Tier 3, intercivilization. This technology no longer treats space as a static stage, but as an active medium that can contract and expand like muscles. Your civilization no longer pilots starships through space, but through a vast biohyperspace network, pulsating tint, allows the living space itself to breathe, inhaling and exhaling your settlement, which could be a planet, a nomadic army, or a space city, among the stars. As it turns out, a civilization possessing the three calamities is truly extraordinary. These three intercivilizational pieces of equipment are incredibly powerful, even within the intercivilizational series. Whether it's a behemoth or a planet, as long as it's at the stellar level, even the smallest stellar level being is at the 4th tier. Even weaker ascended civilizations might not have developed this technology yet. After all, not all ascended civilizations are adept at modification, like a certain company that sells doujinshi. As for the Breath of the Stars, that's essentially the invasion tactic of nomadic civilizations. Stargates, pseudo, are for travel and escape. Deploying a biological army to any location without warning is similar to the string channels developed by legions. The difference lies in their focus. One prioritizes coverage area, the other prioritizes output efficiency. And after a civilization's technology rapidly advances, the first to benefit are its leaders. Huang Yuanli's physical branch slid rapidly, distorting the surrounding space. Starlight was stretched into thin, colorful threads, and the space itself surged forward like a wave, presenting scenes from different star systems directly before her. With the aid of the new technology, Huang Yuanli's eyes lit up, finally anchoring herself to the most important tribute path, the lifeblood of this galactic giant. However, the next moment, a roar resounded. This path is my eternal path. A giant, seemingly sculpted from a mountain range, emerged from divine light. Simultaneously, a massive warhammer materialized in his hand. This warhammer was not solid metal, but rather composed of distorted physical laws, torn fragments of space, and pure gravitational singularities. The hammerhead even displayed a rotating event horizon resembling a small black hole. This was the pinnacle of the rock Khanate's technology. The rock hammer. A top-tier cosmic treasure. Before Huang Yuanli could react, she was sent flying, tree and all. The dimension she was invisibly rippled and tore, as if smooth silk had been gripped and twisted by an invisible giant hand. The beautiful bioluminescence instantly became blinding and chaotic, then extinguished in large swaths. Ignoring the excruciating pain of being thrown, Huang Yuanli immediately changed direction, attempting to destroy the giant's shell. The reason she didn't engage was simple. She immediately recognized the nature of its power. The leader of the entire Panchur Khanate, and one of the three great Khans of the nomadic civilization, the Panchur Great Khan, was following a divine path. Although he hadn't yet ignited divine fire, burned his divine essence, or even activated his divine system like someone else, Huang Yuanli keenly sensed that he was only one step away from igniting his divine fire. The opponent possessed at least 20 carbon-based fruits developed to 100%, and more importantly, their weapons were inlaid with at least 3 weaponized carbon-based fruits. Developing the essence of carbon-based fruits into biological weapons, a feat few, besides the carbon-based cataclysmic civilization, would dare to undertake. From these weapons, Huang Yuanli sensed a dense power of rules. As a future fusion god, though she herself was unaware of this, but as a tree spirit who had failed to cultivate carbon-based fruits, she was well aware of the troublesome nature of this power of rules. Therefore, she directly unleashed a larger area of war fog, attempting a flanking maneuver. However, no matter how she flanked, the final result was always the same. She took a blow from the opponent's hammer twice. Huang Yuanli, enraged, launched into a tirade, a torrent of scavenging rhetoric flying through the air at lightning speed. The great Khan of the Rocky Mountains simply shook his head. "You still don't understand." "What do you mean?" Huang Yuanli blurted out, then paused, momentarily stunned. "Looks like you understand." Facing this incredibly powerful tree spirit, the great Khan of the Rocky Mountains lost all desire to attack. He calmly stated, "The evolution of all the technological trees of the nomadic civilization is within the Khan's purview. In other words, everything you're proficient in is within my grasp. Your evolution is our evolution. Isn't this cheating?" Huang Yuanli was disgusted. So this was a shared civilization after all. If you awaken the bloodline of all races, what we are proficient in will also be what you are proficient in. But, do you still want to entangle with me? The great Khan is about to emerge. Huang Yuanli, through the perception of the information mother, indeed sensed that the other party had been released. She could only utter a harsh threat, "You just wait," before charging back in. She couldn't let the technology tree malfunction. The last great Khan of the rock did not pursue, but looked in the direction of the senior engineer, revealing a thoughtful and contemplative expression. More than one leader of the cataclysm expressed doubt and confusion about Mr. G's behavior. After all, the interstellar great Khan had already entered the fray. Even if this one had any backup plans, he should have already made them. However, apart from summoning the two mirror gods, he basically did nothing. Even when his civilization's reinforcements had entered the battlefield, he made no deployments. If this guy wasn't just keeping watch the whole time, what was he plotting? Was he waiting for his mechanical army? Meanwhile, Huang Yuanli, rushing back in a frenzy, was astonished to discover something. The great Khan didn't seem to have attacked the technology tree. The technology tree was unharmed, and her own body was fine, so the only problem was her own civilization's army. That's not right. In her vast genetic lineage, the entire battlefield shouldn't have changed much. At least the biotechnology and species evolution transmitted into her body couldn't be faked. But when she looked down, she discovered that, somehow, the entire interstellar battlefield was filled with more and more complex war fog. And this war fog was the kind of information disaster that evolved from her absorption of the information matrix. But this couldn't be. Huang Yuanli was extremely shocked. This was her prized skill, an ability even the senior engineers weren't entirely clear about. If it weren't for her own body being a species within the evolutionary wave of the information matrix, it would be impossible for her to reverse devour it. The fog of war evolved from the information matrix is, after all, a fifth-tier technology. Even without the added ascension technology, it's still fifth-tier, no matter how powerful you are. Even if you possess some fourth-tier abilities, fifth-tier? Do you think you're some kind of menace? And this fog. Huang Yuanli realized that the fog was indeed quite familiar, as if it were her own creation. She was also quite knowledgeable, and after a moment's thought, she suddenly understood. Could it be another timeline simulation technique? Was it that my counterpart from another timeline was bewitched and participated in the battle? Or has the enemy evolved some kind of information matrix technique? No wonder that Stone said, "What I know, they all know too." How disgusting. This was Huang Yuanli's first time leading a carbon-based war of this level, and she realized how incredibly repulsive this thing was. Trapped by its own methods, who is it targeting? Damn it, those little brats, are they going to be wiped out? Huang Yuanli was shocked, and immediately understood the enemy's true objective. Since they couldn't break through her at the technology tree level, destroying the entire nomadic civilization at the physical level was the best option under the current circumstances, and indeed, just as Huang Yuanli predicted, the interstellar Khan, seeing that the enemy had somehow acquired another tier 5 monster, knew that invading the technology tree in the short term was impossible, so he changed his target, attempting to directly destroy the entire nomadic civilization army. And this one, when he did act, unleashed 3 star system weapons, a star system altar that absorbs stellar energy to nurture cosmic monsters, a star eater that simultaneously appears in multiple star systems through quantum entanglement, directly activating stellar fusion reactions with its biofield, a species-form virus spread through quantum entanglement, the Khan Plague. These 3 terrifying forces directly engulfed the entire interstellar battlefield. Then, The players were dumbfounded. These later players finally experienced the joy of the earliest players. That is, just when you're enjoying the game, the developers deliver a devastating blow. They directly lower the enemy's stats to an incomprehensible level, or directly introduce an enemy that's impossible for your current rank to defeat. For example, in a star system, a group of players from the old Corp Star faction, having just assimilated a troop of space zombies using zombie genes, suddenly felt the sky darken. From the star system's core, countless twisted, enormous tentacles, like planetary spines, emerged from the void, piercing deeply into the surface of a young star. These pale, skeletal structures intertwined and coiled, forming a blasphemous nest larger than a planet. At the center of the altar, a pure dark singularity began to form. That wasn't the void, but some kind of being incubating. The star's energy was frantically drawn in, forming a dazzling torrent of photons spanning the galaxy, continuously pouring into that darkness. An indescribable fear suddenly emanated from the players. And what they discovered was also extremely terrifying. Name: Cosmic Monster Child of Chaos, Prototype, Level, ? Bioenergy, 1 trillion. Soon, an incredibly massive, amorphous aggregate of species appeared, its surface constantly boiling, flashing with the dying light of a star and biological bubbles. Its newly opened eyes, enormous vortexes formed by gravitational lensing, stared blankly at the universe it had just entered. And with just a glance, every player in this star system seemed to hear the sound of their own carbon-based life forms disintegrating. Similar anomalies appeared in different interstellar regions. In some star systems, the stars disappeared, replaced by solar prominences millions of times more intense than usual, erupting from the surface like dragons breaking free of their shackles, engulfing everything. These lights intertwined, forming a vast, peculiar network. Within the network's coverage, all carbon-based life, including other species, was ignited and cleansed. But on some nomadic planets, even on nomadic fleets, there were no explosions, no fires. One after another, massive biological starships began to churn like boiling swamps. Their planetary turrets mutated into useless tumors, and their engines pulsed with chaotic rhythms. All the creatures inside watched in agony as their limbs melted, reformed, or grew organs that were not their own, ultimately turning into an unrecognizable pool of still-twitching protoplasm. Chapter 1749. Just as Huang Yuanli was dominating the battlefield with her advanced evolution, only to find herself isolated and struggling due to the evolution of the cataclysmic civilization, two high-level beings were watching the civil war of the cataclysmic civilization with great interest. One of them was the Shadow Merchant, who had recently made contact with the High Engineer. The other was an even more significant figure. The dense ascension light enveloping his entire body, and the rational shell devoid of any biological components, unmistakably proved that he was an ascended species. Moreover, he was the ascended high-ranking individual, who had recently clashed with the High Engineer. These two were observing the war from a third-party perspective. The Shadow Merchant even had time to joke with the latter. According to the Council's rules, ascended species are strictly forbidden from interfering in wars between lower-level species. Did I interfere? The ascended high-ranking individual retorted. Your gaze has an observer effect. Who knows if you interfered or not? I just turned it off. That makes sense. The Shadow Merchant was speechless. Although my race has abandoned all bodily components and chemical elements related to emotions, that doesn't mean I won't react if you secretly call me an idiot. Ha 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 ha. The Shadow Merchant chuckled dryly, and promptly shut up. However, the ascended high-ranking member started a conversation. I don't know why they haven't made a move yet, but if they don't, they're going to lose. What do you mean? Is it because that new nomadic tribe is about to be refined? The Shadow Merchant asked, surprised. No, it's because their god mode lacks a means to replenish divinity. The Shadow Merchant was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized. That's really how it is. While beings with power exceeding their level are extremely rare, it's impossible to say that ascended species haven't seen or heard of them. Although the strangely shaped deity was very strong, and one could even faintly sense the power of the divine system, the Shadow Merchant suddenly realized, after the other's reminder, that while following the divine path was extraordinary within a level 3 civilization, it also had many problems. And the biggest problem was that it didn't have a world tree. The world tree, or in other words, the tree of civilization, but just like the technology tree isn't a tree, its essence is actually a giant battery. Unlike ordinary biological energy, divine energy is rule energy, a non-renewable resource. It cannot be replenished after use. In general, in such cases, a divine core like the world tree serves to replenish divinity. And in the eyes of this ascended high-level being, The biggest reason why the High Engineer's main body hadn't moved was that his rule power was unsustainable. As for an adversary like the cataclysmic civilization, if you can't completely annihilate them in one fell swoop, it's no different than not having made no move at all. However, this ascended high-ranking individual suddenly looked at the Shadow Merchant, his cosmic fluctuations rising in waves, revealing his emotional turmoil. You actually want to interfere? Hey, don't talk nonsense. How can we say we're interfering? They clearly stumbled upon one of our Shadow Universe experiments by accident. By the time we arrived, it was too late. Fortunately, the experiment wasn't particularly lethal. It was merely for conducting an intermediate-level cosmic shadow simulation. The Shadow Merchant said matter-of-factly. The high-ranking official gave him a deep look. You should say that to those civilization observers. Heh, it's because they don't have any. If they did, we wouldn't dare do this. By the way, our civilization observer is currently away reporting for duty. Ah, I miss him a lot, thinking about how many days I haven't seen him. Sunk cost, huh? Such a low-level way of thinking. At this moment, a distance away in a star system, a torrent of steel began. That wasn't an army, but a cataclysmic event. At first glance, there was only silent darkness. A moving, nebula-devouring shadow, more hollow than nothingness. Then, details began to emerge from the shadow. An array of countless ships, sharp-edged, like metal fragments tearing through space, cold, precise, without a trace of superfluous luster. Their method of advancement was absolute violence. Facing the asteroid belt and complex star systems, they crashed directly into them. The Vanguard fleet, like countless precise sculptors, silently sliced and disintegrated meteorites and planets in its path, leaving behind trails of metallic dust stretching for millions of kilometers. The fleet itself was a series of moving, killing mountains constructed from various machines. Larger interstellar warships, floating mechanical planets, bottomless arrays of cannons, and honeycomb-like hangars, occasionally punctuated by crimson scanning beams that swept across like the pupils of behemoths, instantly locking onto potential targets thousands of light-seconds away. Within this torrent of steel lay even more deadly hunters. Countless spaceship-sized killing units, like a disturbed swarm of metal bees, darted and reassembled along physics-defying, sharp-angled trajectories. They were interconnected by invisible data links, their movements synchronized as if by a single will with trillions of limbs. The evolutionary capabilities of this advanced mechanical organization were equally terrifying. After completing a massive battlefield reconstruction, these diverse mechanical armies displayed a cold, absolute, and suffocating unity. It was certain that the addition of so many mechanical civilization armies to the battlefield would introduce variables. Then, the variables occurred. The rules of the universe were rewritten. Shadows surged in from all directions. This shadow was the fading of existence itself. Like an irresistible tide, it silently swept across the starry sky. Wherever it passed, everything was swallowed up. The synchronized resonance of this steel torrent, which made the galaxy tremble, first encountered its opponent. Absolute silence. The shadows swallowed the vibrations, the sound, the energy waves. The fleet attempted to broadcast coordination signals at maximum power, but the signals were like stones thrown into nothingness, failing to create even a ripple. Even more terrifying was the disappearance of boundaries. The fleet tried to jump backward, only to find itself no longer in its original space. Front, back, left, right, up, down, all directions were permeated by the same viscous, impenetrable shadow. Their prized navigation system went into overdrive, alarming, because all reference points, distant galaxies, background radiation, all had vanished. They were trapped in a scaleless, coordinateless cage, a shadowy specimen stripped from the normal universe. In the normal universe, any trace of their existence vanished without a trace. Dujiaodi, separated by a universe, and a certain mindless mainframe were the first to notice the anomaly. Boss, the signal isn't good. It's strange. Xiao Yu's halting voice rang in the engineer's ears. Already rather dull-witted, he became even more so. Almost simultaneously, the engineer also sensed the situation. The undying leader among the mechanical leaders had suddenly turned gray. Without civilization-level production support, the undying leader's infinite health was naturally gone. The senior engineer looked up, recalled for a moment, and suddenly laughed. I knew you couldn't completely trust the simulated timeline. This scene wasn't in the original simulation. Gambling really does kill you. How much support did you give that interstellar con back then? The sunk costs were too high, and you couldn't back down. You had no choice but to continue providing this level of funding in yet another ascension whip. It's a good thing I don't have a civilization observer here, Otherwise it would definitely be a red card warning. At the Civilization Council, an ascended civilization accumulates 3 red card warnings and is placed on the observation list, and some of the powers that ascended civilizations should have are also revoked. So, who says ascended civilizations can't be manipulated? That Interstellar Khan is playing it pretty well, isn't he? What do we do now? This time, even the deep web lady, who was just watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but speak up. The senior engineer had prepared 3 killer moves: Divine Power, Mainframe Revolution, and Battlefield Megastructure. The last one was unlucky. It happened to encounter a space-time storm, preventing Du Xiaodi from getting away. But without the mechanical civilization, the mainframe revolution was essentially banned. And the power of the Pantheon wasn't without its limits. The situation suddenly shifted from a seemingly insurmountable advantage to a disadvantageous one. After all, without the mechanical civilization support, the Great Khan's side, being a nomadic civilization, was naturally more authentic. Why do you think I'm waiting for a backup plan? The senior engineer looked at Ms. Deep Web with a puzzled expression. Weren't you waiting for the legions to arrive, then using them to evolve the mainframe revolution, overwhelming your opponents with computing power? Who told you I was going to do that? Ms. Deep Web suspected she was putting on a brave face. Then what are you waiting for? I'm calculating. Calculating what? I'm calculating the evolution speed, frequency, and even the evolutionary limits of these cataclysmic civilizations. In this large-scale battlefield, they weren't the only ones undergoing carbon-based evolution. In fact, after the war began, all the cataclysmic civilizations embarked on their own paths of self-evolution. For example, the extremely strange Grey Goo civilization has developed dozens of special goo worms, enhancing their abilities: nano-devouring, carbon-based parasitism, information digestion, anti-nomadic genes. Another example is the flesh furnace that the senior engineer is somewhat familiar with. The surface of that stellar-level furnace is covered with a large amount of high-energy carbon-based flesh. This high-energy carbon-based flesh has completely evolved the ability to absorb cosmic energy. A large amount of advanced cosmic energy originating from the primordial universe has become the driving force for their evolution. Furthermore, the Gestalt civilization, which the senior engineer has never seen, has evolved the function of format players. Once the format is completed, all of the players' resurrection methods will simultaneously become ineffective. Ms. DeepNet was taken aback, completely unexpected that the senior engineer was calculating this. So what's the use of calculating this? To adjust the parameters of the life alloy exoskeleton, of course. It's the first time we're conducting a fusion war. What if I let those cataclysm warriors fuse and evolve without restraint, and things go too far? The senior engineer said irritably. Long ago, when the senior engineer first fused, he directly fused into a continent-level monster, a scene he still vividly remembered. And he was certain that if he did nothing, the players would suddenly gain tens of thousands, even millions of times more evolutionary power, and the evolved beings would be 100% more monstrous than he was before. Therefore, some evolutionary directions can be opened up, but others cannot. Then, wait, is it really that exaggerated? Ms. DeepNet couldn't help but ask. The senior engineer glanced at her sideways, without answering. You see, in a moment anyway. You don't actually think the pseudo-tier 4 of the fusion route is just a blank tier 4, or even just over 90, do you? Let's go. If we don't leave now, those little brats will be wiped out. Of all the natural disasters, the Interstellar Khan is the most ruthless. He probably saw something in some timeline, so when he did act, he unleashed weapons from 3-star systems simultaneously. The players were crying and screaming, finally experiencing the same treatment the first batch of players received when they encountered the cyber tide in the newbie village. Many were even enraged, blaming their teammates for not being able to defeat the enemy, and starting passionate flame wars on the forums. You bunch of mechanical engineers, weren't you supposed to provide timely support? Why haven't you arrived yet? I didn't want this either. We don't have coordinates. This damn shadow is preventing us from even opening the cord channel. Damn it, now that those without activated third-order networks are completely cut off from communication. We're doomed. A bunch of trash. I was counting on you guys. What kind of veteran players are you? You can't even get lost. I trusted you for nothing. Damn, this is a cosmic anomaly. You guys would be lost too. Mechanical idiots. Carbon-based brats. Dog shit. Brain dead. The senior engineer, while enjoying the player's impotent rage, appeared in a star system. Or rather, on the body of a star system creature. It resembled a living, writhing, churning nebula, its outline constantly shifting, yet vaguely exhibiting a fluid, whale-like form. Its body was composed of deep dust and luminous gas, resembling translucent biological tissue. Inside, a pulsar-like heart pulsated, radiating outwards winding biological veins, each several light-years in size. Standing atop one of these biological veins, the engineer casually probed it and discovered that the undead leader of this thing had reached level 4. Indeed, cosmic treasures can be mass-produced, but generally cannot be self-produced. While galactic weapons may lack destructive power in some aspects, they seem quite adept at self-replication. The engineer stood silently atop the biological veins, letting the strange biological threads entwine his thighs, only to have them quickly disintegrate thanks to his accompanying carbon-based divine light. From this angle, it should be able to cover an entire galaxy. As the engineer thought this, he unleashed a sword strike. Chapter 1750. As the core of the battlefield, Gao Gong's performance was always the focus of everyone's attention. Gao Gong never intended to hold back. His movements were simply incredibly fast. A flash, a sword strike. Before anyone could react, all his actions were complete. The effect was astonishing. After all, this was a fused god at his peak, unleashing 199.9% of his cosmic swordsmanship with almost no reservations. Where the sword's edge sliced, it didn't cleave space, but rather the very foundation of existence itself. Below the sword mark, what appeared wasn't darkness, but a boiling, chaotic sea of light, teeming with all possibilities. This wasn't the sacred light of heaven, but the primordial soup of the universe's beginning, where particles boiled and energy surged. In the hands of this god, a fusion of machine and flesh, that sword strike containing absolute laws tore a rift through the canvas of reality, a rift that reversed time. Within the cracks, the fundamental forces had not yet separated, matter and energy transformed wildly, bursting forth with the primordial chaos and boundless vitality of the pre-creation era. Waves of light and the turmoil of color churned within, as if billions of stars and seeds of life were about to burst forth. In that instant, the entire galaxy entered primordial soup mode. For most outsiders, the galaxy's energy activity had suddenly surged to a new level, but this had no effect on them, as they did not follow the path of fusion. But for the players, it was a different story. First, there was the massive resurrection of deceased players. The player's consciousness recoalesced amidst the clamor of light and the whispers of energy. Without form, only a pure sense of existence, like a nascent thought, cast into this cauldron of cosmic primordial soup. He saw his former bones, flesh, and fragments of memory, like insignificant dust, tumbling, disintegrating, and returning to the most primordial flow of matter and information in this surging torrent of light and color. Following this was the gravitational pull of creation. Those scattered particles, drawn together by some primordial law, began to reassemble. But it was no longer simply piecing together a human form. The primordial soup, in its own way, recast this life. Stardust became the new skeleton, spiritual matter wove into nerves, and boiling energy rekindled within his veins, like a miniature echo of the Big Bang. Then, a series of system notifications appeared. You are enveloped by the sea of life, all injuries will be infinitely repaired, repair speed, 30% per second. You are enveloped by the sea of life, gaining unlimited conversion privileges. You can freely convert between mechanical and carbon-based bodies. Conversion count, unlimited. You are enveloped by the sea of life, regardless of your life mode, you will receive full buffs from both carbon-based and mechanical systems. You are enveloped by the sea of life, entering the fusion route. Your bioenergy/mechanical energy breaks through its limit, entering the extreme species level. You merge with the life alloy exoskeleton, completing the final breakthrough and advancing to the 4th tier. You activate the 4th tier civilization talent, fusion evolution. You activate the 4th tier civilization skill, mechanical/carbon-based super evolution. Besides this, a series of attribute buffs followed, first rapidly rising to the extreme species level, which is the fusion of bioenergy in the hundreds of millions. Then quickly, it broke through 100 million, reaching 1 billion. The bottom line for a 4th tier species is 1 billion. Whoa! I feel a powerful force surging into my body. Is this the legendary Mr. G's blessing? Legend has it that whenever a formidable enemy appears in the faction, a certain NPC leader will mysteriously appear and carry the entire team. So, all that getting hammered just now was actually preparation for this cutscene? You should have said so earlier. I could have had a more glorious, more heroic death. Meanwhile, on the forums, the veteran players who were passionately arguing suddenly discovered in astonishment that their former teammates from the other server had suddenly disappeared, or rather, logged in. Aren't you supposed to wait 3 days after dying? How come you're back so fast? You haven't even passed the first 3 days, and you're already back from the dead? Hey, anyone want to explain what's going on, huh? How did you suddenly resurrect? Is it a bug? Can someone send us a short video? Wait a minute, how did you suddenly become tier 4? At this moment, the first wave of veteran players were shocked to discover that all the newcomers on their friend lists had become tier 4. Wait, how did you guys break through? Idiot. Sister G. Pretty stupid. Stoneman gives a thumbs up. Guess? This is Bowsy, who already knows the inside story. Finally, a player from Fairy Star couldn't stand it anymore and casually typed out a message. Remember when our faction developed 2 civilizations? One went mechanical, and the other went carbon-based. There's a reason for that. Ruined Chef. What reason? Explain in detail. What's there to explain? I'm going to log off to a dungeon. Who has time to chat with you? He casually typed a line of text, and Ruined Chef immediately logged in, simultaneously sensing a surge of life force. As a player specializing in the Corpse G build, Ruined Chef should theoretically be the most knowledgeable about corpses, decay, and life and death. However, his previous death was somewhat inexplicable. He had just suppressed a wave of space zombies using his powerful zombie genes and nomadic army when he inexplicably perished. However, considering this was a super battlefield teeming with natural disaster forces, where the evolution of each disaster force was almost governed by cosmic rules, he didn't perceive any bugs or anything like that. But when he resurrected, his biological fleet and legion had been wiped out by the same force. Near the battlefield, only the tens of thousands of space zombies he had previously subdued remained. These fellow zombies floated in the vacuum of space in a weightless state, their skin cracked like gray porcelain from radiation, their muscles atrophied and clung tightly to their bones, their joints twisted and stiffened unnaturally. Beneath the tattered helmet lay a face, cracked and frozen from the sudden decompression, its mouth gaping open in a silent roar, only darkness and a faint, eerie glow emanating from its throat. Moreover, this was likely an evolution of some calamity-causing force, so while not exactly an extreme species, each of these zombies possessed a bioenergy of around 50 million to 100 million. After the Ruined Chef had spent considerable effort subduing them, he had intended to train them into his elite force. After all, in this day and age, interstellar warfare is all about fleets and unit types. However, looking at these new types of zombies, he subconsciously swallowed, a gurgling sound echoing in his chest. He felt an intense, overwhelming urge to devour. Almost instinctively, a ring of primal corpse fluid erupted from his body, splashing in all directions. In an instant, terrifying gravitational ripples swept across the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were torn apart and stretched by an irresistible force, like wet rags being wrung by an invisible giant hand, transforming into murky torrents of metal, frozen flesh, broken bones, and congealed blood, spiraling into the corpse singularity he had become. His form expanded and mutated violently during the devouring. His tattered kitchen robe was the first to vanish, and his exposed torso was instantly covered and reshaped by countless zombie remains and resentment. Countless distorted zombie faces appeared on his surface, howling, then sinking back down, like living reliefs. His left arm transformed into a gigantic claw, a composite of thousands of metallic joints, while his right arm extended into a whip-like tentacle, woven from vertebrae and fleshy tendrils, powerful enough to crush asteroids. As the last trace of matter was devoured, the singularity collapsed violently, leaving a zombie heart resembling a carbon-based fruit on his chest. He opened his eyes. Instead of pupils, they were 2 shrunken, rotating nebula vortexes. This is... The Ruined Chef realized the space zombies had vanished. He took a deep breath, and with that breath, the space around him, spanning dozens of space units, caved in. I am too powerful. The Ruined Chef glanced at his player panel in shock. The 100 billion bioenergy fusion was particularly glaring. 100 billion. The Ruined Chef was stunned. In the next section, his bloodline had changed to 4th Order Corpse King bloodline. He glanced at his left and right hand weapons. Space Corpse King's Claw. Rank, 4th Order, excellent. Space Corpse King's Whip of Hatred. Rank, 4th Order, excellent. 4th Order, he actually evolved it himself. The Ruined Chef felt like he won the lottery, and he even had a premonition that if he wanted, he could evolve even more. He just needed enough fusion. With this thought, that powerful devouring desire combined with the Corpse King bloodline once more, transforming into an instinct. Using this instinct, the Ruined Chef suddenly saw the truth that had killed him. In the visible universe, this area was empty, only silent starlight. But in another dimension of perception, a vast army, in perfect formation, marched in silent drumbeats, conducting an eternal patrol. Their footsteps land on distorted space-time nodes, each step stirring invisible gravitational ripples, like stepping across an unseen shallow beach. If a planet lies in their path, it won't see anything pass by, but will record inexplicable, regular microscopic gravitational perturbations. Their form is not stable matter, but rather outlines drawn by condensed vacuum fluctuations and dark matter. Only when they occasionally devour background radio waves do they briefly appear on the spectrum of sophisticated instruments. Gigantic, blurry, humanoid silhouettes radiating absolute zero chill. Where these silhouettes pass, the entire universe seems to turn into a graveyard. Now that it's been spotted, a reconnaissance is warranted. The nomadic army of the Dead Kingdom? A cataclysmic civilization's trump card? Among these undead, besides space zombies, there are other species with similar attributes, certain ghostly creatures, certain undead beings, certain moving corpses, and even some corpses that clearly belong to high-ranking members of a civilization. These corpses form a vast aggregate of deathly rules. Wherever they pass, all life will decay, die, and then join them. The ruins cook almost instinctively felt a jolt. The zombie heart in his chest suddenly beat, and the next moment, he swiftly died, merging into its march. As a veteran zombie player, he knew that a zombie's heart doesn't beat. Carbon-based hyper-evolution, Tier 4, life alloy assistance. This is not a simple mutation or enhancement, but a miracle where, under extreme conditions, a life form actively guides its own carbon-based genetic code to undergo an explosive, targeted rewriting of its ultimate form. It briefly recreates all the possibilities of life over billions of years of evolution, selecting the ultimate form best suited to the current environment. Note 1. Extreme environments include energy shocks exceeding limits, e.g., stellar core radiation, black hole gravitational tides, complete transformation of species form, and transformation of species attributes, e.g., life and death, energy attributes, bloodline attributes. Note 2. This skill requires Tier 4 life materials for activation. All hyper-evolutions must be within the evolutionary range of this material. Note 3. The 15121 evolutionary directions of this alloy material have been sealed by the civilization leader. To unseal, please apply to the civilization leader. Upon seeing this, the ruined chef's first reaction wasn't the power of carbon-based super-evolution, but rather the fact that there were actually 15,121 variations of it, a censored version. So this was a watered-down version. However, the next moment, he plunged into the death march, relying on another fourth-tier talent, fusion evolution, to frantically absorb the power of the opponent's civilization's trump cards. Compared to the explosive evolution of the other carbon-based super-evolution, this talent didn't have such an exaggerated boost, but it had a characteristic that super-evolution couldn't match. That was, besides space zombies, he could actually absorb the bioenergy of other species, and even more incredibly, after absorbing it, he would also possess the bloodline talent of that species. Soon, his fused bioenergy exceeded 100 billion, and his level also reached 120. His two biological weapons even broke through to the black technology level. The ruined chef felt like he could tear through the void with a casual swipe. During this process, he also sensed the presence of several other players, but they all tacitly understood each other. However, the ruins cook remained puzzled. Why didn't the leader of the Death Kingdom, the Death Khan, come out to stop them? Logically, shouldn't he be the one directly controlling such a trump card of civilization? But he quickly dismissed his doubts, for an angry roar resounded. Who is stealing my power? Deep within this undead legion silently advancing through the folds of spacetime, an even deeper chill suddenly gathered. A phantom singularity, constantly expanding, emerged from the core of the legion's formation. The first thing sensed was its mount, a nightmare warhorse also composed of solidified void and star remains. Above it stood the long-absent Death Khan. The Death Khan's body was more solidified than its undead soldiers. Its armor seemed to be forged from the armor of fallen civilization leaders, but beneath the armor was a swirling nebula, like its appetite that had devoured countless worlds. A massive cloak woven from the eternal night billowed silently behind it, its edges constantly adorned with fragmented constellation symbols. Name, Death Khan, heavily damaged, level, 90+. Bioenergy, 500 billion+, 1 trillion, status, undead leader, gray, undying leader, rebooting. Under its oppressive death, players were forced to reveal themselves, their bodies surging with deathly energy, seemingly poised to unleash a horde of zombies at any moment. Among them was the ruins cook, who glanced around and chuckled. They were all old acquaintances from the celestial star. The one with the strongest bioenergy fusion was already approaching 300 billion. He wondered how he had evolved. When the players were forced to reveal themselves and saw the Death Khan's attributes, their eyes met, and almost simultaneously, a single thought flashed through their minds. Kill him. A 4th-tier player against a 3rd. The advantage is mine. Chapter 1751. The newly resurrected Death Khan never expected that a few enemy soldiers would dare to solo him. Previously, he had been completely shattered by the high-ranking engineer, forced into a coma, and only while unconscious did he sense his death power being constantly stolen. That's why he forcibly resurrected before fully recovering. But he never expected to encounter these 4th-tier species upon resurrection. The difference between 3rd and 4th tiers isn't quantity, but quality. These players weren't level 91 or 92, but genuine level 120 peak players. Except for lacking Ascension technology and Ascension talents, they were practically indistinguishable from 4th-tier Ascension species. Even among Ascension civilizations, very few could instantly level up a 4th-tier unit to max level. But frankly, under normal circumstances, 3rd-tier civilizations, especially those from the cataclysmic civilization, wouldn't be afraid of being beheaded by 4th-tier species. But the problem is, this wasn't a normal situation. The Death Khan suddenly discovered a very dangerous situation. The opponent's powerful fusion and evolutionary force had infiltrated its fallen army and become inseparable from its very essence. In other words, in this state, if the opponent killed it, it could truly annihilate it. It felt like disaster was imminent. A single 4th-tier species doesn't have a particularly large impact on a civilization war. After all, a 4th-tier species is like an ancient general. At most, they can decide a small-scale battle, but to decide the outcome of a war, especially a strategic one. However, when tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of 4th-tier generals appear, it's a completely different story. Aside from the players from the Celestial Star who, by chance, stumbled into the army of the dead, most players were outside. The qualitative change brought about by their advancement transformed them from mere warriors into tangible embodiments of calamity. They didn't form traditional military formations, but rather, like scattered star gods, each defined their own territory of death, launching a ruthless, efficient, and visually oppressive clearing campaign against the massive nomadic fleet. At this moment, a player hovered in the void, his hands outstretched, and invisible laws of evolution spread like ripples. Wherever his influence reached, the energy shields of the nomadic warships vanished instantly, as if erased. Then, the biological structures within the ships, as if weathered by billions of years, rusted, weathered, and turned into drifting dust within seconds. Evolution isn't necessarily positive or upward. Reverse evolution is also evolution, and aging evolution is also a form of evolution. Behind another player, a massive biomagnetic field vortex unfolded. Within the vortex wasn't darkness, but rather a direct reflection of the nearby asteroid belt. As his sword pointed, countless massive meteorites, enveloped in celestial energy, were hurled as if by an invisible giant hand, transforming into a meteor shower spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers. These meteors crashed precisely and violently into the nomadic fleet's formation, exploding into silent cosmic fireworks. Some players even charged directly into the enemy ranks, their figures becoming streaks of destructive energy. Not only did they not dodge the attacks, but they absorbed them. The nomadic plasma cannon fire, upon contact with his body, was converted into part of his own energy, then reflected back with even greater power, creating a chain of energy explosions. Wherever they passed, the nomadic army shattered like firecrackers being set on fire. These 4th-tier powerhouses, to some extent, have already achieved a near-perfect dimensional reduction attack. On the entire battlefield, the only forces capable of suppressing them, besides the primal cataclysmic power of the cataclysmic civilization, are legions composed of certain extreme species. And these purely extreme species legions, at least within the nomadic civilization, are possessed only by the interstellar Great Khan. But at this moment, these 4th-tier powerhouses are not the most dangerous are the special powers they display. These walking evolutionary wonders are using the purest evolutionary power to launch a chilling ecological niche-crushing attack on the nomadic army. A group of players simultaneously exploded on their backs, not from injury, but from releasing countless living spores. These spores rapidly multiplied and differentiated in the vacuum, instantly forming a massive biological fleet, space-ramming beasts resembling giant whales, using their thick chitinous shells to ram into enemy warships. There were slender, shuttle-like void-piercing squid, launching suicidal piercing attacks with their bony proboscis, and jellyfish-like creatures that could disrupt the mother nest, emitting biowaves that disturbed electronic brains and minds. They almost instantly trapped hundreds of star system royal legions. Some players, roaring, swelled wildly, their muscle fibers bulging like mountains, their skin keratinizing into plate armor comparable to starship armor, and their joints spewing out glowing bioplasma. They grabbed a biofrigate with their bare hands, tearing it apart like paper. After devouring an entire fleet, these planetary species had completely surpassed the planetary level, exploding towards the stellar level. Then, thousands upon thousands of superstar giants joined forces, and actually overturned a stellar furnace, releasing terrifying heat that they quickly absorbed. The most unpredictable and difficult to defend against were the players integrated into the quantum fluctuations. Their figures flickered between reality and illusion, each appearance precisely landing inside the enemy's biological command center. Their attack wasn't an energy bombardment, but an injection of a targeted evolutionary virus. In an instant, malignant fleshy tissue grew on the inner walls of the command center, the crew suffered uncontrollable genetic disintegration amid screams, and the entire warship rapidly degenerated from a sophisticated construct, mutating into a floating, howling mass of cancerous flesh. Massive biological communications were disrupted, causing the battlefield to be fragmented into thousands of pieces. This is Tier 4. When the interstellar Khan finally reacted, he was utterly bewildered, then incomprehensible, and finally, almost instinctively, a trace of fear appeared. Because what's being displayed on the battlefield isn't the power of a particular 4th-tier technology, but undeniably the power of a 4th-tier civilization. He witnessed this civilization's power before. For one thing, these cataclysmic warriors seemed capable of unlimited evolution, and a significant portion had already evolved power comparable to the leaders of the cataclysmic civilization. And these artificial cataclysmic leaders continued to evolve. Even more terrifying, they were even absorbing the power of their own galactic weapons. The Khan Plague wasn't actually a real mist, but a mimetic toxin permeating the quantum level, a weapon used by the interstellar Khan to assimilate all things and enslave them. And now, a group of top-tier players were using themselves as a furnace, engaging in a mad gamble. Actively absorbing this Khan mist, and refining from it the only antidote, or rather, the ultimate antibody weapon. These antibodies weren't some kind of tangible biological weapon. With every breath, every heartbeat, they released a specific antibody message targeting the Khan meme into the surrounding space. This message, like a benign virus, actively sought out and attached itself to the plague meme. The greatest function of this reverse antibody was that, once implanted into the plague meme, it would cause a strong rejection reaction from the myriad races whose bloodlines the interstellar Khans had always been so proud of. Compared to the interstellar Khans' bewilderment, the two ascended species, who had been observing from the sidelines, were even more bewildered. Those unaware of the legend wouldn't understand its horror. Only those who truly understood the legend knew its twisted nature. A fused civilization? A fused civilization really exists? The Shadow Merchant's shadows stretched long in shock. Meanwhile, the ascended being with a rational body rippled with waves of emotion, clearly filtering out data with complex emotional shifts, leaving only pure rational calculations. I see. Their emotional state when facing the ascended species, and their behavior when besieged by several cataclysmic civilizations, undoubtedly proves they have a backup plan. Calculations show this backup plan has a 61.1% probability of being some kind of superweapon, and that's exactly what happened. But that's only the second layer, a result they deliberately made us calculate. In fact, their hidden third layer is a fusion civilization. Yes, we should have realized it sooner. A faction possessing both mechanical and carbon-based civilizations pursuing a fusion path isn't impossible. The Shadow Merchant sighed deeply. But their carbon-based civilization's trump card was only revealed during this war. Without this variable, such an outcome couldn't have been calculated. That's only natural. The enemy must possess some kind of anti-spacetime prediction method. This was absolutely true. Across a universe, at least a level 4 ascended civilization couldn't calculate it. If they could, parallel universe coordinates wouldn't be so precious. The interstellar Khan is finished. This ascended high priest said calmly. Just like the ironclad rule that civilizations cannot fight beyond their level. There's another ironclad rule. Few civilizations are invincible at the same level. So, are you planning to intervene? He looked at the Shadow Merchant. The only way to reverse the battlefield situation now was for the ascended civilization behind him to intervene directly. After all, sunk costs. I intervene. My ass. The Shadow Merchant cursed. The reason the ascended civilization behind it favored the interstellar Khan was simply because they believed that if the Khan failed once, his chances of success would increase significantly with another attempt. But with a legendary civilization like the fusion civilization interfering, ascension? Forget about it. The Shadow Merchant rubbed his head, his fingers rubbing into it. I need to get the Shadow Universe withdrawn. I should never have done this deal. Investing in a level 3 civilization wouldn't be a decision made by the entire Ascended Civilization's leadership, but rather by the Ascended higher-ups behind it. Using the Shadow Universe was the same. Since the investment was destined to fail, withdrawal was inevitable. A wisp of shadow burrowed into the void, attempting to contact the controllers who released the Shadow Universe. But even worse news arrived. The Shadow Universe was in trouble too. Chapter 1752. The Shadow Merchant hurriedly left. There was no other way. The Shadow Universe, within its Ascended Civilization, was a super project utilizing Ascended technology. If something went wrong, its entire leadership would likely suffer. Not to mention, they had been secretly operating in a low-level civilization war, skirting the rules. That made things even more messed up. The Ascended high-ranking official, who had clashed with the senior engineer, however, watched this peculiar civilization war with great interest. The fusion of civilizations is real. The legends of fusion are real, expanding the boundaries of civilizations. Huh? Worth recording. The situation on the battlefield was now one-sided. And this one-sidedness wasn't the kind of rout where an army collapsed like a house of cards, but rather the kind where an Ascended civilization brutally beat a group of Calamity civilizations. The Calamity legions and Calamity units remained terrifying, monstrous, and powerful. But this Calamity power melted away like snow when it landed on a 4th-tier being. Moreover, once the fusion is complete, the truly powerful technology won't just be the 4th-tier unit technology. Many players focusing on support roles are already attempting to mass-produce 4th-tier, and even 5th-tier, civilization technologies, thanks to the unique characteristics of biotechnology. The latter is ultimately too difficult. However, 4th-tier civilization weapons in their hands are practically useless. But the 4th-tier civilization weapons of the nomadic civilization are all alive. The veil of the Starry Sea was torn apart by an invisible force, and the first to descend was the gravity whale. That behemoth swimming in the folds of higher dimensions, the moment it leaped out of reality, stirred up a gravitational tsunami in the center of the fleet formation. The warship skeletons emitted mournful cries, like tin foil being crumpled by an invisible giant hand, turning into spiraling wreckage in the distortion of space itself. Countless fourth-order spores dispersed with the enemy ship's biological missiles, ignoring the most advanced particle shields, and seeping directly into the hull. The enemy began to hear whispers not their own, witness maddening hallucinations, until their pupils were consumed by the collective will. Further away, a once vibrant enemy bioplanet was rapidly being engulfed by a crimson tide. The continental plates pulsated with the tide's undulations, like a gigantic, decaying beehive. Further still, the shadow of a star-devouring behemoth slowly swept across the star. The star's corona flickered like a dying candle, and the lights of the entire galaxy were being ignited one by one, then extinguished one by one. The senior engineer silently watched the scene. In this scene, he saw many familiar faces. For example, the Kuan Sun, long ago reduced to a combat unit, has now evolved into a 4th-tier gravity whale, relentlessly pursuing a leader of a cataclysmic civilization. The modification and development of the opponent's gravitational direction is likely the work of number 19, as this gravitational life form had previously demanded his gravity fruit and researched many things. As for the 4th-tier Crimson spores, they are Little Crimson's Queen Bee guards. Little Crimson herself is also relentlessly pursuing a cataclysmic leader, clad in the Insect King armor, and wielding what appears to be a low-end version of a double-headed sword, a cosmic treasure. With the Queen's guidance, all 4 equipment requirements for the Insect King armor, Collective Consciousness Life, Insect Bloodline, Queen Bloodline, and Ascension Bloodline, have been met. Combined with the primal soup of fusion evolution, the armor's functions are 100% activated. Function 1, Hive garment formed from the molted remains of the Zerg Queen and the mucus secreted from the digestive cavities of the hive. It can create and evolve high-level bloodline clones. Function 2, Swarm Shroud suppresses, replaces, and manipulates the collective consciousness of the opposing group. Function 3, Flesh-blood synchronization transforms the wearer into a temporary Zerg Queen, capable of secreting pheromones to rewrite the behavioral logic of surrounding creatures, achieving deep Zergification. Function 4, Hive Choir resonates with the Queen's authority, completing Ascension evolution. If one's eyesight is even slightly impaired, one would be utterly shocked to discover that an Ascension-level Zerg Queen has descended upon the battlefield, and this Zerg Queen's form at this moment is terrifying. The ancient molted remains of the Zerg Queen perfectly merged with the active mucus of the nest's digestive cavity, forming a bioarmor that flowed with a blood-like luster, seemingly possessing its own independent life, covering her entire body. On the armor surface, countless tumor-like protrusions were visibly evolving into high-level bloodline avatars, sometimes mimicking sharp spikes and claws, sometimes transforming into sensory tentacles, as if capable of splitting into several bloodline avatars with terrifying power at any moment. Then, the invisible force field of the swarm shroud unfolded. It wasn't as violent as an energy shockwave, but it was even more chilling. The force field swept across the enemy Zerg swarm, and the previously ferocious, roaring gray Zerg units instantly froze. The frenzied red light in their compound eyes extinguished, replaced by a cold, eerie blue representing suppression and replacement, absolute obedience. Their collective consciousness was forcibly covered, becoming an extension of this armor. The deepest fusion was flesh-blood synchronization. Powerful pheromones are secreted from its body like an invisible wave, rewriting the behavioral logic of all living things around it. The surrounding players' bodies began to be covered in chitinous carapaces, their bones creaking as they underwent deep insectization, gaining savage power. Meanwhile, the enemy's scourge units were thrown into chaos, some even turning against them. Especially her primary target was the leader of the Grey Insect civilization, the Grey Brat. No longer arrogant, was now fleeing in terror. As Little Red went berserk, the final function, Hive Choir, was finally activated. Ultimately, when the Hive Choir function was triggered, it was as if the spiritual power of countless insected units resonated and sang in the void, opening a passage to an unknown dimension, and the overwhelming authority of the insected queen descended across time and space. The user's life form underwent an ascension evolution at this moment, its emanating pressure dimming the stars and distorting space. Is this borrowing? The senior engineer, seeing the scene, was slightly taken aback. Are you two that close? You can even borrow the power of ascension? As one of the few pieces of equipment exclusive to civilization leaders in the senior engineer's possession, and a top-tier Zerg piece of equipment at that, he had studied it extensively several times. The so-called Hive Choir is actually a process of consuming a large amount of life force in exchange for powerful evolution, a pseudo-ascension method. The reason there are so many prerequisites is that only the Zerg's limitless evolutionary capabilities can support this level of explosive growth. The senior engineer initially thought that the other party was using the immense life force from the primal soup to perform this evolution, but now it seems they have clearly borrowed the authority of the Queen of Blades. This effect is even more powerful. The fully evolved Little Crimson Queen is no longer a mere biological entity. She is a living galactic-level calamity, a rebellion of life itself against assimilation. Her body is as majestic as a mountain range, her chitinous carapace flowing with a galactic, radiant biological glow. Her double-headed blade is not forged from metal, but composed of the cores of two extremely compressed, still pulsating living stars, its blades powered by gravitational waves that devour spacetime. Sensing this unprecedented level of life energy, the Grey Goo army surges towards her like a silver tsunami, attempting to decompose, devour, and assimilate her with trillions of goo worms. The queen moves. The double-headed blade doesn't unleash a slash, but a beam of life light that tears apart the laws of physics. Where the blade passes, the scene is horrifying. The silver tide swept by the blade's light doesn't disappear. Instead, it is instantly infected with deadly life force. Nano units, forcibly injected with rampaging genetic code, were no longer cold machines, but monstrous life forms that proliferated, mutated, and differentiated into flesh, carapace, and sharp teeth. A silver ocean instantly transformed into a hellish mass of churning, roaring, and mutually devouring prototumors, their very existence dismantling the unified structure of the Grey Goo from within. The double-headed blade spun, its other blade containing an extreme dose of anti-life pheromones. The Grey Goo swarm it touched experienced a microscopic decay, as if subjected to a 1,000-fold accelerated decay, connections severed, functions collapsed. They didn't turn into flesh and blood, but instead transformed directly into a silent, deathly gray dust, like the absolute ruins left after the complete annihilation of a civilization. The one opposite, before it could even utter its death rites, was utterly engulfed and vanished. Meanwhile, the queen's massive figure continued its advance among the other scourge legions. Each swing of her double-headed blade wasn't about cutting, but about assimilating reality anew. Gao Gong could only exclaim 666 at this exaggerated display. And he seriously suspected that she might have already touched the edge of a destruction leader? Besides undead leaders and immortal leaders, advanced civilizations actually have several other types of leaders. Among them, those belonging to the destruction faction are destruction leaders. But some overly ruthless big shots, like a certain female demon, can also comprehend this level of leader evolution. My lovely daughter, will she become the next female demon? Gao Gong thought back to his increasingly cool and ruthless daughter, Xiao Xianhong, and his worries deepened. However, he quickly scanned the battlefield and found that the situation wasn't just slightly favorable, but overwhelmingly favorable. It seems I don't need to unleash my four-sword strike. After unleashing his first strike, he unleashed 2 more, covering 3 star systems. Although the battle took place within the Ascension Path, a level 3 civilization simply couldn't engage in such a large-scale conflict. The core area of the entire battlefield consisted of only a few star systems. This was actually quite impressive, considering it was a level 3 civilization. Most level 3 civilizations couldn't even traverse star systems. The senior engineer glanced at his pool of divinity. Divinity, 2000/5000. A single star system level kill consumed 1000 points of divinity. The senior engineer calculated it, and found it quite normal. After all, even though carbon-based gods were only 4th tier, covering an entire star system would still require a significant amount of divinity. The remaining 2000 points of divinity were enough for him to kill the interstellar Great Khan 10 times over. Everything was going according to plan. However, usually, when such a fiat is established, the situation undergoes some subtle changes. Gao Gong strongly suspected that this was the result of his manipulation of spacetime. But this time, the change was caused by his own people. Boss, I'm back. Xiao Yu's adorable voice suddenly rang in Gao Gong's ears. She immediately became alert, almost blurting out, "Whatever you're thinking right now, don't do it." "No, boss, I come to save you." "So how do you plan to save me?" "I moved the entire shadow universe here." Gao Gong's eyes widened. He looked up and, sure enough, the sky darkened, as if some indescribable darkness was about to cover the surrounding star field. Gao Gong looked down at his feet, and saw a blurry stain appear at the edge of the star map, but soon, that stain began to spread from the edge at an illogical speed. "Boss, trust me. This time, not a single enemy will escape." Then she hung up. The senior engineer tried to contact her again, but it was too late. The senior engineer was completely bewildered. Leaving aside the potentially huge consequences, just consider this. Are you really that confident you can manipulate this level of ascended technology? Soon, another communication rang. It was the Shadow Merchant. And almost as soon as the call connected, he heard the Shadow Merchant's piercing scream. Big brother, what are you doing? Stop it. I know your path of merging civilizations is powerful, awesome, invincible, but do you really want to drag an ascended civilization into the battlefield? If this gets to the Civilization Council, it'd look bad for everyone. People will die. The senior engineer remained silent. While he had somewhat guessed that this guy had a deep background, he truly hadn't expected that he was actually backed by that ascended civilization that had colluded with the interstellar Great Khan last time. Now look what happened. His attempt to show off backfired. It's an ascended civilization's veiled attack on a lower-level civilization is an unspoken agreement. But if you actually intervene directly, and it's broadcast live across the entire universe, then it's not just a veiled attack, but a serious political incident. In this person's eyes, this G-guy must have arranged many backup plans, and might even have an ascended civilization backing him, currently being publicly broadcast live at the Civilization Council. If this really develops, the ascended high-ranking members of this Shadow Merchant's faction will probably suffer a major blow. If this Shadow civilization is a strictly hierarchical one, they'd probably be completely crippled. So it's no wonder the other party is so nervous. So, by some twist of fate, this whole thing turned out to be a good thing? The senior engineer stroked his chin and asked, "What? With your advanced civilization's technology, you can't solve our intrusion?" To say there's no way is nonsense, but we're trying to handle this discreetly. If it escalates, who will look bad? Also, the host machine's intrusion algorithm code is too abstract, completely incomprehensible. Is it some kind of special type of information virus? The senior engineer thought. So, the code for the ship mountain had this function? It's not impossible, but... the conditions. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. The Shadow Merchant was honest this time. As long as the other party didn't pull any major stunts, everything was negotiable. They couldn't really go down in flames. Chapter 1753. After all, it was a battlefield, so the senior engineer didn't chat with the other party for long. He casually mentioned a few simple conditions, such as increasing the number of national treasure-level scientists from 1 to 3, for ascended buildings, and 10 different types of 4th-tier professional knowledge. Unfortunately, he didn't know the other party's civilization background. Otherwise, the senior engineer could have tailored his offer accordingly, and gotten even more for free. Just as he hung up the phone, Another unfamiliar communication call rang. It was a very peculiar number. The peculiarity was that its coordinates were located in the primordial universe. What kind of phone could communicate across the universe? And who had leaked their communication number? The senior engineer pondered for a moment, and finally activated the communication. Hello? This is Guangying Chan. I obtained your communication number from Ms. Du. General Guangying Chan? You returned from the future? The senior engineer was stunned. That's not it. I'm still in the future timeline of the primordial universe. This is my special ability, and I need your help. Guangying Chan, probably also in a hurry, quickly explained the situation. So you mean, the Queen of Blades, Ms. 8, plus the remaining forces of the Time and Space Administration, joined forces to seal the Old Lord, but you disrupted the entire timeline, so you want to use my methods to repair it? Yes. The senior engineer didn't deny possessing the skill to repair timelines. Everyone was intelligent enough that such petty scheming was pointless. He simply asked, who told you that? Ms. 8. The engineer's heart immediately relaxed. Thank goodness, as long as it wasn't the Queen of Blades, everything was alright. His aesthetic sense was diverse. Even the 8 pregnant lady, the supreme insect queen, was still quite alluring in his eyes. The merging of the two swords, with ordinary swordsmanship exceeding 200%, could indeed repair the timeline. I can help you, the engineer said without any conditions. After all, if this timeline were restarted, his 2,000 years of cultivation in the origin universe would be wasted. More importantly, once the timeline was reset, the coordinates of the entire parallel universe would also be reset, and he wouldn't be able to connect anymore. There's just a small problem. What problem? According to Guangying Chan, they were clearly expecting the engineer to rush over from the main universe as soon as he answered the phone. After all, the time flow rate between the main universe and the parallel universe was 1:100, and they couldn't afford any delays. The engineer briefly explained the situation. That's roughly the situation. I'm currently engaged in a civilizational war with a cataclysmic civilization alliance called the Nomadic Alliance, and I can't get away for the time being. How long do you need? Not really, the senior engineer thought for a moment. I guarantee I arrive within a planetary day. The planetary day he mentioned was naturally a planetary day in the primordial universe. If it weren't for the fact that Guangying Chan, this Zerg general, was known for his refined and humble demeanor, he probably would have blurted out. What are you bragging about? Do you think you're one of us Zerg? In fact, even the Zerg might not be able to do that, because they truly mastered the fusion path at the 4th level civilization stage, not the 3rd. Therefore, this person expressed strong disbelief in the senior engineer's statement. However, he didn't completely reject the offer. After all, he needed a favor and needed to be polite. Besides, he could wait a planetary day. If all else failed, they could discuss it later. Alright, 1 planetary day. The senior engineer let out a long sigh after hanging up. Sure enough, the simulated timelines these days were unreliable. The ascended civilization wasn't predicted, and there was no warning about the parallel universe situation either. However, this did confirm one thing for the senior engineer. The Queen of Blades' provocation of the level 5 ascended civilization must have happened after the timeline event ended. Luckily you guys didn't come together, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. If the primordial universe collapsed, and the mechanic civilization of the main universe was turned into a mural, although there were resurrection methods, an experienced person would always have some backup plan. Having no backup plan was worse than not wearing underwear. The senior engineer glanced across the battlefield. The ferocity of this war transcended the struggle for planetary surfaces. It had transformed the entire galaxy into a scorching chessboard. Billions of star systems flashed with light. Not supernova explosions, but volleys of cannon fire powerful enough to vaporize planets. The brilliant dust of nebulae was churned by the wakes of fleets and the flashes of explosions, like a spilled palette of paint. The cataclysmic civilization's occupied territories were dwindling, replaced by rapidly expanding nomadic domains. Looking at the overwhelmingly favorable situation, the senior engineer murmured to himself. Since the Interstellar Khan has lost control of the battle, it's time to activate it. And so, the senior engineer unleashed his 4-sword strike. This strike transformed into an infinitely extending living nebula, its edges surging like tides across star systems. The planets it touched, regardless of their carbon-based evolutionary origins, whether a global carbon-based web, a cluster of natural disasters deep within gas giants, or an energy-carbon hybrid transforming mountains into living factories, all their billions of lives were instantly decomposed, absorbed, and transformed into countless rivers of life, each a different color, flowing ceaselessly into the ever-expanding sea of chaos. Their flesh and bones softened and decomposed rapidly, like oil thrown into a hot pan. Even more chilling was the subsequent recombination. Within the viscous broth, countless indescribable organs, limbs, shells, and eyeballs churned and sank like boiling water. At times, the surface of the broth would suddenly bulge, forming the outline of a massive, pulsating heart covered in multiple layers of scales. Every now and then, multiple segments, each with different weapon-like structures, would suddenly pierce the liquid surface, thrashing wildly before disintegrating back into the chaos. The air was filled with a frenzied collision, splicing, and trial-and-error roar of billions of genetic information, the noise of life's most primal blueprint being violently dismantled and forcibly merged. Finally, from that churning cauldron of chaos, bloodlines began to emerge that defied any known biological taxonomy. The reason they were undefinable was simple. Each bloodline was newly born, unlike anything found in the current third-tier bloodlines. And this time, even the interstellar Khan's restrictions could not stop the advanced engineer's breakthrough. You activated the myriad races bloodline trait, civilization leader reputation plus 1 myriad races bloodline. Its very existence is an evolutionary fast track that deviates from the laws of nature. The slow selection of the universe seems tedious and laughable in its presence. The evolution of the myriad races bloodline is a never-ending, violent species revolution. Every time a civilization hunts, it is not for energy, but a forced, predatory update of its own gene pool. It tears apart the genetic code of its prey, brutally dismantling, assimilating, and converting their most outstanding traits into its own. These plundered spoils will become the cornerstone and fuel for its next morphological transformation, causing its life form to expand mercilessly towards the theoretical ultimate life form in perpetual instability. He is not a living being, but an evolutionary catastrophe accelerating at breakneck speed. Characteristic: bloodline technology able to perceive the underlying code of bloodlines, genetic information, energy circuits, analyzing the chaotic power of bloodlines into a visualized bloodline lineage or skill tree. Utilizing bloodline energy and genetic information, he can cultivate living biological weapons, construct bloodline buildings with growth and self-repair capabilities, and even create exclusive civilization bloodline treasures. Characteristic 2. Laws of all races forcibly enforces a set of absolute rules across all kingdom bloodlines, defining the logic of bloodline power usage, social structure, and evolutionary direction. This inherent causal law and power of order is the underlying protocol that prevents the power system from descending into chaos. Based on the purity, strength, and characteristics of bloodlines, it naturally forms a strict and perceptible hierarchical system. The commands of those in power have a binding force on those in power, forming a highly efficient, biologically instinct-based structure of rule. Those in power can restrict everything about those in power: skills, talents, bloodlines, biological equipment, evolutionary instincts, calamity traits, technology trees. Characteristic 3. Space-time bloodline expansion at the moment of decision-making. Based on a near-infinite data model of all races, all possible future branches are instantly deduced in the mind, and the optimal solution is selected. This is an overclocked, biologically computational predictive simulation. Developed to its limit, it can simulate timelines, even the evolutionary future. Indeed, it has a timeline simulation function. This old man definitely saw something from the future, which is why he came after me. The previously vague connection suddenly became clear. The senior engineer could accurately sense the bloodline of the interstellar Great Khan, not the one currently in existence, of course. However, the senior engineer quickly entered a new state of enlightenment. The brilliant sphere of light, the ultimate origin of the bloodlines of all races, hovered before his chest. The light was no longer external illumination, but rather emanating from within him, as if he himself were becoming a new singularity. His body was no longer flesh and blood, but transformed into a dynamic, flowing star map of life. Beneath his skin, there were no longer blood vessels, but billions of genetic codes, each shimmering with different lights, rapidly circulating and recombining. Dragon bones, star spirit wings, quantum meridians, star cores. The most outstanding traits of all races were no longer separate components, but were perfectly woven into a harmonious whole by a technology beyond comprehension. His form achieved a balance between stability and fluidity. Every inch of his body was the most precise weapon, and the most beautiful work of art. When the fusion reached its critical point, a silent ripple spread out from him. The laws of bloodlines were no longer mere external words. They materialized into a visible golden halo behind him. Within the halo, the laws representing power, hierarchy, and taboos flowed with the precise precision of celestial bodies. He needed no words. His very existence was the highest law of bloodlines. The armies of the various royal courts began to rearrange themselves according to this newly born law, as if paying homage to this new interstellar Great Khan. The battlefield was brought to a standstill in that instant, because the new interstellar Great Khan had promulgated new laws for all races, and all nomadic legions were obligated to obey unconditionally. The Swarm Khan was the first to obey, and his obedience was remarkably swift and complete. After all, it had already begun colluding with the enemy long ago. A Zerg VIP plus a new Khan, double the fun, double the enjoyment. Besides the Zerg Queen, the two remaining Khans on the field, the Iglooing Queen Khan of the Iglooing Khanate and the Rock Khan of the Rock Khanate, also stopped moving. Especially the Rock Khan, who allowed Huang Yuanli's branches to bind him. Huh? You given up struggling? It doesn't matter anymore. The Khanate battle is about to begin. Our war is over. No, you really don't have much faith in your man. Huang Yuanli was surprised. This was quite a bold statement. The Rock Khan shook his head and revealed the truth. If the new Great Khan wins, the outcome isn't bad. Because if our Great Khan wins, knowing him as I do, he'd definitely absorb all the bloodlines of the myriad races on the spot and take that step towards ascension. After all, he's already failed once. He has to prove himself to the other side. Huang Yuanli exclaimed in astonishment, that guy is so ruthless, even absorbing his own people? Great Khan Panshir calmly replied, the previous interstellar Great Khan was like that, and the one before that was too. Without this ambition, one cannot ascend to the position of Great Khan. Huang Yuanli touched her chin with a tree root, suddenly shocked. Oh no, if this guy becomes the interstellar Great Khan, won't he drain me dry too? At this moment, Gao Gong finally completed the final absorption of the bloodlines of the myriad races. His eyes were no longer pupils, but rather two constantly arising and ceasing genetic vortexes containing countless possibilities. The simulated timeline ability is fully activated. Within his vision, it's no longer a singular present, but a vast network of countless future branches unfolding, deducing, and converging in an instant. He can see a speck of dust before him potentially forming a planet billions of years later, and he can foresee every possible action and consequence of a powerful enemy in the next microsecond. A torrent of information from the past, present, and future floods in, yet it is absolutely controlled by his will. He no longer chooses the future, he evolves the future. So there was no resistance to your breakthrough, you gone all the way here. In the simulated timeline state, the senior engineer instantly confirmed the location of the interstellar Great Khan, 2 star systems away across the interstellar battlefield. And when the senior engineer broke through to the myriad race's bloodline, this one didn't make any attempt to obstruct him. But with the perception of the myriad race's bloodline, he could sense that the myriad race's bloodline within the interstellar Great Khan had reached a critical point. It seemed the final breakthrough was imminent. In this state, he could no longer see the outline of the other's body. He could only see the incredibly powerful light of ascension emanating from the other's body. Chapter 1754. The senior engineer took a few strides and arrived opposite the Great Khan. This wasn't about merging with the authority of a deity, but rather following the Heavenly Khan's tributary path. The Heavenly Khan's tributary path, in a sense, ignores distance. This also means there can only be one true Heavenly Khan. After all, only one true man can take the land route, who pays tribute to whom will ultimately be settled. However, facing the senior engineer in this state, the interstellar Great Khan opposite him displayed the aura unique to the Heavenly Khan. That bloodline pressure that annihilates all things descended upon this void like an invisible cosmic singularity. Space itself emitted a creaking sound, as if a piece of steel being kneaded by immense force was bursting open with countless dark cracks. From the depths of those crumbling cracks, what surged forth was not nothingness, but a terrifyingly dense light of ascension. It wasn't holy, instead, it carried an absolute will to decompose and reshape all things, sweeping everything away like a tidal wave. Standing at the center of this oppressive vortex, Gao Gong's 3 divine sparks, forged through countless trials, were pushed to their limits. The martial god spark transformed into an indomitable fighting spirit, deflecting the soul-piercing impact. The gravity god spark distorted space-time, attempting to deflect and dissipate this omnipresent pressure. The form god spark stabilized its life essence, resisting the terrifying force that sought to assimilate him and absorb him into the bloodline of all races. However, even with all 3 divine sparks unleashed, they could only protect a 3-inch radius around him, and his divinity was being depleted at a rate of 1 point every 10 seconds. The ascension pressure now displayed by his opponent had completely surpassed that of his previous ascension to the higher levels. This is a state of using oneself as an anchor point, mastering the realm of ascension, and breaking through to the final step. It's a level only a civilization leader can achieve. Faced with the opponent's posture, the high engineer observed for a moment with interest and asked, "You want a truce?" If the opponent truly takes this final step, it means the nomadic civilization will take the step of ascension. Faced with such a cosmic calamity, even ascended civilizations dare not truly cause trouble, only play it close, let alone a level 3 civilization like the High Engineer. "Do you think I would call a truce?" the opposing Interstellar Khan asked hoarsely. "I don't think you will. The enormous spoils obtained by the Ascension Whip haven't been fully digested, and there's another contender to start the Khan's war. Besides, if you take that final step, outsiders might not be able to interfere, but am I an outsider? I'm your insider, brother. You failed in your last ascension, haven't you learned your lesson?" The High Engineer's words indeed hit the opponent's sore spot, and the Interstellar Khan's iron-blooded face turned grim. "You really think the fusion route is invincible? Oh ho, brother, you even know about the civilization route I taken? What, you think you can break my indestructible body? I naturally don't have that ability, but what about me after ascension?" As the other party spoke, the ascension light in the surrounding void grew even more intense. It was even approaching the size of an entire star system. "This is some kind of ascension technology?" The high-ranking ascension expert, who had been observing, finally showed a look of doubt. A level 3 civilization naturally possesses ascension technology, otherwise, how could it ascend? Logically speaking, the ascension technology of a level 3 civilization truly only has the function of ascension. Those who are not ascension-bound cannot develop other functions of ascension technology. But the posture the other party is currently displaying does not resemble ascension. This ascension-bound being with a body of pure rationality once again rippled around its body, emotional data being released. At this moment, the senior engineer at the very center of the ascension domain was undoubtedly under immense pressure. The 3 divine lights surrounding the senior engineer flickered uncertainly within a 3-inch radius, as if they would be completely swallowed up by the all-annihilating pressure of ascension at any moment. However, in this absolute adversity, the Interstellar Great Khan did something that defied all predictions and all common sense. He opened his arms wide, embracing it like a tidal wave, accepting it all. Crack. Boom. The void finally shattered completely, but what surged forth was no longer pure light of ascension, but a chaotic energy stream forcibly torn apart and devoured by a more domineering and purer force. The body of the Interstellar Great Khan became the most terrifying black hole in the universe. The bloodlines of all races, capable of assimilating everything, were devoured, crushed, and transformed into his own in the most savage way. His devouring was entirely different from the assimilation of the bloodlines of all races. It wasn't fusion, it was conquest. It wasn't evolution, it was plunder. From myriad to one, I am the only one. At this moment, time lost its meaning. A flash of evolution exceeding the speed of light erupted from his body, not expanding outwards, but collapsing inwards. In this instant, immeasurable by time, he seemed to traverse billions of years of evolutionary history, reaching the end of all life's evolution, and then, with that ultimate form, he stepped back from the future to the present. The light of ascension dissipated, and the oppressive aura of the bloodline vanished. In the shattered void, a being stood silently. It was no longer simply a Star Khan, but rather, his body exhibited an absolute steady state, as if the birth and death of the universe were simultaneously unfolding within him, returning to eternal silence. His eyes no longer reflected stars, but the complete trajectory of countless civilizations from their birth to their glory, and then to their conquest by his iron hooves. A dominant authority that transcended the level of power, leaving no room for resistance, naturally permeated the air like a law. The light of ascension emanating from his body transformed into a gray and white cloak, draped over the giant, easily suppressing the entire galaxy. Then, he glanced at the ascended high-ranking figure in the distance. The observer effect in that high-ranking figure's eyes was immediately sealed. The ascended high-ranking figure was stunned. The ripples formed from emotional data suddenly transformed into a violent wave, surging in all directions. Even completely, it couldn't be expelled, because the words that escaped his lips carried an astonishment unseen for almost 10,000 years. An ascended leader. He evolved his future self? And this Interstellar Khan is the ascended Interstellar Khan? This person was utterly stunned. In a sense, this had surpassed natural disasters, reaching a forbidden level. Just like the fusion of civilizations, could such an operation exist within a level 3 civilization? Evolving you was truly no easy feat, the Interstellar Khan said wearily to the Interstellar Khan. But you did it after all. The Interstellar Khan nodded slightly, then looked at the senior engineer. I told you, he's a menace. The senior engineer casually swiped a detection bar. Name, Interstellar Khan? Level, question mark. Bioenergy / mechanical energy, question mark. It's been a long time since I seen a boss full of question marks. He simply stood there, not deliberately radiating power or killing intent, yet the entire universe seemed to dim and distort because of him. There was no roar of energy, but an absolute silence, a deathly silence where all laws and principles were forced to murmur and submit before him. And as he looked over, the 3-inch divine light domain that the senior engineer was struggling to maintain emitted a mournful cry, as if glass was about to shatter under its strain. The underlying rules supporting that 3-inch domain were collapsing on their own under his gaze. The indomitable fighting spirit emanating from the martial godhead seemed to have encountered its natural nemesis. Its boiling blood energy began to solidify, as if even the concept of resistance itself had been frozen. The distorted space-time of the gravity godhead was forcibly smoothed by a more fundamental force of existence, like erasing graffiti from a canvas, effortlessly despairing. The stable life essence of the form godhead began to tremble violently, as if its life form had lost its certainty in the eyes of its opponent, potentially regressing to primordial particles, or being assimilated into the ultimate structure of all things becoming one. Indeed, facing a true ascended species and its dimensional reduction attack, the fusion route really can't withstand it. Faced with such a critical juncture, the senior engineer's expression became increasingly relaxed, even uttering a bombshell. What are you looking at? Looking at your father? If you're my father, then this is a big problem, the Interstellar Great Khan said calmly. The real Interstellar Great Khan stepped forward, his iron-blooded, fierce face finally revealing a hint of complete control. Then, a fist glowing with ascension light pierced through his chest from behind. The Interstellar Great Khan looked down in astonishment at the gaping hole in his chest, but quickly, his head was gone too. The Interstellar Great Khan he had painstakingly summoned had shattered his body with 2 punches. No! The senior engineer cried out in anguish. I was waiting to see his smugness, arrogance, shock, despair, and all those other expressions. Such a perfect moment to show off and slap him in the face. And you just finished it off with a couple of trembling blows? Do you have any respect for me? The Interstellar Great Khan sneered twice. His body, like a cosmic singularity, began to blur and distort, like an unformed chaos. The next moment, the chaos reformed in a way that surpassed the speed of light and incomprehensible. In the blink of an eye, the Interstellar Khan vanished. Standing in the same spot was another senior engineer. Identical facial features, identical body lines. Even the subtle marks left by the battle were exactly the same. Except for that terrifying aura of an ascended leader, they were identical. You have a chance to show off. Before you officially replace him and become the true Interstellar Khan, his remnant soul is still here. You can let him rest in peace. The senior engineer waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face. His posture and demeanor were exactly the same as someone else's. No, you already shown yourself. Why should I pretend? They're not idiots. Besides, you killed him, so the memory lock is gone too. The senior engineer was speechless. It's okay, there's still the guy watching from the sidelines over there. You can show off to him. The senior engineer raised his chin and nodded towards the direction of the ascended Khan. I'm not in the mood for that. Soon, a gust of cold wind swept around them, vaguely transforming into the phantom of the Interstellar Great Khan, eyes wide, face filled with utter disbelief. Oh, you remember now, buddy. Do you remember how you recruited me back then? The senior engineer raised his chin, looking towards the ascended Great Khan. He was the one who secretly manipulated it. By the way, he also tampered with my memories in that area. You invaded my timeline and modified my memories? No way, he modified them, not me. The ascended Great Khan rolled his eyes. Is there any difference between you and me? Even if I am you in the simulated timeline, one of your future possibilities, wasn't it you who first cut me out and sealed me into the future? The senior engineer suddenly recalled the scene of using the black hole computer to simulate the future, and subconsciously touched the back of his head. Hiss, you shouldn't have said that. Now your words are making my head hurt again. You mean Xiaoyu, that little girl, cut off a part of her self-awareness, and she doesn't feel anything at all? Can a person be compared to an idiot? That's true. The Interstellar Khan shuddered, and as his modified memories unlocked, he finally realized an unbelievable possibility. We're both great Khans, yet you, through the evolution of the nomadic technology tree, manipulated the timeline and possessed my future self. Don't put it so harshly. I merely added a tiny bit of my own share to the ascended Great Khan you evolved from. Who told you to take no precautions? Now look what happened. Whose child is it? It's definitely mine. I just took over your bag in the future. Don't be shy, we're all family. The senior engineer gave a thumbs up, grinning, his white teeth gleaming. The interstellar Great Khan's ghost pondered silently for a moment, then sighed. So, you have other means of altering the timeline. Theoretically, within the nomadic civilization, only a fully developed multi-race bloodline, combined with his experience of his previous failed ascension, could possibly achieve this. But this doesn't mean the other party didn't have other methods outside of civilization. After all, the civilization they followed was a standard cosmic legend. Anything else to say? Forget it, don't bother, it's pointless anyway. You only chose to start this Great Khan war with me under the premise that you were guaranteed to win. The interstellar Great Khan seriously posed his final question. The senior engineer gave him a meaningful look, not answering directly, but instead saying, "Considering you already ascended once, I let you experience the intensity of an ascended civilization war ahead of time. How does it feel?" Unfortunately, before the other could even express his feelings, the ascended Great Khan casually waved his hand, and his soul was scattered once more. This time, it would be difficult to regain consciousness, and the senior engineer wouldn't give him another chance. "Alright, you finished here, I'm leaving now." The ascended Great Khan, or rather, the senior engineer from the future timeline, waved his hand, and was about to leave. "Don't rush, let's chat for a bit, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The senior engineer quickly grabbed him. Chapter 1755. The ascended Great Khan turned his head in surprise, stopping his actions of retracing the timeline. "What are you doing? Don't you know I'm busy? What could you be busy with?" "Just chatting for a bit." "No, bro, don't you know what I'm busy with?" "I know, you're just using this opportunity to go back and persuade the interstellar Great Khan to patch up the space-time loopholes and prevent space-time paradoxes. You know that and you're still stopping me? Do you want the Time and Space Administration to come and have tea with you?" The senior engineer raised his eyebrows ambiguously. "You know, we're all on the same side. No one understands me better than you." "What, you're up to something again?" "Yeah, it's rare for you to come back. You have to leave something behind, right?" "Don't worry, I understand what you understand. I know the future is unpredictable, but your experience and knowledge after ascension are undeniable. Give me some, give me some. Send me some blueprints for my future ascension too, send them to me through the system. We avoid other beings' perception channels as much as possible." The ascended Great Khan gave the other a strange look. "Come closer." "Okay." The ascended Great Khan turned halfway around, revealing the other half. The senior engineer was startled. His left half was covered by an indescribable presence. It wasn't a shadow, but a nothingness more essential than darkness. Light falling upon it does not reflect. Perception that probes into it vanishes. It is an absolute void of humanoid silhouettes, the shadow of an observer whose very existence is swallowed by silence. The edge of this shadow is not still, but constantly undulating and flowing, as if connecting to unknowable, ineffable dimensions. The observer's shadow. It's grown back again? I thought it would quiet down after I cut it down last time, the senior engineer said in surprise. "Yeah, it's growing much faster than I remember. I suspect it's because of that thing we did, so you understand?" The senior engineer understood. In this situation, it's not good to play it safe anymore. After all, once this time-space monster appears, it's constantly watching. If it discovers your secret, its form and strength will increase tenfold, no exaggeration. Could time travel accelerate the emergence of a time-space crisis? That makes sense. "Alright, you get back to work," the senior engineer sighed. "I'm out of here. Oh, by the way, there's something I can remind you of." The ascended Great Khan gave him a meaningful look. "Watch your teeth." Unfortunately, the other party wasn't going to explain anymore. Before him, the stable structure of space-time became as fragile as silk. He didn't move, but with a slight thought, the cosmic backdrop before him was silently torn apart by his pure will. Beyond the rift was not emptiness, but a bizarre and surreal vortex of time, where countless scenes flickered wildly. There were the births of stars, and the destructions of civilizations, echoes of the past and whispers of the future. He stepped in, as if entering the gates of his own palace. After ascending, the Great Khan was no longer bound by the river of time. His consciousness, like an infinitely extending coordinate network, encompassed the entire timeline. His will, traversing the solidified band of historical light, cast its gaze upon different points in time. As the interstellar Great Khan's gaze fell upon the Robert String Master System, the gaze of the ascended Great Khan appeared behind his eyes. After the interstellar Great Khan finished questioning his future self, this self transformed into the appearance of a high engineer. At other potential points in time where interference might occur, This high engineer continuously made repairs to prevent future variables. Of course, in this process, his ascended leader-level ascension power was being consumed rapidly, but since it was all free, the consumption didn't bother him at all. Also rapidly shrinking was the observer shadow, which coexisted with him. Almost there, no loopholes, finally noticed something's wrong. A very subtle, almost imperceptible ripple appeared in a certain part of the space-time structure. This ripple didn't erupt from within, it was more like something was gently embedding itself from the outside. Immediately afterward, a point of absolute blue light quietly shone. It wasn't an explosion of energy, but rather a sign that the highly compressed temporal coordinates had stabilized. The light rapidly stretched and expanded, transforming into a long, blurry humanoid silhouette. A time-space agent, looks like a high-level agent from the main universe, the kind that can be located at any time. Are you kidding me? Do you think you could detect my years of experience selling pirated DVDs in my previous life? The ascended Great Khan stepped back, perfectly disappearing into the backdrop of his woven timeline. And in the eyes of the original high-level agent, that ascended version of himself had barely left. The entire cataclysmic war officially came to an end. As the artificial primal soup was removed, the corpses of one cataclysmic civilization leader after another were dragged out. Death Khan, Scorched Earth Khan, Gestalt Consciousness, Stellar Furnace. And even some who died without complete remains, such as the leader of the Grey Goo civilization, who was wiped out by Little Red. Soon, one after another, members of the factions that participated in this war appeared around the High Engineer. Lady Longhorn Whale, number 19, son of the Kuan, Old Ragnar, Little Red. The High Engineer took a closer look at Little Red and realized that his daughter was now a miniature version of the Queen of Blades, and couldn't help but feel depressed. His own daughter didn't seem like her mother, but rather like an enemy Sai. So what do you mean? The High Engineer looked at the three Khans, who had been waiting to be captured long ago. No, it should be two. Because at this moment, the Swarm Khan had transformed into its original form, a planet-sized, ferocious version of a Titan beetle. Of course, it had already shrunk countless times, crawling all over the engineer's trousers, sniffing around, clearly very satisfied with the engineer's pheromones, and had already jumped ship long ago. The engineer realized that since his transmigration, he seemed to always be entangled with the Zerg, from the old Pooh, the subatomic Zerg queen, all the way to now. He basically encountered Zerg everywhere he went. Even though this species is actually quite rare. The remaining two Khans exchanged glances, and simultaneously knelt on one knee. Greetings, Great Khan. Greetings, Great Khan. So whoever won you acknowledge? Not at all, but whoever inherits the bloodline of all races is the Great Khan. Clad in light armor, the imposing Eagle-Wing Khan spoke solemnly. The senior engineer glanced at her only once before fixing his gaze on the only remaining Great Khan. Do you intend to continue the struggle for the Great Khanate? The Rockstone Great Khan silently shook his head. There's no need. After you absorb my brother's legacy, you either ascend or perish. There's no third option. At that point, what's the point of talking about vying for the throne? You seem quite calm? Compared to the Eagle-Wing Khan's eagerness to pledge loyalty, the Rockstone Great Khan before him seemed remarkably detached. My father died at my brother's hands, and my grandfather died at my father's hands. It's not surprising that this happened. However, I always thought that my brother would be the one to break this family curse. Whether he succeeded or failed, it was all the same ending. I never expected such a variable as you. Don't take fate for granted. The senior engineer casually remarked, then looked around and couldn't help but complain, wait, you guys are really ruthless. You didn't even leave a single leader of the Cataclysm. You could at least leave one for me to interrogate. Entering fusion mode and you're already this excited? The surrounding high-ranking officials immediately showed embarrassed expressions. Even the gentle and elegant Lady Longhorn Whale blushed, a rare sight. Just now, she had transformed into a star-devouring whale and directly devoured two Cataclysm leaders, second only to Little Red in terms of the number of casualties present. Actually, there are some Cataclysm civilizations that couldn't participate in this great war due to their routes. The Great Khan can order them to be forcibly conscripted. Eagle-Wing Khan volunteered, said the senior engineer. The senior engineer remained non-committal, his gaze sweeping over her before settling on the rock-solid Great Khan. This Khan remained silent for a moment, finally unable to bear it any longer, and spoke. The first thing to do now is to decide whether to continue Operation Ascension Whip. If we do, we don't need to bring them back. If we don't, we can simply consolidate the tribute Heavenly Path. Once the star map's range shrinks, they won't be able to avoid returning. Moreover, Only by closing the external tribute heavenly path can the heavenly path unique to the successive heavenly Khans evolve. It stores the treasures of the past heavenly Khans. Eagle Wing Khan glared at him resentfully. These secrets were known only to the inner members of the Carbon Gold family. Even they, as outsiders, were unaware. But now, even obtaining a pledge of allegiance was impossible. Let's talk about it when they arrive, the senior engineer thought for a moment. But the Whip of Ascension really needs to end. He didn't want the Whip of Ascension to provoke any more entities he dared not challenge while he was on his way to the primordial universe. These entities might not even be ascended civilizations. At the level of a Type 3 civilization, launching a galaxy cluster-level invasion was indeed far too arrogant. Just as the senior engineer was preparing to make his final arrangements and head to the parallel universe, he heard a hysterical scream. "Boss! I'm here to save you. Why did you finish fighting?" The senior engineer swayed, finally remembering something he had almost forgotten. "Go, go, go! Stop her right now!" He didn't want to die from the out-of-control power of the Ascension technology. In the end, Xiao Yu, her cheeks puffed out in defiance, was stopped. If she hadn't been stopped, she probably would have dragged everyone into the Shadow Universe. Although this person claimed to have 100% control over the large-scale Ascension project, the senior engineer thought, what nonsense! While it's still impossible to determine which ascended civilization is behind the Shadow Merchants, the senior engineer can basically figure out their technological path and survival methods. The dark side of the universe isn't exactly an obscure area of information civilization. Of course, it's not exactly popular either. This technological path involves calculating the shadow area of the universe. The larger the shadow area, the wider the coverage, and the more advanced the technology. And the coordinates of this civilization are most likely hidden in some shadow of the universe. The strongest methods of this civilization aren't actually against people, but rather more conceptual, such as targeting technological trees. They can use the shadow of the technological tree to infiltrate the technological trees of hostile civilizations, and then manipulate them from behind the scenes. If played well, it could exist as a behind-the-scenes civilization. Other civilizations of the same level are unaware of such a manipulator. However, considering that Xiao Yu was able to possess their shadow universe, the senior engineer felt that their shadow technology still had considerable room for improvement. Don't be angry. Back in the origin universe, there's a place for you to show your might. The senior engineer pressed down on the boy's pouty face, and then gave instructions to the others. In short, while I'm away, the matter of accepting the nomadic civilization's legacy will be handled by Huang Yuanli. As for the nomadic alliance, don't rush into action. Stabilize them. If the shadow merchant comes knocking, just give it this thing. The senior engineer casually tossed a palm-sized shadowy object to Qin Jinzi. Really? Huang Yuanli stared at the object with some reluctance. From its appearance alone, it was a fist-sized, slowly swirling, dark nebula. Its core wasn't light, but a point of nothingness that devoured everything. The entire object constantly emitted wisps of misty shadows, its boundaries blurred, causing the surrounding light to distort slightly, as if a self-collapsed universe was imprisoned in the palm of a hand, radiating a cold and ancient desolation. This is someone else's ascension technology. At most, it's an ascension project, and Xiao Yu isn't here. You can't protect it even if I give it to you. If Yuan Yuan were here, maybe she could control it. Anyway, I wait until I get back. The senior engineer scratched his head. He hadn't expected Gao Yuan to break through to ascension before him. The concept of ascension tribulation manifests differently for different types of civilizations, and even for civilizations in different states. The senior engineer couldn't do anything about it, they had to rely on themselves. Alright, I take my leave then. By the way, can we protect our base? Huang Yuanli asked somewhat anxiously. The senior engineer stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, the possibility isn't low. The most crucial factor is that the old world lord has been sealed away, or rather, kicked out of this universe. In that case, it's purely a technical issue. As long as the timeline doesn't break too drastically, there's still a possibility of repair. After all, when two swords are combined, ordinary swordsmanship exceeding 200% becomes a cosmic plugin. And the main function of a plugin is to patch things up, isn't it? Chapter 1726. On the illusory star map covering the celestial constellation, the new interstellar Great Khan was performing his final sacrificial dance. His figure shifted between reality and illusion, defying definition. Every step he took, every arm he extended, was not merely a physical movement, but rather a manipulation of the entire empire's bloodline and the fabric of time. He slowly opened his arms, as if embracing the universe. With this movement, several distant galaxies on the star map above distorted, like ribbons of light pulled by invisible threads, converging towards his palms. The starlight was absorbed by his dance, dimming the space around him, while he himself shone ever brighter, like a black hole devouring light, yet radiating an even more terrifying glow. His feet trod upon the river of bloodline, each step creating enormous ripples beneath his feet. As the ripples spread, the faces of the myriad races struggling, roaring, or gradually taming in the long river all emitted a silent howl. It wasn't pain, but a resonance deep within their genes. His dance steps were drumbeats, striking the very lifeblood of all the descendants of the Khan, forcing their blood to pulsate with this ancient, savage rhythm, strengthening their fusion, erasing the last individual memories. His spin stirred a storm throughout the entire void. Folds of space formed and smoothed around him, and the flow of time became viscous and strange. This dance wasn't to please any god, for he himself was a god. It was the practice of rules, the declaration of his dominion over space and time with the most primal, direct ritual movements. With each flick of his sleeve, a star field was thoroughly imprinted with his mark. With each loop, a new stargate connecting distant galaxies was forcibly solidified. Finally, as his massive hands grasped at the void, all the leaders of the cataclysmics still executing the whip of ascension received the order from the Supreme Khan. Sound the retreat. The calamity of civilization, the whip of ascension, was over. The new interstellar Great Khan exhaled a long breath, and a passage was blasted through the void in his wake. His muscular body returned to its normal, affluent state. All right, the sacrificial dance is done, I be leaving now. The new Khan, also known as the High Engineer, opened a stargate before anyone could react, and then, with Xiao Xianhong and Xiao Yu, slipped inside. Huang Yuanli's mouth had barely opened when the pseudo-stargate exploded, countless spatial fragments gushing out like a tidal wave. As the strongest being there, Huang Yuanli didn't hesitate. Countless thick branches instantly sprouted from the void, blocking the scattering of these spatial fragments. When the storm had passed, Huang Yuanli let out a hysterical scream. What the hell? Why does it hurt so much? It's just a stargate. Why is it making such a commotion? The giant tree spirit's body was now riddled with spatial fragments, and many planet-thick roots had even been severed on the spot. Those around her quickly rushed over to help her remove the fragments. Among them, number 19, as a gravitational life form, had the most acute perception of space. She could easily sense that the physical fragments of the stargate itself had been given an initial velocity close to the speed of light, transforming into deadly projectiles that shot in all directions. Even more deadly were the out-of-control spacetime rifts, like invisible scythes wielded across the universe, silently slicing through everything in their path. Warships, celestial bodies, asteroids, they cut smooth as mirrors. At least half of the galaxies were affected. Even some lower-level civilizations, untouched by the cataclysmic war, had their civilization coordinates disintegrated by this terrifying space-time fluctuation. Huang Yuanli had no time to pay attention to others. At this moment, she was grimacing, her face filled with worry. This can cause such a huge commotion across two spacetimes. Just how chaotic must the primordial universe be now? The prisoners of war who heard this were first stunned, then exchanged glances. They now seemed to understand why, in just a few years, their opponents had produced a nomadic civilization whose development was no less advanced than their own. The legend of parallel universes was actually true. And just as the slightest exposure of spatial coordinates caused a massive influx and outflow of spacetime fragments through the Stargate, the environment in the parallel universe had now deteriorated to an extreme degree. Everything within sight was breaking down and rebuilding. You might see a distant scene. Perhaps a swirling, indescribably colorful nebula, suddenly pulled close, only to writhe and recede into the distance, like an infinitely stretched noodle. Space itself is like a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting a completely different picture. One fragment contains a primordial stream of particles as hot as purgatory, while the next might be absolute zero void. And the fragment next to that, perhaps, contains a self-replicating crystalline forest of some geometric shape that has never existed before. There is no up, down, left, or right, because the frame of reference collapsed the moment it was created. You cannot judge size or distance. A speck of dust can expand into a planet in an instant, while an entire star field can collapse into an infinitesimally small singularity in a flash. Time itself is fragmented. You might witness the birth, burning, and decay of a star, all within the span of a single heartbeat. Or you might see a beam of light shoot out, only to be forever frozen in its path, like an insect encased in amber. Past, present, and future are like shuffled playing cards, haphazardly interwoven and permeating each other. Compared to the destructive and lethal nature of the chaos of spacetime itself, its unpredictability is the most dangerous aspect. It is like the keel of the entire universe. Once the keel is removed, you face the collapse of the entire hierarchy. For example, an ordinary level 1 technology can, in the next instant, supersede to the highest level of technology achievable in this universe. Or, for instance, an ant you casually touch can, in the same instant, evolve into a ninth-order species. This chaos is the most deadly. So, as soon as Gao Gong entered, without a word, a flash of sword light appeared, and he directly charged into the timeline. Under normal circumstances, this kind of operation would be extremely dangerous, because only ascended species can, to a certain extent, enter the timeline without being assimilated, while third-level species, under normal circumstances, would inevitably be assimilated upon entering. Therefore, this is a death zone for low-level species. But in the current situation, this death zone is actually the safest. At least it won't suddenly unleash an indescribable 9th-tier creature and kill the 3 of them with a single slap. However, the timeline is also chaotic enough. Time was no longer a river, but all the droplets bursting open simultaneously, each claiming to be the entire ocean. This moment was neither born from the previous one, nor did it give birth to the next. They were like a mob crammed into an infinitely narrow corridor, trampling, squeezing, and devouring each other, rejecting any sequence. Little Red was stunned, for within a single droplet of water, she saw her own future. In the future, she was the new Queen of Blades, seated on the throne of the Zerg Queen, and for the future of the Zerg cause, she raised 2 offspring, a young boy and girl, hand in hand, joyfully entering the Zerg palace. The faces of this young boy and girl were strikingly similar. The boy resembled her mother, while the girl was half herself and half the Queen of Blades. Although the Zerg had few ethical taboos, this still left Little Red momentarily bewildered. Huh? By the time she reacted, the Queen of Blades' double-edged sword had already emerged from the time-space droplet. A gap in time was forcibly torn open, and a point of absolute darkness, as if capable of absorbing all light, condensed out of thin air at the side of her neck. The next second, at the core of this deathly droplet, the double-edged blade symbolizing the Queen of Blades' ultimate killing skills, appeared silently, with a resolute determination that severed time and space. It didn't come to slash, but seemed destined to be there, pressed against her most vulnerable skin. The boundary between life and death was as thin as a cicada's wing at this moment. Almost in the same frame, the space on the other side rippled like water. An ancient-looking mechanical greatsword, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, penetrated through in a way that completely defied the laws of physics. There was no swinging motion, it was more like a direct leap from non-existence to existence, the sword tip striking the side edge of the double-edged sword with unbelievable precision, almost perpendicularly. There was no expected metallic clang, only a brief, high-frequency, piercing shriek. The intense friction of energy, and laws at their extreme scale. The point of impact erupted with distorted ripples in space-time, not sparks. The double-edged sword's deadly strike was slightly deflected by this pinnacle of precision from the side. The deadly blade, accompanied by a hissing sound of space tearing, grazed her neck, severing a few strands of hair and leaving a thin line of blood on her side. A wound inflicted by the sharp blade wind, a burning mark of death brushing past her. After the impact, the mechanical greatsword did not linger, its blade, as eerily blurred as it had appeared, vanished, as if it had never existed. This god-slaying greatsword repeated itself hundreds of times until it destroyed all of Gao Gong's remaining stock. Only then did the thick crack spread from his palm to his forearm, upper arm, and finally, under the full suppression of the 3 divine cores, stop at his upper arm. Don't look. Don't think. Little Red had almost never heard Gao Gong's voice so serious. This mother, in most situations, displayed a carefree, unrestrained, and unconventional demeanor, the kind of person who, according to him, could attract wealthy women. Even during the suppression of the Natural Disaster Alliance, she was like that. So, if she said something like this, it could only mean one thing. The situation was truly dire. So she shut down all her senses, choosing to completely trust her mother. And Gao Gong truly thought so too. Almost simultaneously protecting Xiao Xianhong, he immediately looked at Xiao Yu with worry. Fortunately, the girl's eyes were currently vacant. This blank stare was even more convincing than Tang Sanzang seeing the queen of the women's kingdom. So he immediately relaxed. Although he was an experienced time traveler, this situation was truly dangerous. He was in danger alone, let alone with 2 novices. However, in the tension, he didn't notice the occasional spatial fluctuations emanating from the girl's eyes. After all, spatial fluctuations were incredibly frequent in this situation. Galgon looked again at the cracked arm, and the god-slaying great sword that should have been there. The system notifications also flashed twice. Your Undying Leader level -1. Your Undying Leader level -1. Galgon was certain that the one who had just attacked was definitely the Queen of Blades. There was no need for normal logic to think about why she was here. Because if the senior engineer were to think about it, the one appearing here wouldn't be the current Queen of Blades, but rather the Queen of Blades at her peak, as he remembered her. That single strike, to put it modestly, could have completely wiped out the senior engineer's Undying Leader level. I wonder if Director Du left in time. She's probably already evacuated, since I already told her everything about the timeline disruption crisis. A hint of worry flashed in the senior engineer's eyes. After all, even a megastructure might not be able to survive under such circumstances. Besides, Time Cicada arranged to meet me in the timeline. Surely he wasn't completely unprepared? As it turned out, the Zerg general with the most stable mindset among the 7, had indeed made ample preparations. In the region where the temporal turbulence was most rampant, the scene abruptly froze. The boiling, shattered fragments of spacetime were as if thrown into an absolutely transparent, incredibly resilient solidifying agent. Countless fragments of history and future, which had been flashing wildly and eroding each other just a moment ago, instantly stopped, retaining their final state, eternally sealed within. Within this domain shrouded in time amber, chaos was forcibly restored to order. Those causal chains that had previously collided like headless flies were gently picked up by an invisible hand, the broken links reconnected. Cause firmly took precedence over effect, like pearls on a necklace, reconnected by a sturdy thread. The possibilities of parallel conflicts were like a tangled mess being untangled. Irrational branches were quietly pruned, leaving only the strongest, most stable main stem, clear and singular. A path of amber appeared beneath the engineer's feet. It flowed like a healed river, slow yet steadfast, towards its sole downstream course. The past became a solid foundation, the present a level ground, and the future presented a clear, predictable trajectory. The engineer gazed thoughtfully at this scene. Amber with space-time properties. So I guess right. This fellow's true form is an insect frozen within a piece of amber, and that piece of space-time amber is at least from ancient times, perhaps even born with the Big Bang. Chapter 1757. Galgon felt his guess was correct. He had always been puzzled by his assessment of the Time Cicada's identity. Based on his understanding, the Zerg couldn't really be considered an ancient species, although some Zerg were indeed very ancient. According to his investigations in his previous life, mainly due to his considerable anger at being defeated by the Queen of Blades, the Zerg, at least meeting the Civilization Council's definition, first appeared at least 100 times after the primordial cosmic soup. Furthermore, there were insects in ancient times, just not the Zerg. Therefore, whenever ancient insects and the Zerg clashed, it was practically a tit-for-tat situation. Avoiding a full-blown battle was considered fortunate. Under these circumstances, the sudden appearance of a high-ranking member with ancient blood under the Queen of Blades' command seemed somewhat strange. This led to two possibilities. Either, the Queen of Blades possessed extraordinary power and influence, and through sheer domineering presence, she subdued a Zerg with ancient blood. Either the Time Cicada was taken in by the Queen from a young age, or it was reincubated by Lady 8 during its egg stage, having its ancient genes refined anew. But now, the way the other party manipulated the time-space amber suddenly made the senior engineer think of another possibility. This possibility is that the Time Cicada itself might just be an ordinary Zerg, but the Queen of Blades and Lady 8 accidentally obtained a piece of ancient amber, and then, through grafting or gene transfer, they directly stole its ancient bloodline. This operation seems unbelievable, but combined with the Zerg's abnormally high evolutionary capabilities, or even the technology of certain few civilizations, it makes quite sense. The engineer pondered deeply, wondering if he could also try his luck with something similar. Cosmic relics were rare, and colossal structures weren't naturally formed. But besides that, the universe was full of rare treasures. The engineer had seen and heard of many when he frequented the cosmic black market in his previous life. Several of them were related to bloodlines. He could definitely snag a bargain. Thinking this, he beckoned Xiao Yu and Xiao Xianhong to land on the amber avenue of time and space. Almost the moment they landed, the state of time reversal appeared. The entire amber began to slide backward along the texture of the timeline. Layer upon layer of images began to appear around them. The spreading nebula contracted inward like breathing, condensing into an incredibly dense primordial gas cloud. The first generation of stars, which had just erupted, their primordial flames flashed like a reverse film, their light forcibly drawn back into their incandescent core, the entire star collapsing in a roar into the dark cloud pillar that had nurtured it. Space itself was violently writhing, like the fetal movements of a newborn creature. Where the amber passed, this turbulent creative force was forcibly calmed, temporarily revealing the textures of order. During this process, the senior engineer pulled out a space-time alarm clock he had obtained from the system, that magical alarm that could pinpoint different time periods. At this moment, the clock's hands were rapidly spinning backward, ringing almost every so often, so frequently that it was practically smoking. "If I were you, I'd turn it off, it's about to break." A calm voice sounded in the senior engineer's ear. "It doesn't matter. It's just a little gadget of space-time technology. After ascension, you can easily conjure one with space-time technology. Besides, this thing is probably a defective product from some ascended species. It's pretty useless." "I be the engineer," the senior engineer said casually, then looked in a certain direction. The space-time tunnel ahead, its previously stable flow of light, suddenly became sharp and rapid, emitting a buzzing sound like billions of insects flapping their wings simultaneously. The sound didn't travel through the air, it scraped directly against the fibers of time, sending a shiver down the spine of the listener. A silvery gray fluid, shimmering with an unpredictable glow, suddenly poured out. The moment this fluid left the tunnel, it immediately began to violently condense and shape. Countless tiny, dust-like time cicada bodies frantically flapped their wings, each flap creating subtle ripples in space-time. They converged, piled up, and wove at a speed beyond the reach of the naked eye. First, a blurry humanoid outline appeared, within which countless cicada shadows flowed at high speed, like a standing, boiling insect nest. Then, the outline quickly became clear, details emerging at a breathtaking speed. Long, silvery gray hair flowed like a living thing, each strand a fine, trembling cicada wing. Its skin shimmered with a mercury-like sheen, and beneath it, countless compound eyes opened and closed, reflecting countless fragmented moments of time. The senior engineer glanced at it and said, "Looks like the fight's pretty intense. You haven't even cleaned these things out properly. Be careful they don't notice anything." Time Cicada looked down, and indeed, among these time fragments, many strange, indescribable things were eager to crawl out of its body. Besides simulating timelines, traversing timelines was probably the easiest way to lure time-space monsters out. Time Cicada clearly realized it had made a mistake typical of newcomers. It shook its head, and a large amount of golden gel-like substance surged from its skin, as if it were coated with a shell. With this extra layer, these strange and unusual things indeed became much less apparent. You seem to know a lot of knowledge that isn't appropriate for your current stage. It's not just you who have this inheritance, Brother Time Cicada. Having dealt with a high engineer before, this Zerg general naturally knew that this new leader was actually quite shrewd. He wouldn't reveal any flaws in his words. So he didn't bother probing. The high engineer, however, shifted his gaze from the other man to his hand. "Use a sword, brother." The other man's sword was clearly a cosmic treasure, and it didn't have a fixed form. It seemed as if countless cycles of a cicada's life had been forcibly compressed into a fixed shape, fragments of light and time settling and solidifying in an instant, ultimately forming the outline of a long sword. This sword was both the cicada sword and the Zen sword. The high engineer had actually been eyeing a cosmic treasure in the form of a sword for a long time. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained one yet. I wonder if the great Khan of the Interstellar Empire possesses such a thing. Unexpectedly, the other party readily handed over the sword. This surprised the senior engineer. "So generous? I'm lending it to you temporarily, you find it useful." "True, but it's truly beautiful," the senior engineer exclaimed sincerely. The instant he received the sword, countless illusory cicada-like figures, finer than dust, converged, emitting a dense, inaudible flapping sound. These flaps disturbed the strings of space-time, creating layers upon layers of invisible ripples. Name: Cicada Sword. Rank: Cosmic Treasure, Upgradable, LV10. Attack Power: Physical targets. Ignores most physical defenses and energy shields. Attacks directly affect the target's temporal existence, reducing temporal existence by 1. Non-physical targets. Can sever causality, strip away fate, and separate concepts. Characteristic 1. Echo of Time. The sword's edge triggers a time shockwave. The shockwave doesn't cause physical damage, but it disrupts the flow of time and everything within its area of effect, potentially causing localized time acceleration, instant decay, stagnation, frozen motion, or a brief time loop. Characteristic 2. Molting and Rebirth. The wielder can activate this ability the instant they suffer a fatal blow, using a time molt to absorb the attack and reverting their state to several seconds prior. Each activation consumes a large amount of time power, and has a long cooldown period. Note: Deeply bound to the time cicada, if the wielder lacks sufficient understanding of the laws of time, there is a risk of their mind being assimilated by the sword's endless time intent, turning them into a sword puppet. Why are you being so generous? The senior engineer thought to himself. So this is a unique weapon. And it's even growthable? Although the senior engineer was incredibly wealthy in his previous life, funded by countless rich women, there were still many things money couldn't buy. For example, there was the growable cosmic treasure he always coveted, which he hadn't obtained before his transmigration, even wondering if it truly existed. Now it's proven to be true. Putting aside everything else, the mere fact that its time existence reduction attribute surpasses any cosmic treasure the senior engineer has ever seen. Because it has another name. Conceptual slash. If you're killed by this sword, regardless of any means of resurrection, you perish along with it. In a sense, it's a standard weapon of mass destruction. Unfortunately, the conceptual slash only reduces it by 1, so it can only be considered half a conceptual weapon. The senior engineer was somewhat disappointed. If it were merely a reduction of 1 in time existence, then it would simply mean that any resurrection methods within the main universe would be wiped out. However, if the resurrection methods existed in other universes or other space-time branches, then it would be ineffective. Therefore, whether or not an ascended species could be killed was a 50-50 situation. If the ascended species' resurrection coordinates were in the main universe, it could be killed, otherwise, it wouldn't. But the strength of a growable universe treasure lies precisely in this point. If it were a reduction of 2, then the senior engineer's resurrection methods in both the main universe and the primordial universe would be ineffective. In fact, even for ascended species, the number of resurrections hidden in different spacetimes is limited. Parallel universes are extremely rare. Not only are they scarce on the open market, but even the black market for cosmic resources has very little information on them. As for the spacetime branches of the main universe, they seem limitless, but the restrictions and regulations are also much greater. The senior engineer admired it for a while, before coming to his senses, only to find the time cicada looking at him with an air of complete entitlement. He suddenly realized something of utmost importance concerning his chastity. So he coughed and asked, It seems you should know that I'm quite skilled in swordsmanship. I know a little. Guanyin-chan was silent for a moment before replying. You're more than just skilled in swordsmanship. Almost all the high-ranking Zerg have been badly beaten by your avatar, their faces bruised and swollen every day, filled with resentment. Then how did you know? Who told you? The senior engineer's tone held a rare hint of nervousness. Chapter 1758. As the only talent in the main universe since its creation to follow the path of doujinshi, fan service, Gao Gong, while perhaps not exceptionally strong, certainly had a sufficiently risque approach. The wealthy women he served spanned different civilizations, species, and forms, so logically, he shouldn't have much aversion to the Zerg Queen, especially someone like the Queen of Blades, whose powerful genes were a symbol of charm. But thinking of his wives killed by the Queen of Blades in his previous life, those two-dimensional wives he personally created, each dug out of the virtual world by that she-devil and hacked to pieces, the pain was unbearable. It was utterly heart-wrenching. How many times had Makoto Shinkai been stabbed? He'd been stabbed more than Makoto Shinkai, so this was a structural contradiction, without any immediate relief. Therefore, he absolutely had to determine which one had been his swordswoman last time. As a confidant of both the Queen of Blades and Lady 8, Guanyin-chan was arguably the only high-ranking Zerg member who knew the truth. Considering the Queen of Blades' decree and Lady 8's strangely amused arrangement, her expression remained unchanged, simply stating calmly, I heard it from Lady 8. Lady 8's favorability increased by 1, however. Her Majesty the Queen simulated your swordsmanship and has been wanting to find an opportunity to spar with you. Who cares about her? The senior engineer scoffed inwardly, but outwardly replied nonchalantly, There will be an opportunity. There will be an opportunity. Then he changed the subject. Was that old lord truly descended in his true form? How did you defeat him? Although the time and space administration is powerful, and that female demon is incredibly strong, she's a 9th-tier being. In his previous life, Gao Gong had never even witnessed a 9th-tier being in action. He only occasionally received fragmented images from the cosmic Great Wall, the front line, super battlefields where 9th-tier civilizations clashed with the 3 cosmic calamities, occasionally catching glimpses of 9th-tier species. In that state, the methods and combat power of 9th-tier species clearly exceeded Gao Gong's comprehension. He had once witnessed a 9th-tier species being directly blasted into a parallel universe by a weapon from the Invisible Empire, after which it manifested its true form. Then it blew that parallel universe apart, literally blew it apart. Faced with Gao Gong's question, Guanyin-chan thought for a moment and decided there was no need to hide anything. Mr. G, do you know that different parallel universes have ascension limits? Gao Gong nodded. He knew this perfectly well, otherwise, the dominant civilizations of different parallel universes wouldn't be so focused on sneaking into the main universe. And the ascension ceiling in this parallel universe is actually level 5. Level 5? That aligns with his conjecture. Otherwise, the difference elder wouldn't be so focused on rebuilding in this parallel universe. But a lower ceiling isn't necessarily a bad thing. It means that the difficulty of merging with the universe will be reduced to the level of a level 5 civilization. The senior engineer was taken aback. Merging with the universe? What kind of operation is that? Once merged with the universe, Her Majesty can draw upon the power of the entire universe. Although that 9th-tier species is incredibly powerful, it can only be driven away by Her Majesty, who wields the power of an entire universe. Guanyin Chan paused, then continued, although the Deputy Director of the Time and Space Administration didn't explicitly say so, and we didn't directly inquire, Ms. Baran privately told us that this is probably the method those level 9 civilizations use to eternally suppress the main universe. At this point, the mysterious Zerg general also became quite solemn. So audacious. The senior engineer was completely bewildered. Could the Time and Space Administration's procedures even approve such an operation? He suddenly realized something and immediately asked, was the high-ranking official from the Time and Space Administration who made the decision named Olga? After receiving confirmation from Guanyin Chan, the senior engineer finally understood. Since it was that time which, it made sense. Besides her exceptional professional skills, another characteristic of that person was that she would show no mercy to anyone for the sake of business. Only she dared to operate like this, and dared to make the decision. So, it was actually Her Majesty the Queen who shattered the timeline? Yes. What a troublemaker. I thought it was the old lord who caused this mess, but it turns out it was you. So once we leave the timeline, you must team up with Lady Baran to repair the entire timeline. We and the people from the Time and Space Administration will assist you from the sidelines. No problem, shall you? Lend me some computing power. After understanding the truth, the senior engineer finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately instructed Xiaoyu. Repairing the timeline requires more than just swordsmanship. Boss, wait a minute, my large model is almost finished. The senior engineer was stunned, turned around, and sure enough, saw various time and space data flashing in Xiaoyu's eyes. It was precisely in this unique environment, where space-time fluctuations were even more intense than biomagnetic fields, that he overlooked this point. No, what are you doing, you big idiot Xiao? Stop it right now. The senior engineer grabbed Xiaoyu's shoulders and shook her back and forth. However, this girl had one characteristic. Once she made up her mind, nothing could sway her. While trying to persuade her, the senior engineer couldn't help but wonder. Although he didn't know exactly what Xiaoyu was doing, why wasn't there any sign of her graphics card burning out? Is your brain empty, and your graphics card empty too? Back when record number 3 recorded vacuum decay, there were cosmic aliens at the forefront. What's going on with you? Fortunately, not long after, with a ding-dong, the senior engineer received a familiar system notification. You have obtained the Spacetime Grand Model Spacetime Storm. Warning, warning, this model is a high-risk model. Improper use will inevitably trigger a spacetime crisis. Please use with caution. Warning, warning, this model is a high-risk model, one of the 152,310 banned models of the Spacetime Administration. Once discovered by this department, it will inevitably be banned and severely punished. After Xiaoyu regained consciousness, she saw the senior engineer staring at her with an extremely strange look. Boss, what's wrong? Xiaoyu scratched the back of her head, asking with a blank expression. How did you do that? Even a seasoned information technology professional like him was stunned. Could you be a time traveler too? Otherwise, how did you do it? He couldn't even do that. Is the mainframe revolution that amazing? But how did your hardware withstand it? Faced with the senior engineer's inquiry, Xiaoyu didn't hold back, cheerfully replying, I didn't use my own brain, boss. You forgot, didn't we find a brain before? The senior engineer pondered for a moment. You mean, the shadow universe you controlled before? At this moment, in the main universe, the shadow merchant, who had just retrieved the shadow universe, suddenly froze, took it out, and stared wide-eyed at its interior. Since some unknown time, this product of the evolution of ascended technology was now shrouded in a bizarre space-time storm. That unchanging absolute darkness, that pure nothingness that devoured all light, sound, and even meaning, suddenly swelled up a morbid abscess on its smooth surface. Space, like cheap fabric, was violently stretched open from the other side by an invisible force, bulging, stretching, until it ruptured. What surged from the crack was not light, but clamor itself. The spacetime storm, in its true form. A torrent composed of shattered geometry, inverted cause and effect, and chaotic colors, forcefully poured into this silent realm. This wasn't water being poured into an empty cup. It was more like forcibly cramming an entire boiling ocean into a deep pool. At the storm's edge, the constantly forming and disappearing spacetime faults, like billions of spinning shards of glass, frantically sliced and ground at the surrounding shadows, attempting to redefine nothingness as chaos. This. The shadow merchant was also dumbfounded, completely unable to understand how this thing had gone wrong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Yuanli was discussing with Lady Longhorn Whale. Truly as expected of Ascension technology, completely incomprehensible. Yes, even a simple operation leaked such terrifying spacetime fluctuations. Ascension technology is truly amazing. Number 19 couldn't help but interject. Yeah, thank goodness we got rid of it. Otherwise, if something had gone wrong, the impact would have been huge. Lady Longhorn Whale nodded in agreement. Huang Yuanli scratched her head. Although she had previously urged the two of them to secretly disassemble this thing to see if there was anything they could copy, before they even started, the thing had already emitted violent spacetime fluctuations. These spacetime fluctuations were so intense that she quickly abandoned the plan. As expected of Ascension technology, it's really advanced, but... Huang Yuanli hesitated. For some reason, she felt that the spacetime fluctuations just now looked familiar. So, he used the previous Shadow universe as a mainframe for stacking computing power? The senior engineer was impressed by the other party's actions. Yes, boss, didn't I tell you? After my mainframe revolution reached its peak, the mainframe brain could be replaced at any time. Xiao Yu touched his empty brain and said honestly. But how did you do it? You borrowed the Legion of the main universe to perform civilization-level modeling? The senior engineer's eyes widened, finally understanding. That's right, boss. I evolved all the other computing hardware using our faction's mechanical technology. Sister Du even helped me a bit. She said this operation is called Megastructure, and she also told me to tell you that she has safely evacuated, so you don't need to worry. You're a fucking genius. Boss, you've finally seen my true nature. What could the senior engineer say now? Anyway, it wasn't their own mainframe that exploded. That shadow civilization really messed with them. Chapter 1759. The senior engineer confirmed once more that the large-scale spacetime model was recorded only after the shadow merchant took it. He was completely relieved. Anyway, the item is in your hands. You have to bear any problems yourself. You don't really think a third-tier civilization like ours could tamper with your Ascension technology, do you? According to Xiao Yu, this thing was already on the verge of becoming unusable after the recording was completed. It was the kind that would explode if touched. What could the senior engineer say? He could only sigh that his own faction was indeed full of extraordinary individuals. But even among them, Xiao Yu was the most extraordinary one. She always managed to cause trouble beyond his expectations. Fortunately, time itself doesn't flow in the timeline, so he didn't care about wasting time. Therefore, Time Cicada didn't urge him or specifically ask. Among the many Zerg calamities, this one was the most gentle and refined in terms of temperament and demeanor. His gentle demeanor didn't seem like that of a Zergling. With the senior engineer's command, Xiao Yu connected with him, and revolutionary computing power practically flooded his brain. At this moment, this computing power was no longer abstract numbers, but transformed into a substantial, silvery torrent, crashing into his consciousness along the link. The feeling wasn't simply one of fullness, it was more like a star being ignited within his skull. Code was no longer cold symbols, it possessed tactile sensation, warmth, and even fragments of emotional memory, like the information tide at the dawn of the universe, irresistibly washing over every thought circuit of his. His visual interface was instantly engulfed by a pure white storm of data. The world vanished, replaced by a roaring ocean of code. Normally, such a torrent of information would have evaporated any carbon-based consciousness into nothingness in a fraction of a second. But now, he felt not pain, but an unprecedented, almost divine clarity. 3 divine sparks shone brightly simultaneously, their light even cracking the surrounding spacetime amber. This caused the Time Cicada to slightly change color. The opponent's monstrous power seemed even more exaggerated than that of the Blade Queen during the third-level civilization. A pantheon, that's 5th-tier power. When the engineer opened his eyes again, a pale blue stream of data flashed across them like an aurora borealis. He calmly gazed at the chaotic spacetime storm. In his eyes, it was no longer an unsolvable disaster, but a complex program riddled with errors, waiting to be recompiled. Let's go! Boss, let me calculate for you. No need, I have a way to locate things. With those words, the little red figure disappeared, replaced by strands of red light that enveloped him. Through this light, the engineer and the Zerg established a special connection. This wasn't through sight or hearing, but more like a collective pulse. He could sense the existence of Zerg units in the distance, in every corner of space-time. Not isolated points, but a vast, breathing network of life. And soon, he sensed the central hub of this network spanning parallel universes. At this moment, in the center of a space-time storm, within a special monitoring space established by the Time-Space Administration Bureau, a low-ranking agent was trying to ingratiate himself with the time which, Olga. In the process, his true nature was exposed. While the time which remained expressionless, a strange glint occasionally flashed in her eyes. She had handled countless space-time events involving causal paradoxes and logical crises, but this was the first time she had stumbled upon something related to herself. So you and my subordinate are very close? Absolutely. We're absolute best friends, the kind who live and die together. If you need anything in the future, you can contact him directly through me. Olga gave a subtle smile. Very well, I do have some questions I'd like to ask my informant. No problem at all. Chief, we made contact. He told me he's meeting up with the Queen of Blades. Deploy the space-time anchor point and locate her in different timelines. Okay. Gaffrey glanced around as he quietly crept closer. The surveillance space they were in wasn't made of ordinary materials, but rather woven from highly compressed, ordered space-time latitude and longitude lines, forming an absolutely neutral, pure white domain. The boundary of this space wasn't a wall, but a constantly flowing, shimmering transparent energy membrane adorned with precise mathematical runes, completely isolating it from the destructive chaos outside. Outside the membrane was a graveyard of color and logic, while inside, only the almost inaudible low-frequency hum of the instruments and the reassuring hissing sound of the space purification system could be heard. The remaining 3 space-time agents were performing complex operations. These 3 high-ranking agents, clad in silver-gray uniforms, hovered before the control panel, their eyes focused and calm, as if the cosmic-scale catastrophe outside the window was merely a stream of routine data to be processed on the screen. Their movements were precise, efficient, and without any redundancy, forming a stark contrast to the chaos of the external storm. This level of operation by high-ranking agents was something Gaffrey, as a junior agent, had never witnessed before. At this moment, one agent rapidly slid his hands across the holographic control panel, bringing up dozens of overlapping data interfaces. His fingertips lightly tapped in the air, projecting several thin, stable blue beams of light from the center of the control panel. These beams were not directed into the distance, but rather directly into the boundary structure of the monitoring space itself. This was using the monitoring space itself as a reference coordinate. In an environment where the space-time structure itself was distorted like boiling water, any external coordinates were invalid. They had to first create a local, stable frame of reference before another agent unfolded a vast, dynamic energy topology map, reflecting in real time the energy vortices and space-time folds of the external storm. The agent's eyes were fixed on the violently shifting patterns on the map. His fingers didn't move continuously, but rather made extremely rapid, short clicks and drags. He was marking those characteristic space-time anomalies. For example, a ripple of gravitational waves at a specific frequency, a distorted region exhibiting space-time turbulence, or a small acceleration zone where the flow of time suddenly accelerated. These feature points are like the fingerprints of a storm. The system quickly calculates the relative positions and energy relationships between these feature points, attempting to reconstruct the fragmented space-time coordinate system within the storm. The third agent's work is more abstract. His interface displays a causal chain model that branches like a tree diagram, sometimes looping. Every major space-time disturbance event from the outside world, such as the birth and evaporation of a miniature black hole, is captured by the system and attempts to populate this model. He's like a detective piecing together a torn timeline map. The operational data from the 3 agents is fed into the central processing unit in real time. On the screen, a blurry, constantly flashing coordinate point gradually becomes clear. It's not fixed in one location, but rather jumping along an extremely complex trajectory. This is the positioning system tracking the target in real time. As for Gaffrey, after only a short while, he exhibits obvious physical discomfort. He feels a kind of light-speed dizziness, like an ordinary species. No wonder I can only be a low-level errand-running agent who could do this kind of work, Gaffrey was utterly convinced. In this completely chaotic space-time, Most time machines had ceased operation. And both this space-time monitoring room and the space-time processing system before him were actually transformations of these three agents' own forms. There was a long-standing rumor within the agency that every top-tier space-time agent was, in fact, a large-scale space-time processing system. Gaffrey hadn't really believed it before. After all, they were all space-time beings. Who could he possibly be fooling? But now, looking at it this way, the rumors were indeed true. This further solidified Gaffrey's belief that, based on true ability, he could never be promoted to senior agent. Lacking ability, he could only rely on clinging to a powerful figure. Meanwhile, Gaffrey's chosen figure, the senior agent, was in the process of merging with Ms. 8 pregnancy. The senior agent's pupils reflected the green coordinates representing Ms. 8 pregnancy's dynamic location. Without the slightest hesitation, the computing power of the mainframe revolution surged through his consciousness, perfectly merging with the swarm network formed by Little Red. His will was no longer a simple command, but transformed into a clear navigation signal, directly injected into the collective consciousness of the entire swarm. Soon, he received feedback from Ms. 8 pregnancy, and the coordinate system of the space-time agents connected almost seamlessly. The agents stared intently at the 2 points of light on the hologram representing the senior agent and the Queen of Blades, and the countless dangerous areas between them representing space-time rifts, energy tides, and paradox zones. His fingers moved with the speed of a phantom, sending the optimal path, a constantly correcting, slender green beam of light, to the senior engineer in real time. When an unavoidable, newly formed space-time rift appeared ahead of the path, another agent would immediately calculate the rift's data characteristics and fire a highly focused space-time rivet into the area. This energy beam couldn't repair the rift, but like a boulder thrown into a torrent, it could create a small, relatively stable stepping stone at the edge of the rift in a very short time. This was actually quite difficult, because this wasn't three-dimensional space-time, nor was it normal space-time. You might step out and find yourself back in a state from tens of seconds ago. But the senior engineer displayed a level of space-time travel that astonished all the onlookers. This level of skill, if not performed by a top-tier space-time agent, would only be possessed by one of the top 10 space-time smugglers within the Bureau. Seeing this, Olga's eyes grew increasingly playful. Chapter 1760. The senior engineer was naturally unaware that he had been targeted by the former head of the anti-prostitution squad in his previous life. But to be honest, being targeted wasn't entirely unexpected. In this situation, the senior engineer couldn't hide his abilities, and once he revealed any real skill, he would be 100% noticed. For example, in the current situation, the Time and Space Administration had designated it as a normal spacetime, but when he arrived, what he saw was a newly formed, utterly corrupted paradox swamp. Any energy or matter caught in it would be trapped in an infinite cycle of existence and annihilation. The senior engineer's eyes sharpened. He slowly raised his hand, not in a gesture of summoning a weapon, but more like a musician adjusting their breathing before going on stage. The red glow of the swarm of insects and the flowing data light surrounding him suddenly converged, compressed, and condensed in his loosely clenched palm. A rudimentary sword began to emerge. It wasn't forged from metal, but composed of the purest concepts. One end linked to the absolute rationality and order of the mainframe revolution, the other end teeming with the tumultuous chirping of billions of cicadas, representing rage and evolution. His will, like a blade drawn from its sheath, faced the all-consuming chaos and made the simplest, yet most extreme move. A thrust. There was no wind, no burst of light. Where the sword passed, the boiling swamp of paradoxes solidified instantly, as if plunged into boiling oil at absolute zero. At the point the sword tip touched, the decaying space-time structure wasn't cleaved, but negated. The blade, representing existence and logic, forcefully pierced through that disorder and nothingness. Like a red-hot iron branding ice. With a single sword strike, a narrow, highly unstable passage was forcibly created. On either side of the passage, chaotic and distorted space-time currents remained, while within the passage, a fleeting, eerie straight line appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the engineer's figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the rapidly collapsing passage he had created. Behind him, the passage healed rapidly like a wound, and chaos once again engulfed everything. The next moment, he had passed through that death zone. You suppressed the paradox swamp, origin universe favorability +1 the clamor of the swarm, and the surge of data flow subsided behind him, and the sword of concepts in his hand quietly dissipated, turning into specks of light that returned to him. He had dealt with situations like this more than a dozen times before, many of which were far more complex and troublesome than the paradox swamp. Therefore, he had to resort to some of his real skills from his previous life's transdimensional smuggling. Many of his time travel techniques were the kind even top agents had never seen before. After this incident, I reckon I'd be on the Time and Space Administration's internal surveillance list. But as long as I don't actually commit a crime and get caught, well, it's not that big of a deal. Although the Time and Space Administration is a behemoth in the main universe, above this behemoth is another behemoth. This behemoth is the Cosmic Civilization Council. In his previous life, the senior engineer was raided so many times, and several times the evidence was truly overwhelming. The Time Witch and her surveillance legion were practically blocking the entrance to Jinsokyo. The Time and Space Administration has considerable advantages in searching for civilization coordinates. But in the end, he was released without charge by his superiors. The reason wasn't complicated. As the leader of a civilization that pioneered a unique form of civilization, he received special treatment even within the Civilization Council. So, just like in some classic American movies, he was isolated and investigated, given orders from above, and then released seamlessly, a complete one-stop service. The senior engineer had quite a bit of swagger in front of the Time Witch, even considering developing a Time Witch series based on it. However, after thinking it over, he abandoned that suicidal idea. And soon, he saw the figure of the ape-pregnant lady. Alone, with a single sword, she hovered in the chaotic void. The most violent energy flows around her subsided, and deflected the moment they touched her invisible force field. The sword didn't gleam with cold light. Instead, it seemed forged from the solidified night, devouring all excess light and sound. Her posture wasn't tense as if in battle, but rather one of timeless tranquility. A raging temporal storm twisted and roared around her, swirling up countless indescribable, bizarre shadows, yet it seemed to become a dynamic backdrop, a backdrop designed specifically for her, only making her absolute stillness all the more chilling. Seeing this, the senior engineer flew over immediately. The clamor of the swarm, and the surge of data flow subsided behind him, and the Zen sword in his hand quietly vanished, turning into specks of light that returned to him. "Madam, it's been a long time." The senior engineer still held this person in high regard. Regardless of anything else, the fact that she could control the Queen of Blades was enough to earn his admiration. After all, that female demon, when she went berserk, was the kind who would even cut down herself. At this moment, although Lady 8 was fully armed, her maternal instincts as the mother of all insects remained undiminished. Her figure was slender and voluptuous, surpassing all human notions of a gentle mother, resembling an ancient deity sculpted from life itself. Her skin was not flesh and blood, but possessed a strange luster, warm and jade-like, yet subtly textured like carapace, beneath which seemed to flow a dark energy like a slow galaxy. Her posture was solemn and serene, carrying the composure of a god of creation and destruction. The surrounding spatial turbulence before her transformed into gentle ripples in the background. Gao Gong casually swiped a scan. Name, Lady 8? Level, ? Bloodline, ? Unsurprisingly, a series of red question marks appeared. Lady 8 saw Gao Gong, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she was captivated by Gao Gong's newly evolved, perfect divine body. Perhaps due to his past life experiences, even during the fusion and evolution, the high-level engineer's evolution subconsciously leaned towards the aesthetics of wealthy women. "Long time no see, Mr. G," Ms. Baran said in a familiar, unhurried voice. "How is it?" the high-level engineer asked directly. Ms. Baran didn't speak, but her eyes instantly shot out 3 feet of light, while in the high-level engineer's dark pupils, it was as if 2 spinning black holes were present. The two completed the exchange of information in an instant. And within this exchange of information was Ms. Baran's own plan. "Is that so?" the high-level engineer pondered for a moment. "It's not impossible for our sword techniques to merge and directly extend the timeline, but this would inevitably consume a large amount of the potential of this parallel universe." For the senior engineer, the primordial universe was a cosmic-level resource point. Repairing the timeline by consuming its potential resources was, in his view, not a first-choice option. After all, the cost of extending the timeline would be the depletion of all cosmic resources. What would have taken 1,000 years might now take 10,000. "I have another idea. See if it's feasible." The senior engineer shared his idea, and Ms. Baran listened silently, nodding occasionally. Meanwhile, Guanyin Chan's expression became increasingly indescribable. At first, it was shock, then confusion, and finally, the kind of expression that suggested she knew a shocking secret, but would die on the spot if she spoke it. Indescribable. Indescribable. This Zerd tyrant actually listened to someone else's opinion. That was truly rare. In that case, let's get started. With the senior engineer's words, a temporary task popped up with a ding. Temporary mission, timeline repair. Name, timeline repair. Difficulty, unknown. Mission description, due to a high-intensity spacetime storm and unknown intervention, the current spacetime node, spacetime coordinates, Omega-7, has exhibited severe reality folds and causal reversals. Multiple timelines that should have converged have been observed to have abnormally forked, accompanied by signs of historical retrospective contamination. If left unchecked, this will lead to the collapse of the local reality structure and may trigger a chain reaction, jeopardizing the stability of the main timeline. The Spacetime Administration has authorized emergency intervention. Mission Executor, Senior Engineer, Temporary Agent. Assisting Unit, Temporary Observation Station of the Spacetime Administration. Mission Objective, Guide the Timeline Convergence. Mission Rewards, 1,000 Time and Space Administration Contribution Points. 10 Causal Points. 3 Random Cosmic Treasures. 5 Cosmic Level Resources. 1 Primitive Cosmic Species. Host Revolution Computing Power Deep Unlocked. 1 Random Godhood. The senior engineer raised an eyebrow. This reward was a bit too generous. This was the first time he received such a reward for a temporary mission. Although the difficulty of this mission was top tier, not even at the level of a third-tier civilization, it would be considered hellish even among fourth-tier civilizations. But were the rewards a bit too abundant? Putting aside everything else, could the computing power of the host revolution continue to improve? So insane? He even glanced at it, and found a simple explanation. Host revolution computing power deep unlocked. Successfully processing timeline-level information may further unlock hidden permissions or application layers of this computing power. Previously, the system issued missions with rewards based on difficulty, but one mission type was quite special: temporary missions. Therefore, the richness of the rewards for tasks issued by the system, to some extent, depends on the region. Newer regions that haven't issued many tasks will offer more rewards. If that's the case, then I roughly understand how the system operates. The senior engineer thought silently. However, he quickly came to his senses, and saw that Ms. Bahran was still silently waiting for him, and his goodwill towards her increased by 1 point. What a graceful and polite mother-like beauty, completely different from that irritable woman. Then, madam, let's proceed. Ms. Bahran nodded silently. Soon, the two disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Time Zen stood silently in place, silent for a moment, then silent for a moment again, then silent for a moment still, finally unable to hold back any longer. This is unbelievable. Speaking ill of Her Majesty the Queen behind her back, this is not the demeanor of a Zerg general. Ms. Bahran's smiling voice echoed in the void. Chapter 1761. As it turns out, the collaboration between the senior engineer and Ms. Bahran, a pair of like-minded partners, had reached a level of consummate skill. Their minds merged instantly, without any gap, completing the evolution of the cosmic plug-in. At the most turbulent vortex of the spacetime storm, the structure of reality was as fragile as paper. Countless shattered timelines, like twisted shards of stained glass, spun wildly, emitting piercing, logic-tearing screams. The senior engineer and Ms. Bahran stood suspended above this chaos, exchanging a glance. No words were needed, their wills were perfectly synchronized through the swarm network and deeper connections. The twin swords were drawn, not for killing, but for creation. The senior engineer raised his hand, and the conceptual sword forged from the computing power of the mainframe revolution, and the savage nature of the swarm condensed once more. But this time, the sword no longer flowed with sharpness. Instead, it was filled with countless silver data chains, intricately flowing like DNA helices, representing the ultimate in order and logic. With a single grasp, Lady 8 conjured a biosword composed entirely of dark psionic energy from her palm. The sword seemed to contain the life blueprint of the entire Zerg race, with nebulous embryos rising and falling, and the powerful pulse of the evolutionary path, representing the torrent of life and evolution. The two swords represented two of the most fundamental, seemingly opposing forces in the universe: cold order and fiery life. At this moment, however, under the unspoken understanding between the High Engineer and the Queen, they did not clash, but rather slowly merged like yin and yang. In terms of sheer power, Lady 8 undoubtedly held the dominant position. But on a level of consciousness, the High Engineer was the primary manipulator. Is the Zerg's path of civilizational integration carbon-based plus energy? And why does this energy seem somewhat ancient? Ancient energy is a standard high-risk energy, a form of cosmic energy born before the 10th wave of the primal soup, according to the Civilization Council standards. The frequency of the primal soup eruptions is initially rapid, then slows down. The first 10 waves of the primal soup may have had almost no gaps, but now, the frequency of the primal soup eruptions is measured in billions of years. However, in this state of perfect harmony, Ms. Barwin certainly knows what the High Engineer is thinking. So he quickly focused his mind, and the two entered a deeper state of perfect harmony. The High Engineer's cicada sword evolved into a silver data stream, like the most precise probe and scanner, piercing through those distorted fragments of timelines. He wielded his sword like a pen, precisely pinpointing each causal breakpoint, eliminating the erroneous branches and historical tumors arising from paradoxes. His work was to outline the original, healthy skeleton of the timeline. Meanwhile, the 8 pregnant lady's psionic sword transformed into a vibrant force of repair. The dark energy, imbued with the Zerg's powerful adaptability and evolutionary capabilities, flowed like living water into the causal breakpoints cleaned and located by the High Engineer. This life energy did not simply bind together, but rather simulated, grew, and reconstructed, giving birth to a new, coherent temporal body according to the healthy skeleton, perfectly reweaving the fractured past and future together. To the outside world, the scene was nothing short of a miracle. At the point where the two swords joined, an indescribable, gentle light emanated. Where the light touched, the wildly spinning, clashing fragments of shattered timelines were smoothed over as if by an invisible hand. The piercing shrieks of paradox were soothed into the harmonious flow of time. The shattered stained glass was remelted, restored to a clear, steadily flowing river of time. "It's fixed," Gaffrey explained excitedly. "Fixed?" The Witch of Time repeated Gaffrey's words, her tone almost cruelly calm, pointing to the newly converged river of time. "The piece you see is merely an illusion. It's like using the most skillful medicine to barely mend a completely broken spine." Her words instantly cooled Gaffrey's excitement. "This isn't pruning an extra branch, a branch of space-time, from a tree," Olga continued, her gaze seemingly piercing through the surface of the flow of time to see its deepest, still gruesome wound. "It's the main nerve bundle of the universe being forcibly severed. What Mr. G and the Queen of Blades did was, with unparalleled skill, to forcibly reconnect the broken ends." She paused, her fingertips tracing patterns in the air, activating a series of deep space-time readings that Gaffrey couldn't quite understand. These readings still flickered with dangerous ripples representing instability and potential paradoxes. "However, reconnection is not healing. The interface is incredibly fragile. Any tiny disturbance, even just a strong thought that contradicts the repaired history, could cause this fragile connection to collapse again. And..." Olga's gaze fell beneath the seemingly smooth surface of the river of time. In the instant of the break, countless possibilities were scattered, like blood that cannot be retrieved. The shattered stained glass didn't completely disappear, it was merely temporarily suppressed, repelled from this main vein, becoming lurking undercurrents, or rather, scars of time. As soon as Olga finished speaking, as if to confirm her cold prophecy, the piercing alarm in the monitoring space shifted from its previous rapid beeping to a long, desperate wail signifying the complete failure of the structure. The seemingly clear and calm river of time, which had just converged, suddenly developed countless spiderweb-like cracks on its surface. These cracks weren't black, instead, they were a ghastly white, devouring everything, like porcelain shattered by immense internal stress. Then, instead of a slow disintegration, it exploded into a devastating collapse. Boom! A silent, deafening roar, not transmitted through the air but directly impacting the spatial structure and the consciousness of all observers, suddenly erupted. That nascent river was shattered from within by an indescribable force, but this time, the fragments of timeline were no longer distorted stained glass like before. They seemed to have lost all color and content of history, becoming pure, deathly white fragments with sharp, razor-sharp edges, shooting out in all directions at destructive speed. Each fragment carried a terrifying aura of denial of existence, cutting and erasing even the concept of space wherever it passed. This was no longer chaos, but utter nothingness. Just as I thought, even vacuum decay exploded out. "Your queen really doesn't care about the consequences," the senior engineer thought to himself. Ms. 8. "It seems that even if we repair it using conventional methods, the probability of future problems is very high. Our two bases are both here, so we can't be like those idiots at the Time and Space Administration, doing a mere vanity project. What do you think?" Ms. 8 nodded silently again. After making their decision, the two disappeared into spacetime once more. After they left, the pale expanse at the center of the collapse was rapidly expanding, like a constantly growing cosmic wound, threatening to drag everything into eternal annihilation. "Director, those two didn't go to the timeline rift as planned." "Where did they go?" "They're going back in time." The Witch of Time turned sharply, her gaze shooting towards the main screen like lightning. On the screen, the two brightly lit markers representing the High Engineer and the Queen, instead of rushing towards the ever-expanding, deathly pale cosmic wound, were moving along the old timeline, a path that had just shattered and hadn't completely dissipated, at an astonishing speed, almost like flowing backwards, towards the past. Their markers left two dazzling trails on the space-time map, forming a stark and desperate contrast with the current future pointing towards ultimate destruction. Connect me to space-time communication. The Witch of Time's expression was grim. Her voice was like two ice blades clashing, crisp, cold, carrying unquestionable authority and a hint of almost imperceptible urgency. Before her, the void rippled like water, and an extremely unstable communication interface was struggling to coalesce. Colorful space-time static electricity constantly exploded at the edges of the interface, and the core image inside flickered and distorted violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. This was establishing a connection with an entity rapidly reversing time, a task akin to precisely retrieving two specific leaves from a raging waterfall. You too? Her voice pierced the barrier of time, reaching the very depths of the traveler's consciousness, urgent and stern. Answer me. Do you know the terrifying causal backlash you suffer for forcibly returning to the origin of cause? It's not only a high-level taboo in the Time and Space Administration's code, but a dead end capable of completely erasing your existence from all of history. It seems the director already knows our objective. A lazy voice drifted over. As expected of my boss, everything is proceeding smoothly as instructed. Olga was unusually silent. She's seen counterfeits before, but never one this arrogant, daring to cause trouble right in front of her, the person directly involved. The Witch of Time's nails dug almost into her palms. She raised her voice, a near pleading warning in her tone. Stop immediately. Return to the point of rupture. We still have a chance to stabilize the situation together. If you go any further, once you reach the barrier of the first cause, even I won't be able to pull you back. In fact, we have a new plan. The senior engineer, no longer intending to tease her, slowly and quickly explained his plan. You mean, you're going to dissect the old ones, using their bodies to repair the timeline? Olga was also shocked by the audacity of their plan. Chapter 1762. It seems that the deputy director quite agrees with our ideas. After the time-space communication ended, the senior engineer smiled and communicated with Ms. Bahrain in his mind. Of course, this quite agrees was the senior engineer's personal description. The fact was, after the senior engineer explained the plan, Olga hung up the communication directly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. So the senior engineer felt that the matter was settled. Based on his years of experience dealing with the other party was a high-ranking official in the Bureau who prioritized the mission above all else. As long as the other party didn't directly disagree, at least during this process, this Witch of Time would not cause them any trouble. Sure enough, soon, a new time-space route map was marked. The senior engineer then looked at Ms. Bahrain, and found that she was simply following silently, without any objections. Despite being the highest-ranking member of the Zerg, her temperament was so gentle and virtuous, full of maternal qualities. How wonderful! The senior engineer thought to himself. Out of almost instinctive professional instinct, he began to give her a mental massage along the way. After all, how could he not relax before the big battle? His consciousness, like nimble fingers, gently brushed across the heavy veil of memories in her mental world, not forcibly lifting it, but touching upon those weighty and resolute matters concerning the survival of her race with respectful curiosity. And the 8 pregnant ladies' reaction was one of gradual relaxation and tacit acceptance. She didn't actively confide, but the mental barrier that had been as solid as ice began to melt subtly under his warm embrace, revealing the weariness, resilience, and even a barely perceptible loneliness inherent within her, all related to survival. Each of his probing touches elicited a subtle, ripple-like tremor in her spirit, a silent response and consent. On the level of power fusion, he was exquisitely gentle. He transformed the immense computing power of the mainframe revolution into the finest threads, then carefully began to weave her primal and powerful life force. He treated her like a fragile treasure, ensuring that each interweaving of power was perfectly timed, eliciting not the slightest instinctive discomfort. When the countercurrent struck, his defense was not a hard barrier, but rather a flexible net, gently dispersing and receiving the impact before guiding her power to dissolve it together. In this ultimate gentleness, Ms. Ba's passivity transformed into complete relaxation and trust. She seemed to float on a warm and safe sea of consciousness, needing neither to think of direction nor to tense her will, simply following the gentle pull. She could sense that he was not only guiding her, but also meticulously protecting her existence with all his heart. This feeling of being carefully nurtured allowed her to temporarily shed the immense burden of being the ruler of her tribe. In this unprecedented tranquility, her spirit merged more closely and naturally with his. And in this state of perfect harmony and complete understanding, the sword intent of the high engineer and the 8 pregnant lady did not become dull due to the gentleness of their spirits. On the contrary, it seemed to have undergone the deepest tempering, shedding all worldly impurities and leaping to an unprecedentedly profound realm. Then, in the process of retracing time and space, they finally saw the old Lord. It wasn't a visual image, but a direct, oppressive sense of existence. The first thing perceived was the old Lord itself. It no longer manifested in a concrete form, but as an existential black hole that devoured all concepts. In the area it appeared in, time, space, matter, energy. All the fundamental laws constituting the universe became blurred, distorted, and ultimately tended towards a primordial, cold nothingness. Its essence seemed to be formed from the debris of countless cosmic eras, radiating an aura of annihilation that instilled instinctive despair in any life form. Merely seeing it through time reversal caused the merged spiritual bodies of the high engineer and the 8 pregnant woman to feel an almost frozen, suffocating sensation, as if their own existence was being fundamentally questioned and erased. Yet, this indescribable, seemingly ultimate nothingness representing level 9 being was being suppressed. What suppressed it was not the anticipated earth-shattering energy clash, but a far more magnificent and unbelievable spectacle. Countless Zerg phantoms, like a dazzling waterfall of stars, cascaded down from a higher dimension, encircling the old one. The death of each Zerg unit, its most essential life information code, its traces of existence, were precisely captured and recorded by the Hive's will, serving as data anchors against the void. More Zerg units, based on these anchors, evolved and mutated at an astonishing rate, producing special carapaces or energy fields capable of temporarily resisting the assimilation of the void. Ultimately, the entire Zerg swarm transformed into a constantly self-renewing, infinitely expanding biological cage. This cage has no fixed form. It's a living, breathing biospace-time structure, built from the lives of countless Zerg units and adapted through evolution. It doesn't seal the old ones from the outside, but from within, using near-infinite vitality and existence to submerge, dilute, and neutralize that nothingness. Even though they are enemies, seeing this scene still left the senior engineer speechless with awe. The Queen of Blades is indeed the Queen of Blades. She can even pull off such exaggerated evolution. It's like using endless sand to fill a black hole that devours everything. The Zerg swarm, at the cost of unimaginable sacrifice, dragged the concept of old ones, representing the end, into the battlefield of the Zerg's evolutionary rules of infinite proliferation and adaptation. Of course, the will of the universe also played a role. The old ones, they are the undisputed enemies of the universe. In his previous conversations with Time Cicada and Lady 8, the senior engineer had already clarified the specifics. When the higher-ups of the Time-Space Administration, through clues across various timelines, discovered the method of the Old World Lord's descent, and even turned the 2 saviors' descent tools, the earliest ancient life forms born in this parallel universe. Again, this 9th-tier species decisively and forcibly descended, then surrounded a group of time-space agents, attempting to forcibly erase them. Meanwhile, the Time Cicada, hidden in the future, saw the crisis and promptly mobilized its forces. This led to the scene where Ms. 8 pregnant women and the Queen of Blades visited the nomadic civilization, essentially taking advantage of a high-level engineer for free. Although it was free, it was also somewhat incidental. It was the kind of situation where, since they were already there, they figured they might as well take advantage of it. Next, the Queen of Blades, relying on the ferocious power of the Zerg tyrant, directly broke through the old one's blockade. However, a 9th-tier being is still a 9th-tier being. Even with various powerful buffs stacked on, the Zerg tyrant could only barely maintain its self-preservation. If this continued, once the opponent eroded the will of the universe, they would truly be in trouble. Therefore, the Witch of Time, who always prioritized official duties, made a choice that defied her ancestral teachings. The result was that the old ones were forcibly suppressed by the Queen of Blades, empowered by the will of the universe. But because a certain female demon used too much force, the timeline was severed. For example, the scene currently unfolding. Driven by this invincible power, the Zerg swarm's suppression methods reached their extreme. No longer a simple tide of life, it transformed into countless biological chains manifested by rules. These chains, composed of the most primal ecological laws, intertwined into an inescapable net, forcefully binding and compressing the Old World Lord, representing nothingness and the end, intending to drag him beneath the foundation of the universe for eternal suppression. However, at the very last moment before the suppression was complete. Crack! A crisp, heart-wrenching sound of breaking didn't ring in her ears, but rather shattered directly on the very fabric of time. The Queen of Blades had overexerted herself. Under the immense, almost uncontrollable power of the cosmic will, she poured out all her strength without reservation to ensure the complete suppression of the Old World Lord. This colossal force, exceeding its critical point, while successfully imprisoning the Old World Lord, acted like an overly heavy hammer, not only shattering its target but also shattering the space-time substrate that bore it all. The senior engineer clearly saw that, centered on the suppression point, a main timeline spanning the past and future snapped like an overstretched string. Go! This time, it was Lady 8 Pregnancy who proactively led the twos will forward. As expected of one of the Zerg's supreme beings, her keen eye for seizing opportunities was so sharp that one might mistake her for the Queen of Blades herself. Lady 8 Pregnancy's sword represented the ultimate evolution of the Zerg, and even the entire life lineage. Her sword intent transformed into countless incredibly fine life probes, precisely piercing the cracks in the Old One's body. With just this one strike, the senior engineer knew that her swordsmanship was definitely above 180%. Her sword intent was stripping away concepts. Where the sword passed, the essential attribute of denying all existence within the Old One's body was activated and extracted from its solidified state, as if being peeled away layer by layer. And the senior engineer's sword followed closely behind. The Cicada's sword, bearing the immense computing power of the mainframe revolution, transformed into countless rule-carving knives composed of mathematical models. It precisely guided the power of nothingness stripped away by the 8 pregnant women, infusing it into the chaotic energy left behind after the disintegration of the Old Lord's physical body. This was not a simple mixture, but a forced reforging of laws. Under its sword, nothingness was no longer an end, but rather constituted the negative space of a new spacetime. Chaos was no longer disorder, but was endowed with a completely new, stable logical arrangement. Their dismantling efficiency was extremely high. The Old Lord's massive physical body was like being thrown into an invisible furnace and lathe. Its various parts were precisely decomposed and transformed. The most resilient tissues, bearing the law of annihilation, were refined into the main beams to fill the enormous temporal rifts. The flowing, paradoxical energy blood was purified into a spacetime adhesive to bond the subtle causal cracks. Even its scattered fragments of thought were captured, purified, and transformed into information anchors needed to stabilize the new timeline. In this process, the will of the Old Ones did attempt to descend once more. However, each descent was met with the Queen of Blades' destructive double-edged blade. Under this incredible manipulation, the originally fractured timeline was gradually filled with the corpses of the Old Ones. Chapter 1763. This is possible? How did they do that? At this moment, in the spacetime monitoring room, the one exclaiming in astonishment wasn't the lowest-ranking Gaffrey. It was the 3 remaining top-tier spacetime agents present. Faced with the operation of this man and woman separating 9-tier species to mend the timeline, even they, as top-tier agents, were amazed. They had handled thousands of spacetime cases, and knew very well that once a timeline break occurred, there was a 90% probability of spacetime destruction. Because repairing a timeline is an incredibly difficult task, requiring perfect timing, location, and human intervention. Even if it could be repaired, for example, by stretching the timeline, it would still cause immense damage to spacetime itself. And Olga, who had been silent since the spacetime communication was cut off, finally spoke. A wise choice, or rather, a shrewd choice. First, the rupture in the timeline was caused by the combined effect of the Old Lord's ethereal power, and the overwhelming impact generated during the suppression of that power. This results in the wound being permeated and continuously tainted with the characteristics of the Old Lord's power. Using conventional spacetime energy or order force to repair it is like trying to fill a black hole that keeps swallowing water with water. It will only lead to continuous annihilation. The only way is to repair it using materials of the same origin as the wound, and the Old Lord's physical body is the only material in this universe that is completely of the same origin as the wound's characteristics. Repair materials crafted from his body will not only not be rejected by the wound, but will instead achieve perfect fusion. This is the opportune moment. Secondly, the key to restoration lies not in eliminating the power of the Old World Lord, but in transforming its power attributes. What these two have done is to forcibly reconstruct the concepts of nothingness and end within the Old World Lord's physical body through extreme power and wisdom. Absolute nothingness, when given structure, actually constitutes background or space. The concept of end weakens its absoluteness, and after merging into the flow of time, it can be transformed into the end of one stage, while simultaneously becoming the premise for the beginning of the next stage. This is the favorable location. Thirdly, the Zerg Queen's near-infinite evolutionary power, and Mr. G's seemingly limitless computing power, integrated into the cosmic plugin, and absorbing the spontaneous healing power of this parallel universe, created a space-time miracle. This is the harmonious relationship. The Witch of Time opened a secret list within the Bureau that only director-level officials could access. Scrolling down revealed various cosmic plugin attributes and their owners. The page count was low, less than 10 pages, but it recorded all the cosmic plugin sequences since the Big Bang. Moreover, how come I didn't know that the main universe has a new plugin type? What are those useless people in the field service doing? Humph, no wonder they're stuck as temporary workers their whole lives. Gaffrey quickly moved closer, flattering him. As expected of the director, you have a keen eye. You recognized Mr. G's potential at a glance and developed him into a subordinate. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he would probably have been recruited by other departments long ago. Faced with the admiring gazes of the agents present, the Time Witch, whose face was usually as cold as ice, surprisingly showed a hint of struggle and hesitation. She wasn't the kind of person who coveted fame and fortune. However, if other departments knew about someone with such talent, they would definitely try every means to recruit them. Although the number of cosmic plugins on this list was considerable, the vast majority were actually in the hands of advanced civilizations, even level 9 civilizations. A small number were also held tightly in the hands of some veteran bureau chiefs, who were reluctant to let anyone know. For a new high-ranking official like herself to try and borrow such a talent would be a matter of life and death. But this operation of preemptively securing talent, especially someone with a rather unclear and dangerous identity, went against her nature. Thus, the usually aloof and indifferent Time Witch was unusually caught in a dilemma. However, she quickly realized something. This kind of operation, which simultaneously connected the right time, place, and people, was something even time-space smugglers wouldn't think of in an ordinary criminal. Its most ingenious aspect lies in its clever completion of a cause and effect cycle. The existence and suppression of the Old Lord are the cause of the timeline break. The timeline break is the effect. Using the root cause of the effect, the Old Lord's physical body, as material, the effect itself, the timeline break, is repaired. This perfectly avoids all space-time paradoxes, and achieves the crucial unity of cause and effect. Moreover, he recognizes himself, or at least knows the information about his advancement. Olga's eyes sharpened again. Meanwhile, the restoration of the timeline had reached its most perilous juncture. Using the remnants of the Old World Lord as material, reshaping the timeline consumed an enormous amount of primordial energy every second. The engineer's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. His hand, gripping the sword of concepts, trembled slightly. The rational framework supported by the computing power of the mainframe revolution remained relatively stable, but its foundation, his own biological energy, was nearly exhausted. Like a supercomputer with an invincible algorithm about to lose power, no matter how sophisticated the calculations, it was useless without ingredients. Just as his body swayed slightly, and his consciousness began to blur due to excessive energy depletion, a warm, powerful energy, carrying the primal tide of life, surged forth like a burst dam from the pregnant lady who was closely connected to him. This energy was not gentle nourishment, but rather carried the savage and direct life force unique to the Zerg. It wasn't like a clear spring, it was more like scalding magma, teeming with life-giving elements, forcibly injected into his nearly parched meridians and cells. Ugh! The engineer let out a suppressed groan. This foreign, overwhelming energy initially brought a tearing pain, but Ms. Ba's control over energy was unparalleled. The pain lasted only a moment. Under her precise guidance, the wild torrent of energy quickly adapted to the engineer's life rhythm, transforming into pure vitality. He could almost see his cells, under the cleansing force, like parched seedlings receiving rain, regaining their vitality. The fatigue receded like a tide, and the almost extinguished flame of life burned brightly again, even more vigorously and intensely than before. This energy contained not only pure life force, but also fragments of the vast collective will of the Zerg swarm, and a faint, almost imperceptible, sense of concern and absolute support from the pregnant woman herself. Meanwhile, system notifications were practically exploding in response. System prompt: detected extremely high concentration of ultra-high-level Zerg life energy injection. Energy nature: Zerg hive origin. System prompt: warning. Host bioenergy is nearing depletion. Cell self-absorption is drastically increasing. There is a risk of irreversible Zerg gene assimilation. System prompt: core intervention detected. Host subjective will intervention. Host actively denies direct energy absorption path. Denial effective? System prompt. Host revolution computing power intervenes, initiating high-priority protocol. Energy essence stripping and reconstruction. Forcibly stripping the Zerg life imprint attached to the energy. System prompt. High-concentration Zerg gene fragments attempt to implant into the host genome with the energy flow. System prompt. Detected Zerg chitinous bioarmor gene module injection attempt. System prompt. Warning. Zerg pheromone secretion gland coding continues to attempt loading. System prompt. Warning. Zerg pheromone secretion gland coding continues to attempt loading. As it turns out, the timeline isn't so easy to fix. If the senior engineer had a mirror, he would probably realize that his current expression resembled a classic meme of someone rolling their eyes and making a peace sign. He had been repeatedly filled with Zerg genes, to the point of numbness. But there was nothing he could do. During this level of repair, almost every time he used his swordsmanship, he would deplete all 5,000 points of divinity. Then he was filled up again by the 8 pregnant women. This repeated itself. In a daze, the senior engineer seemed to see countless steel wool balls spinning before his eyes. Endurance, wealth, he felt that if he simply clicked agree, he could immediately transform into a 4th tier, or even 5th tier, insectoid. And it would be an absolute core bloodline. However, if he agreed, his own fusion route would be ruined. Therefore, for greater wealth, the senior engineer had to display the same level of forbearance as the master of his previous life. As it turned out, this was effective. Because the old world lord was the first to succumb. His corpse decomposed into 3 parts. These were 3 of the 5 ancient species related to him that the Time-Space Investigation Bureau had investigated. Primal Embryo, Tang Zu, and Carbon Chain Weaver. The primal embryo was the first to emerge from the most tranquil core of the corpse. It is a translucent, life-giving fluid enveloped in starlight, like a pulsating heart or a gracefully unfolding jellyfish, gently pulsating in the void. It is the initial conception of all life's blueprint, the starting point containing infinite possibilities, pulsating with the rhythm of creation in its stillness. Then, from the boiling energy veins within the corpse, Tang Zu surges forth. It is like a primordial ocean boiling, presenting a chaotic state of liquid metal and organic matter merging, with quantum bubbles and elementary particles churning within, constantly undergoing violent decomposition and recombination. It is the driving force of life's chemical reactions, the nascent thread of restlessness. Finally, from the interwoven neural remnants of the corpse, the carbon chain weaver quietly emerges. It has no fixed form, but is composed of countless self-woven, infinitely extending carbon chains forming a shimmering, complex neural network, like a silent cosmic weaver, meticulously constructing the most fundamental skeleton of the edifice of life. These 3 ancient species achieved a complete fusion with the timeline. The primordial seed, like a drop of nectar dissolving into pure water, quietly unfolded. Its existence was no longer concentrated at a single point, but rather evenly diffused throughout every moment of the timeline. The surging, chaotic energy of Tang Zu ceased its violent churning and sank to the bottom of the timeline. Finally, the infinitely extending network of the carbon chain weaver rose gracefully, perfectly overlapping with the veins of the timeline. As the final ripples in the space-time rift were smoothed out, the colossal remains of the old world lord finally dissolved completely into the newly formed timeline. And the system notification sounded in time. Chapter 1764. Mission Objective. Guide Timeline Convergence completed. Time and Space Administration Contribution *1000. Causal Points *10. Random Cosmic Treasure *3. Cosmic Level Resources *5. Cosmic Primitive Species *1. Host Revolution Computing Power Deep Unlocked. Random Godhood *1. Before the senior engineer could recover from the blessing and chaotic state of the Steel Wool God, another booming sound filled his mind. Oh. Xiao Yu's brain-dead roar once again made his head buzz. Finally, even the sound disappeared from the depths of the senior engineer's consciousness, replaced by an unprecedented light gate being opened. Previously, although the computing power of the host revolution was immense, it was always like flowing within a predetermined river channel, with its own boundaries. But now, he felt that the invisible dam had disappeared. It wasn't a simple increase in quantity, but a transformation of cognition itself. His thinking no longer merely processed information, but began to understand the fundamental code of the universe. Time, space, matter, energy. These basic elements constituting reality were no longer abstract concepts in his eyes, but transformed into flowing text that could be directly read, analyzed, and even interfered with. An endless torrent of data swept in with unprecedented clarity, but it no longer posed a burden. Instead, like a gentle stream, It spontaneously converged under the direction of his consciousness, forming a brilliant star map revealing the laws of all things. He could simultaneously see the past, present, and all possible future branches of a river. He could perceive the entire journey of a star from its birth to its demise, as if the universe itself held no secrets for him. In this state, he didn't even need to actively calculate. The answer naturally surfaced in his consciousness, as instinctively as breathing. This was a realm beyond application, reaching a state of resonance with the fundamental laws of the universe. Is Deep unlocking an unlocked spacetime algorithm? Or does it mean that the virtual hosts of the console revolution can already be built using spacetime boxes? Although he was almost ruined by Ms. Bahrain, the senior engineer had been ruined more than once or twice in his previous life. So he quickly recovered and began to analyze with a professional which type of unlocking the so-called deep computing power unlock actually belonged to. Currently, this console revolution deep computing power unlocking seems to combine the advantages of both. So, does this mean I can really master spacetime technology ahead of time at the third-level civilization stage? The senior engineer was startled by this conclusion. Because this is no longer a technology that only ascended civilizations can master, but a technological means that even ascended civilizations might not be able to master. Although it hasn't been proven yet. But at least one thing is certain. That means the old man, difference man, is saved. Are you alright? Facing the worried gaze of Ms. Bahrain, the senior engineer waved his hand gently, regaining his super cowboy composure. With the computing power of Deep Unlock, the senior engineer was also able to transcend time and space, discerning the level of the ancient species that had been filled into the timeline gap. If the upper limit of civilization in this parallel universe is level 5, then the upper limit of species is level 6? These three ancient species are standard level 6. According to the experience of the main universe, the level of ancient species represents the upper limit of the early universe's hierarchy. As the universe continues to evolve, higher levels can be unlocked. This time frame is often measured in billions of years. Even with a time flow ratio of 1 to 100, Gao Gong didn't believe he could wait until the end of the game to see this universe's rank rise by a level. In that case, the state of the old lord when he descended wasn't necessarily rank 9, or at least not a complete rank 9 version. Forcibly evolving to rank 9, with a rank 6 life form, even if successful, would likely have many problems. This also explains why, during the repair process, the old lord repeatedly resurrected, only to be easily cut down by the Queen of Blades. While the female demon was terrifyingly powerful, it was undeniable that this physical body had reached its limit in bearing rank 9 will. This is even better. A glint of triumph flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. As the last, almost imperceptible tremor of the timeline was completely smoothed out, the universe returned to silence. But this deathly silence lasted only a moment. Like the first spring breeze, after a harsh winter brushing across a frozen river, silently, the gentle sound of flowing water arose from beneath the ice. The starry sky, once swallowed by a pale void, began to twinkle again, no longer pulsating with chaotic fury, but regaining its distant, tranquil, and steady rhythm. The shattered fragments of laws, like wrinkles smoothed by an invisible hand, quietly disappeared. The distorted spatial structure relaxed, like silk iron smooth, regaining its smooth expanse. The once restless flow of time transformed into a deep and peaceful river, carrying a healing, warm glow, steadily flowing towards the future. There were no dazzling bursts of light, no earth-shattering roars. All restoration was completed in an ultimate harmony. Like a high fever subsiding, the body returning to a state of healthy tranquility. The entire universe, at this moment, finally emerged from a near-fatal fever, carrying a touch of weariness, but more so a peaceful return to its proper place, quietly suspended in the eternal night. This is the incredible power of time manipulation. A universe, even a parallel universe, has virtually unlimited boundaries and resources. Theoretically speaking, even a ninth-order species could not possibly penetrate the universe. But this is the most ingenious aspect of space-time manipulation. If the universe is an immense structure, then the timeline is its skeleton. The sophistication of space-time technology lies not even in severing the skeleton, but in removing a single nail. It would immediately cause endless collapse. Only in parallel universes, or even just in early parallel universes, could the old world lords act so recklessly. In a normal universe, they would have been overwhelmed by ascended civilizations long ago. And just as the ripples of the repaired timeline subsided, the soft glow of the newly formed universe shone upon the three present. In this near-eternal tranquility, the Queen of Blades in the distance turned her head, her gaze falling upon the senior engineer's face. That glance, extremely brief, was indescribably complex. There was no joy of victory, no approval of cooperation, Not even the usual coldness and aloofness. In those deep, dark eyes, like the core of an insect hive, a faint, almost human fluctuation seemed to flicker, like a touch of scrutiny, a hint of inquiry, yet mixed with three elusive elements, perhaps approval, or perhaps a trace of melancholy she herself hadn't even noticed. Then, she vanished into the void. And within the system, the question mark behind the name "A Pregnant Lady" also disappeared simultaneously. However, the experienced engineer didn't notice. Instead, he subconsciously let out a long breath. That scared me to death. He hadn't felt it when repairing the timeline. Now that he relaxed, the images of being hacked to pieces by the Queen of Blades in various ways in his previous life flooded his mind. Not just blurry images, but a visceral experience. The shrill whistling of bone wings tearing through the air, the tactile sensation of a psionic blade slicing through matter, the instantaneous pain of being precisely cleaved, shattered, and even annihilated at various bizarre angles. The suffocating feeling of being buried in yellow sand, the distortion of being torn apart by gravity in a sea of stars, the coldness of a virtual world being decomposed and reconstructed. The engineer subconsciously touched his neck, as if a cold illusion of being cut by a sharp blade still lingered there. "What, you seem quite afraid of her?" A pregnant lady asked with a pleasant tone. "Your empress is so terrifying." The engineer instinctively threw himself into her ample embrace. Upon hearing this, the woman, instead of offering words of comfort, blossomed into an unusually radiant smile. That smile was completely different from her usual mysterious and profound demeanor. It carried an undisguised, genuine joy, even a hint of mischievous slyness in her eyes. She readily opened her arms, firmly catching the engineer, who had thrown himself into her embrace. Her embrace possessed an undeniable, primal control, truly like holding a child, easily encasing him in her warm and soft embrace. A hand, still carrying a hint of playfulness, patted his back twice gently, as if soothing a child. "When she comes again," she said, her voice brimming with a clear, unmistakable laughter, looking down at the person in her arms, "you can just stay in my arms." Using the instincts of a Zerg Supreme, Ms. 8 sensed the killing intent emanating from the Zerg Swarm's collective will. After the timeline was repaired, the High Engineer didn't intend to leave immediately. Besides, he couldn't leave. Because the moment the repair was complete, he felt a high-level space-time marker strike him. A familiar feeling. It was from an old acquaintance. That made it even more familiar. This marker had only one function: location. If the High Engineer attempted to traverse the universe, the other party could use the location to remotely destroy his space-time travel. Frankly speaking, the High Engineer had at least 10 ways to erase this marker's location. Of course, he still had to act obediently for now, even going so far as to visit the Time Witch. After all, if this matter wasn't handled properly, it could indeed cause trouble. Was he a little too arrogant just now? The senior engineer began to reflect. Compared to a level 6 information civilization that hadn't yet ascended, a fusion civilization that hadn't yet achieved ascension didn't seem particularly formidable. The senior engineer glanced again at the 8-month-old woman beside him. The memory of her nearly drowningly voluptuous figure was still fresh. He decided to cling tightly to this mother-age beauty. Chapter 1765. Just like the teleportation beams of a spaceship, the Time and Space Administration also possesses its own time-space teleportation technology. So almost immediately, the senior engineer spotted an old acquaintance, the future head of the Time and Space Administration's anti-prostitution squad. It must be said, after so many years, this Time Witch's appearance seemed unchanged. Still so unique and outstanding. Otherwise, the senior engineer wouldn't have considered developing the Time Witch series. However, at the time, he was being relentlessly attacked by the Queen of Blades, his shadow hanging heavy. So, after much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Olga stood there quietly, surrounded by an otherworldly aura. Her long hair wasn't an ordinary color, it was a silvery purple extracted from the convergence of moonlight and the deep night, with tiny, fragmented specks of light, like grains of sand in an hourglass, slowly flowing and floating within her strands, as if adorned with stars. Most striking were her eyes. Those weren't human eyes, but rather two miniature, eternally spinning, intricate clocks. The pupil of her left eye was a golden sundial, her right a silver moon-phase disk, slender hands gliding silently between them, reflecting countless silhouettes of the past and future. When she gazed at you, it was as if she wasn't just observing your present moment, but simultaneously reading all your yesterdays and tomorrows. And at that moment, Olga was also stunned by the engineer's handsome appearance. The engineer's face transcended the conventional definition of handsome, becoming something closer to a natural phenomenon or a cosmic law. His facial features remained clear, yet seemed meticulously reshaped by some higher dimensional force, every line containing an ultimate balance of harmony and power. Beneath his skin flowed a warm, gentle luster, not a display of energy, but the natural glow emanating from a life of elevated existence, like the inner radiance of fine jade nurtured for millennia. For wealthy women, displaying purely threatening power would only provoke their resentment. On the contrary, exhibiting an aura of human treasure, as before, was more likely to win their favor. For example, the obedient and submissive demeanor that the senior engineer was currently displaying made Olga somewhat dazed. Was that arrogant fellow really this gentle and refined man before her? Olga pondered for a moment, then, instead of a formal interrogation, led the senior engineer and Ms. Bahran to a small, dark room. And it truly was a small, dark room. It floated silently in the void, like a forgotten, self-sealing drop of ink. Its surface was a nothingness beyond black, so smooth it was chilling, as if even one's gaze would be drawn in and crushed. It reflects no light, and casts no shadows. It simply devours everything around it, visible and invisible. Its form is not a standard geometric shape. Its edges exist in a bizarre state between solidification and fluidity, sometimes resembling a perfectly polished dark pebble, and other times a thick, self-eroding fog. No information can penetrate it. No information can be extracted from it. The senior engineer was very familiar with this. It was a special confinement cell for wanted criminals across timelines. Nobody who hadn't committed crimes across a dozen timelines was qualified to have seen it. What it isolates, besides information, is spacetime. Any movement within this spacetime confines itself, preventing it from reaching other timelines, or even other parallel universes' spacetime anomalies. This is a common tactic used by repeat offenders of time travel. They hand over their resurrection methods, or consciousness replication directly to the spacetime anomalies. If something goes wrong, they immediately attempt to salvage themselves. The Time and Space Administration was once deeply troubled by this tactic. Theoretically, there can be countless timelines. Therefore, there can also be countless spacetime anomalies. It's impossible to defend against them all, and the little black room was developed during that period. So how do you plan to explain? Olga asked calmly. Mr. G, who seems to have traveled from some unknown timeline. The senior engineer's heart skipped a beat. Having dealt with him in his previous life, he knew he couldn't underestimate this person. But the fact that the other party could see through it so quickly still surprised him. At this moment, in Olga's eyes, almost no two Mr. Gs across different timelines were the same, or even similar. Olga's gaze seemed to pierce through some invisible veil. What she saw was not a single scene, but countless parallel, flowing rivers of time. In the reflection of each river, there was a figure known as Mr. G. However, soon, these reflections all vanished. This anomaly greatly surprised her, because she had never seen a time-traveling criminal who didn't even possess the characteristics of a time-space anomaly. The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then decided to reveal part of the truth. To truly combat the three cosmic catastrophes, relying solely on oneself is certainly impossible. The other party is a perfect ally, because even in the future, when the main universe is on its last legs and even level 9 civilizations have perished one by one, this person remains a staunch advocate of war, and was then betrayed and purged by personnel within the Time and Space Administration. Actually, I come from the future. Which future? The future of the main universe? The senior engineer paused, then said, as for the point in time I traveled to, it was the period when the three cosmic catastrophes descended. The seemingly unchanging expression on the Time Witch's face, tinged with amusement and detachment, froze instantly. Her eyes, her dual pupils, at this moment, seemed to have truly become deep pools violently turbulent by a storm. In the pupil representing the past, images flowed back at an unprecedented speed, like a stuck film reel. The pupil representing the future was a violently flickering chaos, as if all possibilities had been stirred into a jumbled mess at this moment. She never expected that a mysterious figure would bring her such shocking news. For the first time, a crack appeared on her exquisitely doll-like face. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out, a subtle yet utterly shattering display of composure. The flowing threads of time around her seemed to falter under the intense turmoil of her emotions, some even emitting a faint, sharp, almost snapping sound. You know the three great calamities? Corruption, the formless, the organic, or to be more precise, the organic revolutionaries, the formless empire, the corrupted empire. The Witch of Time, shocked, flashed a sharp glint in her eyes. She raised her hands, her fingers moving rapidly, as if playing a musical instrument, distorting the surrounding light, as if space itself were being kneaded by an invisible hand. The already extremely smooth darkness on the surface of the small dark room began to deepen. Invisible ripples of spacetime spread out from it, and wherever they passed, all traces of information transmission, quantum fluctuations, dimensional ripples, or causal connections, melted and severed instantly, like snowflakes thrown into a hot iron. There was no sound, no flash of light, only an absolute silence forcibly imposed upon this place. The small dark room seemed to have become an ultimate black hole of information, not only swallowing light, but also all messages attempting to enter or leave, completely isolating them from the information network of the universe. The intensity of this action even made the ape-pregnant lady wary. Her eyes, imbued with the will of the swarm, instantly locked onto the Witch of Time. The nebula-like light within them contracted and condensed, transforming into an intensely focused scrutiny. The gentle yet powerful life force surrounding her silently receded and coalesced, as if transforming from a nourishing ocean into an invisible yet indestructible bioforce barrier. Originally, having completed a higher level of information blockade, Olga first nodded slightly to the ape-pregnant woman, indicating no other hostility. Then, staring at the senior engineer, she said, word by word, "The three cosmic catastrophes are merely a prelude to the end of the universe. There is currently no evidence to prove their existence." So, how were the first 8 universes destroyed? The senior engineer's heart skipped a beat, and he countered with a question. This time, it was the other party's turn to fall silent. The senior engineer knew that this alone wouldn't convince them. So he thought for a moment, and decided to reveal another piece of information. You can contact those endless prophets on Quantum Island. They possess information from beyond the observable universe, but I suggest you investigate secretly, because I'm unsure if others will know what you're talking about. Olga gave the senior engineer a deep look, then suddenly said, "If what you're saying is true, why me?" Naturally, it's because you're a staunch advocate of war in the future. Even when a level 9 civilization is on the verge of splitting up, you still be a staunch advocate of war. Even an ultimate civilization is having problems? Olga said incredulously. There's definitely a problem, but I don't know exactly where it is, Foreman Gao sighed. If it weren't for their problems, I probably wouldn't have been able to travel back. This was after he became increasingly certain that the system wasn't some kind of dimensional reduction power, or even some kind of pre-existing setting for time travel. So, assuming the level 9 civilization could eliminate all interfering factors, if these 6 entities hadn't encountered problems, he most likely wouldn't have been able to travel back either. Olivia understood what he meant, because the difficulty of traveling through the main universe was completely different from that of parallel universes. Then, this time Witch suddenly said something unexpected. If what you said is true, even if the level 9 civilization encountered problems, you shouldn't have traveled back through time. Foreman Gao was stunned. What did that mean?